the meat and the blood. So what should I do? Okay, so how does this work? Number one, if it's attached, off everything. Off everything. Pirshu, if they somehow become detached, if they become detached, even if these items are already on the top of the mizbeach, take it down. Take it down, that's the halacha. Fine. So the Gemara says, "Man kana d'shami sheipirshu yagu." What's moved here now? What's like? By the way, that last statement is a pretty strong one, right? That last statement is that, in other words, that if they become detached from the carbon, even if they're on the top of the mizbeach, take it down. That's a pretty strong statement. Who is the opinion that said that? Rabbi decided to the part that says, with your coin, let's not call him mistake of. Also said the coin should burn everything on the mizbeach. The labos, samos, the hagidin, the hanayim, the tafayim, afilu perishu. Listen to this. So on one hand, this opinion says the pasuk says the coin should burn everything. What's everything? Everything means everything. The meat, the meat and the blood, and also again the hooves, the horns, the bones, the sinews, even if they separated from the primary meat. So what do you do with the pasuk that says you shall perform your carbon the meat and the blood, which makes it sound like you're going to meat and the blood? That's the primary part of the carbon. Lomar halacha, teach us the following halacha. Ikule Ola, Atamachir, Viatamachir, Ikule Giving Batsamos. So listen, we're going to talk about this more. It comes to teach us a very important halacha. This is a very important halacha. And halacha myself, even if you have parts of the Ola that are partially consumed, we're going to talk about this, we'll say about sacrificial parts that fall off of the mizbeach. What do you do then? What do you do with it? So we're going to see that even partially consumed parts of the olah get returned to the mizbeach. But interestingly enough, if you have partially consumed bones, sinews, horns, hoofs, and they'll fall off the mizbeach, that is not returned to the mizbeach. Okay, that's the first opinion. Rabbi Omer, Rabbi on the other hand says, well, the difference is, Rabbi says, Rabbi Omer, Kashu Achar Omer, Plus, on one hand, the pasuk says the Kohen shall burn everything on the mizbeach. Reba, so the Gemara says Reba. Obviously, what does that include? That includes everything. That includes everything. The Kashu Achar Omer, the Asi Sola Secha, Basar V'Hadam. And then another pasuk says, you shall go ahead and do your olah, the meat and the blood. So let's say, so miyat, that's obviously miyat. So let's say, so again, this is our tension. One pasuk seems to indicate you burn everything, and everything would include again the bones, the sinews, the hooves, and the horns. Another pasuk says, no, all you burn is the meat and the blood. So how do you valve this? Okay, very simple. This is what I will say. If they are attached, or if they are attached, then you offer everything up. Pirshu, if they become detached, even if it's on the top of the mizbeach, take it down. So we'll say our Mishnah reflects this view of that. So these, so again, the primary sacrificial parts that you burn, sacrificial meat, sacrificial limbs, and blood. What about the secondary parts of the animal? So essentially, if they're attached, burn it as well. But if they're detached, you do not burn it. What's the issue? Even if they become detached, on the top of the mizbeach, what do you do? Take it down. Incredible. Very cool, yeah. It's a very example before. Right? So let me say that if they detach, right? If the secondary parts detach from the carbon, even on the top of the mizbeach, take it down. I'm going to be zero. Lotion, Elisha, Yisha, Klaviamata. So this is fascinating. Zero says that's only true if literally again they detach and they detach further away from the fires. Right? So when they became detached, remember, even if they become detached on his death, you take it down. That's only true if they became detached in a way that now they're further away from the fire. But if they become detached closer to the fire, then ultimately again, then Allah for the fact that they became detached closer to the fire, cheaper them. So we'll say it's almost which is just a fascinating idea. The is saying that we look at if they become detached in further proximity, or I should say closer proximity or further away from the fire. And that ultimately again will determine whether or not they burn. Fascinating. Vafilu, you might say Vafilu Pershu. I'm sorry. So telling you then this means that 1 second. That if these items, again, the horns, the hoofs, the bones, the sinews, even if they're totally detached, we look at the proximity to the fire of their detachment, because it sounds like we just got finished saying before that if they got detached, then what? We don't offer it up at all, we take it down. So what's going on? On the Rabbi, what does it mean to say? Okay, so very interesting. Let us say like this. So when do we say that if they became detached, that they're taken down? When is that true? Only when they became detached after Zrika. Look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi, Rosh Hashanah is the second short line. Rosh Hashanah, Zika Amar Pirshu Yerdi. When do we say that if these items became detached, that they're taken down from the Mizbeah? That's when we knew Istu B'Kal Kotchin, Ela Shepirshu La'achar Zrika, the Chiduk Shebisa Zika Mekubarim, so we went to Chabu Kabasim Zika Mizbeah, the Hipershu Chabu Kotchin Psulim. So listen to this. When do we say they're taken down? When is that? That's when they became detached after Zrika. Why? Because watch this. If they're attached at the time of Zrika, that essentially means they become sanctified as a carbon. When they then become detached, they're essentially invalid carbonos. What happens with invalid carbonos? We burn it off the Mizbeach. So that's the reason we say take it down. However, back to the Gemara about Push, we call it Zrika. But if they became detached, ultimately again before Zrika, and therefore we'll say at the time of Zrika, ultimately again, they were not part of the primary carbon. But interestingly enough, Zrika, since Zrika was done with them in a detached state, they never become part of the carbon, and they're actually fit even for mundane use, which is pretty incredible. About Pirshu, called in Zrika, if ultimately it detaches prior to Zrika, Asoy Zrika, Visharsinu Afilu Leme'abed Minayot Katan Desakim. So let's say if it was detached, it's fascinating. If it was detached from the carbon, so again, the horns, the hoofs, the bones, the sinews. If it was detached from the carbon at the time of Zrika, it never became consecrated. If it never became consecrated, it's committed for mundane use. The point the Gemara saying you can eliminate and go out of it. Okay, we're just giving an example of mundane use. Quite fascinating. People are repeating Rabbi Yochanan Mishra Bishmo. Ne'amar lo yihiyeh ba'olam, ve'ne'amar lo yihiyeh ba'asham. So let's say it says ultimately again lo yihiyeh, it will be here by olam, and it says lo yihiyeh by asham. Ma asham atzmos of mutarin, at ola atzmos mutarin. So I'll say, isn't this fascinating? So that this is another distinction. When do the bones, and again, everything that group is always the bones, sinews, horns, hooks. When do they become prohibited? When they are attached to the carbon at the time of Zrika. Because again, if you're attached to a carbon at the time of Zrika, that concretizes your identity as a carbon. When they subsequent, if they remain attached, then they're burned. If they become detached, then ultimately they're disqualified carbonic matter and they're burned separately off the Mizbeach. If, however, they became detached before this Zrika, then their carbonic identity was never concretized, and therefore what? It's permitted for mundane use. To the point that you could even make a knife handle out of the bones, or do whatever you want with the seams, do whatever you want. So you might, where do you get this from? This is Rabbi Yochanan, Lord Bishma. It says, Lo Yihiyeh, it shall be yours by Olah, and it says, Lo Yihiyeh by Asham. What's the connection? Ma Asham Atzmo Sabmutarin, just like by Asham, the bones of an Asham are mutter for mundane use. At Olah, Atzamos Mutarin. So by Olah, the bones are mutter for mundane use. Now, listen, obviously, remember, he was giving this in a very specific way. This is when the bones were not attached at the time of Zrika. If the bones were attached at the time of Zrika, everything becomes consecrated as a carbon. Which the Gemara is mukti. What the mukti means that obviously this phrase lo yihiyeh is not used for anything else, and therefore is open to be used for this Gezerah Shabbat. Really low mukti, because again, if this was not open, because there's a case on this Gezerah Shabbat. What's the Gezerah? Ma lo asher shekin b'salo mutter. Again, I must say, it's pretty hard to make a Gezerah Shabbat between Asham and Olah. For one simple reason, there's a big distinction. What's the distinction? Asham, the meat is consumed by Kohanim. Olah, the meat is not consumed by Olah. which you're right, lo yiya yisir. Obviously, it's open up saying this phrase, lo yiya is an extra phrase, and therefore can you teach us this instruction. Incredible. So Master Rabbi ultimately again, so he reads the kasha, at someone's kasha, that is the kasha. At someone's kasha, which is the bones of kasha, before Zrika, more than them. They are subject to Zrika. Ula after Zrika in more than them. But after Zrika, ultimately again, there is no Zrika. The shall Ola, but the bones of an Ola, more than behind the Ola, are always subject to Zrika. On both sides. That is contradicts what we just said before. We've been talking about Ola. And we suggested before that even by Ola, if the bones are attached at the time of Zrika, then ultimately I get subject to, then ultimately concretized as Kashmir and Pashtos, subject to Neila. If they're detached before Zrika, then not a problem. Here it says that the bones of an Ola are subject to Neila forever. To which the Gemara says, no. The Ein must say the following. The Shel Ola, when it comes to the bones of Ola, pure shul lifnei Zrika, ain't more than that. If the bones detach from the sacrificial meat before Zrika, there is no Me'ilah. The Shabbat says exactly what he's saying up until now. Because remember again, Zrika concretizes identity. So therefore, if the bones are attached to sacrificial meat at the time of Zrika, then the bones become kachim. If they're kachim, they're subject to Me'ilah. The Achar Zrika, but ultimately again, sometimes Kirshim is Zrika. Therefore, if the bones separate from the sacrificial meat before Zrika, ain't more than that. They're not kachim, and therefore there's no Me'ilah. La'achar Zrika, if however the bones became detached from the meat only after Zrika, then mourning behind the old. They are forever subject to the old. Which then supports exactly what we were saying before. The previous of Elazar, this argues on Elazar, and Elazar, Kirshim with Zrika, more than bone. So Elazar says that ultimately, again, if the bones are separated from the meat, before Zrika, then there's Me'ilah. La'achar Zrika, lo nanin v'lo mo'alin. But after Zrika, ultimately, again, you can't get hana, but it's also not subject to Me'ilah. It turns out, it sounds like the way the Gemara is ultimately concluding is the following. First of all, just to kind of summarize, when it comes to these items, the first one is Mishnah introduced us to a new category of items that even if you place down on the desk, you take it down. What category does that apply to? Items that have no shaykhs to the mizbeach. It says a sacrificial meat that can only be consumed. You accidentally put that on his back, take it down. What's the status of bones, sinews, horns, and hoofs? What's their status in terms of sacrificial meat? So the Gemara says, like Rabbi, it depends. What does it depend on? Where are they attached? Right? If it's attached, ultimately again it gets offered up. If it's detached, ultimately again it needs to come down. But even like detached, like everything depends on what? When did it become detached? Right? If it became detached before Zrika, then it's totally mundane. It's used to make a handle from your neck. If it became detached ultimately after Zrika, then you have to treat it as invalidated kavanos, in which case it's not burning on the dead. So it's often is there, but it's really not permitted for mundane use. Incredible. Mishnah. The chuluk shepachom le'kaber mizbeach lo yachsas. So this is now what we referenced before. Any item, any of these items, and Rashi says over here, Hana Suvan, Sha'alu Ismail Baham Oyerdu, and some of the Gidin Shahalam Rukobra Ba'akal Tamay. So what's that? So now the Mishnah says like this. Any of these cases where we constantly in Allah Mosei, which is the previous service. So the cases where items should not have been offered up on the Mizbeach, but they were put on the Mizbeach. That's halacha. Once you put it on, don't take it off. If literally again, Hakra doesn't mean they pops off the Mizbeach, right? Which means what? It's on the fire. The fire is very hot. Sometimes the intense heat causes it to pop off. If it pops off, ultimately again, you do not put it back on. No, if you have a coal that popped off the Mizbeach, don't put it back on. So again, if you have, and by the way, what's that first halacha is not such an application. What did the Mishnah say? Any of those cases of the kavanos that you should have never put on Mizbeach to begin with. So once you put it on, what's halacha? What does the Mishnah say? If you took it off, then what? You don't put it back on. So similarly again, if you left it on and it popped off, you don't put it back on. A coal that pops off, you don't put it back on. Now listen to this. Now we'll say, now the Pashtus, this is talking about over here, what about sacrificial rings that are not, now we'll say, at night, what kabbalas we offer at night? What kabbalas? None. There are no kabbalas at night. So what do you do at night in the days of Mikdash? You burn the leftover sacrificial rings and fats. So we'll say, so let's say again, the Kohen is doing his job, he's burning the sacrificial rings, and now they pop off the Mizbeach. So what's the halacha? Kodem chatzos yachzir, give it on before chatzos, right before the midnight, you put him back on. The molding back, and they're subject to milah. After chatzos, but if it pops off after chatzos, lo yachzir, don't put it back on the mizbeach. Very molding back, and there's no milah for these rings after chatzos. Okay, we'll see what that means. Kishem Shabbos Get Mekadesh is Haroiro. Hakakedesh Mekadesh is saying that the mizbeach consecrates that is fit for it, so too the ramp has the ramp up to the has the ability to consecrate. See what that means? And in the same way, ultimately again, that both the mizbeach and the ramp have the ability to sanctify and consecrate, so too the service council also has the ability to consecrate as well. Alright, so let's analyze this. Now, what we are most intrigued by in this Mishnah is this whole chatzos thing. Right? So you have sacrificial limbs. And again, now we're talking about like legitimate kabbalas. That's supposed to be there. You're burning sacrificial limbs. And so what does the Mishnah say? Before chatzos, if the limbs pop off, put it back on, and the limbs are subject to milah. After chatzos, if they pop off, you don't have to put it back on, and it's not subject to milah. After chatzos, none. I understand. For chatzos, you should still be obligated to put them back on. Equal less than mamish. Your has already burned off, and there's nothing left. Have you come from chatzos? None, no. Then even if it pops off before chatzos, you shouldn't have to put it back on. So what's going on over here? Well, days, Shiviri. What's the case over here? Shiviri. What's Shiviri? Rashi says, Kashin, Shemis Kashin Machmasaish, Shishalta by Makulam, Nisrafu, Ella Shalom Nasi Pacham, Ella Keith Nation in Token. What's the case here? Well, the meat has already become like Shiviri. Shiviri means about saying that it's already dried out. It's already dried out, like a piece of wood, but it has not yet. It has not yet gotten to the point of cold. So therefore, again, if it pops off before chatzos, you got to put it back on. But if it's after chatzos, right, and I want to say these two things go together. You have to put it back on, and it's subject to the milah. Those two things go together. After chatzos, you don't have to put it back on because it's considered to be like cold already, and it's not subject to milah. So let's one second. Where do you get this distinction between chatzos and after chatzos? Where do you know that from? So this is very interesting. Amarav, Kasav Echad Omer, Kol Halayla Behekir, Kasav Echad Omer, Kol Halayla Behekir. So Rabbi says, this is very interesting. So you actually have two psukim over here that deal with the Olah. So the pasuk says, by the beginning of the Olah, it says, Hi Olah Al-Mokda Al-Mizbeach Kol Halayla. So the pasuk says, what do you do with the Olah? You keep the Olah on the Mizbeach, Kol Halayla, the entire night, Ad HaBoker, until the morning. The next pasuk, literally, the next pasuk says, the next pasuk then literally says, right? The next pasuk says, it doesn't actually say Kalalayla, but the next pasuk says, you shall lift up the ash. So, what is the Gemara struggling with over here? On one hand, it calls the Olah that remains right because you're burning the sacrificial parts at night. It calls it an Olah, and then it calls it ash. So which one is it? Right? When it burns throughout the night, is it Olah or is it ash? So the Gemara says, Chalkiu. So what do? Split the night. Chatziv laHaTorah, and Chatziv laHarama. Part of the night is for the offering, and part of the night is for the raising of the ash, which essentially means part of the night the sacrificial limbs are looked at as meat, and part of the night they're looked at as ash. And I will say, what's that distinction? Chatzos. Prior to chatzos, it's looked at as sacrificial limbs, and therefore again, a local Elisha pops up in his back. You have to put it back on, and it is subject to Gilo. And after Chatzos, ultimately, again, it is looked at as ash, and therefore if it pops up in his back, you need not to put it back on, and it is not subject to Gilo. Okay, so Master of Kanas, we're kind of reading the Kasha. Shabbos said, this is incredible. It's incredible. The whole yom, Charlie and Mizrach, is close together, also little fun. So it says, remember again, in general, remember, the first avodah of the day was Shudas Hadashem, right? Which means removal of the ash. And the truth is, they didn't remove all of the ash. They just removed a very small amount of ash and deposited it by the side of the Mizbeach. So every day, we close together. And what's a close together could mean like the crow of God, the crow of the rooster, which means God. Close together could also be literally translated. Close together means the crying out of the individual, which the Parashtos was the Kohen who was in charge of, or the Levi was in charge of getting everyone up in the morning. So the halacha is, when you do Trumas Hadashem, we close together of some of them in the front of our Achara. So if you look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, actually before, we're not talking to Rashi. So when we do Trumas Hadashem, ultimately again from close together from dawn, either a little bit before or a little bit afterwards. Okay? And listen, now watch this. Yom Kippur and the Chatzos. Yom Kippur, each Trumas Hadashem already went as of midnight. Now again, Rashi points out that here we're actually looking at that's good to know. We'll see why that is. Right? They're going from under the government, Yom Kippur, Sexual Sukkis, that Shmaris had shown them. They were already do Trumas Hadashem, already went after the first third of the night. Remember, Brachas tonight is divided up into Basmachot, the 3 Ashmaros, 4 Ashmaros. Here we're going to get there. There's 3 Ashmaros. They would do it in the first third of the night. So just to understand, on a typical day, Trumas Hadashem would be done somewhere around dawn, a little bit before, a little bit afterwards. On Yom Kippur, they would back it up to midnight, Chatzos, and ultimately, again, under the government, Yom Tovim, they would only do it before Chatzos. Very interesting. Now, what's the Shaila? These are like coming Chatzos Daraisa. I don't understand. What's that? Based on what you just said before, by Ola Rosai. So remember again, when do sacrificial rings become ash? When do they become ash? When? Midnight. So first of all, Trumas Hadashem mentioned you have it at midnight. So first of all, it's a number of kashas. How do you do it earlier? How is it by Yom Tiv you're going ahead and you're doing it before Chatzos, and then in reality, on any given day, how are you waiting after Chatzos? How are you waiting until dawn? What's going on over here? So let's say, watch this. Elo, I'm going to be open on. Imashma Shenema Kol HaLayla, Eli Odeh Sha'ad HaBoker, Ma Kama Loma Ad HaBoker. Listen, now watch this. The Gemara says, in general, by this concept of Ovis, remember again, there's 2 psukim happening over here. Well, the first pasuk, and then the successive psukim, right? So this is Vayikra, Perek Vav, pasuk Beis, and pasuk Gimel. The first pasuk is talking about Ova, and tells you what do you do with the sacrificial means of the Ova. What do? You let them burn throughout the night. The next pasuk it says Ad HaBoker. The Kol HaLayla, the entire night, Ad HaBoker. The next pasuk then says you shall go ahead and remove the ash. Those are juxtaposed psukim. So let's examine. You want to ask, I understand. The pasuk says, let the Ola burn, Kol HaLayla, Ad HaBoker, until the morning. That's repetitive, right? That's repetitive. If you're saying Kol HaLayla, so by definition, Kol HaLayla means what? Kol HaLayla means until the morning. Why need to say Ad HaBoker? So watch this. Matam Loma Ad HaBoker. Get ready. Say Boker, Levato Shalayla. It means give an additional morning to the dawn of the night. So that's an interesting enough. Ad HaBoker teaches us. People in just said, Kol HaLayla means until dawn. The fact that it says Ad HaBoker means sometimes the morning comes earlier, sometimes the morning comes later. Like, sometimes morning comes at different times. Take a look at Rashi says over here. Take Boker Levato Shalayla, it's about 8 lines, 6-7 lines up in the bottom. Boker Levato Shalayla, Boker Shalayla Alos HaShachar, Boker Achar Telos. Normally, again, Boker is joy. But sometimes you give a different morning. So what's Hayu Hashkama, the Ibn She'in is not the Kama, El Shalashkama, HaKol the Futzorah Hashah. So what it's here is interesting. It's actually fascinating. So Torah tells me sometimes you have to create another morning. But the Torah doesn't tell you what that morning is. And therefore you need the power to the rabbis to determine when morning occurs in different circumstances. Therefore, Kol Yom Mikos Hageva, Sabbath. Therefore, generally, on a regular day, when you do Chumah Hadesh, again, dawn, because that's enough time. You know, like Kippurim, we should fortunately define off and make Chatzos. Ultimately, also on Yom Kippur, because we want to have a little bit of Rachmanas on the Kohen Gadol, right? Because remember, Yom Kippur, everything has to be done by the Kohen Gadol. Therefore, what we do is we allow to do Chumah Hadesh already as of midnight. That way, kind of get that done. We have a little bit of time to rest until yesterday. We have all done Yom Kippur. If you're a governor, on Yom Tovim, if you see Kabbalos, because remember, also under the governor, you have a plethora of Kabbalos, right? And the governor in general, you have Kabbalos. Remember, again, in general, Yom Kippur has Kabbalos, but also because there's a Mitzvah here in Lego, that's when everyone is catching up on all of their sacrificial obligations. Therefore, so what I'm saying is so beautiful. Also, you saw the Ashmoras Harishona. So that on your Kippur, under the government, Pesach Shavuot Sukkos, already the Klal Yisrael was already gathering already again. They were already filling up the Beis Hamikdash from the beginning of the night. Kedetani Sefer, Lo Haisa Kriyas Hagana Naga'as, Achahaisa Azara Meleim Yisrael. Even before dawn, the courtyard was packed. The courtyard was packed ultimately again with Klal Yisrael. Isn't that incredible? So because there's so many people, it's interesting enough, it's a fascinating halacha, so much to say over here, but fascinating halacha. So in general, the Torah says, let the overstay until the morning. But then the pasuk says, Hapoka. Why that phrase? That phrase teaches me that Chazal had the right to determine different mornings for different times. So it's kind of very, ultimately, again, the Chumas Hadesh when? Dawn. Yom Kippur, Chatzos, Yom Tov, first third of the night. Why Yom Tov? Because it was a Yemen Tovim before the dawn, before it was even dawn, the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash was already packed. It was such an incredible and beautiful overview. So I just another look at saying, that phrase is if it's not Mr. Haskell in that phrase. Well, I say, yes, I give him a gas. Actually, let's stop over there for today. All right, tomorrow we'll start off with that. So it's 6:45. What a dot. Shtek everywhere. All right, everyone, have a good day.
For sure. Because there's something, it's all about the names, who's got the work, whether that work is valued very high. What is that guy in Manhattan? I'll show a photo of this painting that he had. It's worth like $100 million. It's fucking insane. It looks like nothing. Oh, I don't know if that's that one. This guy had a large painting by this guy. It was insanely valuable. I don't remember the work. It might have been 50. But it's just, you're looking at it, you're like, what the fuck are you even talking about? How is that worth anything? Well, I mean, maybe it's worth something. I'd give you a couple hundred for this. What's that one? Record auction price for...
All right, there was a good morning. A great school process begins. A lot of the ups and the sadness is walking together begins, I think, with all of our sponsors for this morning's campaign. Our accountable response for the month of peace, they have all the ones called the Allison and the Steinitz. Remember Adam's grandfather, the Shlomo Steinitz, had Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben, Ben Shimon, Zichrono, Yidracha, Simi Machas, in memory of their parents, Yitzchok, Levi, and Anna Cohen, Sarah Rocco, Bas Baras, Avram, Inga Bas, and Efraim, and his dear friend, Scott Sargent, and Chavi Olam, Orna, Shani Kondolo, Val and Val and Gaza, and Hanukkah 2023, Holly Catholic College, in memory of Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachary Shulamis, Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. And our June sponsors for today, Alan Sarah Steinberg, and Skos, continuing the floor for Shulamis, Hannah Bas Sushin, Rezbach, Hamutora, all the Mishals have an Aliyah. The families in the Hama, all those who need refuge have a privilege, come for the Yisrael, which we just continue to serve as Thomas of Province. Once I take that to Shulay, 85, we take that out of us, you reckon up. good day, say. Letting up heart helps to have a short on the days. Right? Again, this is fine. We have the win. We have the win. So we are picking up on 85A. Hey, hey, Ahmed Aleph. Amar Ula, which is 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. Amar Ula. And we're touching. Very interesting case here. And we're touching. Shehava with me, Zikas Daman. That's the case. You have Kachin Kalim. Sorry, you have second is the list of Kachin Kalim. Kachin Kalim that were placed on the Mizbeach before Zerika. Before Zerika was done. So obviously now remember, we're talking over here, our topic is Kavanas that are invalid, that were placed on the Mizbeach anyway. That's our topic. So remember again, the Shaila over here is, if you have this carbon, that ultimately again, if you have this carbon, the Kachin Kalim that was placed on the Mizbeach, inappropriate, it was really invalid. And then what happened? So it's placed here before you read them. So up until now, remember again, the normal sequence of events is that sacrificial ribs are only placed on the Mizbeach when? After Zrika. So remember, Zrika is the primary service in Kabbalah that affects Kapara. So you've always been operating with this idea. Zrika's already done. You've placed the limbs on the Mizbeach. Once it's there, don't take it down. So now, this is a little bit of a wrinkle. Let's say again, the limbs of Kachin Kalim were placed there before Zrika. So what's the Shaila? Should we take them down or not? To which Ula says, Lo Yerdu. Ula says, no, don't take it down. Why? Na'asu Rachmo Sham Mizbeach. Ultimately, again, literally translated, that becomes the bread of the Mizbeach. Which means essentially, once they're on the Mizbeach, that's where they remain. Now, again, what's this? So the novelty, this is different than any previous case, because in all of our previous cases, the limbs were only being put on the Mizbeach after Zrika. Here it's before Zrika. I might have thought the Havalina is that should make a difference. Ula says no. Once it's on his back, it's not in his back, we leave it alone. Not just leave it alone. And then another thing here, the truth is, we already saw this in our mission of we didn't see this. Shinishak Dama, Shinashak Dama, ultimately life. Okay, remember again, some of these qualifications that we used to talk about in following cases. Let's say again, you had carbon and the blood spilled. So Zika was never done. Zika was never done. Or the blood was taken outside of the permitted area of penitence. So these were examples in the mission of Kavanos, where ideally they should not be put on the bear. But if they were put on the bear, then what? Okay, so what do you see from here? That apparently even without Zika, once you put the carbon on the bear, you don't take it off. So all that's happening is that we do that is simply supporting Ula's statement. Not on some thing by yourself, so say in those cases, there's no blood to be sprinkled. Like in other words, there's no blood, the blood spilled, or the blood was taken out of the permitted area. So in those cases, even if you wanted to sprinkle the blood, there's nothing to sprinkle, and guess what? Once the carbon was placed on his back, don't take it down. In Harkar, the involvement drugs are like all she came. And let's say in our case, remember the leaves of the Kachin Kalim were placed on his back before Zrika. But what? There's still blood. If you wanted to do Zrika, you could do Zrika. So of course it should be kosher. That's the argument with Halakha Lamaisa in the case where there's no blood to do Zrika, where the Mishnah said that if you accidentally put the carbon on his back, you don't take it down. And all the more so in our case, where when you put the carbon on his back, there's still blood to do Zrika with. Of course you wouldn't take the carbon down. Two lenses, hold on. Tirgama, Akachi Kadoshi. You might say it's possible that the Mishnah's case of Mishpah, or you also put the line, the Mishnah's case of where the blood spilled, or where the blood was taken out of some of the casings, it's concept that's talking about, Kachi Kadoshi. Let's say, what does that do there? Look at Rashi. Rashi's almost right across. If you move your finger to the right, about 4 lines down. Kachek Hadashim, Perish and Mishnah Hazos, the Kachek Hadashim. Maybe our Mishnah, which refers to the case of Mishpah, where the blood spilled, or where the blood was speaking out of the permitted area. Maybe that's talking about Kachek Hadashim. Now, what's the Ibra Kachek Hadashim? Shekedushas Haguf Aleihen Lifnei Zrika. So, I'm going to say, Kachek Hadashim is higher sanctity kavanos. One of the ways in which the higher sanctity manifests in the carbon is that the carbon itself is kadosh even before Zrika. So maybe that's the case. Maybe we'll say Kachek Hadashim. If they went on the Mizbeach even without Zrika, then halacha l'maisa located, you don't take them down. So maybe by kachim kalim, if those rings went on in the Mizbeach, and really that's Ulas case is kachim kalim. Maybe again by kachim kalim, if they went on before Zrika, maybe they wouldn't take them down. What's happened? Pesach the kachim kalim. Here's the problem, right? The Mishnah also ultimately talks about Kala Pesach as well. And Kala Pesach is in the category of Kachim Kalim. So if you have Halacha applies both by Kachim Kadashim and Kachim Kalim. Because it's being pointed out over here, this is an interesting nugget of information that's being conveyed over here. Just about the distinction between Kachim Kadashim and Kachim Kalim. The Gemara seems to be operating under the premise that a carbon is endowed with full carbonic sanctity at post Zrika. That would be something the Gemara is looking at. Then the Gemara qualifies that and says that's true for Kachim Kalim, lower sanctity carbonates. And Kachim Kadashim are best with carbonic sanctity even before Zrika. So just hold on a second piece of information. So the Gemara says, one second. So we're 13 like Kachim Kalim. The Mishnah says Kachim Pesach. So the Gemara says, no. Take them out to Shalom Lishman. The Kachim Pesach is talking about a case of Shalom Lishman. The soul of Kachim Pesach that the Mishnah was referring to was not the case of Mishpah, or you actually put the Kilai. The case of Kachim Pesach was the case ultimately again where the covenant was offered up Shalom Lishman. Rashi says to the Pergamah Shalom Lishman. Pesach will come on the Ela Absula. Shalom Lishman, the tiny bunch of shotgun Shalom Lishman. He wants to say, it's nine. The Kulan Shalom, Chayim, and Gadi Mizbeach, Hashkutin, Mo Yerdu. The Lord said, again, the Gemara just quoted the Mishnah. The Mishnah said, remember, it was we actually talked this case over yesterday. Any carbon, anytime the animal was, the actual living animal, was brought up to the top of the Mizbeach. What's the halacha? Take it down. Now, what can you infer from that? That ultimately, again, if the animal was in fact picking up and shafted on the top of the Mizbeach, that you would not take it down. What's the case? My love, Loshna Kachek Hadashim, Loshna Kachek Kalim. And I will say, if you notice, the Mishnah doesn't seem to distinguish between Kachek Hadashim or Kachek Kalim. In which case, it sounds like both of these types of kavanos, if they went up on the Mizbeach before it's Zrika, the halacha would be rotated, don't take them down. To which the Gemara says, no. Hashkutin mehen yardu, mehen lo yardu. That's not true. The Gemara says, rather, the way to the Mishnah is, if you ended up bringing a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, you should take it down. But if you ended up shafting it on top of the Mizbeach, certain items are brought down and certain items are left there. To which the Gemara said, what would be that distinction? Apparently, if it's Kachim Kalim before Zrika, which it is, you would take it down. If it's Kachim Kadashim, you would leave it there. The Gemara says, but that's not what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says Lashon of Kulan, right? All of them. Which sounds like there is no distinction between Kachim Kadashim and Kachim Kalim. To which the Gemara says, Kulan, Achayim. No. The Kulan, all of them is referring to the living animal, that by all kavanos, if you brought up a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, what should you do? Take it down. Just the Gemara says, straight up. That's obvious. That's what I'm saying. It is obvious. Remember, you should not be shifting kavanos on the top of the Mizbeach. Therefore, it is an obvious thing to say that if you brought a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, what should you do with it? Bring it down. That's obvious. Just the rest is no. Lola, listen to this. The Olam, Achayim, maybe he's talking about living animals. Okay? And he's talking about the rest of here, it's actually very clear when we're going to get into this a little bit more fully just a little bit. It's talking about a Baal Mum. And it's talking about over here that let's say we're going to see that the Akiva normally makes a Baal Mum. That the Akiva also, remember again, the Mishnah said, that according to the Tanakama, if you ended up offering up a Baal Mum, you take the sacrificial price down. That the Akiva said even a Baal Mum has the ability to stay on his back. Right? That the Akiva matches the Baalei Mum. So those are the Gemara listen to this. Now we're going to see, by the way, what type of Baal Mum does Rabbi Akiva allow? We're going to see Dukin Shada'ayin. So we'll see interestingly enough, the way that Dukin Shada'ayin is often translated is as cataract.
So what you got to recognize is
cataract, the cataract, right? So cataract. Now we're going to see why exactly we're talking about that. But we'll come back to that. The Amar in Alu Lawyer, that's the case. So the both say that's the Kiddush over here. But according to the Akiva, everybody else holds that by Baalei Mum is one of the things like a trace off. Where if you see that, you got to take it down. You got to take it down. Even if one of them's there, you take it down. The Akiva's up in opinion that with certain types of movement, you can leave it on his back. Which the Gemara says the mouth. So therefore, how are you establishing the Mishnah? The Psulim. Ultimately, here's the problem. Look at the Sefer. Between Olah, Sha'ol Sakai, and Rosh Hashanah, right? That if Olah, ultimately again went up at the end of our Mishnah. If you took a living Olah, right? So before you slow down, you took a living Olah to the top of the Mizbeach. So what do? Bring it down. Shach the Rosh Hashanah. It was just on Mishnah. If you ended up shechting it on the Mizbeach, Yashit means the Nasach in Koma. So literally flay it and cut it up into pieces on the top of the Mizbeach. I understand. Leave the Sula, the boss are talking about when you start talking about a $10 carbon, keep Sula, that's Hashet in Tuahu. The boss said, if the Ola, if you set up the Mishnah talking about the $10 carbon, if that's the case, if you have a $10 Ola, the boss said, there is no flaying and there is no cutting up of the sacrificial parts by a valid Ola. After all, how do we know that? How do you know that statement? The Nita because the Prophet says, you shall cut it up into sacrificial parts. It refers to the valid carbon and not to the invalid carbon. The Gemara says, Seifa Asalik Sheva. Not just the Gemara wants to read it, it's the Gemara wants to say it. No, it's the Mishnah. The Mishnah is talking about the Hashem. So, okay. All the cases talking about the Kasha Allah. What's how teaching you? So again, remember, the last piece of the Mishnah was, if you brought up a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, what should you do? Bring it down. So the Mishnah was, in the time. The Mishnah was, so that's the halacha. If you brought up a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, bring it down. If it's an older sha'os, a higher the Rosh Hashanah, stick it. It's only again, if you have an older, that was brought and moved into the top of the Mizbeach, bring it down. If you shechted it on the top of the Mizbeach, then what should you do? You should flay it, right? Take off the skin and cut it into parts, cut it into sacrificial parts. So the Gemara says, okay, so what's the Kiddush over here? What exactly is the Kiddush? So if you like Mashmalan, you have shit in Yisrael, but also the Beach. So the Kiddush is, the Kiddush is that there is flaying and cutting up into parts on the top of the Mizbeach, right? That's the Kiddush. That's the Kiddush. Okay, so this one says, that's fine. If you actually subscribe to that, we'll remember the Amar in Hefshet in Yisrael, Rosh Hashanah. So apparently, this is going to be a machlokas. This is a machlokas. In other words, this concept that the Mishnah kind of espouses as something that everyone agrees with, not everyone agrees with this. So according to the opinion it says that even if you end up checking the Ola on the top of the Mizbeach, you can't flay it and cut it up with the parts on top of the Mizbeach. So what does it say? What's the case? The case is where the carbon had a period of when it was kosher, and then it became where it was kosher, and then it became possible. What's the thing? Look at Rashi, about 7 lines up from the bottom. You see it there at the end of the line, keep going down. So Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Lahevshit kodem psula bas hechet v'ituach. So I said, this is interesting. So let's see if this is the case. The case is where you had a perfectly good carbon olah. You shechted it. The bachelor did Zerika as well, and then something happened that invalidated the carbon. This is an interesting case where the carbon had a window of permissibility, but then it became invalid prior to the flaying of the animals. Let's finish that out. להפשט קודם פסולה בס השם ונתואפים ואפילו למטה והבס הפס המנסח ולרוז המשם גם לקמן ודרך גבויו כיוון שנזלב האדם בבורץ הבשר שעה הזלהת ונצלה להפשיטנה ועול לקרן. Lest we wonder, why are we getting so caught up in the flaying of the animal? Who cares? It matters a lot, especially if you are a Kohen. Why? Because what we need to remember, why do you flay an animal to get the hide? Who gets the hide of an olah? A Kohen. So interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, the carbon is invalid. What happens to the hide? So now what's coming out of here is as follows. There is this opinion of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Eliezer that apparently comes in a little bit. Daf Kuftan 104. We'll get to this today. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, if you have an olah that had a period of permissibility, even if it subsequently became puzzled or played, whatever. Let's a simple case that the carbon became tameh. Like shchita was fine, kabbalah was fine, maybe zrika was fine, but now the carbon became tameh. Even so, as long as it has a window of permissibility, you could flay it and give the height to the plant. Let's finish up the Rashi. He says, "Kevin shenizak hadam for words of basar sha'achas lahatir." So again, as long as you do zrika and the carbon had a window of permissibility, even if it subsequently became puzzled, flay it and give the height to the Kohanim. The ain't ola nisrafim. Now, remember, normally, if an ola becomes puzzle, what do you do with it? You burn it. But now the word is using it to us is as long as the carbon had a window of permissibility, you can salvage the hide. Give it to the Kohanim. Hashtanami, he said, Rosh Hashanah, and buy the head shipping to us. Therefore, they have to do that. Once you got the Hamar, you so the Kisman actually says as follows. You brought an olah up to the top of the Mizbeach alive, and what should you have done with it? When you brought it up there, what should you have done with it? Take it down. But you didn't. What did you do? You shechted it there. Okay, what halacha you shecht an olah on the top of the Mizbeach? What's the halacha? So normally, slay it, cut it up on top of the Mizbeach, command. Right, move on. In this case over here, actually, did zrika, the carbon became puzzled. Simple case became tameh. And also, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, and this is the first review of the Revelation. In the Amar, Kevan Shenizra Hadam, for words of Basha Sha'achas, Shikana Baal Kohanim. And what's the novelty of the Mishnah? The novelty of the Mishnah is that we're reflecting the review of the Revelation, who says that once the blood was thrown, and the carbon had a window of permissibility, ultimately again flay it and give the hide to the Kohanim. Okay? So you want to say that's the novelty over here. The Elo Dikani, Kesed Osa, Mori Disakivai, the Matzo Umatikam. So we'll say, when you see later on in Mishnah, why do you Raisa? Raisa says that what you go ahead and what do? You bring down the kibainar, the kishkis, the innards, right? And you wash them. And let's say, we're actually going to talk about this a little bit. One of the things that they used to do with the intestines is, of the carbonos, is they would wash them and also squeeze out any waste that was in there. So in other words, the Mishnah says, what do you do with the kishkas of that carbon? Ultimately, you bring them down and you wash them. You might say, I understand. But now, why? Normally, how would you establish in the case of the Mishnah? What's the case of the Mishnah? You've got it. So it's a multi-tier case. Step one is you brought up an olah to the top of the Mizbeach. Should you have done that? No. And what should you do? Bring it back down. But you did it. You slaughtered it there. Okay, now they're setting it up is you slaughtered it. You had shchita, kabbalah, zrika, and now the carbon became possible. Carbon became possible. Can't tell me whatever it is. So what is this telling me? Okay, flay it and cut up the pieces. Why flay it? Because even though now the carbon is invalued, the Kohanim will get the high. Then the Brisa goes on and says, by the way, bring the inners, bring the kishkas of that carbon down to wash it. Which the Gemara says, why wash it? The says, generally, the only reason you bring down the kishkas of the carbon to wash it is why? Why? Because you're going to offer it. But remember, what's the case over here? The carbon is puzzle. So why do you have to bring down the kishkas to wash them? Well, it's a lovely. Why do I need to do this? Gemara says, so again, lovely. So again, what are our options over there? Not Kravinu, if we should offer it up as they are, if our Saidri, so what's it, which the Gemara says, so what should we do? If we should go ahead and just simply burn them as is, so here's the parable say. To burn the inners of the kishkas when the waste is still inside of them, it's not nice. I mean, you also quote this pasuk in Malachi, and the really refers to the pasuk goes like this. Pasuk Dechi sagishu tiver mizbach eilach Dechi sagishu piseach b'chol eilach hakniveu yalapach hasacha. So this pasuk is always quoted by Malachi to say, if you're going to bring a carbon, bring an appropriate carbon flash. You wouldn't bring a blind carbon. You wouldn't bring a crippled carbon. So ultimately, the Navi says, when you bring something before the entrance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is this the kind of carbon that Hashem would want? Is this the kind of carbon ultimately again that Hashem would turn his face to? So the idea over here is that even if you're going to burn sacrificial matter, it should be burned in a way that's appropriate. So to burn it with its waste is not appropriate. To which the Gemara says, Anan Hafi Kami, this is what we need to say. The Gemara says, listen to this. Now, remember, the Gemara says, why ultimately again do we need to wash it at all? So after all, again, if this halacha l'maisa is not going to be offered up on the Mizbeach, why does it have to be clean? Which the Gemara says, that's actually quite fascinating. What are we worried about? We're worried about a coin maybe who is not present by this entire process. So what's going to happen? This coin is going to come into work. What is he going to find? Right? What is he going to find when he walks into work? Kishkas, right? Carbon kishkas, right? If you're a coin, right? You're going to a coin, you see carbon kishkas, what are you going to do? You're going to offer it. And he doesn't know context. And as often happens in life, when you walk into a situation and you don't know context, you just assume certain realities, right? Often, and when you make assumptions, we're often wrong. Somebody saying, going to a shop, he sees the carbon kishkas over here. Listen, kishkas, let's take a look. Let's offer it up. He's going to offer it up. The Gemara says, before you turn around, so the coin doesn't know mean law, but again, this is from a carbon puzzle. It's supposed to be burnt, but burnt like elsewhere, not on the there. Usually, I think it's supposed to be offered up on the base. But Anan Neku, so the Gemara says, therefore, what that's interesting enough, so what do? We take the invalid kishkas and we clean them. Why do we clean them? Now, we're going to burn them elsewhere on the Mizbeach. Why do we clean them? In the event that a coin accidentally puts them back on the Mizbeach, we want them to be clean. So, one second. Va'anu make Amadeus, or say 85b. Va'anu make we not as a little Kohanim Nosa, the Asi Bami Gate Takala. We're gonna, it almost seems like we're setting up the coin to make a mistake. Like if he walks in and he sees unclean kishkas, everyone knows what do you do with unclean kishkas, what do you do with them? Well, first of all, you clean them, but at least that buys you a little bit of time, right, to kind of figure out what exactly is going on over here. By having the kishkas cleaned and ready to be offered, it will seem as if we're actually placing a stumbling block before the Kohen, and that halacha l'maisa, he's going to be ready to go ahead. And offer it up just as soon as he walks in. To which the Gemara says, listen to this. Gemara says, yeah, to a certain degree, Adifa Shalom Yu Kachi Shamayim Muthalim Kimedeva. So Rabbi said this is pretty incredible. That Gemara says essentially we have a choice over here. What's the choice? The choice is leave the intestines as is, which is a degrading state in which to leave sacrificial matter. Right, so to leave the intestines dirty and with waste inside of them is leaving sacrificial matter, albeit invalid sacrificial matter. The sacrificial matter nevertheless in a state of degradation, or setting up a potential stumbling block ultimately for the Kohen. The Lord says if you have to choose one of those, you're going to choose to make sure that sacrificial matter is not left in a degrading state. So therefore, we watch the intestines, even though again they are not fit to be used, and we know full well that what could happen. If somebody comes in, if somebody walks in for a second, and a Kohen just comes in not knowing context, he may end up offering up. Now, obviously, we'll say we're going to try to get rid of this in a quick fashion, right? So it's not going to end up happening. But yes, the Gemara says we understand that we are creating a potential stumbling block situation for an unsuspecting, well-meaning Kohen. But we would rather do that than leave the sacrificial matter in a state of degradation. So it's so fascinating. What's that? One guy is such an incredible metaphor for life also. Sometimes in life, there's not a good choice. There's not a good choice. And sometimes you just have to choose the lesser of two compromise choices, right? We always want the lesser choice. Sometimes we don't have it. Sometimes I don't want to even use the word the lesser of two evils, because that sounds already kind of negative. Just sometimes there's not a great choice. So you just have to choose the best choice available to you. Incredible. There's already here, but so to point out, by the way, I just want to bring you back to our original conversation because we're not really finished with it. Remember again, how did this entire journey begin? It began with Ula. Right? What did Ula say? Ula said that if you have limbs of touching colors that are on the Mizbeach before Zerika, what do you do? Leave them there. Right? Motere. Motere is don't take them there. Why? Nasu Lachmo Sham Mizbeach. They're literally again the food better than Mizbeach. So it won't be novelty there. Everyone seemingly agrees with the statement by Kachik Hadashim. Because Kachik Hadashim, when are they sanctified? Already before. Already even prior to Zrika. Kachik Kalim maybe get their Kedusha by Zrika. I would have thought that therefore this invalid sacrificial limbs are placed on the Mizbeach before Zrika, you should take them down. Ula said no, leave them there. Now that's how this entire conversation started. The reason I'm saying this is watch what happens. Watch what happens. Says the Gemara, I'm going to give Abba. Brother Yochanan, here it is. It's now coming full circle. A really touching conversation because Daman, Yerdu, oh no, Yerdu. So what's what's happening over here? This is so great. We started with a declarative statement of Ulah that if you put sacrificial means of Kachin Kalim on the Mizbeach before Zrika, don't take them down. Now that led to our conversation. Now we're coming full circle. But in the circle, the statement is not a statement. The statement is a question. If you put sacrificial means of Kachin Kalim on the Mizbeach before Zrika. So it's obviously we're talking about an invalid carbon. So do you take them down or not? I'm going to Lami, why are you just asking about taking it down from the Mizbeach? Why don't you also ask, is it subject to Mila? To which is great. I'm going to ask, Mila lo kami violate. Zrika is a violate. Zrika is a violate the Mizbeach. To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why, because that's not our question. Right? That's right. Stay on topic. It's funny for the Gemara to say stay on topic, right? Because the Gemara never says, but you want to stay on topic. That's not our question. It's not about Mila. But our question is also remember again, certainly we're going to see they're a little bit interconnected. Because when does something become subject to Mila? Remember again, Mila is legal use of consecrated property, right? Or legal mundane use of consecrated property. When does something become subject to Mila? When it is fully the property of the basin are interconnected. At one point in time, if you place the rings on the Mizbeach, do not take them down. So the Gemara says, if I place the rings of Kachik Kalim on the Mizbeach, before Zrika, it's $1 carbon, do I take them down or not? The Gemara says, well, also ask, is it subject to Mila? Because they are interconnected. Which the Gemara says, Mila is not a topic. These are a topic. The Gemara says, keep coming by later, Zrika. Ultimately, our question is about placing sacrificial limbs, like invalid Kabbalic limbs, on his back and then taking them off. That's our question. Shimon says, "You push it, lo zerdu, le'im b'hem yiva." Here's the verse where I say, "How we resolve the question? What's the resolution? If you put the limbs of an invalid touching collar on his back before his riga, what's the halacha? Don't take it down. Don't take it down." Which I will say is what Uber said from the beginning of Amud Aleph. The Nachama Yitzchak Maslihachi. The Nachama Yitzchak had an alternate version of this previous discussion. What did he say? What did he say about Rabbi Yochanan? Why Rabbi Yochanan? So he's going to say, Rabbi Yochanan asked Kalim question. In Huri Kachin Kalim, Shehamar Place Vikastamon, if you place the limbs of an invalid Kachin Kalim on the Mizgah before his Vika, Yesh Bahem Yilah, Allah. Just see what just happened. In this alternate version, the primary question that was being asked was not Yilah. Same case, replacing the limbs of Kachin Kalim on his back before his Vika. So what's the Shaila? Are they subject to Yilah or not? So this version, Amar Rabbi Ami, if you buy the Chayyivita, why don't you also ask, if you place them on his back, should you take them down? Amar Yerida, look up Bayi. Then ask about Moshe Mishbeach. I'm not talking about Yerida. Right? And it's obvious that you wouldn't take down the limbs, because once you place sacrificial limbs on the Mizbeach, they become little bit the bread of the Mizbeach. It's something you want to talk about. Kikami Bayi. Where's the Shaila? Mi'ilah, ultimately by Mi'ilah. And I will say, what's the halacha? Pashit haki? Lo yerdu le'ein bahem Mi'ilah. See, I will say, both they do not come down from the back, and they are not subject to Mi'ilah. So I will say, this is one of the really great sugyas, where literally, again, we started on Amud Aleph, and now we got to that, and now there's resolution. So this whole thing started, remember again, I will say, if you place the limbs, now let's go with what everybody seemingly agreed with already entering into this sugya, even though it's not explicitly stated. If you place the limbs of Kachet Hadoshim on his back before his Zika, again, remember, I will say, I'm not going to keep saying it, I'll say it one last time. That's it. And remember again, all of these cases are invalid Kabbalah. Right? That's all of these cases. We're placing invalid Kabbalah on his back. And our whole subject is, if you place it, you don't take it down. Or under what circumstances do you leave it? Under what circumstances do you take it down? So everyone is agreeing that if you place the limbs of Kachet Hadoshim on his back prior to Zika, you don't take it down. The Shaila was, what about Kachin Kalim? Because Kachin Kalim really achieved their full carbonic kedusha with Zika. So in our case over here now, what ended up happening? You placed the carbonic limbs on his back of the Kachin Kalim before Zika. Now you realize I placed $7 cover on his back. Do I take it down or not? Ula said no. This obviously sparked an entire limbs of Kachin Kalim on his back before Zika, we don't take it down, and also now we know we're not subject to Mi'ilah, right? Which makes sense because Mi'ilah only occurs once Zika occurs. Incredible. That's the sugya. That's the sugya. So good. So let's go back to it. So remember again, the next part of the Mishnah, which is really fascinating, was a discussion about Baal Mum. The Tanakama said, Tanakama held, if you have a carbon that's a Baal Mum, and you end up offering it, you have to take it down. You take it down. Now let's say, now why do you take it down? Because remember, the website, this is based on Rabbi Shimon's rule, or Rabbi Shimon's rule. Any carbon that came into the base on the sacrificial fits, and then the disqualification developed inside of the base of the Mikdash. That's the type of carbon where if you erroneously put it on, you leave it on. You don't take it down. If, however, the animal had a pre-existing condition, right? The disqualification only preceded its entry into the base of the Mikdash, and you accidentally put it on the Mizbeach, you take it down. So Baal Mum is a good example of this. The animal had a mum prior to becoming into the base of the Mikdash. So for example, that Yakiva was machshir the Baal Mum. Yakiva said, no, even with the Baal Mum, if you accidentally put it on the Mizbeach, you don't take it down. Says the Gemara, let's analyze this. I'm going to be open on it. Okay, here it is. Rabbi Akiva says, which mom, I will say, is he allowing? Only that cataract. Now listen, now why? What's so special about the cataract? That the Akiva allows the animal with the cataract to wrap it up. What's the reason? Because I want to say, interestingly enough, this is the type of mom that if a bird has it, a bird is still kosher to be offered. So, okay, it's that bird cataract also, right? So the mice, again, because this type of mom is kosher by birds, therefore, Rabbi Akiva holds the ex post facto. If you ended up putting this animal on his back, don't take it down. So you mentioned, but one important qualification, for who shakal meditation as mumar. Now, obviously, this is talking about a case where the consecration occurred before the mum. So the consecration occurred first, the animal was consecrated, then it developed this mum. Again, remember, everyone is green, even Rabbi Akiva. Don't offer it. But if you did end up putting it on his back, and what Rabbi Akiva says, don't take it down. Why not? Because this is the type of mum that wouldn't be permitted by birds. So if you ended up putting this animal on his cover on his back, don't take it down. But only if the consecration preceded the mum. But if the mum was there first, then what? The entire consecration would be never vested on the animal. If that's the case, then Rabbi Akiva would agree, if you ended up putting it on his back, take it back down. And most of Rabbi Akiva agrees. Most Rabbi Akiva, the Olah to the Kiva. Rabbi Akiva agrees that if you ended up offering up a female Olah, it is Shekadra Mumar meditation. Normally, an Olah is a male animal. So the Akiva says that if you consecrated a female animal, that is the equivalent to consecrating a Baal Mom, which makes sense, right? Because again, the disqualification is already there prior to the consecration. Those are interesting details there. Yeah, Rabbi so it says, we know that one of the disqualifications of an animal is if the animal was violated. If a person violated the animal is disqualified. Is there such a thing as a violated bird? Now, what's that? The Gemara is not asking about the Messias of it, right? The Gemara is asking, you see, not like this, like, I'm talking about this. Right? So you'll see why this is a question in just a moment. So I'm wondering if you ever look, by the way, at the disqualification of an animal, the disqualification is always a twofold disqualification. Number one, an animal that violates a person, or a person that violates an animal. It's always that double washing. So we say, so you say this, when the animal has the physical ability to violate a person, that's when the animal is disqualified if it is violent. When the animal does not have the ability to violate a person, so ultimately, again, the animal itself is not disqualified by being violated as well. So if I would say, again, the Gemara says for Pashtos, therefore a bird, obviously, again, doesn't have the ability to disqualify, to violate a person. So because the bird doesn't have the ability to violate a person, maybe it's not disqualified if it is violating as well. Just to be honest, there are certain pieces of Torah where your wife asks you, what did you learn today? Yeah, you didn't share it. And then there's other stuff that she just going to say, I don't remember. Right? So anyone says as follows. Again, but Torah is even real more than Messiah. Okay, we have to learn. So what the Gemara says as follows. On the other hand, obviously, if the bird was violated and Avera was done with the bird. So let's accept the Shaila. So that's the fundamental. It's a fundamental Shaila about the nature of the disqualification itself. So Rabbi says as follows. So Tashma, let's analyze. So Tashma, Rabbi Akiva Machshir about a woman goes in the first line. Rabbi Akiva holds that Allah again Balmum. Again, remember that even a Balmum, if you place the Balmum on the Mizbeach, Allah myself located it. You don't take it down. So the Gemara saying again, remember that even Rabbi Akiva, it's not any kind of Balmum, it's only certain times, right? Then Isa, not Shinan Dinyava, all of the Kashava almost. So let's say that's the Akiva should have also included in his Hatter what? A bird which was violated, or an animal which was violated. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva's number said now again. Why does Rabbi Akiva say that an animal with a cataract, if it's put under his back, you don't take it down? Why not? Because such a disqualification is kosher by birth. Right? Such a disqualification is not a mum by birth. So since it's not a mum by birth, ex post facto, if you place it on his back, well, if we held that a bird that was violated was also not disqualified, then Rabbi Akiva should say even an animal that was violated, if you placed it on his back, ultimately don't take it down. Now the fact ultimately again that Rabbi Akiva didn't say that indicates to us what? That Rabbi Akiva knows that if a bird was violated, it is possible, which indicates to us that the disqualification for immoral activity applies even if the animal can't violate someone else. A violated animal, a violated bird, ultimately again is going to be disqualified. Shmamina. So we say the shmamina is that a bird ultimately again will be disqualified from carbonic usage, even though the bird doesn't have the ability to violate a person, but since the bird can be violated, a violated bird will be disqualified. We also learn this. So let's say, so we also learn this explicitly that a bird that was violated, a bird that was set aside for Avodah, worshipped for Avodah, given to a harlot that's paying for his services, sold for a dog, a tumtum bird, an androgynous bird, all of these birds. This bird is not a tough life, I'm just saying, just get together, right? You might just pull on the common regarding Abei Sabuda. So let's say all of these cases, halacha l'maisa, the Kohen did not guard these birds, and then a person consumed it. Remember, bird consumes tumah, ultimately law. Ultimately, the Gemara says, Shmamina, what do you see from here? You see, because of the halacha l'maisa, a bird which was violated, ultimately again is not fit to be used as a carbon. Halacha l'maisa, even though normally we mention the two things together, right? If an animal violates a person or is violated, even if an animal can't violate, but can only be violated, like in the case of a bird, ultimately again the violation of a bird will disqualify ultimately again for use on the mizbeach. Rabbi Akiva, remember again, Rabbi Akiva allows about one, but again, only to Shabbat, only very specific one like the cataract. Why? Since ultimately again that is kosher by birds, therefore halacha l'maisa, ex post facto, if you ended up offering up this animal, it will be kosher. However, again, if the animal was violated by birds, ultimately even this violation is still going to be prohibited, and therefore halacha l'maisa, so even Rabbi Akiva would agree that such a disqualification, if you put it on his back, you have to pick it up. You want to stop over for today? We'll pick up a relationship as Rabbi Chanina's got a calling tomorrow. Shkach, everyone.
Really, it's all I can see because of the sheer amount of unresolved, insane things that for some reason you're not supposed to put them together into a bigger picture. You're supposed to be academic. Okay, so Epstein, Diddy, fucking the Playboy Mansion, the Mark Dutroux case in Belgium, where they all grabbed the string over that, which I didn't hear about at the time, obviously. That island in Wisconsin where they're taking boys, the Franklin scandal. You could trace a whole thing where there's clearly a network. And by the way, the smallest part of the network is the child trafficking, even though that's...
All right, so we'll say good morning. Great school sponsors begin. I love the Pesach and Shvat together begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to say. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev Havalim of 12 ounces and shyness in memory of Adam's grandfather, of Shlomo's kindness, of Shlomo Tzvi Urim Ben Shimon Zichrono Livracha, Sini Makas, to sin in memory of their parents, Yitzchok, Levi, Aaron, Cohen, Sarah, Rachel, Bas, Baruch, Avram, Hilda, Bas, Erech, Ephraim, their friend Staff Sergeant, Natalie Ona, Boyer, Shemicom, the Malt, fell in battle in Gaza and Hanukkah 2023. Pauling Catholic College, in memory of Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachini Shulanish Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zakaria. And our Dachim sponsors for today, Alan Sarah Steinberg, in the schools. Continue the floor for Shulanis, Hana Bas Sushi, Medra, Kamazora, all those shows have an Aviyah. Families in the Hama, all those who need the Rosh Hashanah for the Kol Holy Israel, which we don't continue to sort of tell us about Israel. Those are 85. Back out of us, we have to know. The answer. We have to knock on helps to have a short armor base. Right? Again, fine. You just let me have the win. Let me have the win. So we're picking up on 85A. Hey, Ahmed Aleph, Amar Ula, which is 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. Amar Ula. A weird kachin, very interesting case here. A weird kachin, Shehama with Zikas Daman. So here's the case. You have kachin column, you have sacrificial leaves of kachin column. Kachin columns that were placed on the Mizbeach before Zerika. Before Zerika was done. So it's obviously, now remember, we're talking over here, our topic is karbanos that are invalid, that were placed on the Mizbeach anyway. That's our topic. So remember again, the shayla over here is, if you have this carbon, then ultimately again, if you have this carbon, so touching carbon that was placed on the Mizbeach is inappropriate, it's really invalid. And then what happens? A local amount was placed there before this week. So now remember again, the normal sequence of events is that sacrificial limbs are only placed on the Mizbeach when? After Zrika. So remember, Zrika is the primary service in Kabbalah that affects Kabbalah. So you've only been operating, you can say, yeah, Zrika's already done, you've placed the limbs on the Mizbeach, once it's there, don't take it down. So now, this is a little bit of a wrinkle. Let's say again, the limbs of Kachin column were placed there before Zrika. So let's say, so what's the Shaila? Should we take them down or not? So what Shmuel says, Lo Yehu. Well, listen, don't take it down. Why? Ultimately, again, literally translated, they'll become the bread of the Mizbeach. Which means essentially, once they're on the Mizbeach, that's where they remain. Yeah, again, so the novelty, this is different than any previous case, because in all of our previous cases, the limbs were always being put on the Mizbeach after Zrika. Here is before Zrika. I might have thought that Havamina is that should make a difference. Ula says no. Once it's on his back, it's locked in his back, and leave it alone. Lock from leave it alone. Let me say that. And then another thing here, the truth is, we already saw this in our Mishnah. Where do you see this? Shemishpach Dama, the Shiyasa Dama, Chutz So remember again, some of these qualifications that the Mishnah talks about the following cases. Let's say again, let's say you have carbon and the blood spilled. So there's Zrika was never done. Zrika was never done. Or the blood was taken outside of the permitted area of the Samikdash. So these were examples of karbanos where I believe they should not be put on the Mizbeach. But if they were put on the Mizbeach, then what? So what do you see from there? What do you see from there? That apparently even without Zrika, once you put the carbon on the Mizbeach, you don't take it off. So all that's happening is Rabbi Zera is simply supporting Ula's statement. Mahasam in Israel, so in those cases, there's no blood to be sprinkled. In other words, there's no blood, the blood spilled, or the blood was taken out of the permitted area. So in those cases, even if you wanted to sprinkle the blood, there's nothing to sprinkle, and yet what's the halacha? Amrit im alo lo yerdu. The halacha is, once the carbon was placed on the Mizbeach, don't take it down. The halacha, the involvement is absorbed, but don't change. And let's say in our case, remember the leaves of the Kachin column were placed on the Mizbeach before Zrika. But what? There's still blood. If you wanted to do Zrika, you could do Zrika. So of course it should be kosher. That's the argument with halacha l'maisa. In a case where there's no blood to do Zrika with, the Mishnah said that if you accidentally put the carbon on the Mizbeach, you don't take it down. And all the more so in our case, where when you put the carbon on the Mizbeach, there's still blood to do Zrika with. Of course we're going to take the carbon down. Hold up. Here's the mark. Akarche Kadashim. You might say it's possible that the Mishnah's case of Mishpach, or let's close the July, the Mishnah's case of where the blood spilled, or where the blood was taken out of the synagogue precincts, it's possible that's talking about It's talking about Kochi Kadoshim. Listen, what does that do? Look at Rashi. Rashi's almost ready for us. If you move your finger to the right, you got 4 lines down. Tirma Kochi Kadoshim. Pirish and Mishnah has those. The Kochi Kadoshim. Maybe our Mishnah, which refers to the case of Mishpah, where the blood spilled, or where the blood was taken out of the committed area. Maybe that's touching on Kochi Kadoshim. Now, what's the about Kochi Kadoshim? Shekidushas Haguf Aleihen Lifnei Zrika. Showing another side, Kochi Kadoshim is higher sanctity kavanos. One of the ways in which that higher sanctity manifests in the carbon is that the carbon itself is covered even before Zrika. So maybe that's the case. So Kochi, maybe we'll say Kochi Kadoshim, if they went on the Mizbeach even without Zrika, then halacha l'maisa located, you don't take them down. And maybe by Kochi Kalim, if those limbs went on in the Mizbeach, and remember that's the illustrations Kochi Kalim. Maybe again by Kochi Kalim, if they went on before the maybe they wouldn't take them down. No, so 1 second, how you Pesach to Kochi Kalim? There's a problem, right? The Mishnah ultimately successful in Pesach as well. And Kala Pesach is in the category of Kochi Kalim. So it appears that Allah applies both by Kochi Kadoshim and Kochi Kalim. But if you point that over here, this is an interesting nugget of information that's being conveyed over here. Just about the distinction between Kochi Kadoshim and Kochi Kalim. The Gemara seems to be operating under the premise that a carbon is endowed with full carbonic sanctity at post-Yuga. That was the assumption the Gemara was working with. Then the Bar qualifies that and says, that's true for Kochi Kalim, lower sanctity carbonates. But Kochi Kadoshim are vested with carbonic sanctity even before Yuga. So just hold on to that piece of information. So the Gemara says, 1 second. So when Kochi Kadoshim, Pesach, Kochi Kalim. The Mishnah says that Kochi Kadoshim, Pesach. No. Here's the law, the Shalom Lishman. The covered Pesach case was talking about the case of Shalom Lishman. The soul of covered Pesach that the Mishnah was referring to was not the case of Mishpah, or you say Chutz V'Kilayim. The case of covered Pesach was the case ultimately again where the covenant was offered up Shalom Lishman. Rashi says we're going to take about Shalom Lishman. Pesach was Tanah Le'ela Absula, the Shalom Lishman. It is Tani Bash Shachman Shalom Lishman. See what I said? The Kulan Shalu, Chayim, Gabi Mizbeach, Yezu, Hashchutim, Mo Yezu. Now, once again, we're just quoting from Mishnah. But the Mishnah said, remember, we actually touched this case a little bit yesterday. Any carbon, anytime the animal was the actual living animal was brought up to the top of the Mizbeach, what's halacha? Take it down. Now, what did you infer from that? That ultimately, again, if the animal was in fact taken up and shafted on the top of the Mizbeach, that you would not take it down. What's the case? My love, Loshna Kochi Kadoshim, Loshna Kochi Kalim. Now, both say, you notice, the Mishnah does distinguish between Kochi Kadoshim or Kochi Kalim. In which case, it sounds like both of these types of kavanos, if they went up on the Mizbeach before Zrika, the halacha is located, don't take them down. To which the Gemara says, "Lo, hashchutim mehen yerdin mehen lo yerdin." That's not true. The Gemara says, rather the way to read the Mishnah is, if you ended up bringing the living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, you should take it down. But if you ended up shutting it on top of the Mizbeach, certain items are brought down and certain items are left there. Which the Gemara said, what will be that distinction? Apparently, if it's touching Kalim before Zrika, which it is, you take it down. If it's Kochi Kadoshim, you would leave it there. I the Gemara says, Kulan Katan. But that's not what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says, Lashon of Kulan. Right? All of them. Which sounds like there is no distinction between Kochi Kadoshim and Kochi Kalim. To which the Gemara says, Kulan Achayim. No. The Kulan, all of them is referring to the living animal. That by all Kabbalas, if you brought up a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, what should you do? Take it down. Take it down. This Gemara says, Shita. That's obvious. Those looks like it was obvious. Remember, you should not be checking Kabbalas on the top of the Mizbeach. Therefore, it is an obvious statement to say that if you brought the living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, what should you do with it? Bring it down. That's obvious. This Gemara says, no. Lola, listen to this, the Olam Achayim, really is talking about living animals. Okay, and it's talking about the one over here. It's actually very strange. We're going to get into this a little bit more fully just a little bit. It's talking about a Baal. And it's talking about over here that we're going to see that Rabbi Akiva normally makes a Balmum. Rabbi Akiva also said, and again, Mishnah said, according to the Tanakh, if you ended up offering up a Balmum, you take the sacrificial parts down. Rabbi Akiva said even a Balmum has the ability to stay on his back. Right? Rabbi Akiva machshir the Baalei Mumim. So we'll say, listen to this. Now we're going to see, by the way, what type of Balmum does Rabbi Akiva allow? We're going to see Dukin Sheba'ayim. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the way that Dukin Sheba'ayim is often translated is as cataract. Cataract, before cataract surgery, right? So, right? So cataract. Now we're going to see why exactly we're talking about that. And then we'll come back to that. That's the case. So that's the Chiddush over here. But according to Rabbi Akiva, there are certain thoughts everybody else holds that by Baalei Mumim is one of the things, like a trade-off. Well, if you see that, you got to take it down. You got to take it down. Even if one of these guys can take it down. Rabbi Akiva is of the opinion that in certain types of movement, you can leave it on the Mizbeach. First, you want to the mile Kiva. So therefore, how are you establishing the Mishnah for the Psulim? Ultimately, Psulim. Ema Sefer. Whereas if I'm looking for Sefer, but in Olam, Sha'ol Sechai L'Rosh HaMizbeach Keres. Right, that if an Olam, ultimately again went up, this is the end of our Mishnah. If you took a living Olam, right, before you started the animal, you took a living Olam to the top of the Mizbeach, so what do? Bring it down. Shach L'Rosh HaMizbeach. It was just a Mishnah. If you ended up checking it on the Mizbeach, Yafshit, the nuts up to the Kolah. So literally flay it and cut it up into pieces from the top of the Mizbeach. I don't understand. The Psula, the boss said, we're talking about when you establish the Mishnah, talking about a $2 carbon. The Psula, that's being too accurate. The boss said, if the Ola, for setting up the Mishnah, talking about the $2 carbon. If that's the case, you have a $2 Ola. We'll say there is no flaying and there is no cutting up of the sacrificial parts by an invalid Ola. After all, how do we know that? We'll say, how do you know that statement? The Nita Osa Amrachmana Osa Shira Olopsula. Because the Pasuk says, you shall cut it up into sacrificial parts. Osa it. It refers to invalid carbon and not to an invalid carbon. Which the Gemara says, Sefer Asa'am Shira. The Gemara wants to remake this, the Gemara wants to say, the Mishnah, the end of the Mishnah is talking about the kasher animal. So, okay, I understand the Ola case is talking about a kasher Ola. What is going to teach me? So let's say, so again, remember, the last case of the Mishnah was, if you brought up a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, what should you do? Bring it down. If you end up slaughtering it down, then the Russian of the Mishnah was, that's the halacha. You keep on a bringing up the double zeh, bring it down. If it's an Ola Sha'ol Sechai L'Rosh HaMizbeach, take it. So again, if you have an Ola, that is brought the moving to the top of the Mizbeach, bring it down. If you can't put it on the top of the Mizbeach, then what you should do, you should flay it, or take off the skin, and cut it into parts, cut it into sacrificial parts. The Gemara says, okay, so what's the Kiddush over here? What exactly is the Kiddush? So the Gemara comes along, the Hefshik is Rosh HaMizbeach. So the Kiddush, I tell you the Kiddush is. The Kiddush is that there is flaying and cutting up into parts on the top of the Mizbeach, right? That's the Kiddush. Okay, this Gemara says, that's fine if you actually subscribe to that. So the Manja'amar in Hefshik is Rosh HaMizbeach. So apparently, this is going to be in Rakokas. So this concept that the Mishnah kind of espouses as something that everyone agrees with, and not everyone agrees with this. So according to the opinion, it says that even if you end up tracking the Ola on the top of the Mizbeach, you can't flay it and cut it up into parts on top of the Mizbeach. So what does it say? What's the case? The case is where the carbon had a period of when it was kosher, and then it became when it was kosher, and then it became possible. Was a big Rashi about 7 lines up from Sabbath. You see it at the end of the line, we go Dahi Salon Shas HaKoshan. So Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Lahefshit Kodem Sula, that's Hefshit Kudituashi. So I said, this is interesting. So let's see if this is the case. The case is where you had a perfectly good carbon oil. You shafted it, you actually did Zerika as well. And then something happened that invalidated the carbon. This is an interesting case where the carbon had a window of permissibility, but then it became invalid prior to the flaying of the animal. So let's make that actually. The hatchet called it Sulabat Basha into Ahi. ואפילו היא למטה והבוס הפס וניסף ולרוז המשם גם לקמון בפרק צבויו כיוון שמזרח האדם בבורצה בוסר שאחת להכתב ונפסלו יפשיטנה ועולת מהיבוסה. And by the way, lest you wonder, why are we getting so caught up in the flaying of the animal? Because it matters a lot, especially if you are a Kohen. Why? Because what do you remember why you slay an animal to get the hide? Who gets the hide of the Olah? A Kohen. So interestingly enough, if Halakha L'Maisa, the covenant came down with, what happens to the hide? So now what's coming out of here is as follows. There is this opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. The revelation that apparently comes in a little bit. That's 104. Look at it. Just forget it. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says that Halakha L'Maisa, if you have an Olah that had a period of permissibility, even if it subsequently became possible before flaying, let's a simple case that the carbon became tamei. Like Shechita was fine, Kabbalah was fine, maybe Zerika was fine. But now the carbon became tamei. Even so, as long as it had a window of permissibility, you could flay it and give the hide to the Torah. Finish up with Rashi. He says, so again, as long as you use and the carbon had a window of permissibility, even if it subsequently became possible, flay it and give the hide to the Kohanim. But remember, normally, if an Olah becomes possible, when you do this, you burn it. But now, when you're using the task, as long as the carbon had a window of permissibility, you could salvage the hide. Give it to the Kohanim. Hashtanami, he said, Rosh Hashanah, and they get us by the Hashtanah to us. Rick Modelak, the Gemara, looking at our Hamar, Steven, Kilo Chaisel, Shasa Kocha, the Lips, the Lazer of the Shibboleth. The East Commission actually was as follows. You brought an Olah up to the top of his gas alive. Now, what should you have done with it? When you brought it up there, like, what should you have done with it? Take it down. But you didn't. What did you do? You shefted it there. Okay, what's the halacha? You chef an Olah on the top of the mizbeach. What's the halacha? So normally, flay it, cut it up on top of the mizbeach, demand. Right, move on. In this case over here, after you did Zerika, the carbon became possible. Simple case became tamei. And we'll say, what's the halacha? You might say, this is the perfect view of the Revelation. In the Amar, Kevan Shenizra Kadam, for what's the Pastor Sha'achas, Yafshiten of all Kohanim. And what's the Navigator Mishnah? The Navigator Mishnah is that we're reflecting the view of the Revelation. He says that once the blood was thrown, and the carbon had a window of permissibility, ultimately again flay it and give the hide to the Kohanim. Okay? That's the Navigator over here. The Elo Dikani, Kates of Osha, Moli Bisakirai, the Marco Umadikon. So what's it? When you see later on in Mishnah, why do you Braisa? Braisa says that when you go ahead and kids are upset, what do? You bring down the kivai like the kishka, the innards, right? The mato umadikon, and you wash them. And we're actually going to talk about this a little bit. One of the things that they used to do with test is other carbonos is they would wash them and just squeeze out any waste that was in there. So in other words, the Mishnah says, what do you do with the kishkas of that carbon? Ultimately, you bring them down and you wash them. You might just understand. But now, why? Normally, because once how we just establish in the case of the Mishnah, you're right. So it's a multi-tier case. Step one is you brought up an Olah to the top of the mizbeach. Should you have done that? No. And what did you do? Bring it back down. But you did it. You slaughtered it there. Okay, now they're setting it up as you slaughtered it. Shkita, Kabbalah, Zika, and now the carbon became possible. Carbon became possible, can cover whatever it is. So what is Mishnah telling me? Okay, flay it and cut up the pieces. Why flay it? Because even though now the carbon isn't down, the Kohanim will get the high. Then the Brisa goes on and says, by the way, bring the innards, bring the kishkas of that carbon down to wash it. Which the Gemara says, why? Why wash it? I was like, generally, the only reason you bring down the kishkas of the carbon to wash it is why? Why? Because you're going to offer it. I remember, what's the use of the earth? The carbon is possible. So why do you have to bring down the kishkas to wash them? Why? I was saying, why do I need to do this? And Zimar says, so again, taking out it, so again, what are our options over here? Nakravinu, if we should offer it up as they are, because Saigu, I can get another concept, so let's say to which the Gemara says, so what should we do? If we should go ahead and just simply burn them as is, see here's the parable says, to burn the innards of the kishkas when the waste is still inside of them, that's not nice. I mean, we're close to this pasuk in Malachi, and the pasuk goes like this. It says, "V'chi sakishu pizar mizbah Indra, v'chi sakishu piseach b'chol Indra hakmidei nozak hakasecha." So this pasuk is always quoted by Malachi to say, if you're going to bring a carbon, bring an appropriate carbon flash. You wouldn't bring a blind carbon. You wouldn't bring a crippled carbon. So ultimately, so the Navi says, when you bring something before the entrance rate of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is this the kind of carbon that Hashem would want? Is this the kind of carbon ultimately again that Hashem would turn his face to? So the idea over here is that if you're going to burn sacrificial matter, it should be burned in a way that's appropriate. So to burn it with its waste is not appropriate. To which the Gemara says, this is what we need to say. The Gemara says this. Remember, the Gemara says, why ultimately again do we need to wash it at all? So after all, again, if this halacha l'maisa is not going to be offered up on this day, why does it have to be clean? To which the Gemara says, this is actually quite fascinating. What are we worried about? We're worried about a coin maybe who is not present by this entire process. So what's going to happen? This coin is going to come into work. What is he going to find? What is he going to find? Right? What is he going to find when he walks into work? Kishkas, right? Carbon kishkas, right? If you're a Kohen, right? You're a diligent Kohen, you see carbon kishkas, what are you going to do? You're going to offer it. You're going to offer it. But he doesn't know context. He doesn't know context. And as often happens in life, when you walk into a situation and you don't know context, you just assume certain realities, right? Often, and when you make assumptions, we're often wrong. So the might say, according to the shop, he sees the carbon kishkas over here. Let's say, kishkas, let's get to work. Let's offer it up. He's going to offer it up. You know what it says? Before you turn it out, so the coin doesn't know meanwhile that again, this is from a carbon pasta. It's supposed to be burnt like elsewhere, not on his dad. He's going to think it's supposed to be offered up on the base. The Anan Neku, so the Gemara says, therefore, what's interesting enough, so what do we do? So we go ahead and wash this thing. Listen to how fascinating this is. So what do? We take the invalid kishkas and we clean them. Why do we clean them? Now, listen, we're going to burn them elsewhere on this day, but why do we clean them? In the event that a coin accidentally puts them back on the Mizbeach, we want them to be clean. One second. Va'anu neik amadeis, we'll say 85b. Va'anu neik u'nabed l'huvah kohanim mosa, va'asim b'li git hakala, sa'ara misbeach, salach l'meisa. We're going to, it almost seems like we're setting up the coin to make a mistake. Like if he walks in, and he sees unclean kishkas, everyone knows what he does unclean kishkas, what do you do with them? Well, first of all, you clean them, but at least that buys you a little bit of time, right, to kind of figure out what exactly is going on over here. By having the kishkas clean and ready to be offered, it would seem as if we're actually facing a stumbling block before the Kohen, and that halacha l'maisa, he's going to be ready to go ahead he's going to be ready to go ahead and offer it up just as soon as he walks in. To which the Gemara says, "Afilu hachi listen to this." The Gemara says, "Yeah, to a certain degree, afilu hachi adifa shelo yu kachi shamayim mitzvah kinevera." So I will say this is pretty incredible. That the Gemara says essentially we have a choice over here. What's the choice? The choice is leave the intestines as is, which is a degrading state in which to be sacrificial. And so to leave the intestines dirty and with inside of sacrificial matter, albeit invalid sacrificial matter, the sacrificial matter nevertheless in a state of degradation, or setting up a potential stumbling block ultimately for the color. To which the Gemara says if you have to choose one of those, you're going to choose to make sure that sacrificial matter is not left in a degrading state. So therefore we watch the intestines, even though again they are not fit to be used, and we know full well that what's going to happen. You know, if somebody comes to if somebody walks away for a second and a Kohen just comes in not knowing context, he may end up offering up. Now obviously we'll say we're going to try to get rid of this in a quick fashion, right? So it's not going to happen. But yes, the Gemara says we understand that we are treating a potential stumbling block situation for an unsuspecting, well-meaning Kohen. But we would rather do that than leave the sacrificial matter in a state of degradation. This is so fascinating. Let's point out there. It's such an incredible metaphor for life also. Sometimes in life, there's not a good choice. There's not a good choice. And sometimes you just have to choose the lesser of two compromise choices, right? You always want the absolute choice. Sometimes you don't have it. Sometimes I don't want to even use the word the lesser of two evils because that sounds already kind of negative. Just sometimes there's not a great choice. So you just have to choose the best choice available to you. Incredible. So it's already about so let's say, so point that by the way, I just want to bring you back to our original conversation because we're not really finished with it. Remember again, how did this entire journey begin? It began with Ula. And what did Ula say? Ula said that if you have limbs of Harshin Kalim that are on the Mizbeach before Zurika, what do? Leave them there. Right? Located, don't think in there. Why? Nasi Lachmo Shamizbeach. They're literally again the food, the better than this. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The novelty. Yes, everyone seemingly agrees with Uber's statement by Kachik Kadosh. Because Kachik Kadosh, when are they sanctified? Already even prior to Zrika. Kach and Kalim really get their sacrificial limbs are placed on death before Zrika. You should take them down. Ula said no, leave them there. Now that's how this entire conversation started. The reason I'm saying this is watch what happens. And the already here by Abba. By the Okranot. Here it is. It's now coming full circle. The Moorish question found Shalafin because Daman, Yerdu, although Yerdu. So verse 6, see what's happening over here? This is so great. We started with a declarative statement of Allah that if you put sacrificial means of Kachin Kalim on his back before Zrika, don't take them down. Now that led to all conversation. Now we're coming full circle. But in the circle, the statement is not a statement, the statement is a question. If you put sacrificial limbs of Kachin Kalim on his back before Zrika, so it's obviously talking about an invalid carbon. So do you take them down or not? I'm going to be Ami, if you buy the company. Why are you just asking about taking it down from the Mizbeach? Why don't you also ask, is it subject to Milah? Which is Amalek, Milah, Kamibayali. Zika is the Kamibayali. Zika is the Kamibayali with the Milah. Which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why, because that's not our question. Right? That's right. Stay on topic. Which is funny for the Gemara say stay on topic, right? Because you know everybody says stay on topic. It's not a question. It's not that Milah. But our question is also remember again. To a certain degree, we're going to see they're a little bit interconnected because when does something become subject to you? Remember again, legal use of conjugated property, right? Legal mundane use of conjugated property. When does something become subject to Milah? When it is fully the property of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you think about this, these two questions
All right, well, you are in ground zero for nap taking. Was last night fun?
is there. The force you get to invalid carbon, do not take them down or not. So you might as well also ask, is a separate Mila?
We just got out of it. It was one something. So I just get out of it.
He's not topic.
Alrighty.
You might just keep coming right, right? You read that.
And figure it out. That's the song.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Curtis. God
sacrificial
willing.
limbs, right? Invalid carbonic limbs. Are they there?
Pretty
Taking
cool.
them off? That's our question. So you might says, you push it, lo yerdu, ve'im bahem me'iva. Here's what I was going to say. And we resolve the question. What's the resolution? If you put the limbs of an invalid touching column on his death before his rika, what's the halacha? Don't take it down. Don't take it down. Which I will say is what Ulla said from the beginning of Amud Aleph. The Nachama Yitzchak Masnihachi. The Nachama Yitzchak had an alternate version of this previous discussion. What did he say? I'm going to give it a Rabbi Yochanan. The Rabbi said, Rabbi Yochanan asked a question. If you were touching Kalim, Shehala, things we best come on. If you place the limbs of an invalid touching Kalim on his death before his Rika, Yesh Bahem Ilat Allah. So let's see what just happened in this alternate version. The primary question that was being asked was not Mila. Same case. You're placing the limbs of Kutch and Kalim on his back before his Zerika. So what's the Shaila? Are they subject to Mila or not? So in this version, Amr Rabbi Ami, why don't you also ask? If you place them on his back, should you take them down? I'm not talking about Yerida, right? And it's obvious that you wouldn't take down the limbs, because once you place sacrificial limbs on his back, they become worthy of the bread of the Mizbech. There's something you want to talk about. Where's the Shiloh? Me'ila, ultimately by Me'ila. And I will say, what's the halacha? Pashitaki? Well, Yerdu, the Ein Bahen Me'ila. So I will say, both they do not come down from the Mizbech, and they're not subject to the rest. Therefore, I will say, this is one of these really great sugyas where literally, again, we started on Amud Aleph and now we got to 2000, and that was the resolution. So this whole thing started, remember again, I will say, if you place the limbs, now let's go with what everybody seemingly agreed with Cody entering into the sugya, even though it's not explicitly stated. If you place the limbs of Kachek Hadashim on his back before his rika, again, remember, I will say, I'm not going to keep saying it, I'll say it one last time. That's it. Right? Remember again, all of these cases are invalid karbanos. Right? That's all of these cases. You're placing invalid karbanos on the mizbeach. And our whole subject is, if you place it, you don't take it down. Or under what circumstances do you leave it? Under what circumstances do you take it down? So everyone is agreeing that if you place the limbs of kachin kadoshim on the mizbeach prior to Zrika, you don't take it down. The shaila was, what about Kutch and Kalim? Because Kutch and Kalim really achieve their full carbonic kedusha with Zrika. So in our case over here now, what ended up happening? You placed the carbonic limbs on the mizbeach of the Kutch and Kalim before Zrika. Now you realize I placed $7 carbon on the mizbeach. Do I take it down or not? Ula said no. This obviously sparked an entire conversation. I will say, bottom line, you don't take it down. So limbs of Kachin Kalim that are placed on the mizbeach before it's Rika, we don't take it down. And also, they're not subject to Me'ila. Right? Which makes sense because Me'ila only occurs once Zrika occurs. Incredible. That's the sugya. So good. Says the Maz, go back there. Ve'elu lo hayu bisulah. So it says, remember again, the next part of the Mishnah, which is really fascinating, was a discussion about Baal Mum. The Tanakama said, said, halacha l'maaseh, if you have a carbon that's a Baal Mum, and you end up offering it, you have to take it down. You take it down. And they'll say, now why do you take it down? Because remember again, we'll say, this is based on Rabbi Shimon's rule. What was Rabbi Shimon's rule? Any carbon that came the base on the sacrificial fruit, and then the disqualification develop inside of it, that's the type of carbon where if you erroneously put it on, you leave it on. You don't take it down. If, however, the animal had a pre-existing condition, like the disqualification already preceded its entry into the base on the dush, and you accidentally put it on the mizbeach, you take it down. So Baal Mum is a good example of this. The animal had mum prior to coming into the base on the dush. Therefore, it's invalid. Rabbi Akiva was machshir b'ta'ali mum. Akiva said, no, even with the Baal Mum, if you accidentally put it on his back, you don't take it down. Says the Gemara, let's analyze this. I'm going to be open on Okay, here it is. Rabbi Akiva says that which mum, is he allowing? Only that cataract. Now listen, what's so special about the cataract? Rabbi Akiva allows an animal with the cataract to be offered up. What's the reason? Because I want to say, interestingly enough, this is the type of mum that if a bird has it, a bird is still kosher to be offered. It's the bird cataracts also, right? So the nice again, because this type of mum is kosher by birds, therefore Rabbi Akiva holds the ex post facto. If he ended up putting this animal on his back, don't take it down. So he must have one important qualification. Obviously, this is talking about a case where the consecration occurred before the mum. So the consecration occurred first, the animal was consecrated, then it develops this mum. Again, remember, everyone is doing it, even Rabbi Akiva. Don't offer it. Don't offer it. But if you did end up putting it on his back, what Rabbi Akiva says, don't take it down. Why not? Because this is the type of law that wouldn't be permitted by birds. So if you ended up putting this animal on his cover on his back, don't take it down. Don't take it down. But only if the consecration preceded the mum. But if the mum was there first, then what? The entire consecration would be never vested on the animal. If that's the case, then Rabbi Akiva would agree. If you ended up putting it on his back, take it back down. And Rabbi Akiva, very interesting. Rabbi Akiva agrees. I'm sorry. Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva agrees that if you ended up offering up a female olah, normally an olah is a male animal. So Rabbi Akiva says that if you consecrate a female animal, that is the equivalent to consecrating a baal mum, which makes sense, right? Because again, the disqualification is already there prior to the consecration. Those are interesting things over there. Yeah, the very so let's say, so we know that one of the disqualifications of an animal is if the animal was violated. If a person violated an animal, then they were disqualified. Is there such a thing as a violated bird? Now, the Gemara is not asking about the Messias of it, right? The Gemara is asking, is this seer? Not like this, like, you'll see why this is a question in just a moment. So I'm wondering if you ever look, by the way, at the disqualification of an animal, the disqualification is always a twofold disqualification. One animal that violates a person, or a person that violates an animal. It's always that double washing. So do we say, seems like this. When the animal has the physical ability to violate a person, that's when the animal is disqualified if it is violated. When the animal does not have the ability to violate a person, so ultimately, again, the animal itself is not disqualified by being violated as well. So if I will say again, the Gemara says the pashto, so therefore a bird, obviously, again, doesn't have the ability to disqualify, to violate a person. So because the bird doesn't have the ability to violate a person, maybe it's not disqualified if it is violated as well. Oh, Dilma, just to be honest, right? There are certain pieces of Torah where, like, your wife asks you, what did you learn today? Okay, you can share. And then there's other stuff that you're just going to say, I don't remember, right? So it says as follows. Oh, Dilma. Again, but totally leave a Ramadan Mitzvah. Okay, we have to learn. So what's the Gemara says? Oh, Dilma, so what's that? On the other hand, obviously, if the bird was violated and a Avera was done with the bird. So that's the Shaila. That's the fundamental, it's a fundamental Shaila about the nature of the disqualification itself. Rabbi says as follows. So Tashma, let's analyze. So Tashma, Rabbi Akiva Machshir Bali Mumin, go say first by line. Rabbi Akiva holds that Allah Ta'ala says again Bali Mumin. Again, remember that even a Bal Mum, if you place the Bal Mum on the Mizbeach, Allah Ta'ala will take it. You don't take it down. So the Gemara says, now again, remember, even Rabbi Akiva, it's not any kind of Bal Mum, it's only certain things, right? Kiddush B'ayim, V'Isa, Nakshir Nami B'Yeva, all of the Kasher Ba'ofos. So let's say that's the Rabbi Akiva should have also included in his Hatter what? A bird which was violated, or an animal which was violated. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva says again. Why does Rabbi Akiva say that an animal with a cataract, if you put it on the mizbeach, you don't take it down? Why not? Because such a disqualification is kosher by birds. Right? Such a disqualification is not a mum by bird. So since it's not a mum by bird, ex post facto, b'diavad, if you place the animal on the mizbeach, lo teirei, well, if he held that a bird that was violated was also not disqualified, then Rabbi Akiva should say even an animal that was violated, b'diavad, if you place it on the mizbeach, ultimately you don't take it down. Now the fact that ultimately again that Rabbi Akiva didn't say that indicates to us what? That if you know that the bird was violated, it is possible, which indicates to us that the disqualification for immoral activity applies even if the animal can't violate someone else. A violated animal or violated bird ultimately again is going to be disqualified. Shmamina. So we say the shmamina is that a bird ultimately again will be disqualified from carbonic usage, even though the bird doesn't have the ability to violate a person. But since the bird can be violated, a violated bird will be disqualified. We also learn this. The Eslan and the fear of the symptom, the androgynous, Kulan, the time, the garden, Abe Sablia, Shmarina. So let's say, so we also learn this is basically that a bird that was violated, a bird that was set aside for Avodah Zarah, worship for Avodah Zarah, given to a harbor that's paying for our services, sold for a dog, tumtum bird, an androgynous bird, all of these birds. This bird has had a tough life. I'm just saying, right? Right? The Gemara says, "Kulam kamin b'gadim abei sablia." So also in all of these cases, halacha l'maisa, the Kohen did many of these birds, and then a person consumed it. Remember, bird contains tumah, ultimately what we swallowed. Ultimately, the Gemara says, "Shmamina." What do you see from here? You see, first of all, halacha l'maisa, a bird which was violated, ultimately again is not fit to be used as a carbon. So halacha l'maisa, even though normally we mention two things together, right? If an animal violates a person or is violated, even if an animal can't violate, but can only be violated, like in the case of a bird, ultimately again the violation of a bird will disqualify ultimately again for use on the mizbeach. So Rabbi Akiva, remember again, Rabbi Akiva Razabal Mum, but again, only Dukin Shabbat, only a very specific mum like the cataract. Why? Since ultimately again that is kosher by birds. Therefore, halakha l'maisa, ex post facto, if you ended up offering up this animal, it will be kosher. However, again, if the animal was violated by birds, ultimately even just violation is still going to be prohibited, and therefore, again, halakha l'maisa, so even Rabbi Akiva would agree that such a balmum, such a disqualification, if you brought it on the mizbeach, we'd have to take it out. Okay, so stop over for today. We'll pick up a relationship at Rabbi Chanina's Scott Coin tomorrow. Shkara, everyone. Yeah, really. I'm just asking us. No. Where's the Rabbi? Oh, the Rabbi. No, Shalom Rabbi now. Shalom Rabbi. All right, I will say good morning, a good deva, a great chosbar Hashem to be able to begin another week of the Sefas rocking together.
Yo, what's up, Riser?
Yo, what's up, Riser?
Did you watch the game or?
Yeah, dog. It was a terrific win for the good old US of A. What were your thoughts?
Man, you guys got completely dominated the whole game, and then you have to rely on some bullshit to win. And you can't win 5-on-5, so they had to subtract 2 people so that you could have like an easy scoring chance. That's fine, I understand. It's not your sport, but we just dominated the entire game. So I mean, 3-on-3, it's basically just it's a coin flip at that point, to be honest.
Baby, I'm just gonna say this to you. It may not be our sport, but we got a gold medal, and you don't.
I mean, I acknowledge that. I mean, I hope you acknowledge that you guys got completely dominated the whole entire game and still got lucky because the best goalie. And we could have he just failed miserably at the fucking end. That's how it goes.
All right.
I think we're still the better team. I think any independent analysis would prove that we're the better team. It's just unlucky that for us.
Absolutely. I mean, again, I can't hear you over the glistening of the gold medal, so I don't know what you want me to do.
I mean, the only difference between those medals is the color, and I'm pretty sure.
Oh no!
We also have
Oh no! There's a big difference. There's a big difference. Have you ever heard of the periodic table of elements, baby?
Yeah, the medals aren't actually real gold. Maybe the silver medals are real silver.
There is some real gold in it. There is some real gold in it, baby.
Yeah, like a tiny little fraction of gold, but honestly, platinum should be the medal that Canada got because they dominated the gold medal team. So really, silver's closer to platinum.
You know that platinum isn't always more expensive than gold. Like, look at it. Look at it. Look at it historically. Yeah.
I mean, there's rare metals.
Well, no shit, dog.
Pricier than gold.
Baby, I'm the Palladium Rabbi. Everybody knows that, but we're not getting into that, okay? Frankly, I'm the Un Pentium Rabbi. I'm a Scovium, bitch. Amazing is right. All right, are you here for the long term or just to come in and talk about your second place team?
I mean, how much of the game did you watch? Did you watch the whole thing?
Everything from the first drop to the last finish. Every single second.
Really?
No, I didn't watch a fucking second of it. I didn't even watch a second of it. I just checked on ESPN.com like a few minutes ago because that's how important it is within the United States. Nobody really cares. But, okay, so if you're gonna be here for a little bit,
did you like? I mean, the crowd too. Like everyone in the stadium was cheering for Canada too. That's what is sadder. I don't know if that's just because of politics or whatever, but the majority of the crowd is cheering for Canada.
Okay.
So we basically lost at home as well, which is like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there you go. Riser, can you just do me a favor? I've got some people who want me to join their Discord just for a second. Can you just be patient for a moment?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent, big dog. Please do. And we'll talk all about it. I watch all the highlights, everything. Peace, baby.
So what exactly is it that you're giving over? So Torah says, no.
Shavua told everyone, how are you? Shalom. Shabbat shalom. That was yesterday, though. It's Shavua told.
Yeah, I'm not Jewish, so I don't really know what that means. I just heard like people, Jewish people say this.
Absolutely. Okay, most certainly.
Could you like explain what Shabbat means?
Yeah, Shabbat is our day of rest, so it is mandated by Hashem, God. God rested on the seventh day of creation, and so we do the same. And then the Shalom part means peaceful, so basically means peaceful Shabbat. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. Wonderful. Okay, well, in addition, I talk about things to help the world. So, in addition to promoting world peace, I want to help world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. If you see this, like Sonic the Hedgehog, basically, I am a spokesperson for a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth water onto land to make it drinkable. So essentially, I want to help end world hunger, world thirst, and promote world peace. How does that sound?
It sounds very creative.
Excellent.
How have you been expecting?
Excellent. Well, I appreciate that. Additionally, you can follow my life 24/7 on YouTube. I'm not just live on one YouTube stream, though, or just one platform. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams. Unlike anything you'll ever see from anyone. Go ahead. Yeah, 100%. I'm at Rabbi ROTHSCHILD on Instagram.
People get very frustrated about this. Like, I love my career, I find so many people, but it's being me to do this, and to do this, and to do this, and to do this.
Absolutely, just like my name here. Additionally, I'm a futurist, so I like to talk about the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel. Absolutely. Things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I love to talk about things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, teleportation, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat, located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'll be excited to be able to witness it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. And I'm surprised more people aren't talking about it. So these are some of the subjects that I enjoyed discussing on my stream.
Yeah, like I got obsessed stream, so what do you think like about all the conflict where like the parents are like about Iran and like Israel and Palestine and like
Absolutely, absolutely excellent question. I want world peace, so I want everyone to lay down their arms and be peaceful and really come to conclusions using diplomatic means. This may not perhaps ensure peace forever. We may have to come back to the table, but in all of these situations, whether it's Russia and Ukraine or what's going on in the Middle East or anywhere, the way that I would handle it, and again, I'm just a single individual, but what I would do is have both sides come to the table and live stream it. This video could be archived for the future of the world so that people have to stay, essentially have to do what they say they're going to do. I'd have a big map with a crayon. I'd give both sides a crayon and say, okay, you draw the borders, and then we're going to come back to this in 1 year and address whatever issues may arise. But for the time being, I don't want anyone to die, and I'd love to see peace in the world, and it's really something that I work for every single day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I do this not just because I want to see peace in the world. I mean, certainly, absolutely. But I think that you all and I may be able to utilize some of the technology that I discussed to perhaps see this through. So some people might say, and I hear this all the time, we're never going to have peace on Earth. We're never going to have that. That's just naive. And I say, okay, that's fine. But if you really study civilizations, particularly during the times of great exploration, They needed to have peace at home before they could start exploring the rest of the world. And in the same way, on Earth, we need peace on Earth before we can start exploring the inner solar system, outer solar system, and then eventually perhaps get out of the solar system into interstellar travel. And I recognize that these are problems probably not for the next decade or two, but perhaps for the centuries and millennia ahead. But again, I'm a futurist, and so I research topics like anti-aging medicine, reverse aging medicine, things like life extension technology. When you were all born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. And I want to increase that. I want to give you the resources. Someday I'm going to go viral, and when I do, I'm going to be very wealthy, and I want to give you all the money that you need for things, if you want, like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, chronics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like red light therapy, perhaps, and to
the following items, if you put them on the Mizbeach.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, if they were invalidated and you place them on the Mizbeach, do not take them
I don't know if it's insider, but I can tell you, if I were going to make long-term trades, so not necessarily for the next year or two, but the next decade and into perhaps the next 100 years, the systems that I would certainly invest in would be, and like this is what I think. If you know what Skynet is, if you've ever heard of Skynet, it's a fictional idea, but it's coming. It's essentially the system that's going to run the world. I believe that it is going to be powered by Siemens. So if you know what Siemens is, it's a German. Absolutely. So I would invest in Siemens because that's what's going to power the computers of the world. Additionally, I would invest in Samsung because that's what some of the hardware is going to be built on. I would invest in the software, which would be run on Microsoft most likely, and additionally Amazon Web Services. So Amazon basically will be the cloud storage of it, and then additionally much of the data will be stored and analyzed using Salesforce. So those are some really excellent stock picks again for the next 100 years. You'll do very well with that. Go ahead. Oh yeah, so essentially these are, for lack of a better term, venture capitalist hedge funds that are essentially taking over the world, and they're excellent investments if you get involved with them. Um, they're becoming more powerful than countries, and at a certain point, that is something that we should all fear. But if you want to make money, BlackRock, Millennium Corp, these types of venture capitalist organizations are excellent investments, and they, at least since the 1980s, have shown to be extremely profitable. I know BlackRock has it's known as Aladdin, that basically can predict future trades much faster than anyone else's supercomputers. So it gives them an edge on everyone else in being able to make money. And so if you can invest in these types of organizations, you should, or at least follow their trades. If you want to just make money now, look at what the United States Congress people are investing in. There was something called the Pelosi tracker, basically that would track Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House's investments, and it has, I believe, well, she only makes something like a few $100,000 a year, and she's worth hundreds of millions of dollars now. Basically, the reason why you want to follow the investments of the Congress people is because they see a lot of closed doors meetings, and so their investment strategies are usually tailored to what they're hearing in Congress and what they're hearing on the floor of the House of Representatives and the Senate. And it's not currently illegal for them to utilize that knowledge to be able to profit from it. And so it's not illegal for you to look at what the Congress people are doing and to be able to invest alongside of them. I believe you would have like a 70x, which is a huge profit if you had followed Nancy Pelosi from her original time in the House of Representatives starting in the 1980s. So basically, if you had invested $1 in the 1980s with Nancy Pelosi's picks, you'd have something like $70 now.
The first category is much more obvious. Like that's all of these cases. For example, again, you have an animal ultimately again in New York. You left it overnight. It became permanent. Like you checked it with an
Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, yes, but it's not necessarily Jewish. There are a lot of people in it, so really it comes down to 13 families. So if you want their names, they are the Astor family that made their money through furs. The Bundy family, which was through some real estate, the Carnegie family, which was through steel, the Collins family, which was also real estate and perhaps illicit drug trade, specifically like during the Opium Wars. The DuPont family, which is chemicals, that's five. We've got the Lee family, which is a very powerful Asian dynasty, specifically in China. There is the Reynolds family, which is aluminum. My family, the Rothschild family, certainly. And if you're like, oh wow, you're a banker, no. It's a big family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us around the world. It's a pretty common last name within Ashkenazi Jewry. So don't think I can just start giving out loans, but certainly we do share DNA. The Rockefeller family, which is oil. The Russell family, which is also from the Opium Wars of the British Empire. We have the Van Dunen family, which is real estate, the Warburg family, which is finance, and the Windsor family. So that's the King of England. So those families have essentially control of most of the world. And for anybody out there who's like, well, that seems unfair, I understand. You should know, though, that if we were to run the world as a simulation 1,000 times, and this has been done in business schools, 1,000 times, if you run it long enough, a small group will eventually control the resources of a large group. It's just part of human nature. And even if you were to say, well, what if we didn't have a capitalist system? What if it was more union-based? Eventually, the unions start to take over, and you have unions that mean that corporations can't do anything. So it's basically a struggle between capitalist ideologies and unionist sympathizers. And in the end, you're within any system, you're going to have a small group of people who control the resources of a large group. I personally am someone who is a socialist, really a communist, a libertarian communist. So I feel that there should be a safety net for all people, but that people should be entitled to their rights, personal rights, right to religion, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press. But if you run out of money in a capitalist system, you're homeless and then you die. If you run out of money in a communist system, generally there's a safety net to protect people, and that's where my ideologies lie. I hope that answered your question.
Obviously, again, his word is going to carry a lot of weight also.
This is an excellent question. So if you want to make money, it'd be silver. Silver has a higher melting point, and in the future will be considered more valuable because of its need in computers. So, of course, gold, has been the standard since antiquity. But in the future, you may see silver. I actually think will eventually, maybe it might be 1,000 years, overtake gold just because of its value that's needed in computers. And if you ask people, and generally this goes to women, but silver goes as a jewelry with more clothing than gold does. Sometimes gold, even though it's beautiful, doesn't always go with every single outfit when silver does, because it's a more neutral color. It's like a silver color or a whitish color. And so there's that preference as well. And when people start to learn about the value of silver in terms of computing, especially supercomputing, and the fact that it just has a more neutral tone, I believe that the rise of silver will occur. Generally, many people thought that gold was related perhaps to the sun, that it was some type of piece of the sun because of its color, and also it could be melted down and used. But in generally, gold itself is, especially like 24 karat gold, pure gold, is quite soft, and that's generally why it's not preferred in jewelry, because it scratches very easily and can dent very easily. So long-term investment, I think silver is an excellent investment.
Let's assume that it's one of these disqualifications that occurs inside of the nucleus itself. Let's say you ended up bringing the animal to the top of the nucleus. Now, remember again, you never check.
Yeah, this is an excellent question. Well, firstly, it's nightmarish, if you know what's on. If you want to get the latest information on it, I can tell you the best place to do that is on Reddit and the subreddit r/Epstein. You will find up to the second information regarding it. That's really the central hub of the people out there who are digging through the files, learning what is going on. The best way to organize it is to just organize the subreddit by new, and every minute something new comes in, whether somebody finds a new picture or something is redacted, or even some really interesting things where people are able to unredact previously redacted files using different types of software. So if you want to find out up-to-the-minute information regarding the Jeffrey Epstein scandal, go to the subreddit r/Epstein, and you'll find all the information that you need.
You want an animal? Enjoy it.
Anybody else have any other questions? Great questions as well.
Keep it to yourself.
Yeah. Do I have an opinion on it? I think if you're talking about within Israel, the villages or like.
Sorry guys, I gotta go. Goodbye.
Take care. I think it's an excellent way to perhaps run a society where people do what they can to promote those around them. And then I do know that these organizations, these societal organizations, many times can be self-sustaining. So like someone within the kibbutz will have an invention, and then the people of the community there can actually benefit from it. I think it's perhaps an ideal way to live in a society where you take care of those around you, and also have the ability of almost communal social organization where not every single person necessarily has to have you can have common aspects of your society. So you could have a common pool, a common yard. I think these are excellent ways to run people or to raise people. And additionally, once somebody has a really good invention, then the entire kibbutz basically flourishes. So I think Israel's experiment with this, starting in 1948, has shown that it can be very successful, especially on the outskirts of Israel as well, where perhaps resources are more limited and transportation is more difficult. I'm definitely an advocate for it. I hope that answers that question.
But the Ola burns on Wednesday the entire night until the morning.
Excellent.
So you might make some
Okay.
observation.
Yeah, so we have a belief within Judaism to be able to defend ourselves, and I would say that it's important that people are armed in order to defend themselves from attacks, particularly on the outskirts where perhaps the IDF may not be able to protect them as well. I personally envision a day where perhaps there are no guns anywhere on Earth, but there would still be a way to defend yourself, perhaps through some type of taser system. But I personally am someone who believes that you should be able to protect yourself and protect your property. However, I don't like the permanency of shooting someone with a gun, because accidents happen. And so I really am actually an advocate for a dart system, just like we have on a safari when we take down big game. We can use a tranquilizer dart that will essentially stun the animal for 15 minutes or so, so that we can do what is needed, perhaps give the animal some type of medication or something, or just to be able to control it, but doesn't permanently kill the animal. I feel the same should be done, not just for defense reasons, but also for military reasons if needed, particularly though in policing. Especially in the United States where I live, we have too many issues and incidents that happen where somebody looks like they have a gun and they're shot and killed, and it ends up being a cell phone, and that's really a sad situation. So I really advocate for police to have a tranquilizer instead. That would render the attacker or whatever the person who's in question immobile for 15 minutes, so that the police can really see what was going on. And in the same way, I would advocate for that in the kibbutzim system. But at the end of the day, I would really like to see all soldiers and any type of policing to be replaced with non-lethal alternatives. Really, I look forward to a day where no one dies. That's especially in Israel. I think that it's something that we can have, where just on the news one day it will happen where somebody says today's the day that no one died, and I look forward to that, and I'd like for that to be a reality. So I hope that answers that question as well.
That if you ended up putting the Ola on the Mizbeach, if you don't take it down, that you leave it there. I use examples. I don't know, for example, in the case the Ola was shafted at night, a case where the blood was spilled, a case where the blood...
Yeah, no, I recognize that, and certainly they are generally on the outskirts. I just would rather have the system so that non-lethal weapons are used. I understand that all-out war, you can't use just non-lethal weapons. But, when the kibbutzim system was started, that's 77 years ago or so, maybe a little more, we didn't have non-lethal alternatives, and we do today. We also have weapons that are can use electromagnetic forces to ensure that you basically, at least in the United States, we have systems that can, without actually using sound, make it sound like it's very loud in someone's ears to be able to repel alternative forces. So I think that there are just ways today in 2026, 5786 in the Hebrew calendar, to be able to repel attackers that we didn't have when Israel first started, and I'd like to utilize them. Again, I want a system where no one dies, and that's my goal. So I hope that answered that question.
How do I know that every single disqualification that a carbon can have, if you have any one, that's the whole list.
Absolutely. Excellent. All right, well, friends, I have some people in my Discord who are trying to connect with me, but I want you all to know that you did the exact right thing. If you ever want to get a hold of me, just tag me, and I'll do my best to be here. I do stream on a lot of different platforms, so I'm not always able to get to the request immediately, but if I see it and I'm able, I'll be here. And I want you all to know that I'm at the best for you. If you ever need someone with whom to speak, I'm here for you, and I really want to see success in your life. So, many blessings to you all.
Obviously, when
Thank
you
you.
have disqualification, what should you do with your car? What do you do with it? Generally, it's discarded, right? Again, there's a place where they would go ahead and dispose of disqualified kabbalas. We're talking about a case of ex post facto, right? Somebody didn't pay attention to the halacha and ended up putting it on his bed. The Mishnah says, once it's there, do not take it down. Where does he get that from? Zos Toras Ha'olah. And again, here it says, Olah doesn't just refer to carbon Olah. Rather, Olah is a description of Olim. Anything that is placed on top of the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, once it's there, ultimately don't take it down. If you look at the last Rashi, Toras Ha'olah, Shi'al Mokdah, Shetehei Sham Halayla Adabocher V'lo Seis. V'lo Seis, here is interesting. If you look at the Lashon of the pasuk, is Zos Toras Ha'olah, Ki Ha'olah Al Mokdah. Al Mokdah means on the fire. Once you put it on the fire, once you put it on the Mizbeach, Do not take it
When I saw
down.
her look at
Incredible.
Minnesota was nuts because the lady
Incredible.
that was
So Yuma says,
was one
you got
lady
like,
that didn't vote for health care.
yeah, again, listen, now that this is one second. You might have thought like this.
She was, you see the speech that she gave, how terrified she was? Yes. She was, her voice was cracking.
Shani my Bahaloba. You might have thought that this includes the other category of discovery. For example, the animal engaging immorality. Mutza was says like a Bodhisattva. Yeah, but it was what for Bodhisattva. That's not it. It was given to our others as given for our services in the field. Sold for a dog. July, cutlery, trade off. Trading means again has some type of condition from which it's going to innocently die. Those who go for the C-section. You might have thought that even these types of commandments, if they went under the breath, we don't take it down. Hamabomar, Zeus. In fact, Zeus is always. Zeus literally means what? How do you translate Zeus? Yes. So whenever you see Zeus, right, in the Torah, Zeus is always coming to limit. So Rabbi Shimon says like this. On one hand, we say Zeus Torah Sa'olah, Ki Ha'olah Al Mokdah. Anything that is Olah, anything that is put on top of the fire of the Mizbeach, don't take it down.
That's right.
Yet, that word Zeus also tells us that this halacha only applies to certain things, doesn't apply to everything. So what does it come to exclude? Ultimately, again, this last category of items that we just mentioned. And when says, well, one second, then we'll say this is good because remember, this brisa is literally working as two missions. It's taking the same mission of the Jews. It's much as in Marvel is the Rabbi Sasero, or yeah, I don't understand. How do you know which category of disqualifications to include? Maybe which category of disqualifications that you put around this there, you leave it there, and which category of disqualifications to exclude that Allah promises even if you put it on this there, you take it down. How do you know? Not rois the rabbis estilu or hotias elu. To do my akashiri the hakosam on the days. Oh, so cute. Right. So the Gemara says, right, akashiri the hakosam in the 8. So now that I was saying, here's what I have. I have a ribui and the meals. Right? I have an inclusionary phrase and an exclusionary phrase. What's my inclusionary phrase? Torah ha'olah, hi ha'olah al-mo'dah. What's the exclusionary word? Zeus. So now that I have an inclusionary exclusion, so you must listen to this. Marba'an yas'ilu shahaya pisulan ba'kodesh. Umotzi ani as'ilu shalahaya pisulan ba'kodesh. Someone says, so this is it. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Shimon says, here's my rule. Anything when disqualification develop inside of the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, that is the type of carbon. If you put it on his bed, don't take it down. Don't take it down. As opposed to an animal that was already disqualified before it came into the Beis Hamikdash. That's the type of animal where even if you went ahead and you put it down, even if you went ahead and halacha l'meisa, you went ahead and you put it on his there, ultimately again you should go ahead and take it down afterwards. So again, it looks like many contrast that people think is like the animal engaging after the morality was given to a harvest. All of these cases mean that time the animal walked into the cemetery, it was disqualified for the beginning. So that's the type of cover that the Shimon will say if you accidentally put it on his there, take it down. As opposed to an animal that was, I will say, essentially, they're not things like this. Was the animal ever sacrificially fit or not? If it was sacrificially fit at some point in time, even if it's presently unfit, halacha l'maisa, again, if you put it on, you can leave it there. If it was unfit from the beginning, ultimately, even if you put it on, take it down. Okay? Well, that's what we should use almost. Again, also, I want to point out this one of these three Gemaras, literally all the Gemara is doing is interpreting the Mishnah. Now we've got Rabbi Yehuda, and now we have Rabbi Shimon. Incredible. So the Gemara is Rabbi Yehuda, nice in the Hacha. So what about Rabbi Yehuda? Where did Rabbi Yehuda gain his Shimon? And I must remember again, Rabbi Yehuda disagrees with Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yehuda holds that Laila, Mishpach Dama, and Yosef. which means if the chef did it at night, the blood spilled, or you took the blood outside the precinct of the Beis Hamikdash, Rabbi Yehuda holds in these cases, even if you put the carbon on, you have to take it off. Rabbi Shimon holds, no, even in these cases, if you put it on, you leave it on. So where does Rabbi Yehuda get this shita from? So he went to Rabbi Yehuda, my sila mehacha. Which is what Rabbi Yehuda learns out from here. If they not Amru run the dam kasher, why is it that he said that ultimately again if the blood was left overnight? But I love for myself. If you went ahead and you put the cotton on the mizbeach, that is okay. Right? Why is that? Shaharim run kasher ge'imur. Why? Because the sacrificial parts, ultimately again, if they were left overnight, if they subsequently put on the mizbeach, ultimately again you could easily them on the mizbeach. So the interesting enough, so why is it that one by dam is kasher? Because again, since run by a murin is kasher, what's the better? When we say kasher means if you put it on the mizbeach, you don't have to take it down. So if that works for a murin, sacrificial parts is going to work by dam, by blood as well. Blood, the murin kasher. And let's say, how do you know that, by the way? That if you left sacrificial parts overnight, and then you ended up putting them on the mizbeach anyway, you should, but you did, that you leave it there, you don't take it down. Sharlan kasher babasa. Because ultimately, the most interesting enough by the sacrificial meat. So that's the meat you actually consume. If you leave it overnight, ultimately again it's kasher. As we're going to see in this moment, it's actually not a fair comparison. So what is it referring to? It actually says over here, it's actually referring to the meat of shlamim. Right? What's how shlamim is consumed? Actually points out over here for how long. Shlamim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So obviously, you're leaving over shlamim overnight. That kind of called leaving over. And essentially, the purpose is logic. But he says like this. Essentially, kind of let's work backwards. Once I know that ultimately sacrificial meat can be left over and it's still kasher, I learned from there that even sacrificial parts, if left over and then put them in his bath, are left on his bath. And once that's true for sacrificial parts, then we shouldn't even say the same level applies to sacrificial blood. Down. Interesting. Yeah, well, that's what he was like. It was like Yotze, Shayotze Kasher Babama. And what's interestingly enough, when it comes to Yotze, so what's the halacha about it? I want to say once again, a very interesting thing. What do you mean Yotze Kasher Babama? I want to say, I know you get a Bama as a private altar. Where do you put a private altar? Where do you put it? Wherever you want. Like, you know, water from Amazon, you know, you got your private altar right there. You put it wherever you want. Right? So the Maisa, therefore, you said you see, since we see there's a concept of karbanos being valid outside of the Beis Hamikdash, therefore, halacha l'maisa is a precedent. Ultimately, again, the Yotze, we touch on Pilash, Yotze, the Yotze being more older than your touch on Yotze to Dampa, so you go. Not getting actually, not yet, sorry. Not yet, Yotze Kasher Baba. Tameh, what about Tameh? Tameh, the whole of Hutta, the Abodos Tzibor. And listen, interestingly enough, Tameh we also find the precedent. Why? Because you must remember again, there's a concept of Tumah, Hutta, and Tzibor, which means that halacha l'maisa sometimes for certain forms of communal service. Halacha l'maisa, Tumah is Hutta, and Tzibor. Chutz Nizmano, which was remember again as a case, where when shafting the carbon, you have in mind to go ahead and consume the carbon outside of the permitted time, what we also call people. So listen very interesting. Remember one of the novelties about people? One of the novelties of people was that halacha l'maisa, the carbon actually only becomes people only if you complete the sacrificial service successful. Right? In other words, if you don't end up actually going out and applying the blood or doing something, the carbon can't become bigger until you actually go through all the different steps.
Generational trauma.
The Gemara says, again, what about a machshava for outside of the time? All of the institutional is not supposed to be on the seats, right? That chutzpah komo is always compared to chutzpah mano. Shekidlu psulim, v'zarko as damo. What about the case ultimately again where someone who was possible, we're going to probably define this things, and someone who was possible went ahead and ended up doing Kabbalah and Zmudah, which we must be talking about. Bahana psulei, because of the avodas tzibor. We're talking about again the kind of people who are endowed here, but with the invalid for communal service. What's an example of that? Rashi points out, Kohanim are Tameis. Right, so Kohanim are Tameis, were technically speaking, are invalid for the service, but yet would be technically valid ultimately again for Avodas Tzibor. So let's keep in mind this one second. So the Gemara says, this is all that Yehuda's meaning. But you want to start it by one simple idea. If he's done Davar Shalom Ha'Shelo, the Davar Shalom Ha'Shelo, the Gemara says, remember again how this whole thing started? Interestingly enough, his primary limud is based on the fact that sacrificial meat is kosher even if you leave it over. Therefore, what? We compare them again in sacrificial parts and sacrificial meat, and then we compare blood to Urim. Urim says, check it out. How is that a good comparison? Sacrificial meat that's left over is kosher. Right? Because in the most, for example, like Rashi points out, it's summer. It's not called left over. That's not halacha. The window of consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So how? So you're going to tell me that since meat if it's left over is kosher, therefore if you leave over in Urim, which are really invalid, but if you put it on the gap, don't take it down. What kind of limud is that? What limud is that? If you've done it, Davar Shalom Ha'Shelo, can you actually learn out something that is actually sacrificially invalid from something that is sacrificially valid? To which the Gemara says, Kana, as those Torah Sa'ola, Rebas, your idea in reality, really what the Torah is really basing himself on is the drasha of those Torah Sa'ola. Right? That phrase, once again, is a rebui. Is an inclusive phrase that ultimately, again, is actually everything else. So that which we espouse as Rabbi Huda's primary limud was not really his primary limud. Therefore, just to pause for just a second. So therefore, what we're really left with over here is just a fundamental protest between Rabbi Huda and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Huda, again, we just went through Rabbi Huda's entire limud, and Rabbi Shimon really bases himself on a rule. And what's the rule? The rule ultimately is that any carbon whose disqualification developed inside the Kizit of the Dutch, if you ended up putting that disqualified carbon on his back, don't take it down. But if the disqualification is with soul developed before it came into the Dutch, then halacha l'may say even if it went on his back, ultimately again you have to take it down. Rabbi Huda has a much more complicated view as the just. So again, when you're up to halacha l'may say just yeah. I'll say one more case. Then we'll stop for today. This is the few lines up at the bottom, 84 days. Very interesting. Already over. Listen to this. Hashochem be'ema ba'layla b'flim. The ha'ala b'chutz. Right? In this case, this is so interesting. Let's say Cohen goes ahead and he shafts a carbon at night inside the base of the English. Now, I'm saying, obviously, right, illegal. We don't shaft carbonas at night. There's no carbonas at night. So the Cohen is now, again, generally, if you end up shafting a carbon at night, what's the status of the carbon? What's the status? Invalid. Invalid. So here, we're just calling Ruben. Right? Ruben at Cohen went ahead and shafted the carbon at night. Now, to make matters worse, what does he end up doing? He shafted in the base of the and then he offers it up outside of the base of the So therefore, what I said is really again, generally, the halacha is offering up kabbalah outside of the base of the major biblical law. Right. Serious transgression. Now, obviously, we cover everything over here is shocking, right? Everything over here is obviously accidental. Right? So again, there's 2 things that happen over here. Number one, shafted a carbon at night. And then went ahead and compounded the mistake ultimately again by offering it up outside. Take a look at Rashi before we go on. Rashi says, "Shokin be'ema ba'layla b'flim, v'ha'ala osa b'chutz." Now ultimately again, and he offered it up outside. So the Gemara says, "So chayiv mishum ma'ala b'chutz." So let's just read this. Let's read this in Rashi. So what's the outside? You are chayiv for offering up a carbon outside of the base of the Now, what's the novelty over here? What's the novelty over here? The novelty over here is that essentially the carbon is invalid from the beginning, right? Because you shafted it at night. Even though the shefting shkita was invalid, nevertheless you're going to be liable for offering up a carbon outside of the base of the Let's finish Rashi. Now, what's unique about this? According to Yehuda, choosing in this case is Laila. Laila is one of the machlokes cases, Rabbi Huda and Rabbi Shimon, right? Remember again, according to Rabbi Shimon, if you shafted a carbon at night and you ended up putting it on his back, then what do? Illegals, right? Because that's an example of disqualification developing inside of the facing of the base hamikdash. So therefore, according to Rabbi, it makes sense that if you subsequently offer up that carbon outside of the base hamikdash, she would be liable. Why? Because there's an element of that carbon that is, so to speak, valid. In Maharaya, if you inadvertently or if you intentionally put it on his back, he will be the death. Mercy over here, even the case of Yehuda, who said that Lila is one of the cases where if you put it on his back, what do you have to do? You have to take it down. Even the case of Yehuda, in this case, you are liable for offering up a carbon outside of the base hamikdash. Finish that Rashi. About even like Yehuda, then also this very clearly, but not me by a hanach, then others are going to say, "Hey, Bahamas," and the Chutz can hear out. The body got fights. Then that's like therefore, one more time, let's see the case. Right, let's read it again. So Rashi, the case makes perfect sense, right? Just go like this. Good, excellent, good.
Just saying that.
Good. Hashochet Bela Balayla Bafin. So I'll say once again, right color is checking the carbon inside of the Hamikdash at night, the hell of a horse. And higher for offering up a carbon outside of the base Hamikdash. Now go say, why am I liable? In other words, I could have made the argument that since the carbon is invalid from the beginning, right? In other words, again, you can't check the carbon at night. So why should I be tired for offering up outside of the base Hamikdash a carbon that was sacrificially invalid? Why should I pay 85 days? Here we go. So what's it? Remember again. This is the verse says this case can't be any worse than a person who chefs the carbon and offers a carbon outside of this. So let's say again, let's take as far as we say, I chef the carbon outside of the Hamikdash and I offered up an outside of the Hamikdash. What's that? I'm liable for offering up a carbon outside of the Hamikdash. So what's the liable for that? This case of a guy who chefs inside of the Hamikdash at night and then offers it up outside, that case can't be any worse than a guy who chefs and offers outside of the Hamikdash. So shechita and offering outside of the Beis Hamikdash, day or night, there's liability. So certainly, if I go ahead and I chef and then in the Beis Hamikdash and then offer up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there's going to be liability. Beautiful. Someone said, okay, Master of Kibarabin. Let's say just 2 more lines, then we'll stop. Master of Kibarabin. Hashoki, listen to this. Hashoki, Ofnid, Umala Bachut Potter. Or, listen to this. If you shefted a bird offering, right? You shefted a Muslim. Now remember again, already what's bothering you? There's no shita by bird offerings. Right? There's only malika. Exactly. You see everything running slowly. But if a guy does do shita, you shefted the bird offering inside of the Hamikdash, but you offered it up outside of the Hamikdash. Potter. Right? Potter. Shachar brachos, kumala brachos chayiv. Yet interestingly enough, if you shechted a bird, right? Let's say you shechted a bird's carbon and offered it out of the Hamikdash, you both have the chayiv. Also, isn't this interesting? If you shechted it in the Hamikdash, bird, shechted it in the Hamikdash and offered it outside of the Hamikdash, you're potter. And yet, if you went ahead and you shefted it and offered it outside of the Hamikdash, you're chayiv. I understand. Meanwhile, rotate for person who shochet to Malach Plus. But I understand, based on what you just said, halachah. You should be liable if you shefted in the base of the Hamikdash and you offered outside of the Hamikdash. Why? Because shefting it in the base of the Hamikdash and offering it outside of the Hamikdash should be no worse, should be no less than shefting it and offering it outside of the Hamikdash. This is what it says. You're right. You catch. Or you by saying no, it's a different why. You by saying shchita sa'of between mikdav complex. Let's say maybe cases like this. Maybe we just cases like this. Shchita of a bird inside of the Beis Hamikdash is a non-action. It's a non-action. It's meaningless. Why? Why? I say why? Because the concept of shchita by the birds inside of the Beis Hamikdash does not exist. So listen to this fascinating, really overwhelmingly enigmatic, analogic interpretation. Analogic. Sounds like a disorder, right? But my son, let's listen to this, right? So you're not suggesting if you check and offer up a bird outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, you can't. The fact is, interestingly enough, if you shech in the mikdash and offer it out of the mikdash, you're potter. Why the distinction? Because the concept of shechita applies absolutely by birds, but the concept of shechita ultimately against the birds does not apply in the mikdash. Therefore, that act itself it's not a ability outside of the base of the mikdash. Therefore, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, we're not finished this yet, but essentially the cases are really different. So therefore, if you chef at night, you chef the regular covenant animal at night, and then offer it up outside of the base of the mikdash, there's liability. Why? I go on saying, but shechit at night is meaningless. It's true, it is meaningless, but the act itself is still a halachically, it's a recognized action. So even though what you did is kabbalically meaningless, there's liability. Why? Because that can't be any less than someone who shechted and offered outside of the base of the mikdash. But yet, interestingly enough, if you chef in bird in the base of the mikdash and then go out and burn it outside of the base of the mikdash, you putter. Even though if you was to chef and burn outside of a bird, as of you would be chayiv, nevertheless, if you chef it in the mikdash and burn outside of the base of the mikdash, you putter. Why? Because the act of shechit of a bird in the base of the mikdash is a meaningless, unrecognized act. And because that's a considered liability. Okay, well, is that right? Great, everyone, stop over here for today. We'll pick up here tomorrow. What a day. What a day. It's going to be Sunday. All right, everyone, Zoom. Appreciate you. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
When they're so the conversation they found it idiots so they can display and then pushing trad lifestyle even more atheists.
Start again.
They're fake Catholics putting on Twitter. That's how you feel those right. Of course, you saw the clip. It appears that a young couple just projected that. That's all possible too, right? Because that's so a lot of people saw the clip without context, without knowing the background of those people. If you were I've seen them before. It was interesting. You heard it. But if you were someone like me, I'd never seen it.
All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning, the good of all. Complete Hashem is able to begin another week of the Sefas walking together begin my faith with all of our sponsors for this morning here today. Our Torah resources for the month of State of all Lino Torah. Our father of the Schultenstein is our Shlomo Tzvi Rubei, our Shavin Aliyah. He should be a man of social for his children, his grandchildren, his grandchildren. Number keeps growing, he's 36 grandchildren. And Arsenium Malka Esperson, for dedicating the Shiur and the judgments this month in memory of their parents. Yitzchak Leib, Benar Nakoin, Sarah Rachel Bas Barak Havlo, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, in memory of the Yeartime Defense Dance Sergeant Nakambo and Goynish and Kongomon fell. In battle in Gaza at a time of the Holland Catholic, in memory of Mishpacha, Mea Bas Shmuel, Shachim Shmanis Bas Shmuel, and Esper Bas Zakaria. Our Gachum sponsors for today, allowing Sarah Steinberg, in the sense of continued health, for Shumanis Hana Bas Sosha, and Simon Nash and Rocha Efron, information of their mother's yard site, Chaba Bas Avlos. Today, we open in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all within the Shem Savin Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who read the report, have a together of Kol Holy Yisrael, to 12 Shemot, to continue to share Brachos, and the Zohar Tovos to my hands. Those in the back, let us begin. Very exciting job ahead of us today, really exciting job today. We are picking up the meditation on page Gimel on the days 83b, 2 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows. The Shlosh says as follows. Shlosh says, so now, what we're going to do over here is a little bit of a summary. A bit of a summary as to the last video, which of course is always helpful. So Shlosh Shomer, Shlosh says, remember again, the topic that was covered in yesterday's daf was, since we are in the new para, was this concept ultimately again of carbonos that were invalid but were put on the Mizbeach. So what is the halacha in such a scenario like that in terms of the mineral Mizbeach, the not on the Mizbeach? So sending out just a quick review of that halacha. The Dirmei Kulan says, So mincha, and it was also over here, the mincha that we really refer to over here was called the mincha nisach, right? A libation. So mincha that was brought by itself. In other words, there was some type of invalidation, but it was put on his beach nevertheless. Like there's a kulan notated. Almost everyone holds once it's put on his beach, don't take it down. The Rabbi said, really, Rabbi Akiva, Chapa paid down. 84A. But ultimately, again, according to Rabbi Akiva, a minchas nisach, that ultimately was brought by itself. If it turns out that it was invalid, it should be taken off his beach. 84A first one. What about a mincha came accompanying the carbon? The people that are going to Rabbi Yeshua will say they according to Rabbi Yeshua, once we come in the beach, you don't have to take it down to do the kulan and everyone else, you have to go ahead and take it down. The something about what about the something ultimately again that are brought on their own? The direct kulan, yes, according to everyone, you have to take it down to the sometimes you take it down to something that running on Sarah, what about the something that comes accompanying the carbon? I can both say, and obviously in all of these cases, there's some type of invalidation in the carbon, and then halacha basically you put it on his desk, okay? So the something that running on Sarah, so the something coming on his desk, the kulan yardu, everyone agrees, take it down, except for the Romero, the Chudei, low yardu. Ultimately, again, but Romeo himself says you don't have to take it down. To which the Gemara says, okay, thank you for the recap, but Shita, once it's challenged, the Gemara doesn't do this. In fact, by the way, it would actually be great if Gemara did this in general, right? Because again, that little summary at the end, especially if a lawyer can consider be a bracha. But the Gemara doesn't, stylistically, the Gemara doesn't do this. So the Gemara says, what are you doing? Like Shita, there's no new information that's being conveyed over here. So what exactly is it that you're giving over? Is it Shita? Which was no. Mincha bought with me actually it's true for them. The actual will say the main truth that you know wanted to convey was ultimately again mincha bought with me. In the case of a mincha that is brought on its own. So say why is that truth? Say to the Rabbi. The Amar Rabbi, the Rabbi said, "Nisnagin adam minchas nisachim, minchas nisachim, b'chol yom." Because Rabbi is of the opinion that a person has the ability to be misnagid, to go ahead and bring a voluntary minchas every day. And let's say we're going to look at Rashi right to the right. Rashi says over here. Rashi says mincha b'mitzvah. Actually, first, if you look at his second abundant plants, actually Rashi, to go misnagid yayin below zera. So actually, if you go down with it, minchas abundant plants, Jewish minchas nisachim haba b'fnei atzmo k'dirava. So also interestingly enough, the Gemara says this entire recap was really to highlight one piece of information. It means that you could bring a minchas nisachim, that you could bring a voluntary wine libation on its own, even though normally again nisachim accompanies a carbon. Right? That's how we classify it as nisachim. The Rabbi is of the opinion that you could bring a wine libation all by itself. And let's say, you know, what's fascinating about this? Just that you think about this in this moment, and so this entire recap over here, the Gemara says that you just brought to go ahead and highlight that idea, which the Gemara says, I don't understand, the Nashmoinim Kidurava. So why don't you just say that line? In other words, just quote again. I understand now why you felt you need to convey all the information, really just for one novelty. So why not just go ahead and express the novelty? Just quote the meaning of Rabbi, that you could bring a minchas nisachim on its own. To which the Gemara says, it was a this before we go, I was going to point out, because the translation has to think about it. I want the Gemara saying that we will bring down all of this information, right? 98% of it unnecessary, not unimportant, that's the most important. But 98% of it not necessary because we learned it before. Why? For 2%, for one statement that is necessary. And let's see, I think it's important. This is an incredible metaphor for life. When you want to accomplish things, accomplishment usually requires a tremendous amount of general effort in order to get one
So his two sons had a with the Ottomans for like
all
7
of us
years.
generally want to do it like this. I want to have like directed focus. I want to accomplish A, so tell me exactly what I need to do in order to accomplish A. It's not how life works. If you want to have meaningful accomplishment in life, you're going to have to be doing a whole bunch of other stuff that may look unrelated to your intended results, but it's need to get there. Like the much I'm not going to go with. Listen, a person might love their job. Right? No matter how much you love your job, 12 go, what's one thing you're going to have to count on? One thing you have to count on. You're going to have to do parts of the job that you do not like. People get very frustrated about this, right? I love my career, I find it so meaningful, but it needs me to do this, to do this, to do this, to do this, right? And maybe it is even like a little bit of a waste of your time. But every single job, no matter how beautiful and wonderful and meaningful it is, requires parts of just annoying, upsetting, frustrating, whatever. That's kind of like what's, I don't know if that's treated that way, but that's the way that it was. And one nugget of accomplishment requires a tremendous amount of associated effort as well. So the Gemara brings down all of this information only to distill it down to one line. So what it means is if you want to accomplish in life, be ready to work hard, be ready to do a lot of things that maybe you don't even want to be doing, but they're necessary for the complete picture to get you where you need to get to ultimately in order to accomplish. Incredible. The Lord said it's only Sunday. It's only Sunday. And look at what you have to understand. This is gold. It's gold because here, this is why we learn Gemara. This is why we learn this is Rabbi. It's not because we understand Kabbalah. It's not for sure. Right? We learn this ultimately because remember, we get these dopey blocks to become successful people. Just how frustrating is it when we put our effort into things we're learning like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Sometimes you have to do the unnecessary stuff in order to get to the necessary accomplishment. You might have said, so just stay Rabbi. And I shouldn't give it up. Just in order, if the whole point of this is Rabbi's statement, so just quote the statement of Rabbi. I'll tell you what the rest is. No. The something I'm going to Mazera is Chikale. Interesting about that. No, it's actually the novelty case. The novelty case is the something I'm going to Mazera. Is actually again the libations that accompany a carbon. Why do you want to listen to this? The macro rule of Machar or Yom Achara. That's very interesting. In general, whenever you have wine libations that accompany a carbon, in our mind, the libation is always coming with the carbon itself. But just an interesting carbonic fact is ultimately, Nisachim can even be brought on a later date. Very interesting. Even though the Nisachim are carbonically attached, they can be brought separately and distinct from the primary carbon. So the Gemara says, it can be brought the next day, or ultimately again the day afterwards. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Nisachim abarim b'gral zebach shmichalei." Reish Lakish Hashemim v'Shimon Yer. We can go to Kamakim Lehu Lemachar or Yom Achar. The Kemel Ma'el. Listen to this. Adam Meidi Zvacho Hayom. When the Sachar Nikan La'agud Yamin. Isn't that interesting? That a person can bring his carbon today and end up bringing the libations up to 10 days later. But after the Hana, so you back to Yom. So that's actually the necessary case. Why? So that I would have thought, hold over Amar, Omikasam Viniskehem, Balaylog, Mikasam Viniskehem, Lamahar, something I bought in with the Atzman, who molded a Shimizam. I'm at a possible side that since Halacha Lamaisa, like ultimately again, in Sofin, as it says, that even by life, even at night, only some of these things we learned before, even the month, and then since it could be brought even at night or even the next day, I might have thought that therefore the something that come with a carbon ultimately again should be like the something that are offered on their own. That since even when you bring the something as an accompaniment to the carbon, it can still be brought independently of the carbon, and therefore I would have thought that the something that come with the carbon should be treated like the something that come by themselves, and therefore, just by finding something that come by themselves, Rabbi Shimon agrees that if it's invalid, but you put it on his back, you don't have to take it off. So I would assume the same halacha applies to the something that are brought together with the carbon. Case when the machine holds that if they were invalid and put on his back, they have to be taken down. Incredible. All right, well, so that closes out that surgery. Next, Mishnah. Elu im alu mayadu. It's supposed to be very important Mishnah. The following items, if you put them on the Mizbeach. Now, obviously, if they were in and you place them on the Mizbeach, you do not take them off. Right? In the following list of items, if you put them on the Mizbeach, you weren't supposed to. They're invalidated. Once they're on, you don't come off. What's the list? What's the legal? Halon. Number one, lun. What's lun? An item left overnight. Now, you choose the most enemy again. The concept of lun, the disqualification of lina, is actually not even overnight. What is it? To be past nightfall. Right? In other words, once essentially you're past shkia, then there's no difference of kabbanic matter left of that. Kabbanic material. Kabbalas. Right? You don't keep it about Kabbalas left over, let's say, past nightfall, than left overnight. It's the same thing. It's been left over past the time that it was supposed to be offered. So the might say again, that's one. Next, you'll say, the Gemara says as follows. That's one. Yotze. Yotze means any type of kabbalic material that goes out of its permitted area. Tameh. Self-explanatory. Becomes tameh. Shenishchat chutz mizmano b'chutz mimkomo. Oh, I will say, it's been a while, but Pigel was back. Right? Back better than ever, right? So Pigel again, remember again, remember these people that Shenishchat chutz mizmano b'chutz mimkomo. Remember, whenever you see such, what does it mean? It means that's intention. The carbon itself was destined with the intention to eat it out of its permitted time or its permitted place. Obviously, that's big or Shekivu Psulim is or ultimately Kabbalah was done by someone who was puzzled, right? She could go ahead and apply the blood. So again, this is our initial list. So all of these, what's coming down later, all these items, they're sacrificially invalid. What the Mishnah is saying is, therefore, they should not be put on the Mizbeach. What the Mishnah is saying is, if you did put it on the Mizbeach, leave it there and do not take it down. And either Jesus says, to Mishpat Balayla, to Mishpat Dama, so you can now come up with numbers. He says, you have a covering that was rejected at night. Right, Mishpat Dama, the blood was spilled. Yotza Dama, where the blood was taken out, right in the middle of the curtain. So it means outside the piece inside the base of the in all of these cases, in also taken. So the Buddha says in these cases again, Laila, covering the rejected at night, blood was spilled, blood was taken out ultimately again of the permitted area. In all of these cases, if the carbon was put on the bath, take it down. The Mishnah says, no, the Mishnah says, do not take it down. Why? This is incredibly important. The Mishnah says, in general, whenever you see lists, whenever you see lists, what is it that we're looking for? Right? What are we looking for? Right? We're going to be looking for ultimately again a rule. Right? So what is the rule? So the Gemara says, "Shebishim Omer, Kol she'isula b'kodesh, hakodesh mekabla." It was very interesting. Any item that essentially enters into the Beis Hamikdash, sacrificially valid. But the invalidation happens in the Beis Hamikdash itself. That's the type of item where ultimately, although you shouldn't put it on the back, if you do so, ultimately you don't take it down. Conversely, lo haya b'isula b'kodesh, in HaKodesh Mekablo, if the invalidation was even what came in already disqualified. Right? It already came in disqualified. That's the type of item where if you put it on his back, ultimately take it off. So now you might use examples of this. So what's like the first category is much more obvious. Right? That's all of these cases. For example, again, you have an animal ultimately again lean off. You left it overnight. It became tameh. Right? You shafted it with an intention for chutz mizmano, chutz mimkomo, pigel. Right? So these are all examples of when the animal came into the pieces of Beis Hamikdash, it was fixed. It was fixed. Then something happened inside of the Beis Hamikdash to disqualify. The Mishnah says that's the kind of item where if you put it on the Mizbeach, don't take it down. Don't take it down, leave it there. On the other hand, if the animal came in disqualified, then Allah reminds you, in his virgins, you put it on the yet, take it off. So what's the example of the second category? The following examples are animals literally again that did not become disqualified in Mikdash. Rather again, the disqualification was only before they entered the Mikdash. For example, Haroba the Hanmirka, like an animal that engaged in active immorality. Right, they have in the point period. Hamuksa. Muksa means it was set aside for Avodah Zarah. Ne'avad, it was worshipped as Avodah Zarah. Esnani, it was given to a harlot as payment for its services. Nechira, item that was sold for a dog or exchanged for a dog. Shilayim, some type of crossbred animal. Shrefa, right, an animal with some type of trait of disqualification. Bayotse Dover, actually I don't know if we ever touched on this. Please, we'll get to this. This is an animal born by cesarean section. Is invalid to be a carbon, right to body woman, or animal that has a blemish. So it's like coming down and all these items before even walking into the presence of the descendant of the one disqualified. So the Shin says this is the type of disqualification where if you ended up putting it on his back, take it out. So listen, this is very helpful because now we have a rule. If the disqualification is developed in the mikdash itself, that's an example of if you put it on his back, you don't have to take it off, you can leave it. If the disqualification developed before you enter into Kiva, not sure about it, right? So Rabbi Kiva holds that halacha l'maisa, if you ended up putting Bali woman on his back, ultimately you don't have to go ahead and take it off. Those are very simple that we'll discuss that more, but this is so Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Akiva is always the word. He's able to find the beauty, even in the most damaged situations. Right? The things not going to be satisfactory. Rabbi Akiva, even missed the court, and everyone's crying when they see such a reason. Rabbi Akiva is the most optimist. Rabbi Akiva is always able to see hope, always able to see light, always able to see beauty, even in the midst of death. Such destruction. So it makes sense that Rabbi Akiva is what he says. Bali woman, if you left it on his day, right on his there, leave it there. What about that later? So the Greenness kind of funny moment, the Greenness kind of funny said, Doka Haya Abba as Bali woman Yagada in the past. So the Greenness kind of funny, and I'm supposed to say, the Greenness again. This is a scan going up. So obviously, his word is being carried a lot of weight. Also, at the Greenness kind of funny said that ultimately my father would not allow Bali women on his back. The point that even if they wanted on his back, ultimately again my father would have them take it off. Very interesting. Yimar says, Kishem, Kishem in all Yazu, Kach and Yerdu Lo Yahu. So what says, very interesting. So Misha says another rule. In all of these cases, like in all of these cases where, let's say, if you have a sacrificially covered animal, you ended up putting it up in his beda. Right? So what's the halacha? Once it's there, at least in certain categories, once it's there, you don't take it down. Now, let's say, not the opposite, but the corollary to that is, if you ended up taking it off, you don't put it back on. Like, you know what I mean? I think just to illustrate this, let's just use the first example, right? So the Tanakh said that if you have a carbon that became tamei, you shouldn't put it on his back, right? And what's the halacha? If you put it on his back, then what? You don't have to take it off. Let's say I took it off. So you might have thought, well, since had I left it there, right, it would be okay. So even if I took it off, I could put it back on. This is no. In other words, yes, we would agree that if you put a sacrificially invalid carbon on his back, you're going to leave it there. But once you took it off, really, you're not going to put it back on. That's what it is. The same way that if you put it on his back, you don't take it down. However, so to again, once you took it off, you do not put it back on. The Kulan, was his last fascinating variation as well. The Kulan, Sha'alu Chayim, the Rosh is back here. So this is very interesting. If let's say you have an animal that is sacrificially considered, right? And again, let's assume that it's one of these disqualifications that occurs inside of the mikdash itself. Let's say you ended up bringing the animal to the top of the mizbeach. Now, remember again, you're never shechting karbanos on top of the mizbeach, right? Karbanos are shechted where? Where? Depends. Those are the kanons. Kachei kadosh and kachei kalim. Kachei kadosh were shechted, Safran in the north, and kachei kalim anywhere. So the Gemara says as follows. So let's say again, so generally, If you brought up a living carbon to the top of his back, what do you do with it? Bring it down. Bring it down. Before Shiraya, to ultimately again keeping your animals next to you, right? So again, especially for those dog owners, a reminder, no one likes your dog but you. So therefore again, keep it on a short leash. No one wants it running up to them. No, it's not cute. It's not cute. It's annoying. It's annoying and frankly a violation of one's personal space. And it's a foolish Shiraya from Shvachim Kei with Aleph. Don't let your animal go up on a mizbeach, right? Keep it next to you, Mahathio. You want an animal? Maybe drink the hay. Enjoy it. Play with it, roll with it, do whatever you want to do with it, right? But keep it to yourself. Good. It's not me, it's the Mishnah. I'm just saying, it's unfortunate Mishnah. So you goes like that. So again, Salach Lamais, if the animal goes ahead and goes to the top of the mizbeach, bring it down. That's interestingly enough. Allah, Sha'osa Chayim Lo Shemizbeach. Very interesting. What happens if an Ola goes to the top of the mizbeach? Now, obviously, this is the owner is bringing it, or I shouldn't say the owner, the Kohen is bringing it. But what's the halacha? Once again, bring it back down. Shafta b'rosh hamizbeach. What happens if you ended up shafting the Ola on the top of the mizbeach? Now, again, remember, that's not done. That's not done. We'll discuss the mechanics of it. Yafshit the Tasha bin Koma. Interestingly enough, and we'll see the reason for this, if you went ahead and you ended up shafting the Ola on the top of the mizbeach for some reason, once you do the shita, that's what the Mishnah says, do the rest of the process there as well. So Yashik means to flay it, right? And ultimately, again, you're not going to cut it up literally in that same spot. So again, why that is, we'll step up past it. Okay? So let's say, let's go. Says the Gemara, Tanya. Rabbi Huda says, Zos ki ha'ola. So let's say, so now remember again, the pasuk over here is called Tzad es Aaron vezbanav leimar, Zos toras ha'ola, ki ha'ola al-mokda al-mizbeach kol ha'layla ad ha'boker, ve'ish ha'mizbeach tu kadron. So let's say, so again, this pasuk over here is talking about the carbon ola. And interestingly enough, the way it describes the carbon ola, and this is the Ola, is al-mokda al-mizbeach kol ha'layla ad ha'boker. That the Ola burns on the mizbeach the entire night until the morning. So you might make an interesting observation, or I say that you make an interesting observation. There are three words in this passage: Zos, He, Ha'ola. These are three limiting words, what we call limiting, exclusionary or limiting words. So let's just going to look at the first Rashi. Zos, He, Ha'ola. Zos, Ni'ita, the He, Ni'ita, the He, Ha'ola, Ni'ita. The Mashma Ola Ni'chaves Kshira, Hello, Psula. So it's interesting enough. So again, those two and three, the A of Ha'ola. So these are three what we call limiting or exclusionary words. So what is it coming to? Hello, Psula. When you ute Psulin, Asu Sha'ihu Alu Yardu. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is actually over here that it's Dafka and Ola. Right? It's Dafka and Ola that halacha l'maisa again. That ultimately the Masha Ola Michadas Kshira Hello Psula. Dafka coming to teach you that it's only a kasha Ola ultimately again especially is there. And not one that is possible. When it's Ute Susan Asu, Shafiru, Alu Yardu, good, right now back to you. So those guys are all how are you doing with the crowd? Mishnish, Katabalayla, because it comes to the following reasons. An older that was shafted at night, Mishnish Bakhtama, or its blood is spilled, Mishinatza Dama Kotlikilai. Or again, its blood is taken out of the feces that is in it. That what? Should also take. That was in all of these cases, if you put such an Ola on the mizbeach, then what's the halacha? Take it down. Take it down. Okay, this is the position. Remember again, this is Rabbi Huda, like the rest of the Huda. This is the same Rabbi Huda of our Mishnah, right? Rabbi Huda and our Mishnah said, Laila, Nishbach Dama, Yatza Dama Lachutz. These are cases where even if you put the carbon on the Mizbeach, take it back down. The Brisa is now explaining to us where that Yehuda believes his Shita from. Rabbi Shimon disagrees. Again, the most of this place is just disputing Machlokes and Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Olam, Eini Ela Ola Ksheda. So I don't even know ultimately again that Ola Ksheda that is allowed to be on the Mizbeach the entire night. Minayin Merabot Shenishchas Abalayla, Vishenishpat Samo, Vishiyatza Damo Chutz Dekilayim. Right? But how do I know? So Rabbi Shimon says, how do I know that even in cases of disqualified Ola, right, in disqualified cases, that if you ended up putting the Ola on the Mizbeach, that you don't take it down, that you leave it there. And he gives examples. How do I know, for example, in the case the Ola was shechted at night, a case where the blood was spilled, a case where the blood was taken out of the priest into the flesh, blood, where again it was left overnight, Yotze, taken out, Termed, becomes Tamed, Shenishchat Chutz Ma'alot Chutz Komo, or again it was shechted with the intention to consume it outside of the permitted time, outside of the permitted place, or Shekiblu Psuk, Zakra Esfamo, someone disqualified did Kabbalah and sprinkled the blood, or how you turn the matter, shenas from the mala. Or if I say again, you went ahead and you put blood in the wrong place. Right? It's supposed to be above, right? Lamala, you put lamata, or lamala, shenas from the vice versa. Or how you cut in the foot, shenas from between. Or the blood was supposed to be applied outside, you applied it inside. Or between shenas from the foot, or it's supposed to be inside, you did it outside. So it's like, essentially, it shouldn't break every single possible disqualification. Or Pesach, Bechatos, Shenas, Sheshachon, Shalom, Shema. Or Pesach and Bechatos, that was shechted Shalom, Shema. Let's remember again, that by the way takes us back to Zvachim days Amad Aleph. Remember again, every other carbon, if shechted Shalom, Shema, is still kosher. So only to accept this so that you will Pesach and Bechatos. So essentially, we'll say, until the Shimon just did. The Shimon said, how do I know that every single disqualification that a carbon can have, if you have any one, that's the whole list, that's the entire list of any possible carbonic disqualification. How do I know that even if the carbon is first disqualification and you ended up putting it on his back, that's what? That you don't take it down. Talmud Lomar, Toras Ha'ola. Riba Torah Achot, B'chola Olim. So ultimately, the Torah gives one rule. Only means what? Anything that is taken up on the Mizbeach, that's yes. Right, so the Shimon says, in the Moshe, it's pretty much over the Shimon do that. So the Shimon says, pretty much every single disqualification, and I want to be clear. Obviously, when you have a disqualification, what should you do with the carbon? What do you do with it? Generally, it's discarded. Right, again, there's a place where they would go ahead and dispose of disqualified carbonos. We're talking about a case of ex post facto. Like somebody didn't pay attention to the halacha and ended up putting it on his bed. The Shimon says, once it's there, do not take it down. Where does he get that from? Zos Toras Ha'ola, and again, here is Ola doesn't just refer to the carbon Ola. Rather, Ola is a description of Olim. Everything that's placed on top of it is gas. Ultimately, again, once it's there, ultimately don't take it down. Look at the last Rashi. Toras Ha'ola, Shi Amokda, Shetehi Sham Ha'alayla Agabok of the most. It's also interesting. If you look at the Lashon of the pasuk is Zotra Sa'olah, Ti Ha'olah Al-Mokda. Al-Mokda means on fire. Once you put it on the fire, once you put it on the Mizbeach, do not take it down. Incredible. So Yomar says, you got that. No call. Now, get a listen. Now, I'm sure this is more like you might have called like this. No call.
So we're talking about John Jones.
Shiny Marba Harova. You might have thought that this includes the other category of disqualifications. For example, animal engaging in immorality. Muktzah was set aside for a Vodizara. Yeah, but it was worth for a Vodizara. That's none. It was given to our army as given for a service. Here, sold for a dog. Kilayim, crossbreed, shayfa. Shayfa means again it has some type of condition from which it's going to immediately die. Those is open, C-section. You might have thought that even soaks. So let's say now watch this. It's incredible. So what this really means, what? How do you know those? Yes. So whenever you see Zos, like in the Torah, Zos is always coming to limit. So look at the Shimon says like this. On one hand, we say Zos Torah Sa'olah, Ki Ha'olah Al Mokdah. These, anything that is Olah, anything that is put on top of the fire of the Mizbeach, don't take it down. Yet, that word Zos also tells that this halacha only applies to certain things, doesn't apply to everything. So what does it come to exclude? Ultimately, again, this last category of items that we just mentioned. The Gemara says, well, 1 second. Rabbi said, this is good because remember, this brisa is literally working us through the Mishnah. It's taking the same Mishnah working through. So Gemara asks, now I don't understand. How do you know which category of disqualification is to include? Maybe which category of disqualification that they put it on this bear, you leave it there, and which category of disqualification is to exclude? That Allah promised even if you put it on the deck, you take it down. How do you know? Not right. The rabbis exclude or hotias able, which means Achashari the Hakasab on the days. Oh, so cute. Right? So the Gemara says, right, Achashari the Hakasab. So now that I says, so here's what I have. I have a ribui and a miyat. Right? I have an inclusionary phrase and an exclusionary phrase. What's my inclusionary phrase? Tolas ha'olah hi ha'olah al-mokdah. What's the exclusionary word? Zos. So now that I have an inclusionary and exclusion, so you must listen to this. Mar ba'aliyas tilu. Shahaya Pisuman Bakodesh, Umotzi Ani Eselu, Shalom Haya Pisuman Bakodesh. Someone says, so this is it. Ultimately, again, the Mishnah says, here's my rule. Anything when disqualification develop inside of the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, that is the type of carbon that if you put it on the there, don't take it down. Don't take it down. As opposed to an animal that was already disqualified before entering into the Beis Hamikdash. That's the type of animal where even if you went ahead and you put it down, even if you went ahead and halacha myself, you went ahead and you put it on there, ultimately, again, you should go ahead and take it down. So the animal says, in contrast with the different right? The animal engaged in active immorality was given to a harvest. All of these pieces meaning trash and the animal reacting to the destruction, it will disqualify for the immediately. So that's the type of cover that the city will say, if you accidentally put it on the gap, take it down. As opposed to an animal that turns, I would say essentially they're not doing like this. Was the animal ever something? Even if it's presently unfit, halacha l'maisa, again, if you put it on, you can leave it. Even if you put it on, take it down. Example, that's what the Shimon is all about. So again, let's say I want to point out this one of these two Gemaras, literally all the Gemara is doing is interpreting the Mishnah. So now we've got Rabbi Huda, and now we have Rabbi Shimon. Incredible. So the Gemara is now Rabbi Huda, Ma'aser in the house. So let's say, what about Rabbi Huda? Where's Rabbi Huda? Game 8-2. And I must remember again, Rabbi Huda. And that holds that Laila, Mishpach Dama, and Yotze, which means if you check it at night, the blood spilled, or you took the blood outside of the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, that you do the holds in these cases. Even if you put the carbon on, you have to take it off. That the Shimon holds, even in these cases, if you put it on, you leave it on. So where does that even get his shita? So he wants to Rabbi Huda, Ma'aser in the house. Which is Rabbi Huda learns out from there. If they're not run the dumb kosher, why is it that he said that the blood was left overnight? That Allah L'maisa, right? Why is that? Shahari run kosher be'imur. Why? Because Allah L'maisa, the sacrificial parts, ultimately again, if they were left overnight, but then subsequently put on the Mizbeach, ultimately again, you can see them on the Mizbeach. So really interestingly enough, right? So why is it that Lon by Dam is kosher? Because again, since Lon by Imurin is kosher, what's the matter? When you say kosher means if you put it on the Mizbeach, you don't have to take it down. So that works for Imurin, sacrificial parts is going to work by Dam, by blood as well. Blood the Imurin kosher, and let's say, how do you know that, right? That if you left sacrificial parts overnight, and then you ended up putting them on his gap anyway. You shouldn't, but you did, that you leave it, then you don't take it down. Sha'ilan kasha babasa. Because ultimately, you're going to want to interesting enough by the sacrificial meat. So that's the meat you actually consume. If you leave it overnight, ultimately again it's kosher. Both sides. As we're going to see in this moment, it's actually not a fair comparison. What is it referring to? Because actually says today it's actually referring to the meat of shlomin. Right? Once shlomin is consumed, actually points out for how long. Shlomin is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So obviously, you're leaving over shlomin overnight. That's kind of called moving over. And essentially, there's logic. But he says like this. Essentially, kind of let's work backwards. Once I know that all things from sacrificial meat can be left over and it's still kosher, I learned from there that even sacrificial parts, if left over and then put on his bath, are left on his bath. And once that's true for sacrificial parts, then we're going to say the same halacha applies to sacrificial blood. Done. Interesting. Yeah, well, that's an easy logic. Yotzei, Shayotze Kasher Babama. I must say, interestingly enough, ultimately when it comes to Yotzei, so what's the halacha? Say Yotzei is Kasher by Bama. I must say, once again, a very interesting thing. So what do you mean Yotzei is Kasher by Bama? I must say, I know you get a Bama as a private altar. Where do you put a private altar? Where do you put it? Wherever you want. Right? You know, you want it from Amazon, you know, you got your private altar, right? And you put it wherever you want. Right? So the Maisa, therefore, you can say, since we see there's a concept of Kabbalos being down outside of the Mitzvah, therefore, halacha l'maisa is a precedent. Ultimately, again, if you don't say, you touch on Kirash, you don't say, if you don't say, being more older than you're touching about, you don't say, the Gampon, so you go, not being actually not outside. No, yeah, you don't say Kasher Baba. Tamei, what about Tamei? Tamei, Holocaust, Hutter, La'avodos, Tzibor. So that's interesting enough. Tamei, we also find the precedent. Why? Because you must remember again, there's a concept of Tumah, Hutter, and Tzibor, which means that halacha l'maisa sometimes for certain forms of communal service, halacha l'maisa, Tumah is Hutter, and Tzibor. Chutz nizmano, then again is the case where when shafting the carbon, you have in mind to go ahead and consume the carbon outside of the permitted time, what we also call people. Remember, one of the novelties about Hegel? One of the novelties of Hegel was that halacha l'maisa, the carbon actually only becomes Hegel only if you complete the sacrificial service successfully. Right? In other words, if you don't end up actually going out and applying the blood and doing something, the carbon can't become Hegel until you actually go through all of the different steps. The Gemara says, again, what about a machshava for outside of the permitted time? All of this is Chutzpah Zman. We understand, right? That Chutzpah Komo is always compared to Chutzpah Zman. Shekiblu Psulim, Uzaku Esdamo. What about this ultimately again where someone who was possible, they were going to find themselves, but someone who was possible went ahead and ended up doing Kabbalah and Ziyudah. So which Gemara is really talking about? Sahana Psulei, because you are Abodah Tzibor. We're talking about again the kind of people who are valid here, but would be valid for communal service. That's an example of that. Actually points out Kohanim are Tmeim. That is, the Kohanim are Tmeim are technically speaking who are invalid for the service, but yet would be technically valid ultimately again for Avodah Tzibor. To which the Gemara says, one second. So the Gemara says, this is already Uday Nimoy. The Gemara started by one simple idea. If he's running Davar Shalom Shelo, again how this whole thing started, interestingly enough, his primary Nimoy is based on the fact that since meat, sacrificial meat, is kosher even if you leave it over. Therefore what? We compare that again in Murin, sacrificial parts of sacrificial meat, and then we compare blood to Murin. Which is, how is that a good comparison? Sacrificial meat that's left over is kosher, right? So really, for example, like that's the point out, like shlomin, it's not called left over, that's not halacha. The window of consumption is 2 days in 1 night. So how, again, so you're going to tell me that since meat is left over is kosher, therefore if you leave over in Murin, which I believe is valid, but if you put it in his gap, don't take it down. What kind of legal is that? What legal is that? If you've done it, Davar Shalom Shelo, can you actually learn out something that is sacrificially invalid? For something that is sacrificially valid, to which Gemara says, Kana, Azot, in reality, really what the Kana is really basing himself on is the drasha of Zot Toras Ha'ova. Like that phrase, once again, is a root word, is an inclusive phrase that ultimately, again, within this primary limud was not really his primary. Just the first was just the second. Remember, what we're really left over here is just the fundamental focus between Rabbi Huda and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Huda, again, we just looked at Rabbi Huda's entire limud, and Rabbi Shimon really bases himself on a rule. And what's the rule? The rule ultimately is that any carbon is disqualification developed inside of the species of the Beis Hamikdash. If you end up putting that disqualified carbon on the mizbeach, don't take it down. But if the disqualification of the soul developed before it came into the Beis Hamikdash, then halach l'maaseh, even if the work on the mizbeach, ultimately again you have to take it down. Yehuda has a much more complicated view as we just saw. Again, when you're up to halach l'maaseh just yet, I'll say one more case, then we'll stop for today. This is the 3 lines up on the bottom, 84B, take down Monday. Very good. Listen to this. Hashohen behema balayla b'fnit. V'ha'ela b'chutz. Right, so this is in this case, this is so interesting. Let's say Cohen goes ahead and he shafts a carbon at night inside of the Beis Hamikdash. I'm not saying that obviously, that's illegal. We don't shaft carbonas at night. There's no carbonas at night. So the Cohen gets, now again, generally, if you end up shafting a carbon at night, what's the status of the carbon? What's the status? Invalid. So here, we'll just call it Reuben. Like Reuben at Cohen went ahead and shafted a carbon at night. Now, to make matters worse, what does he end up doing? He shafts it in the Beis Hamikdash, and then he offers it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So Rabbi said, this really not, again, generally, the halacha is offering up carbonas outside of the Beis Hamikdash, major biblical knowledge. Right? Serious transgression. Obviously, the time that everything over here is transgression, right? Everything over here is obviously accidental. Right? So again, there's 2 things that happen with it. Number one, shafted a carbon at night, and then when you're having compounded the mistake, ultimately, again, by offering it up outside. Take a look at that actually before we go on. That's the Shokhi Dema Balayla B'Fnit, the Ha'ala Osa B'Chutz. Now, ultimately, again, and he offered it up outside, so the Gemara says. So, Chayiv Mishum Ma'ala B'Chutz. So let's just read this. Let's read this in Rashi first. What's Hamosai? You are Chayiv for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, what's the novelty over here? What's the novelty over here? The novelty over here is that essentially the carbon is invalid from the beginning, right? Because you shafted it at night. Even though you checked the shmita was invalid, nevertheless you're going to be liable for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. This is Rabbi Yehuda, the Amr in also Mishlim Torah. What's unique about this? According to Rabbi Yehuda, now the reason the Gemara is choosing this case is Laila is one of the machlokes cases, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, right? Remember again, according to Rabbi Shimon, if you shaft a carbon at night and you ended up putting it on the mizbeach, then what do? You leave it. You leave it, right? Because that's an example of disqualification developing inside the pieces of the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, according to Rabbi Shimon, it makes sense that if you subsequently offered up that carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you would be liable. Why? Because there's an element of that carbon that is, so to speak, valid. In Baharaya, if you were putting it, or if you intentionally put it on his back, you would be liable. The one thing over here, even according to Rabbi Yehuda, he says that Laila is one of the cases where if you put it on his back, what do you have to do? You have to take it down. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda, in this case, you are liable for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Finish that out. About being Rabbi Yehuda, there are also the different but not by the Hanach, the other here to the Chayv al-Alas in the hospital is out. So probably got fine. So now let's actually give us one more time to see the case. Let's see again. Now that we saw Rashi, the case makes perfect sense, right? Good. Same thing the guy didn't know about. So let's say once again, right in Kohen, at night, the hell of a horse. And he's offering it up outside. What's the halacha? Chayiv. What am I chayiv for? I'm chayiv for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Now go say, why am I liable? In other words, I could have made the argument that since the carbon is invalid from the beginning, right? In other words, again, you can't check the carbon at night. So why should I be chayiv for offering up outside of the Beis Hamikdash a carbon that was sacrificially invalid? But hey, 85, hey, here we go. Rotate the chusav, you show me the bosi malach. So let's remember again. This Gemara says this case can't be any worse than a person who shechs the carbon and offers a carbon outside of it. So it looks like, let's say again, I think as far as you can say, I shech the carbon outside of this and I offered up an outside of this. What's the halacha? I'm liable for offering up a carbon outside of the base of So once I'm liable for that, this case of a guy who chefs inside of the base of at night and then offers it up outside, that case can't be any worse than a guy who chefs and offers outside of the base. So Chito and offering outside of the Beis Hamikdash, day or night, there's liability. So certainly, if I go ahead and I chef and I'm in the Beis Hamikdash and then offer up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, is going to be liability. Beautiful. Someone says, okay, Nasi Rabbi, let's say just 2 more lines, don't stop. Nasi Rabbi, Hashokin is this. Hashokin of Ibnin Umar Lebachutz Potter. Or, listen to this. If you shefted a bird offering, right? You shefted a blessing. Remember again, already what's bothering you? There's no shkita by bird offerings. Right? There's only malika. You see like in one moment. But if a guy does do shkita, you shefted the bird offering inside of the Beis Hamikdash, the mother of a chutz. But you offered it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, potter. Right, potter. Shachad v'chutz, mother of a chutz chayiv. If you do never say if you sheft the bird, right? Let's say you shefted the bird cover and offered it out of the Beis Hamikdash, so isn't this interesting? If you shefted it in the Beis Hamikdash, shefted the Beis Hamikdash and offered it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you potter. But yet, if you went ahead and you shefted it and offered it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you're chayiv. You must, I understand. Neymar wrote the paper which you shocking to my little voice. I understand based on what you just said. Halakha, so you should be liable if you shefted in the Beis Hamikdash and you offered outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Because shefting in the Beis Hamikdash and offering outside of the Beis Hamikdash should be no worse, should be no less than shefting it and offering it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Which is what it says, two of them. You're right, because or if I say no, the case is different. Why? If I say no, shchita sa'ot b'fnim niftam chata. Okay, maybe the case is like this. No, maybe the reason it's like this. Shchita of a bird inside of the Beis Hamikdash is a non-action. It's a non-action. It's meaningless. Why? Why? I will say why. Because the concept of shchita by a bird inside of the Beis Hamikdash does not exist. So listen to this fascinating, overwhelmingly enigmatic, analogic interpretation. Analogic is this, analogic. Right? You're not suggesting if you chef and offer up a bird outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, you're chayiv, for shchita chutz. Yet, interestingly enough, if you chef in the Mikdash and offer it out of the Mikdash, you're potter. Why the distinction? Because the concept of shchita applies out of the Beis Hamikdash by birds, but the concept of shchita ultimately again to birds does not apply in the Mikdash. Therefore, that act itself it's nothing. So because it's nothing, ultimately again it can't result in liability outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, interesting enough, the Gemara says, we're not finished this yet, but essentially the cases are really different. So therefore, if you chef at night, you chef the regular cover, an animal at night, and then offer it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there's liability. Why? I always say, but shchita at night is meaningless. It's true, it is meaningless. But the act itself is still a halachically, it's a recognized action. So even though what you did is kabbanically meaningless, there's liability. Why? Because that can't be any less than someone who shefted and offered outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Yet, interestingly enough, if you chef a bird in the Beis Hamikdash and then go ahead and burn it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you're potter. Even though if you were to shech and burn outside a bird, outside of it would be chayiv. Nevertheless, if you shech it in the mikdash and burn outside of it, you mikdash you're kosher. Why? Because the act of shechita of a bird in the mikdash is a meaningless, unrecognized act. And because that became considered liability. Is that right? Everyone stop over here for today. We'll pick up here tomorrow. What a day. What a day. It's only Sunday. All right, step on Zoom. Thank you, Jack. How are you going? Have a great day.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, do you how do you like that? Because I know guys, I think it's two fighting your
Say start again.
I think that's Alex Pereira did the same thing. Like he's fought a lot of fights, and he's fought you gotta wear that mindset of a guy who's like, I'm gonna fuck this fight, you know. But Alex has fought with broken toes and everything. He fought with Goliath, but then same thing.
All right, Joe, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this week. Begin by thanking our Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev. Aaron Nelson Steinitz, in memory of Aaron's grandfather, Shlomo Steinitz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Reuben, Ben Shimon Zechron Ravna, Aaron is Mishon Shadnavia, Shemel Tzoshe for his children, his grandchildren, and another update, 36 great grandchildren. Incredible. That's actually Mishon Shadnavia, Shemel Tzoshe, the entire Mishpach. Sending them to ask us in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Bas Baruch Avram, Hilda Bas Hannah Chatzayim, in memory of their dear family friends, Dad Shashin Achali Ora, Gordon and Shimi from the Low, Selling Ballard, Gaza, and Eric Hanukkah. 2020. All of that in power. In memory of Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachary Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zechariah. On behalf of the sponsor, Mary Jacobson. In the name of her father, Steve Hirsch, then Kanu, and the Baha, sponsors for today, Alice Steinberg, and Swiss, of continued help for Shulamis Khanat Bas, from America, Commodore, all of the Shams of Nabi, the families in the Kama, all those who need to report 7 for the Israel, for the Prophet, years I should shower and so it's those on all of these. And those are again, those videos a lot to do today. Today's daf is payday 82. We are picking up with Mishnah. On pay hours on the day, says the Mishnah. And the time in the day, she is out of the time, because the interesting things over here, you have literally again exterior side, you have a zone that is mixed with interior blood. So what's the halacha? Everyone agrees halacha l'maisa. Go ahead and pour it down the channel. Rabbi said this week, Rabbi Rashi points this out over here. That fascinating enough, who doesn't disagree in this case? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer is one who said yesterday's daf, or last 2 days when the Rabbi Eliezer's shita, Rowan. But yet, Rabbi Eliezer does not go ahead and mention Rowan in this Mishnah. Again, we'll talk about that. Nothing close. The fact that Nasim with him, however, what happens, the Lord says, let's say, Cohen did next. And instead, what did he do? He took this combination of blood, and first he applied it outside of the wound. Yeah, and then he applied it inside, kasher. Ultimately, again, it's going to be kasher. What happens if he reversed it? He applied it inside the hikar, it's not in the back. I mean, the organ is there. And then he went ahead and did the applications on the outer of his day out. So this is not going to the Akiva also. That the Akiva says it is possible. So the Akiva says it's possible. The Chum Mashir, the Chum will then say that it's kasher. Mostly what's the logic? Why is the Akiva say it's possible? So the Akiva Omer called Damim Shenichnishu Lechata Be'echal Sulim. But the Akiva says that halacha l'maisa, any time you take exterior blood inside, that blood is possible. Blood is possible. And if halacha l'maisa, you take this combination of blood, once you take it in, it is going to be possible. What if it comes? The Chum say, no. The Chum say, yes, I agree. That if you take exterior blood and you bring it inside the blood, it's possible that only applies to kratos. Kratos, again, we'll discuss in Gemara exactly why they have this number. So there's the Omer Akasha. The Lord says, by the way, it's not just kratos, but it's also Asham. That is one of automatically invalidated if you bring it inside. Now, Gechatos Ka'asham, I'm not saying you see this in every thread, right? That there's a strong connection between Gechatos and Asham. Therefore, whatever applies to Gechatos will also apply to Asham. And therefore, Allah Kalaisa, just like if you bring in Gechatos blood into the inside in his muscle, so too if you bring in Asham blood inside in his muscle as well. I expect to give out the meat flow, so it's the Gemara asks, Rabbi Eliezer, why aren't you arguing over here? In the last Mishnah, you argued in every case of mixture, and you apply the concept of blowing. I must say again, remember again, we had the case where we call it Lamala blood got mixed together with Lamata blood. And what did Rabbi Eliezer say? Just do both applications. What about the fact that you're applying Lamata blood with Mala and Lamala blood with Mata? Remember what Rabbi Eliezer say? Review the blood that's not supposed to be applied as water. As nitrogen. So why doesn't Rabbi Eliezer disagree over here in this case as well? Why not say just do the blood application on the interior, exterior, and when you're inside, use the outside blood as water, and when you're outside, use the inside blood as water. In which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. If you love it, because here you're a little bit stuck. Now you're a little bit stuck. Why are you stuck? Because what did you do? So let's say you say keeping the top. If you go ahead and you first apply the exterior blood and then the interior blood, that's not going to work. Why? Because let's say the same way that there's a mitzvah ultimately again to do Lamala blood before Lamata blood, there's a mitzvah to go ahead and do the interior blood before exterior blood. So you want to say top of pages, that's the problem. If you go ahead and you do the exterior blood first, you're in violation of that order. So therefore, again, I'll say, hey, days in Dalit, the Nasiv with me, 100 Nasiv blood, it's fine. So go ahead and do the interior blood before you do the exterior blood. You can't do that. Why? Because that won't work. Although that can work for some Kabbalos, since everyone agrees it won't work for Rabbi Eliezer also says it also won't work for Asham. That's not a valid Eitzah. It's not a valid Eitzah because it's not a valid Eitzah. Essentially, Rabbi Eliezer cannot apply rowing quite badly. Okay, one second. I just want that. If you look back just for a moment on that last line of the Aleph of the days, I think that line is such a beautiful yisod. What is the Mishnah? What did the Imam say? Last line on 81b. Kishim shenitzol lahaftin al yodam l'tachnon. So I said, this is a general cloud in life. In life, you always have to give precedence to the al-yomin above the tachton. A person should always make sure that they are placing proper emphasis on their ruchnius and not just focusing on their gashmius. We are in this constant tug of war between ultimately our al-yomin, right, our spirituality and our physicality. So what did the Gemara say? It is so important to make sure to give priority to your spiritual development. Even about, again, obviously, we have to pay attention to our gashmius. We have to pay attention to our material side. Of course, we should enjoy our material side. But what's at the top of your personalistic pyramid? Right? At the end of the day, what receives the bulk of your devotion and attention? So Chazal tells us, you have to put your ruchnius above your gashmius. Same idea, but say so too. It is very important to focus on what is inside and not just focus on the externalities. It's easy to put on the appearance all of the trappings of a devoted Jew. But what's on the outside is much less important than what is on the inside. The same way you have to give precedence to the al-yonim above the tachton, you have to give precedence to your ruchnius above the gashmius. You have to give precedence to the wind more than the luchos. We are on the inside, and that is so much more important than what the external trappings represent. Incredible. Right back to the Gemara. The things with Aleph, 82a, 82 dots. Such incredible. So by the way, every once in a while you come across a formation of Chazal where the entirety of Yiddishkeit is summarized in one line. That last line up there, if you're using your own Gemara, underline it, highlight it, fold it, copy it, make it a screensaver, whatever you need to do. Rabbi said that that's it. That's it. Prioritize your ruchnius over your gashmius, and make sure that you're spending the time developing who you are on the inside, and not just focusing on the external trappings. Incredible. Let's go back to share the people. Rabbi Akiva said, I will say this number again. Rabbi Akiva said, anytime exterior blood enters the interior of the base of the flesh, it becomes possible. That's Rabbi Akiva's position. Then Rabbi Akiva seems to hold that message. Rabbi Akiva holds that by all carbonates. Any exterior carbon that comes inside, ultimately again is going to be possible. Whereas the Chacham hold that only applies to Chatos. It says, remember, you know, Shmuel, so much more about that. To what could this be prepared? I must say, you might as well give the mashal. The mashal is not going to make all that much sense, and then you'll see the mashal as it's read into the psukim. So the much more about that. The Talmud Shemazak L'Rabbo Pat. Most of this can be comparable to a student who went ahead and made his Rabbi a cup of wine with warm water. Notice, again, most of the way they used to make wine, they would take wine concentrate, they would dilute it with water, and you had a cup of wine. So you could do it with cold water or with warm water. So Talmud made his Rabbi a cup of wine with warm water, and then the Rabbi said, make for me a cup of wine. Amalo, so Talmud says to Rabbi, did not. So Rabbi, what would you like? You want warm water, hot water, cold water, Amalo, roll the common anulasikic. Did you not write, well, you're not doing with warm water, or you need the previous cup. You need the previous cup with warm water. Action, in the common being this one. Now, you can make it with warm water or with cold water. Okay, so what exactly is the message over here? Hakanani Soto over here, Nifty the Katas Saski. We must say the Shasek ultimately again is dealing with Katas, but Asi Katas, the Kasar Lakmanalama. Why do I need another Katas? I will say, okay, so we give you a bit of context over there. The possibility the Gemara is dealing with these are called Katas, Asher Riva Midama El Oramoi. The Torah says explicitly that halakha myself, if you go ahead and bring the chatos blood into the interior of the Beis Hamikdash, that the chatos is invalid. That is an explicit process. Now, what the Gemara is bothered by, what Shmuel is bothered by, is the pasuk is already embedded in a more general discussion of chatos. Because of that, it was unnecessary for the Torah to mention Katos specifically in the pasuk. In other words, contextually, I already know we're talking about Katos. So because of that, why does the pasuk have to say the whole Katos again? That's the Shaila. So I'll tell you why. Elalad, says, Katos that's that ultimately again the Torah says Katos again. So must mean that ultimately that was that perhaps the Torah is not just referring to Katos, but rather Katos is representative of all countries. And therefore what is coming to teach us? That any time we bring exterior sacrificial blood inside, ultimately the blood is invalid. The blood is invalid. So remember, it's not saying that I told Yoshua. What's happening? This stuff we call Kachim the guy in this gap, like in Mariko Shkifa. So let's say, remember again, Halakha Lamaisam, all Kachim are included in Halakha's Mariko Shkifa. So let's say, Halakha's the Mariko Shkifa, the Halakha's that say the following. Namely, that Halakha Lamaisam, whenever you have a covering, use the covering in the food, it can be a space. And therefore, if you want to use that food, you want to use that utensil afterwards for some other use, when they use, you have to kasher it. That's called Marikim Shkifa. So all kabbalas are included in Marikim Shkifa. Chatos, because the Rahman Alami, why does he need to go ahead and write Chatos? Shmanina, Chatos, in the afternoon alone. It must be to tell us that it got to applies to Chatos and not to other items. In other words, so the Rabbi with my suggestion is whenever you see a carbon singled out, perhaps the intention of the Torah is that to apply the halakha to the singled out carbon and not to all other carbons. Therefore, again, really, if you want to compare it to a mashal, you should compare it ultimately again to the following mashal. The Talmud Shemazim L'Rabbo, in the common vein with something. So the Talmud ultimately made his Rebbe a cup of wine. And apparently the Rebbe was not machmir whether or not the water was warm or the water was cold. And now the Rebbe says, only make me from warm water. So in other words, it looks like this is what it's better compared to. Rebbe made the Talmud a cup of wine. The Rebbe didn't matter to him if ultimately if the water is warm and the water is cold. Now the Rebbe asks for a second cup of wine. But this time the Rebbe says, only make it to me with warm water. So I say this works a little bit better. Why? Because the Torah is talking about chatas in general. And then the Torah says, by the way, don't bring chatas blood inside the interior of the flesh. So it makes more sense to say, what does the halacha of interior disqualification apply to? That only applies to chatas. Why? Because chatas was explicitly mentioned. Just like the Rebbe that says, okay, you need for me beforehand a cup of wine. It didn't matter if it was warm water or cold water. Now I want it to be warm water. And it turns out the Akiva brings chatas. The chatas, the chol chatas. Rather than the Akiva's logic, ultimately again is some version of chatas for chol chatas. The sign of chatas in el chatas. So when the Torah says chatas, I don't know what that applies to chatas. Chatas chatas in nine. I don't know that it applies to other kabbalas. Kol chatas. See, just mean the pasuk says kol chatas. Doesn't just say chatas. Hashem yivad midamar ela oramoi. But it says the kol chatas. What does the kol chatas teach you? That the halacha of interior disqualification applies to all karbanos. It says, these words are really good. We'll say them again, just to keep an eye on the ball over here. We tried to figure out the Mishnah had a macro. What was the case of the Mishnah? The case of the Mishnah was, you have some interior blood that gets mixed with exterior blood. What's the halacha? You shall take la'ama. Go ahead and pour it out. Pour it out. Then the Mishnah says, well, what happens in halacha l'maisa? You didn't pour it out, but you utilized it. So then ultimately again it depends. If halacha l'maisa, you apply it outside and then inside, it's kosher. But if you apply it inside first, everything is possible. Now again, Rabbi says, you can get that. If you did it inside first and then outside, Rabbi Akiva says it's possible. The Chachamim ultimately again say that it's kosher. Why does Rabbi Akiva say it's possible? Because Rabbi Akiva holds any exterior sacrificial blood that was brought inside is automatically disqualified. Which the Chachamim say that only applies to chatas, and Rabbi Eliezer adds on asham. We're trying to figure out Rabbi Akiva's logic. Why does Rabbi Akiva hold this? So halacha l'maisa. The Gemara is suggesting over here now. What's the source of Rabbi Akiva? The Torah doesn't just say chatas, rather it says the chol chatas. The chol chatas, all chatas whose blood is brought inside. What is all chatas comes to include? All kabbalas. All kabbalas. Any exterior kabbalas that are brought inside are automatically disqualified. I'm going to use it in the first says, first five line. Afilu atamar that kolayom kulom says you did. We also use it in the Yeshiva. You could be mad that right, you can include whatever you want all day long. I'm not listening to you. Because listening to you now, like it's just putting his fingers like, you can be mad the whole day long. I am not listening to you. And you must say, so essentially, he says, the chol chatas doesn't make sense to say that that's a ribui for all karbanos. That can't. Chol chatas means chatas. So yeah, I would agree with you that chol is a ribui. What is it coming to be now? The any other chatas I'm going to put this only applies to individual chatas. I don't know that disqualification applies to individual chatas. Kamulomar, chol chatas. The Amy Ella chatas zohar chatas akidinai. Furthermore, I know it only applies to male chatas. I don't know that it applies to female chatas as well. Kamulomar, the chol chatas. But since you're the other really saying, the reason we're saying is that Rabbi Kiva, I fundamentally disagree with what you're doing. You're using chol chatas to include other karbanos. To me, that doesn't make any sense. What I really agree with you is that chol chatas can do what? Can include other chatas offerings. Now, the Rabbi Merger says, Rabbi Laya. But first of all, that last part makes no sense. They will say, generally, the majority of Katos offerings are female animals. There are a couple of male ones. The Gemara says, "Never just says yes." Ella Kamra. Any other Katos Nekiva. Only the called Katos includes a female Katos. Katos Zotaniyan. I don't know that it even includes a male Katos. Talmud the called Katos. Good. So I will say, Rabbi Yosef Levi disagrees with Rabbi Akiva's understanding of the called Katos. The Sava Rabbi Yosef Levi high cover of the Asa. There's Rabbi Yosef Levi use this concept of called Katos to include other forms of Katos offerings. Rabbi Yosef Levi Omer, Lati Shematim Kolenim Kulo, Eno Medaber Eller Parim Hanisratim, Usirim Hanisratim, Nisrok Isulehem Abes Hakilah, the Lamot Below Sase Alachilah. So, Rabbi Yosef Levi says that this whole thing, this whole passage, only seems to be talking about good. Only seems to be talking about a case ultimately again of part of Hanisratim, Sim Hanisratim, to tell us that whatever is invalidated is first on the base of the God, and ultimately again taken as a low say for their consumption. From where do you know? It's interesting enough. Have you also used the Basaka of Chatas teaches something totally different? So Chatas Shnichnas Tamal with Night with Midnight. So you know just the basic disqualification of Katos that was brought inside Amalek, Hail Lo Huva. Ultimately, again, here that with a different concept of Hail Lo Huva Estamon. Estamon Polish Sima. Also, that's actually Akemos. That's ultimately after death of another view. Which the most fun is not really people coming. You reckon Yosef really actually learned out the disqualification of Katos from a different source, but the Yosef really is responding ultimately to the words of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible, incredible. So both says, Halacha l'maisa, we are left with this machlokes with the Kiva and the Chachamim, which is a nice machlokes. In general, the disqualification of exterior blood that is brought inside, what does it apply to? The Akiva says it applies to all sacrificial blood. Chachamim say it applies to only two chatos. They will say, how do we pass in? Ultimately, the Rambam passes like that the disqualification of exterior sacrificial blood that is brought inside only applies to chatos, does not apply to other chatos. That's how we pass in our so incredible. I will say Mishnah. Chatos shekil odras mishnei kosos was really interesting. It's really interesting. So chatos shekil odras mishnei kosos. Listen to this. So we'll say, I'm a going, and I checked the carbon, and I'm doing Kabbalah in a Klishalis. Right? And now, what did I do? This is something interesting. I did Kabbalah in two different utensils. Now, again, that by itself is not a big deal, right? So I don't need to do that. All you need is one Klishalis. But whatever the reason, I went ahead and I did Kabbalah in two kosos, two cups. Okay, now what happened was this process, cup A, cup B. I then take cup A outside of the base of the touch. So obviously, what's that like when you take sacrificial blood outside of the base of the touch? It's possible. The verse you're going to see over here, what the Mishnah is going to be dealing with is when you have two cups of sacrificial blood, and you disqualify one of them, is there an impact of the disqualification on the other one? Isn't that fascinating? So in this case over here, I have cup A, cup B. I take cup A outside of the touch. So the Mishnah says, happening kasha. Cup B, which is still inside of the base touch, is kasha. No God, still kasha. What happens is instead of taking cup A outside, instead what do? I take cup A into the base of the itself, into the main Rabbi Yosef really not sugar fish. Rabbi Yosef said, no problem. Cup B, which is still in the proper area, is going to be kosher. The cup holder comes straight out. Like even cup B, so let's say, remember again, cup B is exactly where it's supposed to be. Even cup B is going to be possible. Absolutely dramatically different. We're going to see exactly what the nature of that is missing the focus is. So let's say this is what it says. Mishnah actually records a conversation over here.
If you want to be like an elite soccer player,
I'm say like this. He'll say, so this means I don't understand why it should be possible. It's just, look, if you take cup A outside, they both say, what's this bachutz? Bachutz, people say, what's bachutz? When I say bachutz, you think outside. Okay. When I say bachutz, you think pigel. Excellent, right? Pigel. Like that's a pigel taste. So this means says like this. If when you're doing the avoda, you have a machshavas chutz. You have in mind to do some part of this outside. What does that do to the carbon? That invalidates the carbon. Yet, you take cup A outside, every one of these that cup B is fine. And all the more so, makom shein hamachshava poselas b'pnim. Eino din shlo nasas hamashuyah. Eino din shlo nasas hamashuyah kinetnas. So what's this? I understand. What's it? When you're doing the carbon, you have in mind to bring the blood inside the kodesh hakadosh. What does that do to the carbon? What does it do to the carbon? Absolutely nothing. It doesn't invalidate it. So listen to this. A machshavas chutz invalidates the carbon. Right? A machshavas tmin doesn't invalidate the carbon. So therefore, if we're going to agree that if you take cup A outside, cup B is still good, or the more so when you take cup A inside, ultimately, again, cup B should be totally fine. That's the argument of Rabbi Yosef. It makes perfect sense. Nichnas l'chaper, as the word says, nichnas l'chaper, fine. So that's how much more gives Rabbi Yosef and the Chacham. Ultimately, so everyone is reading the first case. Then you have two cups of chatas blood. If you took one cup, you took cup A outside, cup B is still totally good. If you took cup B inside the kodesh, so again, Rabbi Yosef usually says kosher. Chachamim say pasal. Next, nichnas l'chaper avavu shlotiber. Talk to the Rabbi Eliezer. Listen to this. What happens if you brought the blood? You brought the blood. So same case. I had 2 cups of chatas blood. Right? I brought cup A inside because again I got confused, and I was going to go ahead and do the sprinkling, do the hazor on the inside, but I realized my mistake and I never ended up doing it. So once I brought it inside, but didn't do anything with the blood, so ultimately again, possibly Rose says the blood is going to be possible. You shouldn't know. No, the blood is not actually validated until you actually do something with it. But if you just run in with the intention to do avon with it, but you didn't end up doing it, the blood is going to be fine. Rabbi Yehuda says, and here is shogeg kosher. Rabbi Yehuda says, if you went inside the shogeg, ultimately again it is still going to be kosher.
We see that a lot of people
Shenazman Gaber Mizbeach. Well, here it says, I take Ella Satan. Most in every merge transition, different halacha. In general, if you apply invalidated blood, like disqualified blood on Mizbeach, so ultimately, again, the tzitz, what's the tzitz? The tzitz is the head plate that the Kohen Gadol wears that says Kodesh Hashem. And we're going to discuss that the tzitz has certain curative powers. Like the tzitz can only go ahead and cure something, can only rectify something by tumah. Otherwise, the tzitz doesn't have the tzitz miratz ala kames, the inoratz ala yosef. The tzitz can only take care of tumah, but doesn't take care of anything else. Incredible. What a mission. What a mission. Says the Gemara Tanya. So what we're going to be focusing on over here is not going to be in the color. Namely, I have 2 cups of chatas blood. What do? I take cup A into the kodesh, inside. I must say, remember again. This is important because what did we establish in the previous Mishnah? What does everyone agree with? What does everyone agree with? Everyone agrees that if you bring chatos blood inside, then what's that? It's disqualified. Everyone agrees with that. Here, what's unique in this case is I have 2 cups of chatas blood, A and B. I brought A inside, but B is still outside. So what's the shaila? Everyone is going to agree that what? What is the code? Everyone agrees with? Everyone agrees that cup A is invalid. The shaila is, does cup B remain kosher? Rabbi Yosef really says yes, and the Chachamim say no. That's how Machlokas are dealing with Rabbi Yosef. Says the Gemara Tanya, and obviously, what's that the correct Machlokas? How do we view A and B as 2 different chatas bloods, right? Or do we view A and B as one unit of chatas blood? That's the fundamental shaila. Says the Gemara Tanya, Rabbi Yosef, it says Kalchomer. Gemara is going to recall Kalchomer that Yosef made in Mishnah. So when it comes to Bachutz, where Machshavas Chutz intention when engaged in any part of the sacrificial service, to do any part of it outside renders the carbon invalid. Yet everyone agrees if you take cup A outside, cup B is totally kosher. Amachshavas pnim, which everyone agrees does not render the carbon invalid. Everyone agrees, therefore, that what? Even if you bring cup A inside, cup B should remain valid. This is Rabbi Yosef. So the Gemara says, so it's good. So Amalei, Harehu Omer Asher Yiva Midama, Afilu Mitzas Dama. We see that Rabbi Yosef for 1 second. The pasuk says, if any of the chatas blood is brought in, which indicates to us, even if only some of the blood is brought in, and the rest of the blood remains outside, ultimately all of the chatas blood is going to be invalid. Abraham, Kavachomer, Yotze Me'ata. So he says to him, you guys think the Kavachomer ultimately against the Yotze in the following case. Umada Makom Shimak Shalachol Salas Bifnin, also Dam Shibifnin Shabachos. So let's say, listen to this. If in a case, ultimately again with Machshava, does not invalidate. That's the case of Pnim. So yet we're going to say that the blood that comes inside invalidates the blood that's outside. Makom Shimak Shalachol Salas Bachos. So if that's the case again, then Bachos where Machshava does invalidate. So this thing he says, if you're right and I'm wrong, then ultimately again, then certainly in the case of sorts, the remaining blood should be invalidated as well. On the law, Halehu Omer Asher Yuva Asher Yuva. The pasuk says Asher Yuva, and Yichnas Posel, there Yosef Posel. So it's just two different halachas. Blood brought inside is invalid. Blood taken outside is not invalid. Utei machshava b'tmin, utei machshava b'tmin, posels b'kavachomer. So maybe again, maybe even machshava b'tmin. Maybe even if the kohen has a machshava to do any part of the avodah or do anything on the inside, that should also invalidate the carbon from the kavachomer or the kavachomer. Uma b'makom shlo posel dam shabachos, eshet b'tmin, machshava poselas pachos. So we'll say at the end of the day, right, blood taken outside does not invalidate the blood that is left inside. Yet, a machshavas chutz does invalidate. Therefore, makom shepasal dam shebefnim dam shabachos. A situation where blood taken inside does invalidate the remaining blood outside. Eno din shepei machshava poselas b'tmin. So then why did we say that a machshavas pnim? Right? So again, a machshava, a thought, to do any part of the avodah inside should invalidate the carbon in totality. Haleyu Omer, Hayom HaShlishi. It will say the pasuk in the Shlishi. What does that mean? On the days, Makom Shu Shulash. The dam, the Basra, they were. So we actually had this figure many moons ago. I heard it from Daf Chapes. I will say, in order for a machshava ultimately to invalidate, the makom, the place, has to have a threefold criteria. Number one, dam basar umuyim. It has to be a blood application, ultimately again consumption of meat, and burning of sacrificial parts, or burning of meat as well. So let's say, so therefore again, if you notice, right, the fnin doesn't fit that criteria, because the only one of those three things that you do the fnin is blood application. So therefore again, by definition, you don't only apply in a place that satisfies these three criteria. I have a vote to Machshava poselas b'chos b'kavachomer. So maybe we should say that machshava ultimately again shouldn't invalidate. Machshava's chutz shouldn't invalidate. It's when kavachomer to kavachomer. We'll say, hey, these are things to be heard right now. Umam makom shepasal dam shebifnim eshabachos. Hey, machshava poselas b'tmin. So we'll say ultimately again, in the situation, shepasal dam shebifnim eshabachos, right? When you bring some blood inside, that disqualifies any remaining exterior blood. Yet, a machshavas pnim does not disqualify anything. So again, in a situation where when you take blood outside, it does not go ahead and invalidate the blood inside. So certainly then, a machshavas should not invalidate as well. Amar Shlishi, Chutz Lizmano, Eagle, Chutz Limikombo. So that also we have another leader. Remember again, this harkens back what we learned a long time ago, that the concept ultimately again of Chutz Lizmano and Chutz Limikombo is actually not enough to cover for it. We're not going to impossible. So Shlishi teaches me again Chutz Lizmano, and people ultimately teaches me Chutz Limikombo. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore, what we are left with over here is this fundamental mathematics between Rabbi Yosef and the Chacham. Meaning again about this. So let's go with what everybody agrees with, right? Everyone agrees that if you have blood in 2 utensils and you take cup A outside and cup B remains inside, chutz, everyone agrees that cup B remains valid for sacrificial use. What's the machlokes case? The machlokes case ultimately is you took cup A inside of the mikdash, inside of the heichal, or the Kodesh HaKadosh, right? So go inside the heichal. What's the status of cup B? Rabbi Yossi agreed ultimately again. Rabbi Yossi when he says cup B is kosher for use, and the Chachamim ultimately again say that cup B is invalid for use. That's our fundamental machlokes case over here, okay? So let's say, so the resolution of that answer will come to. Let's go back to a little bit. Says the Gemara, Basar, Hanichnas Lifnim Kasher. Ultimately, again, what's the actual between sacrificial meats? Ultimately, inside of the Kodesh, it is going to remain kosher. Thoroughly kosher. So the Gemara says, why? Now, Sheyehei the puzzle. I would have thought that in reality it should be puzzle. Why should it be puzzle? Versus this. When it comes to blood, if blood is taken outside, ultimately again, yet any blood remaining inside, that's our previous case, remains kosher. Reports puzzle, yet you know that when meat by sacrificial meat, so if I look on this again in a situation where ultimately blood that is taken inside, right, that's in the interior, renders any remaining blood outside. Also, Basar Nichnas Pekin ain't no dim shei puzzle. I would have thought for sure that therefore sacrificial meat that's taken inside should certainly be puzzle. Already Omer Midama. So it's interesting enough when it comes to the psula of meat, when it comes to the psula of taking something inside, apparently the only thing it applies to is sacrificial blood, not sacrificial meat. Midama, Zama, Basa. It applies ultimately again to meat and not to, it applies to blood and not to meat. So it's just a fascinating detail over here that this psul of min only applies to sacrificial blood, not to sacrificial meat. One second, cover homer. Therefore, again, if that's the only to cover homer, to cover homer. If it's, as we said before, there is some blood is taken inside, ultimately again it goes ahead and renders unfit any blood that's left outside. Yet the sacrificial meat is taken inside, ultimately again it remains kosher. So that's the case again. Blood. When you take some of the blood and you take some of the blood outside, the remaining blood on the inside is kosher. Therefore, again,
What up? How are you?
So
You remember me?
No, I don't. There are a lot of people in here. What's up?
The German guy.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's the one who had the party.
Yeah, I was
Okay, I'm ready to hear it, big dog. Let's hear it.
Alright, first of all, how you doing?
I'm well, thank God. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just a little bit stressed about school.
Okay.
But to the party, it went well. I'm here with the guy, with the roommate.
What up, baby? You got kissed because of this guy.
Which also means that sacrificial meat that's taken outside
Police just went by us.
ultimately
Alright, well,
becomes
fuck the police.
Hold on, let's get to the party. So do you remember, how you gave us the ideas about you gave us the cup party or something?
Yeah.
Like the cup, and we went with the lightning party. Like everybody wore a shirt of their color.
Cool.
That they wanted.
Yeah.
So red was mistaken. Green was like I'm single, and then blue was like I want to talk.
Okay.
So the Gemara says, I only know
So how about like 25? There were like 23. There were like 23 people, and like 16 of them were like chicks.
Damn, that's a good ratio.
16, 13. Yeah. It was like a good method. Like, yeah, it was like 50-50.
Okay.
So, you know, like it started okay. And again, let's start from the start. So there were like a couple guys that we didn't know because we have one friend who brought them, and we didn't really want them there for like the other people, but I guess we kind of agreed with it because we were kind of drunk already. So they're like other people, but it was fine. They were all kind of chill. So the party started pretty good. Everything was going fine, but at like 11 or 12, it was like 7 midnight. Yeah, shit started going down, man. I went to the bathroom, and there was like a girl and a guy doing like lines of like first time I've ever seen anybody doing that. Like, in front of my eyes, it's kind of crazy. So I just closed the door and I laughed. Like it just went to hell after that because everybody was so drunk, and I feel like we're on drugs, and it was like crazy, man.
All right, did anybody fuck?
Yeah, I like in my bed, in my bed.
Oh, there you go, big man.
That's not good, bro. I had to change sheets.
Okay, tough shit. You throw a party, somebody fucked in your bed, no big deal.
Yeah, it was fine, but like, it was okay. It was fine, but like, it's not like disrespectful. Like, my bad.
100%. It's disrespectful. I get that.
Let's get to the. Do you remember the Turkish friends that we had?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Maybe. Okay.
Okay, so we had like, we had a Turkish friend who was like messing with the Asian girl or something.
Wait, hold on. They went as a recruiter and a resume, right?
Yeah. So he went to the party, and there was like, well, I don't know if she was like Puerto Rican, or she was like Latina, some sort of Latina, and he was like on her booty dancing the whole entire night. And the next day, it's so great, bro. We found him in the Ecuador or whatever. Then we found a Latina girl. Him and the girl found them in like what's like a storage room or something, like the food room. They were just laying there. He was in his undies and she had like only a bra. They were just laying there, fucking dead, bro. Like after the alcohol.
So you threw a bash.
Yeah, I guess.
Excellent, my man.
The next day,
Go ahead.
we had to leave for like 12 hours.
Well, that happens, but you guys are popular guys now, right?
Yes, but like, I don't know if it's worth like cleaning, bro. It might be because it was in my house. I liked it a lot. I mean, we didn't really get like kiss. I kissed one girl. He went crazy, so I don't remember anything, bro. So yeah, I mean it was fine, but the cleaning was kind of stuff, but it was fun. I mean this like the TV, it was like cracked and the stereo, or what is it called, like the reproductors, the music stuff, speakers, they were like fucked up.
Okay, I mean that kind of shit happens. You plan on, if you ever throw a party like that, you put bags and shit over your electronics.
Yeah, that could be actually smart. Should write that down. But the next day when we were cleaning, can we talk about drugs here?
Yeah.
Okay. So the next day after we cleaned up, we like to the boarding because his parents still weren't home. And one of our friends had some like mushroom cookies. And I was kind of skeptical about trying it because I was like, I don't know what it's gonna do to my mind, but we just ended up like all doing like a gram and a half or two, something like in that, like 2 bars or something. And we just got mushroomed up. And have you ever done mushrooms, Rabbi?
Oh, for sure.
Man, it was incredible. I was like enlightened, bro. I've been looking at like world in a different way after this trip experience.
Oh, that's excellent.
It was crazy. I was like talking to like some older beings, just telling me about the purpose of my life, and then I'm actually on the right path because I was kind of skeptical about where my life was going, and they really helped me, see the path, and they told me that I'm actually doing well, and I should continue with what I'm doing.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
So you had a good time. You got fucked up. Who's the guy who had his first kiss, like in the fall?
Oh, Jonas.
Yeah.
His name's Jonas.
Yeah, how's Jonas doing?
He's well, but he's still a virgin, you know.
All right, but I mean that's fine. It's not,
Yeah, but at least he like kissed some girls. At least, you know.
Yeah.
Better than nothing.
way better than nothing. So has he been an okay roommate?
I think like since the parties, he's acting way more natural and like more himself. You know, like he's not that shy anymore.
That's great to hear. Excellent. Shout out to Jonas. All right, and how's Dad's Porsche doing?
That's crazy. That's crazy that you guys.
All right, how is it? It's still in one piece?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's in one piece right now, but you know the winter season here in Germany
Sure.
isn't that good. So
Right.
the snow. I mean, we have snow, but it really what is it called? It becomes water super fast.
Ice?
Like the snow becomes frozen like really quick.
Ice?
Yeah, and we were just doing boy stuff, just driving some stupid stuff, and we were driving and we slipped to a day tracking it's called, and like the back, the right wheel slipped to the stuff, and it kind of like turned in a weird way. So we had to, we were fucked up because we had to repair that. And the Porsche repair car, and one of the mechanics that we go to normally, he told us that he just doesn't do these stuff, and that it was a lot of money. So we were fucking scared as hell because, like, I mean, I don't have a lot of money either, but I mean, either. So yeah, we had to go to like a specified Porsche dealership, but not here. So there was like
€2,500.
All right, that's not that bad. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, but like I still had to pay for myself since my dad would have built me.
Right. So you get to drive around a Porsche all day?
Not anymore. I got suspected.
Oh, so he found out about it?
He found out, yeah, because it had to be there for like 2 weeks, so I had to tell him.
Oh, okay. What does he normally drive?
His daily driver is a Skoda. I don't know if you know the brand Skoda.
Okay.
A Skoda Super. It's like a Czechish, Germanish brand.
Okay. So he lets you drive his fun car?
Yeah, if I ask him, sometimes he'll say yes, sometimes he'll say no. But after this incident, I don't think he'll ever say yes to me anymore.
Okay. What is it, a 911?
No, it's a SUV.
Oh, okay. That's a baller. It's a baller car. Okay, so what's the plan now? When's your next party? You guys might take a little time off, but before the summer, you should throw one.
Yeah, for the summer for sure, but like, as in right now, I think I'm just gonna like focus on school because it's like, how do you call it? Graduation. Yeah, we're like graduating in like 2 months.
Oh, okay. So you have to at least throw one before your graduation.
I think we will throw one after.
Like, yeah, for sure.
We're gonna invite all the graduates.
Okay,
Probably not for that song, probably. We were thinking because there's like a bar in our city where we can rent it for like €1,000 for a night. Asking people to like play €5 for the entry. I think that could be like the best party in our fucking city.
okay, that works.
Yeah, we're like maybe DJs because we have a friend who plays music, so we could be there. So,
All right, yeah, and then you don't have to clean up.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that works. All right, and
also, Katie asked,
no, go ahead.
okay, we have a question like completely different topic.
Sure.
We want to ask you about, we have a business in mind, and we would like to know if you could maybe tell us your opinion on it.
Absolutely, go ahead.
because you have a more experienced stuff.
100%.
So we are thinking, because there's a Poland right next to Czechia, Germany, you know,
Yes.
Poland. So the cars there are much cheaper than here in Germany, and we're thinking of like importing cars from Poland to Germany for like the service fee. Then we're gonna like do all the documents and stuff. What do you think about that?
Okay. So basically, you're gonna import a car or a series, like you want to make that a business.
Yeah.
Okay. How much? I mean, have you looked into how expensive it is to, like, you have to pay taxes on it?
Yeah, so we actually had a friend who did, not a friend, I guess just the guy that I didn't know him, but he knew him. So and he sadly passed away, but he was doing this exact thing. And it's pretty profitable. Like you have to, pay the road tax and like the licenses, and then the kind of, I don't know what's called in English, but like the transfer to a different country and stuff. But even if we like mark it up, it's still gonna be like pretty profitable.
All right, that works. I'm going to tell you a more profitable thing that you could do, and it's similar. But okay, do you have auto auctions there?
Pardon?
Do you have auto auctions there?
Oh yeah, we do.
Excellent. So what you're going to do is, and you guys have a lot of like Porsches and BMWs, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna, okay, so I don't exactly know the law in Germany or whatever, but let's say somebody's driving a Porsche and their car gets totaled. Do you have what called getting totaled there? Basically, the value of it exceeds what insurance will pay for it. So it is basically, they give you the money, and then basically it will be put to auto auction. It's considered like no longer available to be driven on the road. Okay, so in the United States, this is known as it's a, just a moment to think of it. It's called salvage.
Oh yeah.
All right. So what you do is you go to an auto auction. I know a guy who became a multimillionaire doing this. Okay. So what he do is he would go to the auto auction, buy high end cars, not like Volkswagen, but like BMW and Porsches. And let's say normally the Porsche is worth $100,000 brand new, but it gets into an accident, and the insurance basically gives the person who's in the accident money, and the vehicle is known as salvage, and it's not allowed to be driven in Germany anymore. What you do, but they'll put it to auction. You buy that car for like $10,000. And then what you do is you have your friend, your dad's friend or whatever, who does body work or whatever, put a little money into the body so that it looks good again, and then you sell that to people in like United Arab Emirates, and you can sell it to them for like $75,000.
That sounds good.
Yeah, so basically, it's no longer legal to drive in Germany anymore, but it's legal to drive in the United Arab Emirates because nobody gives a shit. And they're always looking for deals. So they basically get so let's talk about what happens. Somebody's driving their Porsche, and they get into an accident, and the body's all beat up on it, but the engine's still good. It's still a Porsche engine. It's still a good vehicle. It goes to auto auction. You guys buy it, and you go to your friend or whatever who does body work, doesn't always do body work or whatever, but you find someone like that and you say, look, I want you to put a new body on this. Maybe not the whole thing, but whatever area is damaged, so it looks good again. And they'll respray it and make it look like a brand new Porsche. It looks like a brand new Porsche. The only issue is that it can't be driven on German roads. But what it can be done is you can export it overseas to places like Dubai or Brunei or like Indonesia, like places where you get someone who wants to buy a Porsche but doesn't want to pay $100,000 for it. They'll pay $75,000 for it. And so let's talk in terms of money. A new Porsche, let's say, is $100,000. I don't know, but whatever. That'd be like a low one. Okay, $100,000. It gets into an accident, and the insurance company gives the person who got into an accident, gives them $50,000, and the car is now worth, let's say the car's worth. It goes to auction, and you can buy it at auction for $20,000, let's say. But it needs $10,000 in auto body work. Okay, that's fine. So you buy it for $20,000. You put $10,000 into it. That means you put $30,000 into this car. But you can sell it to someone in Saudi Arabia or to Abu Dhabi or United Arab Emirates, someplace like that, and they buy it for $75,000. So you make $45,000 on this car by only putting in $30,000 of your own money. Does that make sense?
No, it's a good idea. But like, question is, how do I get contacts from people from Dubai?
Yeah, great question. So the way that you do that is there are websites. So there's the biggest one in the world, I believe, is called Copart, COPART. But where you guys are, I think there's something called, it's something like Mannheim Auto Auctions. And what you do is you go on their website, and from there you can buy. From there you can buy the salvaged vehicle, and then you can also resell it there as well. And people from Abu Dhabi will buy it from there, so you don't even have to connect with them. All you have to do is make sure the car is delivered to the Mannheim Auto Auction in Germany, and they will do the rest for you. Yeah, so like what you're making like $5,000 or $10,000, be like, and you're just going between, I don't know, Czechia, Czech Republic or whatever, and Poland or Germany or whatever, and that's cool. But why not make more money? So, instead of making $5,000 or $10,000 for the same amount of work, you just need to make.
You're right.
Yeah.
But if we also consider the importing tax, it's going to cost someone to import it, and maybe, I don't know how it works in Dubai, but like registering, it's still a crazy.
No. So there is there is no importing tax. You're not importing anything. So here's the deal. Forget about importing anything. All of the cars that are getting destroyed are already in Germany, and they're already high-level cars. BMW and Porsche and Mercedes-Benz. You buy those. They're already in Germany. There's no import. So you buy them for... Wait, listen. You buy them for $10,000 or $20,000 or whatever. The people who buy the import are the people who buy the car. You don't have to worry about that. Basically, you're just flipping cars. You buy a salvage title car. You buy a salvage title car in Germany. You take that, and I'm serious, if you do this, and you've got enough money to do it, I know you're not super rich, but you have enough that you could say to your dad, hey, Dad, I've got an idea for this. I'm just making you aware I don't need your money right now, and I may not never, ever need it, but I want you to know this is what I want to do with my life. I like German cars and I'm into them, and basically we can buy German cars much cheaper than anywhere else in the world, and they're very highly valued in other places of the world. So I'm just telling you, Dad, this is my plan. I'm gonna buy the cars that are salvaged, and, and I'm gonna buy them for like $10,000 or $20,000. We're gonna then go to a body shop, have them fixed so they look good, and then we're going to take them back to the auto auction and have them sold anywhere in the world. Basically, you're just flipping cars. You're just having you're the roads anymore. Having a taking them or having them shipped basically to a body shop. The body shop fixes them. You pay the body shop a good amount, and then you go back, take that car back to the auto auction, and then people will bid on that, and you'll make huge amounts of money.
That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea.
Yes.
I appreciate it, Rabbi.
Absolutely. So I've known a real estate tycoon who wasn't a tycoon when he started. He started with just doing this. He basically would, like, he had no education. He was from Russia, basically, the Soviet Union. He didn't know English when he came here, moved to LA, started getting into the automotive industry, would buy cars at auto auction. He'd buy like Ferraris and Lamborghinis and stuff, and then fix the bodies up on them. They still had fine engines. The engines were fine. And then he'd have them shipped to Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Riyadh, those kinds of places. And so long as he made $5,000 on each car, he was making money. And from there, he was able to buy a lot of real estate. And just giving you a heads up that it's a really great opportunity for you.
Thank you so much, Rabbi.
You're welcome, my
We
friend.
appreciate it.
Absolutely. So
Because we never like heard of anyone doing this like here in our area.
exactly. So what you want to do is do it, and you'll make a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. So, and the beautiful thing is, the cars that you are going to have, they're very expensive and they're very desired in other parts of the world. So you guys would be able to sell them to people in the United States, perhaps, and wealthy people in Mexico, maybe, wealthy people in Canada or UK. And they don't care that it's not legal to have on the road in Germany. They don't care, because the German laws don't affect the fact in the United States. See, what happens, at least in the United States, is insurance will not cover the car once it's been many times, once it's been in a major accident. But the fact is, you're going to be able to sell it to places in the world that don't follow those rules. So you're going to be able to make a lot of money on it. So, and the cars that you're talking about, we're talking Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche. Those are the most highly valued for people in this industry. And the best part of it is you guys don't have an import tax. So that's what used to kill a lot of these, basically auto auctions, is the import tax, but you don't have one. So what I would do if I were you, so at least in the United States, I don't know how it's done in Germany, but I'm sure it's pretty similar. You have to get a dealer license to be able to do this. It's not that expensive, but basically it's probably a few $100s a year. But then go to the auctions, and what you want to do is learn the different types of cars. And your goal, even if you had to make flashcards to do this, is to be able to learn the cars really well and be able to bid on them very quickly. The faster that you're able to do that, the more money you're going to be able to make. And so you would look up the closest auto auction to you, and then you'd say, hey, how much is it from? I don't know anything about the industry, but I'd like to get into it. I want to perhaps buy a dealer license. But is there any way, and you can, these auto auctions are many times public, You can go there and just watch the auction take place in person, but generally they're done a lot of times online now as well. So you just I would just go to Mannheim Auto Auction, which is a German auto auction, or like I'm not sure where it's based anywhere. It used to be based in Irvine, California, but you just find what auto auction works for you, and I'm sure there are German ones, and then learn as much as you can about them. But for you guys who are young and have your whole life to be able to perhaps build, you can build. Okay, so you can build a business around this, a bit very profitable one. Okay, but then what you want to do? Your goal is to eventually be able to employ your own body shop guys. So what do I mean? You are going to lose a little bit of money taking these cars to the body shop every single time. So eventually you're going to want to hire employees, and the employees are going to be like, you're going to need someone for administrative, like the paperwork. You're going to need a few body shop guys, maybe a mechanic or two, and you're going to have your own body shop mechanic. But you're not going to do body work for other people. You just do it for these auto auction cars, and once you get to that point, you'll become a multimillionaire.
Incredible.
Right.
Hold up.
Do you think we should be scared? Or should we be scared to go in debt in the start?
Yeah, don't go into debt. Absolutely don't. Yeah, avoid it at all costs. If that means you have to work at McDonald's to pay the bills, avoid debt at all costs.
I thought you would support man.
No.
Okay, but I get it.
No, absolutely not. No. So that means if you have to start small, you start small. It means, like, look, you're going to graduate from school and you're not going to have a job. Go get a small job, whatever it takes for you to be. I absolutely don't endorse going into debt. 100%. Debt is slavery. You're asking me right now, Rabbi, should I go into slavery? No.
You're right, I guess.
If that's the case,
And what do you think about debt in real estate?
Yeah, so generally I prefer that you would buy cash for anything, but if you had to take on any debt, it would be for real estate. But that's it. Not for student loans, not for cars, not for anything small.
We will definitely think about it and get more. I think we'll update you when we have more info.
Please do, big dog.
We were thinking small, it was like a bigger idea.
Yeah, I mean, just this way you don't have to worry about importing fees. Look, the cars that you're talking about, nobody knows about those cars. No, but those aren't desired anywhere but in like Central Europe. Why not go big? And you're in the heart of the most desired car society or car community, car environment in the world. You're in the heart of Germany. That's high-priced luxury vehicles, which are in demand in just about every country in the world.
That's true.
And people who buy them have deep pockets. So you won't have to barter with people. You'll say, look, this car's $90,000. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, we'll go find somebody else.
All right, Rabbi, we're going to look more into this because I think it's a great idea. Maybe like doing importing cars plus doing this.
Yeah.
Good combination.
Yeah, I wouldn't do the importing of cars. It's not worth your time. Your time, why spend only, like maybe a month worth of work to make $3,000 or $5,000 when you can spend a month worth of work and make $150,000?
Yeah, I get it.
Look, there's a phrase. If you want to hunt for elephants, go where the elephants are. You are where the elephants are. Those are the
going to happen over here, and actually, this is going to
BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Porsche auto auctions. Go there. You're not you're not hunting for elephants in Czechia or in Poland. Those people don't have the same money as the people in the Middle East and in Asia and in the United States.
That's true. That's true.
I know it. Look, and here's the thing: if they change the import tax on you, you can very easily be out of business.
You're right. More like a long term. All right, Rabbi. We'll think about this, and we'll let you know. You gave us a really good idea. Both agree this is good.
Absolutely.
I'm really kind of thinking about this, just like on the surface, but now that you told me about this, I'm really hungry, man. I'm really hungry.
You should, and you should tell your dad about it. And you should, but before you do that, go to ChatGPT, run it through ChatGPT, get the words down correctly, and then say to your dad, "Hey, I'm not asking you for money. I'm just telling you what my plan is. Just I've talked to other people, and they've given me this idea, and I want you to know what I want to do. But again, I don't want your money. I just want you to know what I want to do with my life. I want your endorsement of this idea without your money."
Yeah, I think he'll like this because he's into cars also.
Exactly. I know he'll like it.
What's the case?
All right, man. We're gonna talk next time something to laugh and we'll let you know soon enough.
All right, sounds good, my man. Hey, best wishes on graduation and everything.
Oh, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Peace, guys.
You're right. Peace.
Where you've done the primary applications of Allah. So what do you have? You have ultimately shirayim of Allah and blood of the Bakar. And the halacha is that you could offer up both of those bloods. Why? Because the pashtas, they go in the same place. Because the shrine of the Olah could be placed on the lower part of Lamata, and the blood of Bakar can be placed Lamata. Ushmamina, Makam Olah, Makam Shirayim. And what do you see from here? The Shirayim and Olah could be placed in the same area, which is Lamata. So what do you see from here? Shirayim does not need to be placed on the Itztava. All you have to do Shirayim is pour it anywhere on the lower part of the Lamata, below the red line, you go. So Shirayim says, no. Look. Chilas Olah Ubachar. Not necessarily. It can be talking about, again, what we call Chilas Olah. Chilas Olah just means no blood applications have been done for the Olah. So really, there's initial blood of Olah and Bachar. Might come on. So what is the Ein Olim Nebat Zeh? It's teaching us that sacrificial bloods do not use one another. That's teaching me. Again, nothing. Then again, when you have sacrificial bloods, like each other. The says, hold up. That's not the source for that halacha. That's the halacha, but not the source. Hi, sorry, the Gemara says no. The source for the fact that sacrificial bloods do not negate one another is actually learned from a different source. Where's learning that from? Yom Kippur, because the Muslim used the Kohen Gadol does something very interesting on Yom Kippur. And what does he do? He goes and remember again, he shechts a part and he shechts a sire, a goat. Right? And after their individual blood service, he mixes the two bloods together. Now, obviously, there's a lot more from a par than is from a sire. Even though, again, there's rov dam par, yet the blood does not negate each other. So from here you see that sacrificial blood mixed together do not negate one another. That's the source for this. Rashi says over here, and with 4 lines up and about him, so once I say, remember, interestingly enough, you mix them together in order to apply them on the corners of the interior Mizbeach. It's actually something very unique about Yom Kippur, but it's not the only Chatas Pinimi. Yom Kippur is one of the times where there's a Chatas Pinimi where one apple is on the interior Mizbeach. And the more knows there's more dam than dam sire. The kind of says, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, sacrifice is mixed together, does not negate one another. So we learn it from Yom Kippur, not from Bachar. To which the Gemara says, Tanoi, it's Makotes Tanoi, so I will say, this is an interesting Makotes Tanoi. In this Tanoi, interesting enough, no one is arguing about the halach. What are they arguing about? The source. The source. So everyone will agree that halach and sacrificial blood do not with one another. They argue on what the source for that halach is. We'll come back. So the Gemara says, Massive Rava is a kasha. So the pasuk says, so we'll say, so what is this pasuk by? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, so we'll say, so this is talking about carbon ola. The pasuk is b'shachat and abakar. So Jimmy with the pasuk. So b'shachat has been abakar l'fnei Hashem. The agreed with Arakanim es hadam. The zarko es hadam al mizbeach sadeh. So we'll say, the pasuk says they'll shech the cow, right? They'll offer up the Kohanim will offer up the dam, the zarko es hadam, and they will sprinkle the blood. Now that second mention of dam is really unnecessary, because once you tell me ultimately, and the krigu of Aaron Akonim es hadam, that they're going to bring the dam close to the mizbeach, just say the zarko, and they'll sprinkle it. You don't have to say the zarko es hadam. You don't have to say that. I understand. There's no other carbonic material that we're discussing in this passage. So the subject already is done. So once you tell me that they're pretty close to the mizbeach, just say that when they sprinkle it, and there's no need to say anything else. So the Gemara says, not Talmud Omer, Amud Beis, I don't say, Amud Beis. Not Talmud Omer, dam. Why do you have to repeat dam twice? So listen to this. Shia, because you would have thought, Eili Allah, Eilu, Shus Arba B'Tmuras. And I'm going to thought like this. Halacha all that when a carbon gets mixed in with something else, it doesn't lose its identity. He's only talking about an ola, because by an ola, ultimately, even shus out of the tmurasa. If let's say you made a tmura means, remember again, let's say you want to swap out your original carbon for another carbon. That is illegal. You're not allowed to do that. And if you do it, there's a time once by both animals ultimately become transferred to the Shema. Similar thought like this. I would have thought that this halacha that retains its identity applies to an ola. But in all the case, even if it's separate from the even if the animal was alive, you're still allowed to offer up all of these carbons. Take a quick look at that in the Holy Quran. It's the last of the wide lines of God. The Kamadina the old is unique because of myself, even if they overdone it with other old spontaneous laws, allowed to receive chefs and offer them up. The Ola Acheres Tiran Mafisin touching the cup. The Zegika B'Shem Yishu. Zegika B'Shem Yishu. If it is Hagel B'Kulim Timin Tinan La'el, you must be so ready for. You must do Akulim Tzarke Osamid. The Hadra Havim touching in the Nino. I feel it's hard to get Asham Yikiku. The Apapi She'ino Nino. So I would have known this Halacha Pastola. Because all we've already seen, even if living animals get mixed in with one another, ultimately they get halacha l'maisi, offer it up. So when the animal levels, told those Shaman, say, I'm counting base 81B. How do I know it's also include ultimately against all this Shaman? So I would include ultimately total Shaman in the category of all. Why? Because just as it you can probably nether or in the double, so to again, total Shaman could also come as or double. We never discuss Asham, how do I know to include Asham? So Marba'ani as Asham, Shetal Matan Dalakinos. I include Asham in as well. Why? Because Asham is similar to Ola, again it requires 4 blood applications. The car is married to Pesach Minai. How do I know to include the car? Nice coverage. I'm a Lomar, Dam. As the ones I read from Dam. So again, that only word was another again was only word. So why don't we Dam? Right? Why don't we Dam? So Dam comes to expand the carbonates that are included in this principle as espoused. My lab. That was it. Now again, remember. So once again, Once again, you are talking about a case where sacrificial blood is mixed with each other, and yet again the sacrificial blood retains its identity, right? And can be offered together. So the says, what's the case? My love, are we not talking about a case of Ola? Now, what's so Ola? So Ola, I brought up a few things I've already been see a shilayim of Ola left over with Bachar, and Gemara is telling me that what? Those can be offered up together on the whole side. They can be offered up to Hashanah, Makabol, some Shilayim. Why? Because again, what's happening from here? Shilayim is placed in the same place as the Ola. Where's the Ola placed? Lamata. So to shrine is placed Lamata. What's he doing here? That Shilayim does not require. Rather, again, where does Shilayim go? Anywhere below the anywhere below the red line is good for Shilayim. The Gemara says, no. Tchilas Ola Ubachar. Not true. It's actually talking about a case of Tchilas Ola. No brought up what the Ola had been done. So therefore, again, it's Tchilas Ola Bachar. The Gemara says, okay. Now again, let's say, but Tchilas Ola Bachar, what's the occasion? And like Mashmalon is teaching us, here it is. The aim only in the back means the exit. Once and another source that seems to point to the same principle, that's what? Mixed together sacrificial blood do not negate one another. The Gemara says, 1 second. The Gemara says, I understand. We already have a source for that. Where's the source for that? Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, as said before. Then what happens by Yom Kippur? The Kohen takes the leftover blood of the par and mixes it together and then does an interior blood application. That teaches us that when sacrificial blood are mixed together, they do not nullify each other. I don't need this passage. So which thing says, you're right. Tanoi in Achlokis Tanoi, Ika Dinah Benehaha, Ika Dinah Benehaha. Some learn out of here, and some of us. It turns out fascinatingly enough, everyone in the same principle is sacrificial blood will not negate one another. Not negate one another. What's the machlokes? What's the machlokes? What's the source? And it turns out I will say that there are really 3 sources for this. But one source ultimately again is going to be Par. One source is going to be Ola. And a third source is going to be Yom Kippur. So 3 different sources, the same rule. Gemara says, whenever you have something like this simple follow-up question of the Gemara is so high that I will agree with the other sources. Here we go. So the Gemara says, someone said, this is one of these Gemaras where, again, everyone is agreed. Now, what I want to point out is, let's say something. The Hanitanoi, the Gemara says,
that's it. One belt is all we need.
Good. The Hanitanoi is a lock off Midama Par Midama Sarlo. It's also so the other 2. They don't like throwing out on the Kippur. But why not? Hasabri being so the Gemara says, this is actually fascinating. And this is different discussion. A whole other machlokes. Now, we've been working in this studio presupposing that when the Kohen finishes his individual blood eyeball for the Sar and the Par, it mixes the leftover bloods together and then does a collective blood application on the interior of his Be'ah. That's machlokes. That's machlokes. Everyone agrees that the blood applications on the interior, but there's independent people of the Par, the blood of the sire, or is it mix them together and then do a collective application? That's machlokes. And therefore, again, on one side, Yom Kippur is only approved if you hold that the bloods are combined, but the other if you hold the bloods are not combined. So because of that, they don't good. Why did the other thing reject the limud ultimately from Allah? Yalit, because they don't subtract that touch of dam, they don't feel like the extra dam is an extra word Allah, because we go that way. My time of why not learn it out from the cars? That was the first thing. Kasavar, Kodesh Hema even they Rasan they learn that for a different halacha. They say Kodesh teaches us a din by Bachar. What's the din by Bachar? Only the Bachar animal is offered up, but its tzibura is not offered up. Okay? We must the Ida. So where does the other that uses Kodesh as the source for the official blood do not negate each other? Where does that opinion learn out that the tzibura of a Bachar is not offered up? These Amakulei may shot in Sarah. Where is that from the faith? Right? If it's a short or if it's a satisfy Hashem. Who comes then to Rasa Teva? Ultimately teaches us that only the actual Bakar animal is offered up, but Pura of Offer it up. Incredible. Let's go back there. So Tashma, Nassam, and all the Olim, remember again, that's actually interesting. This time that by Mishnah as well. Remember again, 42 sets of halachas about the budget. What happens if the coin receives without asking? Right? So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Tashma, Nassam, all the Olim. Let's just point to the blood application of the combined blood. Without asking. Everyone agrees that he has to go ahead and do another blood application below. Rashi says over here, the short lines about the 12 lines up from the Torah as well. So this is the case again of where Lamala blood gets mixed with Lamata blood. Kohen does the blood application Lamala without asking. So in that case, everyone agrees that Allah should do another blood application Lamata. So the Gemara says, and Elu on the Lord, and both work, specing. So expose that go, even though I want to agree with this, I'm going to agree with this. The other Katas in case for Katas, blood damage, the Hating the other Mala, Habu Shirayim, and since he did the blood application above, that means the rest of the Katas blood that is now what? Is now Shirayim. And that's why the Katani, able to be able to Shiasa Lamata. That's why everyone is the rest of that mixture applies Lamata. What do you see from here? Shmanina, Makom Ola, Makom Shirayim. And where does Shirayim go? Shirayim go in the same place as the Ola. Where does the Ola? Lamata. Shirayim placed in the same area. And what does that show us? That Halakha Lamaisa, Shirayim need not go on the its. Rather, again, Halakha Lamaisa, Shirayim could go below the Fotasika. So the Yitzchak Bayo says, Amar Marava, Hachamas. You know what's the case? They go in the Arif Katas Hatisona, the Shirayim. Actually, the case over here is where Halakha Lamaisa, the Katas, you have this thing on the link on this whole thing. But the outer Katas is fascinating, gets mixed in the Shirayim of the blood of the inner Katas. How does it mean? Again, making this a bit more complicated. Probably I buy the name of Maz. You go in the eye of the Shirayim, but why? I don't know why do you have to set it up like that? Why not just set it up as a case where ultimately again the left the Katas, why not set it up in the case of like gets mixed in with the Shirayim of the Katas, so you and out of Katas, why does that be in the Katas? From the Hakamash Falon, here's going to find a lot of that's what. Human man understands ultimately, everybody is doing this. But Shirayim, what does that mean? Remember, there's a little bit of Chazak in the past. Shirayim, after the most, was a Mahmoud card. Is the application of the Shirayim a necessary part for the Rabbinic process or not? That was a Mahmoud. So maybe even the opinion that says, Shirayim Ma'akim, Chasvi in Ma'akim. If you're missing some of the Shirayim blood, that's not enough. Amari Rabbi told Sabbath Ladino, hold Kimna Beruba Akko. Kayar, Ramala, Shir Takon. The way we set up this case is in this mixture of blood. The majority of blood ultimately again is Alyona's blood, Ramala blood. And ultimately again, you place the shear ultimately again by Takon. As we saw yesterday's daf. On the way, Hani needed Raman Damame Kara, Ein Bila. Maskana. So that answer was true ultimately again according to the opinion that said in Bila, both kind back to the beginning of the time. Our maskana is that the focus is not in Bila. What was the guess? The focus ultimately again was in the case of Kosos. So that's why you're not fine. So again, we end up with this Mahokis. We're not going to tell you the Rambam today, but again, something that's outstanding and what we'll pick up with tomorrow. So the two pieces of information that are outstanding is obviously the general Mahokis, the Hina Eliezer, and the Chachamim Mishnah. The Rabbi, again, in these cases of mixture with the Chachamim Yishbok La'ama poured out into the channel, and ultimately again, Rabbi Eliezer says, no, do the blood applications. Why? Why does the blood applications? Why? Because he's the principle of rowing. So issue number one that we have to figure out, we'll do this first thing tomorrow, is do we subscribe to the concept of rowing or not? That's issue number one. And what's piece number two is this shirayim piece. Do shirayim have to be placed on the Itzra, or is it not the place being open on the lower of the here on the Mata, and know that they'll trickle down? Machlokes as well. Resolution of those two pieces will be first thing tomorrow morning alongside Shkara.
He fought Mike. He was way past his prime. He had been out for a long time, like this, but there was a round in that fight where Larry Holmes was popping that jab, where it made you think, like, what would this fight have been like if Larry was in his prime? It would have been very interesting. I think Larry was another level though. He was. When I see him, he just had the veins. That's my wild tank. He was a speed tank. And the skill too, and also that style, that peekaboo style was just so different than anything else anybody was doing. So it was so hard to prepare for. You got most of these heavyweight boxers were standing straight up. They throwing jabs, moving like Foreman, moving like Ken Norton, whoever they were. But Muhammad Ali, was the only guy that moved like a light. He was different. But Mike Tyson was crouching and popping and coming at you. It was a totally different thing to prepare for. You can't prepare for something like that. That's like when someone's too athletic. That's like preparing for Miles Garrett right now. You just can't. He's going to have 25 sacks this year. It's like, how do you prepare for something like that besides trying to set yourself and maybe after the race? But it's not going to happen. There's always going to be freaks. There's always going to be these athletic freaks that can just do things that no one else can do. Now there's more even more because you see high school football, he's 6'5", Ohio State. People are bigger. Also, people are doing things for kids at an early age to optimize their growth and making sure that they come out bigger and stronger and faster. Getting them training, strength conditioning, plyometrics and shit to get them prepared for things. I mean, look, Vasily Lomachenko, so that guy's that dude's dad took him out of boxing for 2 years to have him learn Ukrainian dance so that he had better footwork. He was dancing. I watched his highlights on Instagram. Footwork is insane. Music's the same. Same coach, the same person, same coach.
Nevertheless, the
I really like this. Yeah, oh my god, he was crazy. Again, one of the great segments. And I'm not a big guy, he just knows where to go. Which is nice. It's also he's constantly he's never right in front of you. He's constantly stepping, and setting you up. And he's always downloading and calculating your movements and your reactions to things. It's so skillful. That to me is the most beautiful thing about boxing is that someone can stand in the fire and be so skillful. That, standing right in front of Canelo, there's one point I thought he was pretty pat. His Lomachenko was in his prime. It was bananas. And it's just his ease of footwork. And it wasn't footwork like trying to get away from you. It was footwork standing right in front of you and stepping off to the side and cracking, like that kind of shit. Like these angles is just, unless you have tried to do that, you don't know how ridiculous difficult that is. The conditioning on that is crazy. Yeah, your legs have to be just like over there. It's just, there's so many guys out there that you could learn from by watching, and they set the bar so high. But that is the difference between watching like Keith Hackney versus Andy Yarborough way back in 1993 versus watching John Jones in 2025. It's like we get to see now these guys that have seen it all, the Peter Yans, the Ilya Toporias, the Islam Makhachevs. You get to see the elite of the elite today. And these young kids that are coming up now, they get to see that and learn from that, incorporate all these things. And you're seeing these guys that are fighting on Dana White's Contender Series that are like championship caliber fighters, and they're not even in the UFC yet. There's so many good guys now. But the heavyweight division is still fairly shallow. It's funny. I think I heard this all the time, and joke, but in the most nicest way because I like people with the words and I like to talk with the confidence. I really think I can go out there and do right better. this big promotion and go out there and be fantastic. I think you can too, and I think you can do what Tyson did, which is revitalize the heavyweight division. Because, other than John, who's of course a superstar, but he's kind of semi-retired, the Tom Aspinall Cyril Gane thing is a fucking disaster. And that's a disaster. I mean, Tom Aspinall still can't see. He's got a fucked up right eyeball still. Really bad, right? I mean, the reality is he might not be fighting it. Like, who knows? Like, if he has surgery on his eye and it doesn't go well, he can't see out of the eye. Apparently, he's still fucked up in his right eye. There's some tendon damage or something. And, eyes are so tricky. You never know. Unless you're a fucking complete psychopath like Michael Bisping, who fought 11 fights in the UFC blind in one eye, which is so crazy that he did that. You know what he did, that crazy motherfucker? He memorized the eye chart. He memorized it. So they could cover his left eye, and he could just whenever he went to do an eye exam, he knew the letters. They would say, all right, read the third chart. And he would say, A, B, C, D. He knew it to a letter. Oh, he's smart. He's crazy. He couldn't fucking see out of one of his eyes and still fought world-class fighters. I think 11 fights he had. Being able to see out of one eye.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to engage with the eye talk on Tom Aspinall, but I think he's a fantastic fighter. What do you mean by engage? I feel like he's looked at the sucks, and I just don't know how he feels that he got. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know what he was experiencing. Yeah, and nobody. Critics gonna go online and say X, Y, and Z, but I'm just gonna stand in the middle and say I think Tom's a fantastic fighter. Cyril is great also, and I think a lot of them are great also. You're gonna always say it's really shallow, and I believe it's shallow too. And I believe I go out there and do the best I can and really dominate when I need to. But just when I see Tom Aspinall, Tom Aspinall reminds me of the guy from Turkey that I was in the Olympics. He was the 2016 Olympic champion named Taha Akif. He was 6'4", same size as Tom. Same build, same everything. And I went out there and I beat him 8-0. And I was in his face for that 6 minutes, and I let him know that I was here. And I feel like in that instance, that's when the tides changed. And I feel like with a guy like Tom, I think I look at him as like a guy like Taha Akif. He's on top. He's the leader, he's still fresh, but I think there's another hungry guy that's going to come, and hopefully it's me that's going to come and go out there and do what I need to do.
Well, listen, I hope Tom gets back in because he knows too what's going on. And for all the critics, there's the right eye, that's the problem. But if you look at when he fought, his left eye, the thing went deeper in his left eye than his right eye. So if you think he's faking, he was knuckle deep in that fucking left eye. He was a little bit in that. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to undergo multiple eye surgeries. That's horrible. By the time this statement goes out, I'll probably have surgery on one eye already. Next surgery's coming in January. Next surgery, so he's having surgery on both eyes. It's really messed up. But I think the way the post that I do, because I like to look at how people approach the world also too. And he was just upset how people reacting. Saying, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing this?" I mean, there could have been a great approach to that. I think man, now the shyness, but I'm going to come back stronger for this. But the problem is people are always going to tell you get poked in the eye. There's always going to be a bunch of people like, "Oh, you're fine," because people have gotten poked in the eye and they have continued fighting. But is that support? It's a foul. First of all, I think every time a guy gets poked in the eye, 1 point deduction. I mean, instant, maybe even 2 points. You should never do that to a person. Never. One thing you notice about Furion's fight with Marab, he fights like this. His hand is this. So when he's got his hand up like this and the front hand's extended, he's not doing that. He's kind of guiding people. Yeah, honestly. He's letting you know this motherfucker's coming. And he's also like in a shell, very well protected. By having that one hand up like that, and have that shoulder, he's got the chin locked, and then he's doing this with his hand. It's a very good defensive position, also very skillful because he's so good defensively in terms of his movement, the way he's able to roll punches and get out of the way in time. But he never pokes the eye. He's not doing that. Cyril Gane is a habit of doing that. That is, you can speculate. You can speculate all day long. You can say he wants to do it. I mean, ask John. John's poked.
then
does
the
that all
blood
the
is
time.
still
Yeah. I mean, even if he puts in the punch,
pushes
maybe
blood
still
back
one.
out.
Yeah. I know it's just it's one of those things. It's like here's the problem. Why are the fingers out in the first place?
Then what?
Like why don't they cover that shit up?
That in mind,
And why don't they have it like one of those Everlast bag gloves? Okay, where it's like a mitt. Yeah. I mean, have the thumb out because you don't grapple with these anyway. You don't do this. You never do this. So why do the fingers have to be loose? If you grapple, you're grappling like this or like this. Like if you're clenching your hands together, you're never clenching your hands together like this. You never interlace your fingers together. So why the fuck are they open in the first place when it only causes problems? If they developed an MMA glove that covered the tips of the fingers like a mitt, we would have way less problems with this shit. You'd occasionally probably have a thumb in the eye every now and again, but you would have at least 8 less possibilities for each fight of things going on your eye. So it just makes sense. And it wouldn't need to grapple. You just have a thin piece of leather that, the padding goes over the knuckles, the piece of leather goes over the tip of the fingers, and have it come down like this in a minute. But it's not hard to put on. If it was a mitt and I'm on top and I grab this control, do you think that the leather of the mitt sticks harder? Probably. Yeah, probably aid grappling. You probably make fights better. You probably do stuff like you probably get more takedowns. Maybe. I don't know, man. Maybe when the leather gets wet, maybe it becomes slippery like a finger. We'd have to find out. But at least we would have less eyeballs. And it's not going to hinder the striking at
So now
all.
we're going to the big
There's no need to have his fingers exposed like this. But to great fighters, accidents happen. Accidents happen and also purposeful fouls happen. And I'm not saying that Sergio did this, but he did it like 5 times in that fight. I rewatched that fight a couple of times. And every time Aspinall came towards him, he was doing this. Every time fingers outstretched, pointing towards the face. It's just, it's illegal. You're not supposed to ever do that. Your fish should always be balled up when it's moving towards your front. We don't have to have these goddamn fingers covered like that or open like that. It should be covered. It's not impossible to do. It's easy designed level. I don't understand for the life of me. And the sport's been around since 1993. No one has introduced gloves like that. Sure.
also if it goes up on
a really good thing I wanted to ask you is how, for someone new coming into a sport that a lot of people know, how do you think they should bridge the popularity of the sport and also the real life of who the person is? I might be saying this in a hard way. No, I know what you're saying. How do you think they should?
it's a regular cover from the
but
country. It's like,
but you know, like Kelly, it always gets bigger and always gets bigger. And how do you bridge that gap of keeping that same mind frame of like, man, I love the guy, but I need to reset. I always need to reset. I need to make sure. Yeah. Well, it's going to be dependent on you, right? And it's going to be a rock that you're on.
Also,
Maybe pressure, and just the overall not being able to go to the mall. It's
on the fire.
It's going to get weird. It'll get weird. You're going to get mobbed in the airport. It's going to get weird.
Actually, not yet. You're
going to have to.
Colorado is there.
You're going to have to figure out a way to have your own private time. That's very important. Guys never have private time. You're surrounded by people. You can lose yourself. You can lose your way. And just finding yourself. It's very complicated. It's very complicated. Especially for fighters. When your entire identity lies on the way other people see you. That's not good. It feels good when you're on top because everybody's like, oh, there's Ken, he's the fucking man. Whoa, the man. But if you rely on other people's opinions of you for yourself, esteem yourself, then the moment you want to stop it. What if you get eye poked? What if you get eye poked and then all of a sudden, Ken was a bitch.
Anything that is for the altar, goes on the altar, it does not come down. Not only she really there, on all solos, just like Olo.
And then there's
once it
all
goes
the
up,
pressures
it's
of
not down.
money, people trying to
I'm
scam
told
you,
there are
business deals, bullshit, this, that, money,
once it goes up,
that kind of shit. You know, that's the
what does it sound like?
bane of fighters' existence. When
The same
Hulk
thing. Which
that
was
kind of in a lot of ways led to the decline of Rousey, in a lot of ways Conor McGregor.
actually
People started getting nervous. throwing everything at you, doing cell phone commercials, all this different shit. That stuff gets in the way. It gets in the way of your training. It also gets in the way of your ability to have that deep pressure time. Being yourself and being alone with your thoughts, which I think is very important just to solidify your own understanding of who you are as a human being.
Out of the fire.
You know,
The stuff in wine
you
libations
don't want
are
to be
placed
defined by other people's
not on
opinions
the
and
fire.
perceptions.
Sure, the Gamil
And
Omer
there's
lo
also
yer.
like
So Great
music is a
Gamil who
fantastic
says
job
that
of
Kalaroy with the death
showing
and other lo yer. Whatever is fit to be also once it goes
the
up to
countdown
the
series,
applies to blood
UFC
and to
embedded
wine
series. So
libations.
when
Once
they're
they
doing
are
stuff
put
like
on
that,
the
you
death,
can see
you
this
don't
person
think about it, it turns out that
interacting
they're
with the
valid.
family,
However,
training camp, weight cut.
Rabbi
You get to see
Yeshua
who
Omer,
they are,
Rabbi
joking
Yeshua Omer,
around with
here
people,
to get
hanging out with
Yeshua
their
will say and say
friends,
that blood.
laughing.
If you apply blood,
That's
or
important
wine
too, because
libation, it
people
turns
really
out
want to
that blood.
relate to you.
That ultimately, again,
They don't want
you will
this guy
down.
that just
Why?
appears,
You wipe it off,
every
wipe it
5
off, wipe
months.
it down,
You don't
take
know
it off.
shit about
So
him, and all of a sudden
ultimately,
there
again,
he is in the
why?
rain man,
Because
and
ultimately, that's
you're
not
putting all these things on
virus.
them, and imagine
Sorry,
it's
that's right, correct. That's
the more they can
that's
get to
not
see
the
behind
virus,
the curtain,
which
the
he
better it
was
is for you, especially if you're a good
Shimon
person,
Rabbi Shimon
you're
says
an interesting person, they get to see.
now,
It's also inspiring for people. Like you like
so
to tell
that's the
stuff
first
about
one.
yourself, you bring up God. You show up
Shimon Rabbi Shimon
like part of
says,
time, like
Haseva
everybody else.
Kasha,
Like, wow,
who is
look
suffering
at the
with
greatness this regular God can accomplish. Maybe I can do this. Maybe I can do something.
wine libation,
Maybe and then
or have yourself in
whatever, if I'm a fucking
That's
skier or
whatever wine
whatever
libation
your job is. Maybe I can be great and be a normal person like this guy is.
No, 100%.
even if
That's
both are
That's a
possible.
fantastic answer.
Haseva
Because, you know,
Lodini,
I just feel like at some point I'll get to that spot.
however,
Like, how do I know if someone's not real? How do I know if someone is in that space of things changes and there's leeches, there's leech that's bad people. So, you know, it's always a nice thing to have someone that has surpassed that level that you can finally see. Like, man, like, how did you
John's a great guy to talk to. Obviously, John's had his stumbles, which is, you know, when people talk about John, the things that John's got in trouble with, you are a wild motherfucker or not, okay? If you want a guy to be the greatest of all time in fucking cage fighting, he's gonna be wild. That's one of the reasons why he's great. When John was 22 years old, he's fighting 23. Mauricio Shogun, who was an all-time great Pride legend, he opens the fight with flying knee. Who does that? You gotta be wild. You gotta be a wild fella. That's John. I mean, and, you know, obviously there's stuff he shouldn't have done. There's a lot of extracurricular activities, a lot of partying. That's not good.
Whatever is burnt on the fires of the gas, even if it was invalid once it goes on, it does not come off.
John
The real sense that applies to what Colorado is whatever goes on the altar, not just what goes on the fire. What's that?
What could I have done differently?
Tells us Dan
We
has
can compare him.
good days.
Definitely, he's already kind of put a big foot into it, and man, he's amazing with a lot of things now. He's been talking so well now. A lot of things are in a sense of he's trying to look out for me in business opportunities and places that I need to go. And it's amazing. You know, a lot of people don't do that, especially when you see the peaks and valleys of a person and their public info also. And a lot of people don't want to give people the chance because you see something about someone until you finally meet them and it's like, man, like, this guy's like a whole different person you would have never expected. And so, he's just opening a lot of doors. And he isn't doing that. It's that guy.
So was
That's great too.
this item
To have that kind of self-awareness.
some other
There's a certain amount of time.
it sounds like
give some advice that maybe
But if you were to
amazing
put
if
them
someone
in
gave
there,
me.
something that
Because John didn't have some
it
heavyweight
has
champion
nothing
training
to
with
do,
him.
it doesn't belong
Teach
in
him those
this, or
things.
never belongs in this gap, then what? Then ultimately again, you would take it down. That's the luxury of wrongly located if it's fixed in this gap. But what? There's some other disqualifying factor that prevents it from being opened up. That's when we say, if you bring it on the gap, you don't take it down. She'ain roy low, but if the item never belongs in this gap to begin with, then low. Then you don't see that in this gap of facts.
Especially for some people, some people have money, some people have status.
which the Gemara simply asks,
hopefully we
you
can
know
all
what
see
they
my
meant.
bed. I know some people don't, which is sad to
Give me
see,
an
but
example, obviously.
it's just some people live different lives, and I want to live a life
Yeah,
where
you
it's happy.
put
The people I have, and I
don't
meet so
think
many
it's
people,
yeah.
and
That's
I
not
go
what's
to a
funny.
great
I'm
job right
saying
now, so
the realm of
any input I can get on
sacrifices.
how to be
So
better,
ultimately,
how to be
again,
more mature,
what
how to be
is
more
it
sound.
that one could
Especially
say
from John, I'm
doesn't
getting a
go
lot more
wrong on
to
this
hear from you.
point?
You get
That
different
you
perspectives
there,
of
you take
your
it
word
back down.
in a
Too
different
much of the
realm
real life.
than,
I'm not
than,
going to
than John also. But you guys are also in the
take
same place.
a
We
month
like you do the
called
podcast, John's semi-retired, but you see the two different lives of two different well-respected people. Because that mindset that you have to really want to acquire that information, really sort it out, and know that these challenges are coming your way. The money and the fame and all that stuff is the thing that everybody focuses on. But really, the focus is on excellence.
like this, like
Excellence
that.
is what brings
So
you
again,
the
you
money.
possibly
Excellence is what brings you the
then
fame.
it shapes
And the
off the
moment you
excess.
start thinking about the fame and the money and
That
not thinking about the excellence, you've lost your mind.
that is
You've lost your mind. A lot of people lose their mind. A lot of people, that money and that fame, it starts coming. All of a sudden, you're just thinking about numbers, thinking about what house you're going to buy, where you're going to drive, all that stupid shit, and you lose your way. And
the service.
one of the things that I always try to tell people, I try to tell these young comedians especially, is that think of the attention that you have.
So what's an example of
it has a
something
number value.
that has
Like
no
the attention, like
sight
let's imagine, like if you had $100, you know, you can only spend $100. Let's imagine your mind only has 100 units of focus. You have 100 units of focus. Any focus that you have on other shit outside of the thing that brings you excellence, it's just rubbish. It's all it is. And if you're concentrating on haters on social media, or if you got a crazy bitch in your life that's ruining everything, or you got some friend who's a hater, and you think he's like maybe like hoping you fail, like all that stuff that's distracting is just robbing attention from excellence. You know, some of it's unavoidable, and some of it actually strengthens your resolve to have a certain amount of like shit in your life. Just to understand how to maintain and still be excellent despite of all that. There's probably some resilience building that comes from that. But protect your focus. It's precious. Protect your time. Protect that energy that you have to invest in things. It's so precious. The mind, your focus, and your drive, that is everything. That's everything. Anything that's detached from that.
So Buddha says, let's say I go ahead and essentially put on sacrificial parts of an animal, limbs of an animal, before it's eaten. So it's like, what's the status of the limbs before it's eaten?
Before the fight,
So again, it's a karma.
she used to fight, she'd scream, she goes at the hotel,
the nice the ones who designate the animal
down the bar. She wanted him to fail. She wanted to be more important in this fight. And his fighting career was so important, so overwhelming, that she felt like she wasn't getting the attention that she needed. So she would go get attention
before
and she would steal
should be
from
the
her
equivalent
brother.
of what?
It was crazy. This guy, I mean, he never wanted to be a champion.
And
was
what
very
did you just say?
talented
What did
guy,
you say?
I don't want to
So
say
if you
something,
put the
it
limbs
was one of
before
those things
you
where
got
it's
on
like,
his back, then what do you do with them?
there are people in your life you
So
gotta
I would have said
recognize
therefore
when
what? If
you're
you end up
that
putting
kind of person.
some on
You
his
gotta
back,
recognize
whatever,
when
but before you put it in the shards,
they're
although it's not
they're
appropriate,
stealing from
here,
your focus.
but I would have thought that
They're
Allah my
stealing
son,
your
you
ability
leave
to
it on it and you do not take it back down.
That's what you're in the business of.
Which Rabbi said, take a look at Rashi in this
You're in
moment.
the business
He
of
would have cut your collar, maybe
and
you got
anybody
one.
that's trying to
No,
steal from
overrule
that,
them is there. Most like,
they're
they have not yet
vile
set
beings.
aside for them is there. Shazvika
That's like
Dama
a
Shamahan,
whole
Babas,
lot
and
of
Machina
pass that
Gaboa,
shit out.
letting in Yura.
It's just like
Because let's say, ultimately, again,
what's
it's
your
only
favorite
with
about
this
God?
Yura
What's your favorite about
that they
devil
are
too?
considered to be a Chilik Gaboa. Hektish, true Hektish, Linyan Yula for Yula purposes, Mashiach, Kalim, Shem, Rasna Gaboa, and Rain Olin, Mizbeach, Kachin Kalim, I'm sorry, Kachin Kadosh, Shem, Rasna Gaboa, and Rain Olin, Mizbeach, Kachin Kalim, Ain Bar Me'ila. So let's say, so actually, it's funny how to
Like the Dominic Reyes fight,
one of
he
the
lost that fight.
Kachin Kadosh and Kachin Kalim. But
Dominic
the
Reyes,
subject
as great as he was that night, should
it's
not
not
have
that we have to
beaten
really
John
get
Jones.
into
I think John Jones
I was like, our purpose is very fun.
real
Follow the
focus
flow. So the
and
Gemara is
real
being the guy in Mishnah, that the
real
Mishnah,
drive
you know, what's
towards destroying Dominic
yeah, it
Reyes.
doesn't come
You
down,
don't know the way.
even if it's invalid,
I think so too.
only applies to something
So
that is
the
wrong
heat
for him, that should be there. It
best
should be
guy
there.
to be more
It's not fit for the
because
Mizbeach at
he's
all the
made
more.
all the
I
mistakes
love
and
them. I
still
see we do take it down. What's an example of something that's not fit
tell
for
you
the
how to
Mizbeach
do it right.
and
There's
take
no
it down?
better
Knitza, that narrow it into a Kisharis. Really says no? I don't understand why not if you put up limits of touching common before Zika, which also don't take longer than that. So once they have a home, once you put them on, you don't take them down. Limits of touching common, that's the same Knitza or like Kisharis.
So you can player on 2K, and it says like, so when I log into the game, it says my full name, and then it's like, people know you're playing against me. I'm playing Call of Duty or 2K. I mentioned before, the French Bulldogs. I mean, I like to take care of French Bulldogs. I feel like my James Brown. Yeah, it's so cute. So we didn't know French Bulldogs. So I had sadly, I had two pass away. I just had one pass away. He had IBD in his neck, and that's a bad. It's a disc disease that happens in French Bulldogs. They're bred so bad. And so my first one had it in his back. He was playing all day, and then I turned and he was like paralyzed.
Is a process
And
outside of
the oh man, like that's not good. So I put him down. And then I adopted one after this. Like I adopted one a year ago. He just passed away a couple months ago. His name was Archie, my little guy. He had it in his neck, and I had him on painkillers for like 6 months. And one day he kind of rolled wrong and kind of yelped again. And I was like, you gotta take him in. So it's bad, you know. I got bad attachments to French Bulldogs. Like they're like
and again, they should not have been put on the ground. Once they are put there, we don't take them down. The Knitza, however, itself is inherent to the fish because the Knitza essentially is not really a bona fide Knitza, so it's put into a shot. Therefore, if you place on the back, your place essentially not at the
golden retriever.
where it has to be
And
taken
they
out,
have
put it
King
in the
Charles
shards,
Spaniel.
and then
He's
but
cute, so it's
the
like
Yeshua Omer Kavarai,
he's 7 months old,
again, which I
and
said,
he was born
Yeshua
with
Shita
a
is
little hernia.
anything that is fit
It's
for
like, so
fire.
when you get that,
Ultimately,
they
again,
have
if
to
you
cut
put it
it
on
out.
the
So
gap,
they have to
you not
stitch him
take
up,
it back
but it's
down. So let's say never again.
it's not so scary.
Yeshua and Yeshua and the Megamil,
Okay, I
both
can't
put in the same
take
puzzle.
it, because I love him so much. He's
So
so
Yeshua's
sweet.
model, he's
He
focusing
just
on
like
we are older
I
on
pick him up,
dog.
he like
Right?
kisses me like
Over on
constantly,
the
and
fire.
he makes
His
noise
brush
like
was just like over is fit for the fire.
well,
He
his
went up
kiss
and
me,
doesn't
he'll
come
go
out.
like that,
So it's the same thing
his
with
little
the
tail's
fire.
wagging, he wags his tail, his
Up
whole body,
because
like his whole
now
body's wagging.
and the Gamil says,
Yeah,
we are older,
yeah, he
we are
does
older,
like they'll put a little nibble in the ear.
we are older on Mukta Allah Mizbeah. Just like all of those other Mizbeah, so
I'm his
the
little
personality was
and I feel like sometimes we forget that.
try to understand
They're
how
little
each
love
party
devices. They
interprets
just want
Russia
love from you. They
plays
give you
on
love. They never have bad
Moses
days.
follows.
They're never
So
shitty.
Yeshua
They
Omer
never
Kavarai,
have bad moves.
Yeshua
They're
said,
always
Amok
cool.
everything
Every
that's
day is the
fire,
same thing.
all
Every day I
the
see
again
them.
once it was
I'm
up on the
like,
fire,
good morning. And these are crazy.
Rabbi Gamil, now we have
Just
to
like get on the ground.
all the
Car,
Amok.
man.
It's like, what if you don't love you with the back?
I love dogs.
That the Pasuk says, all the Amok dogs.
I was
What does
looking
he do with that phrase? Which the
Making
Gemara
them love
says,
him crazy. Like cats are like 20 years. Like a dog in 20 years. They are working on
those that he says, all the Amok dogs
there's actual
about
startups right
Pokim.
now.
Also, what are
Animal
Pokim?
longevity.
Rashi is
Those are cool.
Ahula Duri Pokim. Rashi says, the love of Surakoi, Alak Shin, Shapokim, and Netni Hayukista. What's that?
And then
So
sometimes
apparently,
people like
what would happen?
Tom Brady just did that. I don't know how he did it. But I mean,
Why was that?
hey, have a good time. That's pet cemetery
Sometimes
shit. It
stuff
is.
pops
Oh,
on.
you got hereditary.
Pokim doesn't pop off. Result of the heat.
I don't know
Stuff
about
pops
that.
off. What
I
happens is
feel like
something
every
pops
dog
off.
has their own
Yeah,
unique
what do you do?
personality.
It's
And as much as I love the dogs
so
that I
the
have now,
where do we
like,
learn
look, I
that
have my
from?
dog Marshall.
Ola Amok
He's almost
has to be on the fire.
or
To the
just
point that even if it pops off the fire, as
I've
a
had a
result of
sweet
heat,
puppy. I
you
love
put
him
it
to
back
death.
on.
But then I
Heat it
got
up.
this new dog Charlie, and I love him to death too. He's a totally different
So let's say
personality.
that's dropping up.
I
Because he
don't
has
mind
the whole
dogs
that
and personalities. I don't need the same dog.
I where does that mean Yeshua learn out?
You know what I mean? I
It's
think
focused.
that's
That
he's trying to
again,
find the guy
that
that's
pops off to his bear, that you put it back on. You know, right? Not
They
play, I share so called What's he learns out? I share so called
He's a little ball muscle cross jacked. This guy's
He's built. It pops off.
You got pictures of him? Pull up a picture. It's all nice. He plays with the gold, and he's like throws himself like a missile.
What does the other
My gold is like
mean?
this, so gentle, which is great because Charlie is 15 pounds. So my old it's like he like gently
Then
puts a
ultimately,
palm
again, I go ahead
as Carl. Look at that face.
there. I've seen a lot, but I don't think that food.
Oh yeah,
It's actually quite interesting.
he's
Quite
adorable.
Russian.
When he plays with Marshall, it's really crazy.
You have
I
these
got a
parts
video of him. Did you get his nose done?
falls off of his back.
No.
Put it back
Wow,
on.
that's perfect.
But if for some reason the Torres insects
Some of them
fell
have
off
fucked up
of his
noses.
back,
Well, they come out.
you
They
don't
come out
put
like
it
this,
back on.
and then they can't read, and so they
Right,
have
so
to.
yeah, no, that's
Sometimes
absolutely
they
correct.
gotta get.
Tell you the Rabbi, Rabbi Elazar, the Yaakov,
They make like a bigger hole.
Honey,
It's awful.
Rabbi
But some of them have it where like
Rabbi
you have to go in and kind of help
Tochal
the
Ha'ish Asau.
esophagus because their
Because
face is
that
flat, so you gotta
fire
help
will
them back and kind of cut it to where
How is that?
they can go down the pipe.
Ula Atamachir. So what's essentially very interesting
Crazy.
about
I wish
so
people. I wish
go ahead
if there
and
were dogs
return
out
to
many
that
different characters.
partially
But
consumed Ola.
well,
The
I love
Atamachir
dogs. I
Akulik
love
The
dogs. I love German Shepherds,
partially
Belgian
consumed
Malinois.
Just say again, why? Serious Akasim. Serious
That's what
Akasim.
I'm hearing.
So the din is supposed to be
If I'm not mistaken.
this is fascinating because there are a number of local central controls that we talked about which far away. So number one, I'm gonna have the din that if a piece of sacrifice up soft in his back, ultimately, what do you do with it? You put it back on. It's sticking out with a burning thing. And that many times is unnatural. For some reason, you have Torres. That come off of the back and a lot of my stuff
Sometimes those
is not
dogs,
with
not
that.
all of them, but some of them, they'll test you. You know, you just can't have a dog.
שדוק על האיש על העולם המזרח, חודי אולה אתה מחזיר, ויאתה מחזיר חודי דינדוק, רב נמילה שממינה, דאחולי אולה מהדיר.
It's just like those, and it's not all of them. Like I've had pit bulls, and I've never had a pit bull that even wanted to fight a person. They were always like the sweetest people. But then you hear some, it's just crazy. Because how can I go online and see a pit bull just not let me go with somebody, but all of a sudden, the next video I see a pit bull wearing a Christmas sweater.
Yeah, and of course, this falls off ultimately again.
So it's weird. I know, it doesn't make any sense.
And it's a Dalamedas from the Hopa, low boy cock.
Some people are going crazy. Yeah. Are you big
So it's
into
like,
anything
so
like
what we just done over
what
here
do you believe in conspiracy? That
we just showed a bunch of real Yeshua, both actually from the word and other pieces for their conspiracy. Remember again, have Rabbi Yeshua saying, whatever is fit for the fire, once it goes on the fire, it doesn't do that. Really subjective from the word go. Now we just saw what Rabbi Yeshua, the meal again, does with the word go. That's fine. But the meal says, whatever is fit for the Mizbeach, once it goes on the Mizbeach, it does not do that. Says the Gemara,
we'll talk about there.
Rabbi Yeshua, now you have to see the Mizbeach.
But I believe there's a lot of things we don't know as much. And I believe there's a lot of conspiracies. The problem with conspiracy theories is some of them are crazy and ridiculous.
What does
The
Rabbi
reason why
Yeshua
people
do
entertain
with the
crazy
word
and ridiculous
Mizbeach?
ones is because some of them are real and
Only
they're so
violate
nuts.
my time of
Even they did what? Just when you find out about U.S. history, when you find out that the reason why we got into Vietnam is okay, it's called the Gulf Tonkin Incident. The Gulf Tonkin Incident was supposedly the enemy Vietcong attacked ships.
Darshan
It's fake.
based
They
on
faked it.
Mokdah.
It's not real.
Now
It's
we're trying
called
to
a
figure out
false flag,
from
and they
Yeshua
did it
what
just
does
to have a story so
with
that we
the
would have an
praise
excuse to
there.
invade
This
Vietnam.
is
So
my
it's
anybody
Vietnam,
that
a lot of people died from
he needs to
that.
follow it. He must make come back on a call our Roy the Mokdah. Nikadesh there. So what is the concept? It says that anything that is fit for the fire is definitely
while we were in Afghanistan,
Homie Baile, so my camera corner, on the right Lamukda, Nikadish was there. So what's saying, when you with the Muslim is telling you, is that whatever is fit for the fire, that's what the Mizbeach is like. That Yeshua disagrees with Rabbi Gamliel's fundamental understanding of the Muslim. Rabbi Gamliel understands Allah Mizbeach to be qualifying term. Interesting, that Yeshua is like not a qualifying term, but rather it's a modified term. Qualifying term is Amokdah. Whatever is fit for the fire, Allah Mizbeach. That's ultimately again what the Mizbeach will accept. If it belongs on the fire, the Mizbeach will accept it, and it doesn't go down.
get involved in that.
I would
They make
make
decisions
so
based on that.
qualify is the modifier.
The
what do I
people's
mean?
lives can people die
It's
because
back after
of that. Probably
you also
in Afghanistan, definitely Vietnam.
it says it's there twice. It's referring to me.
People are hearing this right now. Oh, stop with that nonsense. It's true. There's a
So
video
once
of
it's
a
another
girl
there,
there
again,
interviewing these military guys
open
regarding
sometimes
copy
Russia,
kids in
which
Afghanistan.
uses it.
The guy who's interviewing was very reluctant to talk about it. He was on Fox News, and he had to talk about it because everybody was aware that it was becoming a conspiracy. And it became a sexual rash why they think so we need them to tell them, really? Really? So we're letting the farmers poison young people and heroin addicts all over the world because we give us information. Is that really what's going on? Or are you motherfuckers making money out of this?
I got a really good shot on it too.
So it's one refers to the
I saw a story about that guy.
ultimately again
He was a football player from
was
Australia.
offered up. Having window where it was visible before it was offered, for example, large
He was selling drugs out of an apartment in Australia for a cartel in Tijuana. I can't believe it's this quarterback. I don't even know. It's a real recent story. It's a real story. A recent story. Recent from what I've seen.
versus
It might be
no
like 20 years ago.
high
Yeah, he got caught because someone along the way was a middleman for a lot of
Wow, true story. My cocaine quarterback, signal call for the cartel. Wow.
they said he was making like $1 million a day in cash, and he was trying to prove it with Las Vegas casinos. The middleman, someone messed up the bet, and he lost the money, so he had to loan money from someone, and that someone was like a undercover waiting for him like a year later. And caught him at a McDonald's when he went across the road to Tijuana or something. It was crazy, yo. Drugs control a lot of things, and it's messed up.
But once we're talking about over here, the ability for them is there to accept hustle for
People get tempted by that, and then you get a legitimate businessman who says, listen, there's a way for you to get 10x return on your money. You invest in this, you do that, and it's simple. You'll never get dirty. All the money goes to offshore accounts. No one know about it. You can retire from
Crazy.
and people start getting taxes. It's insane. That's part of it too. So you just get some people some people like to do some shit they're not supposed to do. They get addicted to doing things that they're not supposed to do. They get addicted to their life. DEA agents. A lot of DEA agents become drug dealers.
It's just like that show,
Yes. Exactly.
just like the owner of
Cocaine
the
Cowboys. I watched that documentary. What was that about? Amazing. Cocaine Cowboys 1 and then there's Cocaine Cowboys 2. Look, there was so much corruption during the 1980s during the cocaine that one graduating class in police academy, the entire graduating class either wound up or in jail. Because they were all involved in cocaine deals. All of them. Because there was so much work. Everybody's driving a Corvette. Everybody's living large. Everybody's doing well. Very diamonds. It's crazy. It's like you get caught up in that life. And if you were involved in, like, you're a police officer and everybody around you is dirty, you just more likely you're going to be dirty too.
But now aren't they kind of blowing the Ecuadorian ships up that are coming in here that are having a lot of drugs on?
Yeah, Venezuela.
Venezuelan ships, they just blowing them up. I'm not educated on stuff like that, but I wonder if it's more to keep the trade here.
No, I doubt it. I think more likely what it is because Trump genuinely hates that they're bringing drugs into this country. Is there other things involved too? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure some of it has to do perhaps with politics. I think that's a reasonable assumption. But Jamie, I just saying something. Here's what's interesting. One of the things that Trump was saying is they're poisoning our kids. And they have 100,000 people dying every year from drug overdoses. We have to put a stop to this. From the time Trump's been in office, deaths by overdose have dropped off a cliff. Look at that. Look at 2024. And leading into 2025. Just look at these are all deaths from overdose.
So
I mean, it's kind of crazy. Look at that. From all drugs, just the top one. Look at that drug. I mean, that's crazy. So you see the peak in was in 2022, or it looks like actually 2023 and 2024. That's the peak when people are dying. And then from the time Trump's in office, it's taking a fucking sharp down. And why is that? Well, part of it's because they're blowing up these fucking boats that are bringing in all the drugs. And not just drugs, but drugs that contain fentanyl. Fentanyl's terrible.
Maar
It's
mijn
killing you exactly. It's slowing you down and you're down. People are slowing their lives of it. They don't even know what's going on. And the cartel, they're buying, they're taking shitty drugs and mixing it with fentanyl, so that's not fair. Right? People are getting it from what they think is Xanax. It's not Xanax, it's fake. It's got fentanyl in it. They're dying from that. They're dying from coke. They think it's coke. Fentanyl's in that. Yeah, it's horrible.
There's so much access to things in this world right now that I feel like there's so many attainable things that people don't even think about that. A lot of shit happens in this world that we just have no clue. And it's kind of weird. I just don't know like kind of the variety that I'm bringing to the people. But I'm just saying it like I don't just to say it, but it's different. There's social media. You can meet so many people. And just going random places, meeting people, and you can get roped up in the wrong things. And it's just a downhill, downhill starts.
Yep, you take that turn, and next thing you know, you're on that road, and you keep going, and eventually you get out of this game. You can't, then you're in jail, or you're dead. Ed Calderon, this guy's been on this podcast many times. He used to work for the Mexican military, now he's an American citizen, but he's a cartel expert. The stories that he's told us about the fucking cartel. Essentially, they have giant military operations. It's all a cartel. They coordinate with each other. It's crazy. That's why they had the money in the walls of his house. Places. I'm sure asking them to do that. I think they probably have so much, but that's one of the things that Cocaine Cowboys is this pilot. They had millions of dollars buried in his backyard. Just take garbage bags filled with millions of dollars of cash and take them back there because he couldn't bring it to him. To give it away. Why? Because they're going to cook. They want more money. They just don't know what to do. You can't just have them laying around their houses and break out their house and kill them, take them away. It is a crazy game. But I can't recommend that. Cocaine Cowboys. So when you watch it, what the fuck? So where's Cocaine Cowboys? Gotta get it. I'm sure it's on every it's incredible because you realize like cocaine. Miami had more banks per capita. I don't know what's going on more banks per capita than any other city in the country. It's because those banks were laundering. They were laundering cocaine. It was all coming. And Miami never sleeps either. So it was all night affair. Yeah, that is a crazy
Is it any item that comes out of the back or only items that are placed on fire? Again, we started one back here in blood and wine migration.
Right.
But again, we're
You're
not
at the beach at 12.
other
Can't be right.
as well.
No, can't right. That's a rule that a lot of people should not be in. But how do you get out though?
Ask John. I mean, he seems to have navigated those waters better than anybody. Yeah, because usually it ruins everything in your life. He's obviously had some missteps, but still comes out the greatest. Which is not everybody's.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here to thank our Tramutola sponsors for the month of Allison out of Sunday. We're dedicating all the children's workshops this month in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Simon, Rav Shlomo Tzvi Ruben Ben Shimon. Zevon Bracha. In honor that his son is back in Aliyah, and he should be a near Jewish for his children, his grandchildren. These are beautiful. Adam WhatsApp me yesterday to update the sponsorship. It was 34 and now 35 great grandchildren. All Hashem is in the summer continues to accrue. Tremendous is the Kuyos even when it's no longer in this world. Semi Malka asked the same. For the king of the Shulim Joshua is in memory of their parents, Yitzchak, Levi, and Aaron, Cohen, Sarah, Rachel, Bas, Barak, Avram, in the Bas, and Ephraim, and in memory of their dear family friends, stepsons, Naftali, and Gordon, Shemi, Kondamo, fell in Gaza on Earth, and 2023. Paul and Kathy College for dedicating Shur and addresses this month in memory of Officer Das and Zachariah. And the healing sponsors for today are Alan Steinberg and the source of continued health. And the floor for Shulman Stan of Das Susha, and Jacob and Judy Blumenfeld in memory of Judy's grandfather, Harat Zachariah, and Harat Aryeh Reid, Zibon Rachami, and Israel 25th year in America. All our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sahab Naviyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need it for Shabbat, the Kol Leis, shower, brachas, and Tzoros Tavos upon Israel. So with that, let us begin with a lot today. Today's got to stay out. I'm really excited. Really excited about everything. Everything is exciting this morning. Very, very exciting. Got ahead of us today as well. We left off yesterday on Hey Amud Days at Tashma. Tashma, the last Tashma, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, we are in the midst of nothing less than a dramatic machlokas about Hara Aduma waters. Remember again, what was the case that we had yesterday? Now, you have a flask of Hara Aduma water. People carry around all different kinds of flasks, right? This is a flask of Hara Aduma water. What ends up happening over here? Some regular water gets mixed into the Hara Aduma water. What is the impact on that? Remember again, what Allah says, Ezra says, no problem, just sprinkle twice. Just sprinkle twice and you are good to go. Chachamim say it's totally possible. So I must say, remember again, so the idea over here is the Rabbanon were pretty easy to understand, right? Why? Because what was the position of the Rabbanon? It was really made up of 3 parts. Number 1, Yesh Bila. What does Yesh Bila mean? That when liquids mix, they fully and comprehensively mix together. That's number 1. Number 2 is, and therefore, number 2, Hazas Yishashir. There is a requisite amount of water that needs to be sprinkled when you put a paraduma. And number 3, ultimately again, shir is getting the type of answers. And independent sprinkling do not combine to form the composite or the collective amount necessary for sprinkling. So when you put that all together, that makes sense. According to the Quran, once regular water gets mixed in with paraduma water, the whole thing is invalid. Okay, but now you must say, what's the shot of Rabbi Eliezer? What is this 2 sprinklings? How I don't understand why does 2 sprinklings work if one is not going to work? So again, that was a clear enough between Shlokish, Rava, and Rav Ashi. So the Gemara really sees on the position of Rav Ashi a lot, right? Because Rav Ashi ultimately said that in Bila, ultimately again, there's no Bila, which means that liquids do not comprehensively mix. Therefore, due to Hazos, cease to sprinklings and good to go. The Gemara then really kind of tore into Rashi and kept challenging. That's where we left off yesterday. We've got 2 more challenges to Rashi before we finish this up. Tashma, Hanitanim Matana Achash is absolutely Matana Achash is your Mishnah. Right? Again, I will say this is a mixture of sacrificial blood. So let's say if you have 1 application blood that gets mixed with other 1 application blood, what's the halacha? You're not doing Matana Achash. Okay, so your blood application, you're good to go. In Bila, but if you say in Bila, like what Rashi says, right? If you say in Bila, with the water that the liquids don't mix together, then what does 1 application do for you? Maybe because you're only doing 1 application, you end up applying 1 of the blood and not the other. So the Gemara says, remember again, the Gemara said, the Gemara kept giving, that really you have a 1-to-1 ratio mixture. And therefore, if you end up doing 1 application for each of the bloods, right? But ultimately, again, you end up hitting both their okay. So again, these are all just questions that are lobbed in the Rashi. Next case, remember again, you have a 4 application blood that is mixed with another 4 application blood. So again, what's the case? where again it's a 4-4 ratio measurement. Therefore, once you do the application, you ensure that everything gets placed in this way. What about a 4 application blood? Mixed in with 1 application blood. Half of the outlet. The tema, 81 the tema, talking on this, so if you say again that over here only got mixed in with 1 measure of 1 application blood.
There's your first folks. That motherfucker's gonna be UFC.
Already over about Yeshua said the problem is, if you remember, this is Yeshua's answer back to Rabbi Eliezer. Yes, Mishnah, how can you do 4 applications? After all, halacha l'meisa is baltosif. But if there's only 1 measure of the 1 application, what baltosif is there? The Gemara says, baltosif, Rabbi refrains this whole thing. Right? Rabbi refrains this entire time. Rabbi says, in reality,
that's from my friend John.
they're really not arguing about which Bila and Bila. That's not what they're arguing about. The Gemara says, Kikli, the Kosos. In other words, the argument will say, remember, which Bila or Ein Bila really only applies when the blood itself is mixed together. Rav actually wants to suggest what they're not focused. They're not focused is with cups, get individual cups that get mixed together. Rabbi Eliezer is lay rowing, but Rabbanan less lay rowing. So also, remember again, we had this in Mishnah. Rabbi Eliezer subtracts the concept of rowing. That will say, what's rowing? Remember where this came up? This came up in a case where, let's say, you have sacrificial blood, what we call Lamala and Lamata blood that got mixed together, right? So let's say, again, we'll say, which carbon is offered up? Lamala, which carbon? Lamala, Fatos, right? Everything else pretty much is Lamata. Right? So let's say you have Lamala and Lamata blood mixed together. So what Rabbi is saying? No problem. Do the application of Lamala and then do the application of Lamata. What about the fact that you're putting the wrong blood in the wrong place? Rabbi just said rowing. What's rowing? We view, let's say we're doing the blood application of Lamala. We view any Lamata blood as if it's water. As if it's water, and vice versa, when you go ahead and you do the application of Lamata, you view the Lamala blood as if it's water. So Rabbi wants to suggest that the point of contention over here between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbanan is whether or not you subscribe to this concept of rowing. Rabbi Eliezer clearly subscribes to it, the Rabbanan don't subscribe to it. Or Rabbanan locally doesn't hold up. You're telling me that there's no machlokas by Bila. That Shuvah, and you're going to use the low necklace, but we're going to dam chatos, she's ari b'dam all the shiyikra. Yeah, those that we learned that what the Eliezer doesn't disagree with the Chachamim, or the no machlokas in the case of dam chatos that gets mixed in with dam ola. That in both of these cases, ultimately, what halacha l'maisa, you offer it up. Similarly, for Rova Vineyarda, if you have regular carbonic blood, proper carbonic blood that gets mixed in with an animal that participated in immorality, shalom blood, that it's not offered up. I select machlokas, aman machlokus, avdam tnima, shenis arid b'dam balas mil. Interesting. The case over here is that what's machlokas case on when you have the blood of a perfectly fine sacrificial animal that gets mixed together with an animal that's a baal mul. What do you do in this case? Eliezer Omer, Yikrav, Vein Bebalo, Vein B'Ketzos. Eliezer holds, so Eliezer holds that you offer it up whether bloods are mixed together, it's actively mixed together in one utensil, or we're ever talking about a case of where there are cups of blood that gets mixed together. The Chum say do not offer that. Now, take a look at that for just a moment. This is actually in the intermediate white lines, second line. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Yachrid, Rashi says over here, lawyer to Bakari, we're going to get to this actually just a little bit. But if you guys are asking that halacha l'maisa, blood, sacrificial blood, retains its identity even in the mixture. Even if it retains its identity. Therefore, again, Rabbi Eliezer says that halacha l'maisa, that when you go ahead and you have that sacrificial blood, even if it's mixed in with other Baal Mum blood, the sacrificial blood still retains its identity, and therefore you're good to go. On the other hand, the Chachamim hold you can't offer it up. So both sides, this does make it sound like there isn't a focus of Yesh Bila or Easy Loss. to which the Gemara says that the Yuda Aliva Davariyazer Masni being the bubble being the photo, but I put on the photo. But the Yuda question on that understands that my focus or seems the position, whether it's by follow or whether it's by photo. But the Rabbanon, this is used in the case of counsel. Okay, so what comes out that kind of stuff that makes it over here. But again, it turns out that really is still like I'm hope that the Shin of Eliezer and the Chachamim that we started with the question beforehand is still whether or not you need to be law or shouldn't be law. That still seems to go ahead and back in these, but there's these two parts of the machlokas. Like this here in there's only machlokas ultimately again in terms of when the blood itself is mixed together. That's one case. Then there's a secondary case where you have the individual cups of blood. What happens in that scenario? Okay, so let's say that's kind of that stops over here. Just before we go on, just trying to see that it's paradula case. So what is the halacha ultimately again when it comes to paraduma? In other words, if you have we'll call it mundane or regular water that gets mixed in with paraduma water. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? What's the impact of that? So listen to this. So the Rambam in Hilchos Paraduma, Parak halacha says as follows: Mayim mikdashin shenis arvu b'hem mayim achirim kolshu. So this is the case. You have paraduma water and regular water gets mixed in. Ashilu mayim shenis malu b'kibush. Again, I'm going to say, remember, how do you make paraduma? How do you make paraduma mixed? So remember again, you take the ash and the paraduma, and what do you mix it with? Mayim chayim, right? Which is water from a source, well water, spring water, right? So now I have my paraduma water. Rambam says, let's say for argument's sake, you have mayim chayim still. Any additional water that gets mixed in, the paraduma water is possible. So let's say we pass like the chachamim, that any foreign water gets mixed into the paraduma, even by let's use the top of the Rambam, even if it was water that was originally drawn for the sake of paraduma. In other words, let's say I go to the well, I take mayim chayim, I take a bucket of mayim chayim of spring water for the paraduma. I mix up the paraduma. I've got some water left over in my bucket. Even if some of that water falls into my paraduma mixture, ultimately, again, it is possible. It is possible. Because when it comes to any foreign water that gets mixed in, Rabbi said, by the way, get ready for this. This is one. I don't even know. I'm not sure where these Gemaras. I don't know where the paraduma is. I don't know where the Mishnah is. I don't know the Gemara part. Listen to this. It's wild. The pain, nothing Gemara. It's just this is bonus material. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is the pain. In Yarad Mesochan Kal, Harei Eluk if dew falls into the paraduma water, it's possible. So it's just fascinating. It tells you just the very concern that they must have exhibited again with paraduma. Ultimately, in the picture of the water, you give the Rambam then goes on to a whole bunch of other cases about fruit juices, other things like that. Okay, or even moisture in the kli. But again, halacha l'maisa, we passing like the Chachamim. That was interestingly enough. Okay, fine. There's a lot. I don't know why I just got caught up in paraduma yesterday. How did I was looking to it? Okay, fine. We'll leave the rest. A lot of interesting stuff about the Shira, Parzah. Okay, we'll leave the rest. Let's not think about it. Okay, anyways, but I love when I said any alien water, apparently even dew that gets mixed in the paraduma, ultimately again is going to negatively impact it. Let's go back to my bias. Look, you know, fascinating people. Our bias. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. So take a look at that for just a moment. This is actually in the longest lines. Second line is most shanu. Half utta the katos over the machisi de la el. Zami that one in the shatek la'amot ella kiras habits. Well, remember again. Here is the case. Remember again in the story and the following situation. We have a case of where you had the blood of katos that gets mixed in with the blood of ola. So if you remember again, what was the halacha? Actually, this was in the Mishnah. Right? So if the blood of katos gets mixed in with the blood of ola, what's the halacha? How many say pour it out? And the Rebbe just says you can do the application. So look at that actually. The katos ola the machisi de la el. Zami that one in the shatek la'amot ella the kiras katos ola. She is part of the makan damo. By he pasti rabban the less lowing ואסור לשנות את מקומם, מוסיף את העולם למעלה מן החוד לפני הקשר חטאס. So listen to this. So when you have the chatas and the olam mixed together. So remember again, the Chachamim say, pull it out. And Rabbi Eliezer says, no, just do the blood applications in different places. What about the blood applications that are done in the wrong location? What's the problem? Oh, how do you deal with that? Roll it. So remember again, just to clarify this, when you have a chatas and an olam mixed together, what's the big problem here? Let's analyze. What's our problem? What happens? Chatos goes lamala and ola goes lamata. So now everything is mixed together in the same cup. Or for that matter, again, even different cups. Let's keep it simple. How do I do the blood application? So remember again, Chachamim say you can't. So because they say you can't, just pour the whole thing out into the channel. It's just no good. And the Rabbi says, yes, you can. But what's that? I'm applying the collective mixture of blood. When I apply the blood, what do I do about the fact that there may be all of blood in there? What's the answer? One word. Rolling. What does rolling mean? Review any potential all of blood that's in there like it's water. Conversely, when you go ahead and do the blood applications below, so what about the chatos blood? And she has mixed in there, blowing, you do it as if it's water. Rabbi Eliezer holds the blowing, come on. Now, Rabbi qualifies this nachlok. It's very interesting. It's emotional. Where is this nachlok? Yes. It's only what he calls the beginning of that, meaning no blood applications have been done. That's what this machlokes is. Listen to this. Aval so chatas va'olah, divrei hakol makom olah makom shirayim. This is wild. Rabbi said, let's say halakha lines. Look at that. Aval so chatas. It's in the wide lines, fourth line down in the widest lines, in the middle of the line. Aval so chatas. Shenis arif las olah. Shenis arif shari chatas. Las olah in tabakol. What about the following? Let's say you have chatas. And the blood application to the chatas is already done. So now, what do you say? After you do the blood application with the chatas blood, what is the rest of the blood called? What is it called? Shirayim. So let's say you have shiyore chatas that gets mixed in with olam blood. Okay, shiyore chatas, it's very exciting. Shiyore chatas that gets mixed in with olam blood. Abaye says, listen to this. There's no machlokes. Why? This is going to blow your mind. Why not? Listen to this. He says, however, about sochatas, he calls it sochatas. Sochatas means the primary blood applications have already been done. All I have is leftover chatas blood. So leftover chatas blood gets mixed in with olam blood. Divrei hakol. Everyone says, no problem. Why? Because makom olah, makom shirayim. Because what do I have here? Olam blood and shirayim blood. And guess what? All the blood and shirayim blood go in the same place. Now let's say, where is shirayim poured out? Okay, now here's the thing. Right, so Rabbi is saying, pretty much, so the shirayim blood is poured out. Has to be poured out on the soul, on the base. Rabbi says it's also okay to apply it anywhere below the red line. Anywhere in the microphone. Why? Because whatever you put on the bottom of the deck is going to what? It's going to trickle down onto the base. So therefore, again, it's fascinating. So therefore, the only machlokes is when there's been no blood application. Yeah, you got to the chatas will go to the olah. But once you have shiyore chatas that gets mixed in with all the blood, Abaye says easy, because they both get applied on the same place, and therefore, local myself. Even the Chachamim would agree that ultimately the blood application. Incredible. Someone says, hold on. I'm going to Yosef. Hold up. Haki Amar Rabbi Huda, Shiyayim season, it's not true. It's not true. Abaye, you are supposing that Shiyayim chatas can just be applied anywhere on the lower part of the Mizbeach, and they will drip down, ultimately again to the soul. But that's not true. Rabbi Huda says that Shirayim has to be poured on the Itztava. Now remember again, what's the Itztava? We actually mentioned this. Itztava, remember again, is the flat part of the soul. Remember again, the soul extends out on two and a little bit sides of the mizbeach. So what it is it's a base, but it's a base that protrudes. The itztava is the flat part of the soul.
What up, baby? Just come to my Discord if you want to talk.
You can't apply shirayim on the bottom part of the mizbeach. Shirayim have to be applied on the flat part.
Discord link is in my profile, big man.
Then even when leftover chatos blood gets mixed in with all the blood, you still have a problem. The thing I'm going to say, so here is the thing I'm going to say, Rosh seems to act like I did. Rosh Hashanah had this for Allah. And my focus is only when you have what we call initial chatos blood that gets mixed in with initial all the blood, meaning that the blood application for the chatos blood has not been done yet. That's when we have a problem. That's when it's my focus. About so chatos for Allah. Divrei Hakol, Mokum Olam, Mokum Shilai. But if you only think about it, it's the Hakol, and therefore all you have is Shilai and Chatos blood that gets into all the blood, into the blood, they both apply in the same place, and they both only apply in the same place.
Come on my Discord, baby.
That's where the all the blood belongs. The Chatos blood doesn't belong. Where does the Chatos blood belong? Where does it belong? No problem. Just apply it to the Lord.
How much am I
I'm going to open on, you know, I can't do nothing. That's true. That's true, still not true. So what's that? Everything. So it turns out that now it looks like really good dramatic focus about the proper principle of life. We're just life of that. Again, remember, before we got this tomorrow, like everything makes sense. Before 5 hours, right? So I knew somebody would have stopped me on the way in. Where should I go? I would have said, where should I go? So, and you told her that, is that what you would have said? Of course. And now comes along to the mind and says, no, I don't know. I think it's my focus. So look what's my focus. Everyone agrees to write the
come to my Discord.
The shaila is, what is the exact placement? So really, again, a binding thing, a binding suggestion, and sounds like right, and then the student is also, or the reader is also saying, that, I'm sorry, the student is saying, that Allah subhanahu you can put the line anywhere on the lower part of the mistake, and it'll trickle down to where it's the north and the difficult. The people is of the opinion, the line must be placed on the istilah. It must be placed on the flat part, flat leg, ultimately again of the soul. So dramatic machlokas. So we'll say obviously that machlokas is given the type of machlokas where there's only come from the Mishnah. So Master Rabbi Yudah, incredible. Master Rabbi Yudah, Kodeshim. So we'll say, so now watch what's going to happen over here, and actually this is a very important one. Coming up now. Massive Rabbi, all the points. Massive Rabbi Yudah. Kodeshim. The pasuk says they shall be sanctified. Kodeshim. So the Gemara says, if you look at Rashi says over here that just the pasuk in its entirety is after the parsha, lo sifte, you can't redeem them. Kodeshim. You cannot redeem them. They are Kodesh. As Damam Israel on this day, throw their right, sprinkle their blood on this day. As Chalbam Tash. Now look at Rashi just a moment. This is in the widest line, about 8 lines up on the bottom. Kodeshim. That the heart sits, the pasuk is written by the heart, first point animal. Umashmalei came as Shemam, the so what's that? The one is saying three Rashi has to give you just the intro. This pasuk is only one of the sources that when sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other sacrificial blood or other blood, ultimately sacrificial blood retains its identity and doesn't become a buckle. So again, and much in reduction from Lashon of Kodesh, they are Kodesh, they remain Kodesh. When Rabbi talking about the goat, Shnesaris the Tachtonis, the most of Lavachatos. Okay, so yeah, fine. So let's go back to it. So Master, when I raise the kasha, Kodesh. So again, what does this teach me? That by the blood of a bakar, Shnesaris the dam Kachim Yikravu. That halacha, what does it teach me? That if the blood of a bakar gets mixed in with other sacrificial blood, ultimately again you can still offer it up. So you must say, what's the case? What's the case of where you can still offer up sacrificial blood even though it gets mixed in with other forms of sacrificial blood? So here it is, get ready for it. So the Gemara says, my last sof olah ubachar. It must be talking about where you've done the primary applications of olah. So what do you have? You have ultimately shirayim of olah and blood of a bachar. And the halacha is that you could offer up of those bloods. Why? Because the pashtas, they go in the same place. Because the shrine of the Olah to be placed in the lower part of the Lamata, and the blood of Bakar to be placed in Lamata. Ushmanina, Makam Olah, Bafin Shirayim. And what do you see from here? That Shirayim and Olah to be placed in the same area, which is Lamata. So what do you see from here? Shirayim does not need to be placed on the Iftara. All you have to do is or anywhere on the lower part of the Lamata, below the red line, you're good to go. Where says no, Tilas Olah Ubachar. Not necessarily. You're talking about, okay, well, what's what we call Tilas Olah? Tilas Olah just means no blood applications have been done to the Olah. So really, in order to initial blood of Olah and Bachar, my Kamash Malon. So what is the Gemara teaching us? The Ein Olin Nedakim Zeh. It's teaching us that sacrificial blood do not negate one another. That's what it's teaching me. There are a lot of them say, again, nothing better than mixed, and you have sacrificial ones that are mixed together, they're not miraculous. You might say, hold up. That's not the source for that halacha. Otherwise, I agree that that's the halacha, but this is not the source. The source. The Gemara says, no. The source for the fact that sacrificial blood, do not negate one another. It's actually learned from a different source. Where's learned that from? Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, because the Muslim used the coin Gadol does something very interesting on Yom Kippur. And what does he do? He goes ahead and, remember again, he shechts a par and he shechts a sayr, a goat. Right? And now after their individual blood service is done, he mixes the two bloods together. Now listen, obviously, there's a lot more blood from a par than there is from a sayr. But even though, again, there's low dam par, yet the blood does not negate each other. So from here you see that sacrificial bloods, when they are mixed together, do not negate one another. That's the source for this halacha. Rashi says over here, "Vivalakach shama par, dam asar." Four lines up in the bottom. Da'kometz rabba, shema arvin dam par v'dam sar, shem kipur memacham dam chronos v'mizbeach hapnimi. So once again, remember the interesting you mix the bloods together in order to apply them on the corners of the interior mizbeach, which is actually supposed to be something very unique about Yom Kippur. Okay, but it's not the only time, because we have Chatas K'mini, and Yom Kippur is one of the times where there's a Chatas K'mini where you do blood applications on the interior mizbeach. Ha'davar yadua, she'dam par merubah midam asar, and everyone knows there's more dam par than dam sayr. You tell the owners, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, sacrificial blood that is mixed together does not negate one another. So we learn from Yom Kippur, not from Bachar. To which the Gemara says, Tanoi, it's Machlokas Tanoi, Ikit enough to like Halcha, Ikit enough to like Halcha. So I will say, this is an interesting Machlokas Tanoi. In this Machlokas Tanoi, interestingly enough, no one is arguing about the halacha. What are they arguing about? The source. The source. So everyone will agree that halacha and sacrificial blood do not negate one another. They argue on what the source for that halacha is. They'll come back to that. So the Gemara says, Massive Rabbi is a kasha. The Kriva b'nei Aaron as Hadam, the Zarko as Hadam. So the pasuk says, what is this pasuk by? If you look at Rashi says over here, you guys are about the Kriva b'Zarko, Makamo Hadam, Gabe Olakar. So this is talking about carbon ola. The pasuk is the Shachat as Ben Abakar. Let me show you the problem with the pasuk. The Shachat as Ben Abakar of Hashem. The Kriva b'nei Aaron Kohanim as Hadam. The Zarko as Hadam al Mizbeach Sabbath. So what say? The pasuk says the Shech cow, right? They'll offer up the Kohanim will offer up the dam, the Zarko as Hadam, and they will sprinkle the blood. Now that second mention of dam is really unnecessary, because once you tell me ultimately again, the Krivu they are Kohanim as Hadam, they're going to bring the dam close to the Mizbeach. Just say what? Just say Zarko. And sprinkle it. You don't have to say Zarko as Hadam. You don't have to say that. I understand it. There's no other carbonic material that we're discussing in this passage. So the subject already is done. So once you tell me that they're bringing it close to the Mizbeach, just say the Zarko and sprinkle it. And there's no need to say anything else. So the Gemara says, not Talmud Omer, Amadays. Not Talmud Omer, dam. Why do you have to repeat dam twice in the passage? Listen to this. Shiyach or who would have thought, I'm going to thought like this. Maybe the halacha ultimately again is that when a carbon gets mixed in with something else, it doesn't lose its identity. He's only talking about an ola, because by an ola ultimately again, even if it's ever the timurasa. If let's say you made a timura means you want to swap out your original carbon. for another carbon. That is illegal. You're not allowed to do that. And if you do, in fact, do that, there's a penalty. What's the penalty? By both animals ultimately become consecrated to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Simar thought like this. Yachol, Amy Ella, I would have thought that this halacha that are things its identity only applies to an Ola. Because in an older case, even if it got mixed up with its tzimura, even if the animal was alive, you're still allowed to offer up all of these kabbanos. Take a quick look at Rashi before we go on. Rashi says, the kamabinon exercise, the last of the wide lines on top. The kamabinon minei biyukruhu, shekin ta'arubasan ru'uya l'karei, habilim is harba behema bedehim l'karei. The Ola is unique because halacha l'maisa, even if an Ola got mixed up with other Olas while the animal was alive, you're still allowed to use that and offer them up. The Ola Ola Eres is not nafushin kachim. I would have known this halacha applies to Ola, because all you've already seen, even if living animals get mixed in with one another, ultimately again halacha l'maisa you can still offer it up. So the Gemara says, the rabbis told the Rishonim, third line of Osei Al-Kafim is 81b. How do I know to also include? Ultimately, again, told the Rishonim, Mar Ba'ani told the Rishonim Shebai B'nei Yonadav K'mosa. So I would include ultimately told the Rishonim in the category of Ola. Why? Because just as an Ola ultimately can come as a Neder or a Nedava, so to again told the Rishonim can also come as a Neder or a Nedava. B'nei Yonadav Asham. How do I know to include Asham? So Mar Ba'ani Asham, Marbani Asa Asham, Shetal Matan Galat also. I include Asham in the category as well. Why? Because Asham is similar to Ola, and then it requires 4 blood applications. The Char, Maisir, Pesach, Minayin. How do I know to include the Char, Maisir, and covered in Sasha? And the Gomar, Dam. As the most I remember, Dam. So again, that holy word, let's remember again, was only to show why do I need Dam. Right? Why need recognition of Dam? So Dam comes to really expand the kabbanos that are included in this principle as established by this passage. My love, now again, remember, so once again, you might be talking about a case where sacrificial blood is mixed with each other, and yet, again, the sacrificial blood retains its identity, right? And can be offered up together. So the Gemara says, what's the case? My love, Sof Ola Ubachar. Are we not talking about a case of Sof Ola? Now, what's Sof Ola? Sof Ola means the primary blood applications have already been done. So you have Shilayim of Ola left over with Bachar. And now the Gemara is telling you that what? Those can be offered up together. And I will say, why can they be offered up together? Shmanina, Makam Ola, Makam Shilayim. Why? Because again, what am I seeing here? That Shilayim is placed in the same place as the Ola. Where's the Ola place? Lamaka. So Shilayim is placed Lamaka. And what is here? That Shilayim does not imply Tefillah. Rather than where does Shilayim go? Only where below the red line is Shilayim. No. Give us Ola Ubachar. Not true. It's actually talking about a case of Tfilas Ola. No blood applications of the Ola has been done. So therefore, again, it's Tfilas Ola Bachar. Okay. Now again, I want to say, now remember, Tfilas Ola Bachar, what's the big condition? That in my Kamash Malon, what is it teaching us? Here it is. The aim Olim Nebatim Zeh. Once again, another source that seems to point to the same principle that what? Mixed together sacrificial blood, not negate what? Another. 1 second. Nivalaka, I don't understand. Nivalaka, Samapar, Nidamasara. But 1 second, we already have a source for that. Where's the source for that? Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, we just said before. Now, what happens by Yom Kippur? The Kohen takes the leftover blood of the sire, the leftover blood of the part, and mixes it together, and then does an exterior blood application. That teaches us that when sacrificial blood are mixed together, they do not nullify each other. So I don't need this passage. Which the Gemara says, you're right. Tanoi, if they're not focused Tanoi, some learn it out from here, some of it. It turns out, fascinatingly enough, everyone agrees with the same principle, which is sacrificial blood will not negate one another. Not negate one another. What's the machlokas? What's the source? And it turns out, I will say that there are really three sources for this. Right? One source ultimately again is going to be Bahar. One source is going to be Ola. And the third source is going to be Yom Kippur. So three different sources for the same rule. The Gemara says, now the Gemara just goes, now whenever you have something like this simple follow-up question of the Gemara is, so why doesn't everyone agree with the other sources? So there you go. So the Gemara says, Shabbos said, this is one of these beautiful Gemaras where, again, everyone is agreed. Now, what I want to point out is, let's say, the Hani Tanoi, the Gemara says, good. The Hani Tanoi, the Lakach Nidama Paridama. So the other two opinions, they don't like learning out from Yom Kippur, right? Why not? Hasabri in the Harvard Nicholas. As the most said, this is actually fascinating, and this is a different discussion. A whole other focus. Now, we've been working in this studio presupposing that when the coin finishes his individual blood abonos for the Sar and the Par, he then mixes the leftover bloods together and then does a collective blood application on the interior of his veil. That's my focus. Okay? That's my focus. Everyone agrees that there are blood applications on the interior of his veil, but there's my focus. Do you independently apply the blood of the Par, the blood of the sire, or do you mix them together and then do a collective application? That's my focus. So therefore, again, I will say, Yom Kippur is only approved if you hold that the bloods are combined. But the other opinions hold the bloods are not combined. So because of that, they don't learn out from Yom Kippur. Good. Why do the other opinions reject the lim was ultimately from Allah? Yalif, Midam Dam Lo Yalif, Dam Dam Lo Mashmamu. So they don't subtract that touch of Dam Dam, they don't feel like the extra Dam is an extra next to the word Allah. Gemara says, Mikodeshem, my kind of loyalty. Why not learn it out from Bachar? That was the first one. With Kasavar, Kodesh in Makivin, Veit Murasan Makivin, Veit Murasan Kreka. They learn that for a different halacha. They say Kodesh includes as a din by Bachar. What's the din by Bachar? That by Bachar, only the Bachar animal is offered up, but its Tzibura is not offered up. Okay? So where does the other opinion, right, that uses Kodesh as the source for the fact that sacrificial blood do not negate each other? Where does that opinion learn out that the tzmura of a bakar is not best used, not offered up? Not delay, they in short in la Hashem. You learn that from the phrase, right? If it's a short or if it's a satisfy Hashem. Who calling then to ultimately teaches us that only the actual bakar animal is offered up, but the tzmura of a bakar is not offered up. Incredible. Let's go back then. So Tashma, remember again, this is actually interesting. This is turned out by the Mishnah as well. Remember again, the Mishnah always gave two sets of halachas about like if the blood gets mixed together, what you're supposed to do, and then what happens if the coin proceeds without asking. Right, so what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Gemara says, Tashma, Nasim Malav. Let's say the coin did the blood application of the combined blood. Lamala, without asking, everyone agrees that halacha l'meisa, he has to go ahead and do another blood application below. Now, Rashi says over here, Nasalam Alav in short lines about the 12 lines up from before this one. Masnisim, the Polit Bay Rabbi Eliezer Rabbanon, in Kana Lamala shows Harvard in Kana Lamata. So this is a case again of where Lamala blood gets mixed together with Lamata blood. Kohen does the blood application of Lamala without asking. So in that case, everyone agrees that Allah should do another blood application of Lamata. So the Gemara says, and Elu be Elu Olamah, and both work discussing the ex post facto, even Rabbi Rabbanon will agree with this. Some will agree with this. My lot, we are in Chatas Va'olah. We are talking about a case where Chatas and all the blood got mixed together. The Chayim, the Yadre, the Mala, Havali Shirayim, and since we did the blood application above, that means the rest of the Chatas blood that is now in the mixture is now what? Is now Shirayim. And that's why the Katani, able to Illumodim, Shiatsa, Lamata. And that's why everyone agrees that you can take the rest of that mixture and apply it Lamata. And what do you see from here? Shnanina, Makum Olam, Makum Shirayim. And where does Shirayim go? Shirayim go to the same place as the Ola. Where does the Ola go? Lamata. Shirayim is placed in the same area. And therefore, what does that show us? That Halakha L'Maisa, Shirayim need not go on the Itzvah. Rather, again, halacha l'maisa shirayim to go below the professor. Yasser Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Yosef Amar Amar Rabba Hacham you know what's the case? You don't the Ori Kata Sachitzona the shirayim. You're actually the case over here is where halacha l'maisa the blood of a chatos. Listen to this. You have this another wrinkle on this whole thing. Like the blood of the chatos is fascinating. Gets mixed in with the shirayim of the blood of the chatos community. So again, making this a bit more complicated. I'm going to buy the name of Mar. You don't be I of the shirayim, but why? I don't say why do you have to set it up like that? Why not just set it up as a case where ultimately again the leftover. Sorry, why not set it up in the case of what gets mixed in with the shirayim of a chatos? So we don't have a chatos. Why does that mean a chatos? Zoma hakamash malon. Here's going to justify a lot. That was Afiluman dam shirayim ma'atkin. Ultimately, even according to the opinion that says that shirayim ma'atkin. What does that mean? Remember, this is a little bit of chazar from the past. Shirayim ma'atkin was a machlokes of is the application of pouring out of the shirayim a necessary part for the kabbanic process or not? That was a machlokes. So maybe even according to the opinion that says shirayim are ma'atkin, chasru in ma'atkin. If you're missing some of the shirayim blood, that's not ma'atkin. Amar Rabbi told Rabbi, kol kimna hi beruba al yonim. They set up this case is in this mixture of blood. The majority of blood ultimately is alyonim blood, another blood, and ultimately again you place the shear ultimately again the tachtonim a little bit. As we saw yesterday's daf. Aralei hani nidi leman damamei kara ein bila maskana the concept to be. That answer is true ultimately again according to the opinion that said in bila. This is time back to the beginning of the daf. Our focus is not in the focus ultimately again was in the case of Kosos. So therefore again, fine. So again, we end up with this focus. We're not going to finish with them today, but again, something was outstanding and what we'll pick up with tomorrow. So the two pieces of information that are outstanding is obviously the general focus of the Eliezer and the Chachamim in the Mishnah. So Allah again in these cases of mixture, where the Chachamim says Yishbot La'ama point out into the channel, and ultimately again, Rabbi Eliezer says, no, do the blood application. Why should the blood application? Why? Because he subscribes to the principle of rolling. So issue number one that we have to figure out, we'll do this first thing tomorrow, is do we subscribe to the concept of rolling or not? That's issue number one. And what's piece number two is this shirayim. Do shirayim have to be placed on the Itztaba? Or is it enough to place shirayim ultimately again on the lower part of the tier of the mizbeach lamata and know that they'll trickle down machlokes as well? Resolution of those two pieces will be first thing tomorrow morning. About say.
And now all of a sudden you were $3 million and you were in debt.
Another great day, everyone.
That's suspicious. And if you look at the people that invest money, that's where it gets really crazy. Because it is not a blue thing and it's not a red thing. It's both. Everybody is making money on the stock market. There's a shitload of these people that are buying a bunch of stock and then conveniently a short time later, a bill gets passed that they were working on. That makes it very profitable for that country.
All right, now say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Haba Aruba, Allison out of Steinmetz. We're dedicating all the Shurim Drushos this month in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Rav Shlomo Tzvi Ruben Ben Shimon. Zichron Bracha. In honor that is the Shalom Staff and Aliyah, and we should be a meal of worship for his children, his grandchildren. He's doing beautiful. Adam WhatsApped me yesterday to update the sponsorship. It was 34, and now Commander Hara 35 great grandchildren. Baruch Hashem, the summer continues to accrue. Tremendous is the Chuyos when it's no longer in this world. Sammy Maka asked you to say, we're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this month in memory of their parents, Yitzchak, Leib, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah, Rachel, Bas, Baruch, Abraham, Hinda, Bas, and Ephraim, and in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali, and Gordon, Hashem, from the Mo, Shell, Gaza, and Eric Hanukkah, 2023. Paul and Kathy College for dedicating Shir and Justice this month in memory of Paul Mishpacha Leah Bas Shmuel, Safini Shumamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Sacharia. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today are Yalan Steinberg and his source of continued health, and referral for Shumamis Hannah Bas Sushah, Jacob and Judy Blumenfeld, in memory of Judy's grandfather, Harav Sacharia, and Harav Aryeh Leib, on the rock on the occasion of his 25th yard cycle of them in merit. All our Torah, all of the Shamas Havnaviyah, the families in the Kama, all those who need report 17 of Kol Lei Yisrael, and Baruch Shemir Hashem, shower, brachas, and so Stavos on Yisrael. For that, let us begin with a lot today. Today's Daf is out. I'm really excited, really exciting. Just everything is exciting this morning. Right, very exciting Daf ahead of us today as well. We left off yesterday on Hey Amud Beis at Tashma, the last Tashma, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So we're going to remember again, we are in the midst of nothing less than a dramatic machlokas about Para Aduma waters. So remember again, what was the case that we had yesterday's Daf? You have a flask of Para Aduma water. People carry around all different kinds of flasks, right? This is a flask of Para Aduma water. What ends up happening over here? Some regular water gets mixed into the Para Aduma water. What is the impact on that? So remember again, Rabbi says, as it says, no problem, just sprinkle twice. Just sprinkle twice and you are good to go. Chachamim say it's totally possible. Rabbi says, remember again, so the idea over here is the Rabbanon were pretty easy to understand, right? Why? Because what was the position of the Rabbanon? It was really made up of 3 parts. Number 1, Yesh Bila. What does Yesh Bila mean? That when liquids mix, they fully and comprehensively mix together. That's number 1. Number 2 is, and therefore, number 2, Hazat Yikashir. There is a requisite amount of water that needs to be sprinkled for the Paraduma. And number 3, ultimately, again, Shir and Dain Tzavnazos. And independent sprinklings do not combine to form the composite or the collective amount necessary for sprinkling. So when you put that all together, that makes sense. According to the Chachamim, once regular water gets mixed in Paraduma water, the whole thing is invalid. Okay, but now you might say, what's the shot with Rabbi Eliezer? What is this 2 sprinklings? I don't understand why does that? Why does 2 sprinklings work if one is not going to work? So again, that was a clear enough focusing on Shlokish, Rava, and Rav Ashi. So the Gemara really seized upon the position of Rav Ashi a lot, right? Because Rav Ashi ultimately said that in Bila, ultimately again there's no Bila, which means that liquids do not comprehensively mix. Therefore, do 2 hazos, 2 sprinklings, and you're good to go. The Gemara then really kind of tore into Rav Ashi and kept challenging. That's where we left off yesterday. I got 2 more challenges to Rav Ashi before we finish this up. Tashma, Hanitanim Matana Achas, it's Having Matana Achas is our Mishnah. Right? We can about say this is a mixture of sacrificial blood. So let's say if you have 1 application blood that gets mixed in with other 1 application blood, what's the halacha? You not do the Matana Achas. Okay, so do a blood application, you're good to go. Beyond it in Bila, but if you say in Bila, like the Rashi says, right? If you say in Bila that the water that the liquids don't mix together, Amayim Nashim Matana Achas, then what does 1 application do for you? Maybe because you're only doing 1 application, you end up applying 1 of the bloods and not the other. So the Gemara says, so remember again, the Gemara said, this is the answer the Gemara kept giving, that really you have a 1-to-1 ratio mixture. And therefore, if you end up doing 1 application for each of the bloods, right, then ultimately, again, you end up hitting both down to the end of the mixture. Okay, so again, these are all just questions that are lobbed in the Rashi. The next case, remember again, you have a 4 application blood that is mixed with another 4 application blood. So again, what's the case? Where again, it's a 4 ratio. Therefore, once you do the application, you ensure that everything gets placed in this day. What about a 4 application blood mixed together with 1 application blood? See if you say again that over here only got mixed with one measure of one application blood. And Gemara says, "Ihachi Amrlo Rabbi Yeshua Harihu Obra Baltos." Yeshua said the problem is, if you remember, this is Rabbi Yeshua's answer back to Rabbi Eliezer. Yes, in the Mishnah, how can you do 4 applications? After all, halacha l'maisa, it's Baltosif. Tosif is there. Gemara says Baltosif. Hey, but Rabbi reframes this whole thing. Right? Rabbi reframes this entire conversation. We're not arguing about Yesh Bila, Ein Bila. That's not what they're arguing about. Gemara says the Kosos. In other words, the argument was that, remember, Yesh Bila or Ein Bila really only applies when the blood itself is mixed together. If actually wants to suggest what's the machlokas, the machlokas is the cups, or the individual cups that get mixed together. Rabbi Eliezer Islay rowing, the Rabbanon less from rowing. So remember again, we had this in Mishnah. Rabbi Eliezer subtracts the concept of rowing. Then we'll say, what's rowing? Remember where this came up? This came up in a case where, let's say, you have sacrificial blood, what we call lamala and lamata blood that got mixed together, right? So let's say again, we'll say, which carbon is offered up lamala? Which carbon is lamala? Kratos, right? Everything else pretty much is lamata, right? So let's say we have lamala and lamata blood mixed together. So what does Rabbi say? No problem. Do the application of mala and then do the application of lamata. What about the fact that you're putting the wrong blood in the wrong place? Rabbi Eliezer rowing. What's rowing? We view, let's say we're doing the blood application of mala. We view any lamata blood as if it's water. As if it's water, and vice versa. When you go ahead and you do the application of lamata, we view the lamala blood as if it's water. So Rabbi wants to suggest that the point that's intentional, we have between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbanon, is whether or not you subscribe to the concept of rowing. Rabbi Eliezer clearly subscribes to it. The Rabbanon don't subscribe to it. Or well, hold on. You're telling me that there's no machlokas by Bila? That Tshuva time number you the low next to the Adam Kratos, she's Ari Gedam Ola Shikra. Yeah, no one said we learned. That's why Rabbi Eliezer doesn't disagree with the Chachamim, or there's no machlokas in the case of Dam Kratos that gets mixed in with Dam Ola. That in both of these cases, ultimately what? Halacha l'maisa, you offer it up. Similarly, the Rova Binyeva, if you have regular carbonic blood, proper carbonic blood that gets mixed in with an animal that participated in immorality, shalom yikla, that it's not offered up. I select not know this. Aman yakotu, Abdam Nima, she's arid to Dam Balas. Interesting. The case over here is that Allah, what's my focus case? On when you have the blood of a perfectly fine sacrificial animal that gets mixed together with an animal that's a bowel. What do you do in this case? Rabbi Eliezer holds Yiklav, Bein Bebalo, Bein Bekosos. Rabbi Eliezer holds, so that you go before, Rabbi Eliezer holds that you offer it up whether bloods are mixed together, like actively mixed together in one utensil, or even if we're talking about a case of where there are cups of blood that gets mixed together. The Chum say do not offer them. I will say, take a look at Rashi with this moment. This is Rashi in the intermediate wide lines, second line. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Yakriv, Rashi says over here, Va'afilu lo karab echad mehem. Va'afilu lo karab echad mehem. V'dardish mum bam lo yirtzu lachem ve'enehu mashma ayidei ta'arobes yirtzu. So I was saying, we're going to get to this actually in just a little bit. Rabbi Eliezer is asking that halacha l'maisa, blood, sacrificial blood, retains its identity even in a mixture. Even in which retains its identity. Therefore, again, Rabbi Eliezer says that halacha l'maisa, that when you go ahead and you have that sacrificial blood, even if it's mixed in with other Baal Mum blood, the sacrificial blood still retains its identity, and therefore you deserve to go. On the other hand, the Chachamim hold you can't offer it up. So we'll say this does make it sound like there is a focus of Yesh Bila, to which the Gemara says, Yehuda Aliva Rabbi Eliezer. Masni, being the follow, being the Kosos, that are one on the Kosos. When who the question on the Ezra understand that the Machlokas states the position, whether it's by Bolo or whether it's by Kosos, But the Rabban basically, okay, so Rabbi was like, what comes out, that kind of stops that main signal here. But again, it turns out that really still sounds like the machlokes between Rabbi Eliezer and the Chachamim that we started with the question beforehand. It's still whether or not Yesh Bila or In Bila. It still seems to go ahead and factor into this. But there's really two parts to the machlokes. Like Yesh Bila In Bila is only machlokes ultimately again in terms of when the blood itself is mixed together. That's one case. Then there's a secondary case of where you have individual cups of blood. What happens in that scenario? Okay, so let's say that's kind of that stops over here. Just before we go on, I was just getting through that is paraduma case. So what is the halacha ultimately again when it comes to paraduma? In other words, if you have we'll call it mundane or regular water that gets mixed in with paraduma water, so what's the halacha? What's the halacha? What's the impact of that? Listen to this. So the Rambam in Hilchos Paraduma, Parak Tash Halacha says as follows: Mayim Mushkashin is Aruba and Mayim Achir and Kolshin. In the case, you have paraduma water and regular water gets mixed in. Afilu Mayim Shenis Malu B'Kibush. Again, I'm going to say, remember, how do you make paraduma? How do you make paraduma mix? So remember again, you take the ash and the paraduma, and what do you mix it with? Mayim Chaim, right? Which is water from a source, well water, spring water, right? So now I have my paraduma water. The Rambam says, let's say for argument's sake, you have Mayim Chaim still. Any additional water that gets mixed in, hurry, the paraduma water is possible. So let's say, we pass like the Chachamim, that any falling water gets mixed into the paraduma, even by the Rambam, even if it was water that was originally drawn for the sake of paraduma. Let's say I go to the well, I take Mayim Chaim, I take a bucket of Mayim Chaim, of spring water for the paraduma. I mix up the paraduma. I've got some water left over in my bucket. Even if some of that water falls into my paraduma mixture, ultimately again it is possible. It is possible. Which it comes to any foreign water gets mixed in. I must say, by the way, get ready for this. This is one. I don't even know. I'm not sure what these Gemaras. I don't know where the paraduma is. I don't know where the Mishnah is. I don't think my paraduma. Listen to this. It's wild. The Chaim, not with our Gemara. It's just this is bonus material. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is the Chaim. In Yarad Mesochan How Hareilu Psulim. If dew falls into the paraduma water, it's possible. It's possible. So, which is fascinating. It tells you just the clear concern that they must have exhibited again with the paraduma. Ultimately, make sure the water. We give the Rambam, then it goes on to a whole bunch of other cases about fruit juices, other things like that. Okay, or even moisture in the clean. But again, we pass like the Chachamim. That wasn't interestingly enough. Okay, fine. There's a lot. I don't know why I just got caught up in paraduma yesterday. How did I should be zocheh to it soon? Okay, fine. We'll leave the rest. We'll leave the rest. A lot of interesting stuff about the shir of Hazah. I don't want to share it with you here. Okay, we'll leave the rest. So let's get back to the Gemara. Okay, anyway, so any alien water, apparently, even dew that gets mixed in the paraduma, ultimately again is going to negatively impact the mixture. Let's go back to Rabbi. So now, fascinating Gemara. Rabbi, Lo Shanu Ella, Tchilas Chatas Va'ola. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. This is Rashi in the longest lines. Second line, Lo Shanu, Ha Chudda, the Chatas Va'ola de Masnisin de La'el. Dami Rabban Yishavech La'ama, Ella Tchilas Chatas. So let's remember again, here is the case. If you remember again in the Mishnah, we had the following situation. We had the case of where you had the blood of, the blood of Chatos that gets mixed in with the blood of Ola. So if you remember again, what was the halacha? Actually, this is just the beginning of the Mishnah. Right, so if the blood of Chatos gets mixed in with the blood of Ola, what's the halacha? The Chachamim say, pour it out. And the Rebbe says you can do the application. So look at that Rashi. The Chatos va'ola d'masnisin de la'el, Tami Rabbanan Yishavech la'ama, Ela b'tchilas Chatos va'ola, shenis arti b'fnei matan damon. Ba'hi pasli Rabbanan v'lesle roin, va'asr l'shanos es mekomon, losses es ha'ola l'mala minachot mipnei hechsher Chatos. So listen to this. So when you have the Chatos and the Ola mixed together. So remember again, the Chachamim say pour it out. And Rabbi Eliezer says, no, just do the blood applications in different places. What about the blood applications that are done in the wrong location? What's the problem? Or how do you deal with that? Grow it. So let's say, so remember again, just to clarify this, when you have a chatos and an olam mixed together, what's the big problem over here? Let's analyze. What's our problem? Blood application. Chatos goes lamala and ola goes lamata. So now everything is mixed together in the same cup, or for that matter, again, even in different cups. Let's keep it simple. How do I do the blood application? So remember again, the Chachamim say you can't. So because they say you can't, just pour the whole thing out into the channel. It's just no good. The Rebbe says yes, you can. Hold a second. I'm applying the collective mixture above. When I apply the above, what do I do about the fact that there may be Ola blood in there? What's the answer? One word. Rowan. What does Rowan mean? We view any potential Ola blood that's in there like it's water. Conversely, when you go ahead and you do the blood applications below, so halacha l'maisa again. What about the chatos blood? Potentially it's mixed in there. Rowan, you do it as if it's water. Rabbi Eliezer holds of Rowan. Now, Rabbi qualifies this machlok. This is very interesting. This is lotion. Where's this machlok? Yes. It's only what he calls the beginning of the act, meaning no blood applications have been done. That's what this machlok is. Listen to this. Aval sof chatos v'olah. This is wild. Let's say halakha l'maisa. Look at Rashi. Aval sof chatos. It's in the white lines. Fourth line down in the widest lines, in the middle of the line. Aval sof chatos. Shenis ari b'tchilas olah. Shenis ari b'shiyari chatos. B'tchilas olah. Inka machlok. So we'll say, what about the following case? Let's say you have chatos blood, and the blood application for the chatos is already done. So now, so we'll say, after you do the blood application with the chatas blood, what is the rest of the blood called? What is it called? Shirayim. So let's say you have shiyare chatas that gets mixed in with ola blood. Okay? Shiyare chatas, it's very exciting. Shiyare chatas that gets mixed in with ola blood. Abaye says, listen to this, there's no machlokes. Why? This is going to blow your mind. Why not? Listen to this. He says, however, about soap chatas, he calls it soap chatas. Soap chatas means the primary blood applications have already been done. All I have is leftover chatas blood. So leftover chatas blood gets mixed in with ola blood. Divrei hakol, and there's no problem. Why? Because makam ola, makam shirayim. Because what do I have here? Ola blood and shirayim blood. And guess what? Ola blood and shirayim blood go same place. Now let's say, where is shirayim poured out? Okay, now here's what's interesting. Right, so Rabbi is saying, pretty much, so the shirayim blood is poured out. It has to be poured out on the soul, on the base. But Rabbi says it's also okay to apply it anywhere below the red line. Anywhere the red line is. Why? Because whatever you put on the bottom of his back is going to what? It's going to trickle down onto the base. So therefore, again, it's fascinating. So therefore, the only machlokes is when there's been no blood applications yet. We go to the chatos, we'll go to the ola. But once you have shiyare chatos that gets mixed in with ola blood, Abaye says easy, because they both get applied on the same place. And therefore, halakha l'maisa, even the Chachamim would agree that ultimately you can do the blood application. Incredible. Someone says, hold up. I'm Rabbi Yosef. Hold up. Haki Amar Rabbi Duda. It's not true. Abaye, you are presupposing that shiyare chatas could just be applied anywhere on the lower part of the mishpeach, and they will drip down ultimately again to the soul. But that's not true. And you just said, the brother said that shirayim chatas are to be poured on the iskeva. Remember again, what's the iskeva? We have to mention iskeva. Remember again, the black part of the soul. Remember again, the soul stands out on two and the little bit size of the mishpeach. So when you use the space, but it's against the two. You think about the black part of the soul. The black part. So you just know, you can't apply shirayim on the bottom part of the mishpeach. Shirayim have to be applied on the flat part of the iskeva. If that's the case, then even when leftover chatas blood gets mixed in with all the blood, we still have a problem. See, here this Shimon seems to echo Abaye's idea. Moshe, just had this Ola. The Machlokes is only when you have a what we call initial Chatas blood that gets mixed with initial Ola blood, meaning that the blood application for the Chatas blood is not being done yet. That's when we have a problem. That's what it's Machlokes. About Sil Chatas Ola, Divrei Hakol, Makom Ola, Makom Shilai. But if you already did the blood application with the Chatas, and therefore all you have is Shilai and Chatas blood that gets mixed in with Ola blood, easy, because they're both applied in the same place, or they both can be applied in the same place, the lower part of it is there. That's where the Ola blood belongs. The Chatas blood doesn't belong. Where does the Chatas blood belong? Where does it belong? By the basement. No problem. Just apply it in the lower part of the wall, and it'll trickle down. Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi doesn't know a dynasty machlokes. Not true. Not true. It's still a machlokes. So we'll say this is amazing. So it turns out that now we'll say there is a dramatic machlokes about the proper placement of Shirayim. Where does Shirayim go? Now again, remember before we got to this. Everything made sense at before 6 o'clock this morning, right? So I knew somebody would have stopped me on the way in. Where did Shirayim go? I would have said, where did Shirayim go? So, and somebody would have asked me, does everyone agree with that? You would have said, of course. And now comes along the Gemara and says, no, not everybody. Actually, it's Machlokes. So which was Machlokes? Everyone agrees Shirayim belongs under the soul. The Shaila is, what is the depth? So clearly again, Abai is saying, Abai is suggesting, and sounds like right, and Rabbi Shimon is also, or Rabbi is also saying, that, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon is saying, that Halakha L'maisa, you can put Shirayim anywhere on the lower part of the Mizbeach, and it'll trickle down to where it needs to go, and it'll get to go. Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that, no, Shirayim must be placed on the Mitzvah, must be placed on the flat part, the flat ledge, ultimately again of the soul. So dramatic machlokes. And I'm going to say, obviously, that machlokes is going to impact machlokes of the that comes from the Mishnah. So Master from Rabbi Yehuda, incredible. Master from Rabbi Yehuda, Kodesh. So we'll say, so now watch what's going to happen over here. And actually, this is a very important Gemara that's coming up now. Master Rabbi Yehuda, all of those Gemaras. Master Rabbi Yehuda, Kodesh. The pasuk says they shall be sanctified. Kodesh. So the Gemara says, if you look at Rashi says over here that just the pasuk in its entirety is Ach b'char shar, or b'char kesef, or b'char elis. This is talking about b'char animals. Those sifta you can't redeem them. Kodesh. You cannot redeem them. They are Kodesh. As daman izot al mizbeach. Throw the right, sprinkle their blood on his neck. Let's tell them, now look at that for just a moment. This is in the widest lines, about 8 lines up in the bottom. Kodesh Hein, the Bechor Ksiv, so this passage is written by the firstborn animal. Umashmalei, in Bahav Yosem Miru, Shinis Arbu, becoming a Hirim Lo Abdu Es Shimam, vehicles. So what says, we're going to see here, this actually first to give you just the intro. This passage is really one of the sources that when sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other sacrificial blood or other blood, ultimately sacrificial blood returns its identity and doesn't become a charge. So again, and you might know actually from the notion of Kodesh Hein, they are Kodesh, they remain Kodesh. So the Rabbanim was talking about the goat, Shnisari Disakronik, the most of Lobachatos, Umayla up so again, fine, so let's go back to the Gemara. So Master from Rav Huna is the Kasha, Kodesh Hein. So again, what does this teach me? That by blood of a Bachar, Shnisari, the Dam Kodshim Acherim, Yikravu, that halacha, what does it teach me? That if blood of a Bachar gets mixed in with other sacrificial blood, ultimately again you can still offer it up. So the Gemara says, what's the case? What's the case of where you can still offer up sacrificial blood even though it gets mixed in with other forms of sacrificial blood? So here it is, get ready for it. So the Gemara says, my lab, sof ola, ubachar, you must be talking about where you've done the primary applications of Ola. So what do you have? You have ultimately Shirayim of Ola and blood of a Bakar. And the halacha is that you can offer up both of those bloods. Why? Because the Pashtos, they go in the same place. Because the shrine of the Ola can be placed on the lower part of right Lamata, and the blood of Bakar can be placed Lamata. Ushmamina, Makam Ola, Makum Shirayim. And what do you see from here? That Shirayim and Ola can be placed in the same area, which is Lamata. So what do you see from here? Shirayim does not need to be placed on the Yitavah. All you have to do is pouring anywhere on the lower part of Lamata below the red line, you're good to go. Which one says no. No, Tchilas Olah Ubachar. Not necessarily. We're talking about, again, what we call Tchilas Olah. Tchilas Olah just means no blood applications have been done to the Olah. So really, initial blood of Olah and Bachar. So what is Gemara teaching us? The Ein Olin Nebat. It's teaching us that sacrificial blood do not negate one another. That's what it's teaching me. That Allah again, nothing that again. When you have sacrificial ones that are mixed together, they are not related. You must just hold up. Hold up. That's not the source for that halacha. I agree that that's the halacha, but this is not the source. It's so exciting. You might say, no. The source for the fact that sacrificial blood, do not negate one another. It's actually learned from a different source. Where's learned that from? Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, because Rabbi said the Kohen Gadol does something very interesting on Yom Kippur. And what does he do? He goes ahead and, remember again, he shechts a par and he shechts a son, a goat. Right? And now after their individual blood service is done, he mixes the two bloods together. Now listen, obviously, there's a lot more blood from the par than there is from the son. But even though, again, there's low down the par, yet the blood does not negate each other. So from here you see that sacrificial blood, when they are mixed together, do not negate one another. That's the source of this halacha. It actually says over here, and the 4 lines up in the bottom. So remember, it's interesting enough, you mix the bloods together in order to apply them on the corners of the interior Mizbeach. Which is actually something very unique about the Kippur, that there's blood. It's not the only time, because we have Kachas K'mini, and the Kippur is one of the times where there's a Kachas K'mini where we do blood applications on the interior Mizbeach. And everyone knows there's more dam par than dam sawyer. You can't always what do you see from here? You see from here that halakha l'maisa, sacrificial blood that is mixed together does not negate one another. So we learn from Yom Kippur, not from Bachar. To which the Gemara says, Tanoi. It's my focus, Tanoi. Ikit denaf to the halcha, ikit denaf to the halcha. So I will say, this is an interesting machlokas tanoi. In this machlokas tanoi, it's interesting you have to know the source. The source, so everyone will agree that halakha l'maisa sacrificial blood do not negate one another. They argue on what the source for that halacha is. So we'll come back to that. So the Gemara says, Massive Rabbi. Rabbi is the kasha. The people are Saddam Bizarre Saddam. So the pasuk says, what is this pasuk? If you look at Rashi says over here, 3 lines up in the bottom, so this is talking about carbon ola. The pasuk is the shafat as ben abakar. So let me just say the problem with the pasuk. The shafat as ben abakar, the krivu b'nei harakanim as hadam, the zarku as hadam al mizbeach sabek. So we'll say, the pasuk says, so shach the cow, right? The kohanim will offer up the dam, the zarku as hadam, and they will sprinkle the blood. Now that second mention of dam is unnecessary. Because once you tell me ultimately again, the people of the Arakonim as Haddam, that they're going to bring the dam close to the Mizbeach, just say what? Just say Zarko. You sprinkle it. You don't have to say Zarko as Haddam. You don't have to say that. I understand. There's no other Korbanic material that we're discussing in this process. So the subject already is done. So once you tell me that they're bringing it close to the Mizbeach, just say Zarko when you sprinkle it. And there's no need to say anything else. So the Gemara says, Not Hamaloma, I'm a days. Not Hamaloma, dam. Why do you have to repeat dam twice in the pasuk? Listen to this. Shiyachol, because you would have thought, Ainli, Allah, Edu, which I will be Murasa. And I'm going to thought like this. Maybe the halacha ultimately again, that when a carbon gets mixed in with something else, it doesn't lose its identity. He's only talking about it Allah, because by Ola, ultimately again, even if it's ever the Tmurasa, if let's say you made a Tmura means, remember, you want to swap out the original carbon for another carbon, that is illegal, you're not allowed to do that. And if you do, in fact, do that, there's a penalty. What's the penalty? By Yahoo, Tmurasa, both animals ultimately become sensitive to a You might put like this. Yaakov, Amy Ella, Amy Ella, Elu, Shinis Ava B'Tmurasa. I would have thought that this halacha that are claimed his identity only applies to an Ola, because in an Ola case, even if it got mixed up with its Tmura, even if the animal was alive, we still have to offer up all of these kavanos. Take a quick look at Rashi before we go on. Rashi says, Yaakov in Ella, Ella is Abu Be'elu, the Kamabinon as the last of the wide lines on top. The Kamabinon made the Yikru, Shekin Ta'arubasan, Ru'uya Vikare, Akilim is Arba Behema Behema Chayes. Now, Ola is unique because halacha l'maisa, even if an Ola got mixed up with other Olas while the Ola was alive, you're still allowed to proceed, check, and offer them up. The Ola B'Tmura, Ola Acheres, Tnam Machis, and Kachin, has the Kachin, but you know, Zayikav the Shin Mishu, Zayikav the Shin Mishu, the Haman is Arba B'Tmura, Tnam La'el, Makru, so it's before. Yimakru Akudin Shate also means the other Hablu Kachin, but you know, Akudin is Iris with them, Asham Yikru, so I thought we should, so again, it was like, I would have known this halacha applies to Ola. Because all we've already seen, even if living animals get mixed in with one another, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, you can still offer it up. So you must deny the rabbis. Told those women, third line of Osai on Kafim base 81b. How do I know to also include, ultimately, again, told this women, Marba ani told this women should buy the Nazir and double Knesset. So I would include, ultimately, told this women in the category of Allah. Why? Because just as an Ola ultimately to become as a nether or a Zava, so too again, Toden Shraman can also come as a nether or a Zava. Minayla Rabbi says Asham, how do I want to include Asham? So Marba'ani Asham, Marba'ani as Asham, Shataon Matan Dalit Kimosa. I include Asham in the category as well. Why? Because Asham is similar to Ola, is that it requires 4 blood applications. The car, Meister, Pesach, how do I know to include the car, Meister, and cover Pesach? Omar, Dam, Dam. As the most I learned, Dam, Dam. So again, that holy word, once remember again, was only to show why do I need Dam, Dam? Right? Why I need repetition of Dam? So Dam, Dam comes to really expand the carbonates that are included in this principle as established by this concept. My love. Now listen, now again, remember. So once again, you are talking about a case where sacrificial blood is mixed with each other, and yet, again, the sacrificial blood retains its identity, right? And can be offered up together. So the Gemara says, what's the case? My love, Sof Ola Ubakar. Are we not talking about a case of Sof Ola? Now, what's Sof Ola? Sof Ola means the primary blood applications have already been done. So you have Shilayim of Ola left over with Bakar, and now the Gemara is telling you that blood, those can be offered up together, and I will say, why can they be offered up together? Shnanina. Why? Because again, what am I seeing from here? That Shirayim is placed on the same place as the Ola. Where's the Ola place? Lamata. So the Shirayim is placed Lamata. And what do you see from here? That Shirayim does not require its Tiva. Rather, again, where does Shirayim go? Anywhere below the Kotasika, anywhere below the red line is just the Shirayim. The Shirayim says, no. Tilas Ola Ubakar. Not true. It's actually talking about a case of Tilas Ola. No blood applications on the Ola have been done, so therefore again it's Tilas Ola Bakar. The Gemara says, okay. Now again, I will say, now remember, Tilas Ola Bakar, what's the case here? What is it teaching us? Here it is. The Ein Olim Lebatri Ze'etza. Once again, another source that seems to point to the same principle that what? Mixed together sacrificial blood do not negate one another. Less than 1 second. But 1 second, we already have a source for that. Where's the source for that? Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, we just said before. Now what happens by Yom Kippur? The Kohen takes the leftover blood of the sire, the leftover blood of the tar, and mixes it together and then does an inferior blood application. That teaches us that when sacrificial blood are mixed together, they do not nullify each other. I don't need this passage. Jewish thing where it says, you're right. Tanoi, it's a machlokas tanoi. Ika denakilani hacha, ika denakilani hacha. Some learn it out from here, and some out from here. It turns out, fascinatingly enough, everyone agrees with the same principle, which is sacrificial blood does not negate one another. Not negate one another. What's the machlokas? What's the source? And it turns out, that there are really 3 sources for this. Right? One source ultimately again is going to be Bakar. One source is going to be Ola.
it's a
And the third source is going to be Yom Kippur. So three different sources for the same rule. The Gemara says, now the Gemara just goes, and whenever you have something like this simple follow-up question of the Gemara is, so why doesn't everyone agree with the other sources? So here we go. So the Gemara says, suppose that this is one of these beautiful Gemaras where, again, everyone is agreed. Now, what I want to point out is, let's say the Hanitanoi, the Gemara says, good. The Hanitanoi, so we'll say, so the other two opinions, they don't like to learn that from Yom Kippur, right? Why not? So the Gemara says, this is actually fascinating, and this is a different discussion. A whole other focus. Now, we've been working in the Sugya, presupposing that when the coin finishes his individual blood avodos for the Sar and the Par, he then mixes the leftover bloods together and then does a collective blood application on the interior of the Mizbeach. That's my focus. That's my focus. Everyone agrees that the blood application is on the interior of the Mizbeach, but there's my focus. Do you independently apply the blood of the Par, the blood of the sire, or do you mix them together and then do a collective application? That's my focus. So therefore, again, on both sides, Yom Kippur is only approved if you hold that the bloods are combined. But the other opinions hold the bloods are not combined. So because of that, they don't learn out from Yom Kippur. Good. Why do the other opinions reject the limud ultimately from Allah? Because they don't subtract that rush of dam dam, they don't feel like the extra dam is an extra word. Allah, you might say, my kind of loyalty. Why not learn it out from Bachar? That was the first thing. Which Hasavar, Kodesh Imatibin, Veit Murasan, Veit Murasan Deva. They learn that from different halacha. They say Kodesh teaches us it's din by Bachar. What's the din by Bachar? That by Bachar, only the Bachar animal was offered up, but its Tzimura is not offered up. Okay? You must be Ida. So where does the other thing, right, that uses Kodesh as the source of the fact that sacrificial blood do not negate each other? Where does that opinion learn out that the tzmura of a bakar is not vested, is not offered up? B'idach not delay, me'in shartim se la'Hashem. You know that from the phrase, right? It's a short or it's a stretch by Hashem. Who carried then tzmura sekeva? Ultimately teaches us that only the actual bakar animal is offered up, but the tzmura of a bakar is not offered up. Incredible. Let's go back to so Tashma, Nosson and Ma'alav and Olinda. Let's remember again, this is actually interesting. This is talking about the Mishnah as well. Remember again, the Mishnah always gave two sets of halachos about like the blood gets mixed together, what you're supposed to do, and then what happens if the coin receives without asking. Right? So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, Tashma, Nosson and Ma'alav and Olinda. Let's say the coin did the blood application of the combined blood. Lamala, without asking, everyone agrees that halach l'meisa, he has to go ahead and do another blood application below. Now, both Rashi says that he has nasalam halav ro'imba in short lines without the 12 lines up from before it gets there. Masnisin, the holy Rabbi Ezra Rabbanan, in eternal lamalish and Isharu in eternal lamata. So this is a case again of where lamala blood gets mixed together with lamata blood. Kohen does the blood application lamala without asking. So in that case, everyone agrees that Allah should do another blood application lamata. So the Gemara says, and elu be elu also, both works. So ex post facto, even that our Rabbanan will agree with this. Some will agree with this. My last, the Arya Chatos law, we're not talking about a case where Chatos and all the blood got mixed together. The eight is the Nala, Havalushi, the rest of the Chatos blood that is now in this mixture is now what? Is now Shirayim. And that's why the Katani, able to be able to that mixture applied Lamata. And what do you see from here? Shmanina, Makom Ola, Makom Shirayim. So where does Shirayim go? Shirayim go to the same place as the Ola. Where does the Ola go? Lamata. Shirayim is placed in the same area. And therefore, what does that show us? That halacha l'maisa, Shirayim, rather again, halacha l'maisa, Shirayim to go below the professor. Yes, sir, Rabbi Yitzchak by Yosef, Amr Ma'arava, Chacham asks, you know what's the case? It goes, the Ari Chatas Hachitzona, Shirayim. So actually, the case over here is where halacha l'maisa, the blood of a katos. Listen to this. This is another wrinkle in this whole thing. Right, the blood of the outer katos is fascinating. Gets mixed in with the shirayim of the blood of the inner katos. Katos community. So again, making this a bit more complicated. Only I buy the name of Ma. He's going to the eye of the shirayim, but why? Why do you have to set it up like that? Why not just set it up as a case where ultimately again the leftover. Sorry, why not set it up with the case of like gets mixed in with the shirayim of akatas, so meaning out of akatas, that means in akatas. Zoma hakamash malon, he's going to teach us the flying halacha. That's what. Afilu mandam shirayim na'atvin. Ultimately, even according to the opinion that says that shirayim na'atvin. I will say, what does that mean? Now again, this is a little bit of chazak in the past. Shirayim na'atvin was a machlokes of. Is the application of pouring out of the shirayim a necessary part for the kabbanic process or not? That was a machlokes. So maybe even according to the opinion that says shirayim are ma'atvin, chasvitin ma'atvin. If you're missing some of the shirayim blood, that's not ma'atvin. Amar Rabbi Tosar Radino, Kol Kimna Ahi Beruba Al Yonim. V'Kayod L'Malo Shir Tachta L'Ba'ol. You have to really set up these cases in this mixture of blood. The majority of blood ultimately again is Al Yonim blood, and ours L'Malo blood, and ultimately again you place the shear ultimately again of the Tachtonim. A little bit that's what we saw yesterday's daf. On the leg, Hani Midi L'Man Damu Meikara Ein Bila. Maskana the closest statement. That answer was true ultimately again according to the opinion that said in Bila. You know, both this time back to the beginning of the daf. But Allah makes our maskana that the focus is not in Bila. Rather, what was in our focus? The focus ultimately again was in the case of Kosos. So therefore again, okay, fine. So again, we end up with this focus. We're not going to have time to go down today. But again, something was outstanding and what we'll pick up with tomorrow. So the two pieces of information that are outstanding is obviously the general focus between Rabbi Eliezer and the Chachamim in the Mishnah. That Allah again, in these cases of mixture, where the Chachamim says Yishbok La'ama, point out into the channel, and ultimately again, Rabbi Eliezer says, no, do the blood application. Why? Now, why does Rabbi Eliezer have the blood application? Why? Because he subscribes to the principle of rolling. So issue number one that we have to figure out, we'll do this first thing tomorrow, is do we subscribe to the concept of rolling or not? That's issue number one. And what's piece number two is this shirayim piece. Do shirayim have to be placed on the itztaba, or is it enough to place shirayim ultimately again on the lower part of the shear, of the mizbeach, the mata, and know that they'll trickle down? Machlokes as well. Resolution of those two pieces will be first thing tomorrow morning. Right,
Like with cars, you can use cars in a way that makes society like you can also have cars that like a whole neighborhood and a whole city. You can't walk in it, and it's a big problem. Like just having a freeway that cuts through for no reason, or like not being able to like walk around the downtown. Like you can use it in a specific. The new quality magazines, whatever we're doing this with, they're like Catholic guys and student film. Like, how can we, to what extent can we choose to use technology in a way that's helpful to us?
Good morning, me and my thing.
Absolutely.
One of our sponsors for this one should be taken. Our chemical sponsors for the month of Kislev. Haba Arinu Rutova to thank Adam and Alice's kindness for getting the urgent instructions this month. Memory of Adam's grandfather, Shobin's family's Harab, Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben, Ben Shimon, from the block of Kenyan Maka, Susan Maria, their parents. Yitzchak Leib and Aaron Goy, Sarah Rachel Bas Barak Avram, Hinda Bas Heretz Chaim, and memory of the dear family friend staff. Starches Naftali, Yonah, Gordon, Shemi, Omdamo, Pauline, Kathy, Pilot, memory of Paul's Shava, Leah, Bas Shmuel, Zachary, Shulamis, Bas Shmuel, and Esther, Bas Zacharia. Our day of learning, that's the only sponsor today. Ayala Sarah Steinberg and his host of continued work for Guinness, Hannah Bas Susha, following the journey to American Germany, American learning. All those who need to put everything on profile leads, all the the family in Kama, how that was rough, how rough is the South Phillips upon Israel. And also with that, let us begin with a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem.
Like we use AI to
A lot
make
to do.
headlines.
We are picking up today's daf is page 80. We are picking up Reb Hashem at the Mishnah
Like
on Ayin Testing of 79b. And the Mishnah says as follows. The both say, continuing in the topic of mixtures. So the Mishnah says as follows. Dam Tamilim, the Dam Balimulim. So what's the halacha ultimately again if you have blood of a regular sacrificial animal? It says Dam Tamilim, that is mixed ultimately again with Dam Balimulim. So again I have proper sacrificial blood mixed together with the sacrificial blood of Balimulim. What's the halacha? Yishbok Ra'ama. Pour out the mixture into the channel which runs through the base of the flesh. So it's a particular Rashi. Now, what's interesting about this, I don't understand. We just finished yesterday, so yeah. Again, what is this case of? What is this case of? Mino. What's that of Mino? But the bro. So what's right? So what's the shot that we're pouring this down the channel? What's the shot? So if you look at that's very interesting. Rashi says, "Down to the down body woman." You also the shlichari. So interestingly enough, Rashi says this happens. This happens. I don't know how to make it, but this is not that totally intricate. Yishbok Ra'ama. Pour out the mixture. Why? Ziva Shema Lo Yada Allah B'Yachshiyu. So this is actually fascinating. Rashi says it's Xera. This is the end of yesterday's Sunday. It's Xera. It's a concern. What's the concern? The concern is that it's right. It's Mino, and Mino is Bakal Below. Right? Bakal is stable majority. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that what I'm concerned is for what people see, often. The great challenge of life is that we often jump to conclusions based on what we see, even though we don't have all the information. So the problem that this is if you have sacrificially valid blood, mixed with sacrificially invalid blood, and you're matched to it, people don't necessarily know that that's because it's majority of kosher blood. They may just think that blood, even though we know it's bottle. So in order to avoid this, essentially the halacha says whenever you have sacrificially unfit blood, mixed with sacrificially fit blood, pour it out. We don't want people jumping to any erroneous conclusion. Which I would say, by the way, is an interesting Musar Haskell in general. When we go through people sometimes say, look, I don't care what other people think. I'm going to do what other people think. The halacha mandates that we should care what other people think. Not in order to impress them, but because each of us, whether we recognize it or not, is a role model for someone and models behavior for someone. And as such, we have to be careful about what our behavior looks like. Even though I might know that what I'm doing is absolutely fine, I am trying to make sure that my behavior is beyond reproach. And even just when people look at me, they can't do anything erroneous from the way that I conduct myself. We have a lot of concept like this of matters. But also a hashkafic concept like this of these and the key. That a yid has to live beyond the reproach. And even though I know that what I'm doing is fine, I can't say I don't care what people think. I have to make sure that when people look at me, there is no doubt about the consciousness and about the authenticity of my dynamic life activity. So everyone says, next. So we'll say, so keep the Lord is literally where the blood itself gets mixed with each other. Let's say in case number 2, I have a cup of sacrificial blood, a cup of kosher sacrificial blood, a cup of unfit sacrificial blood. In other words, remember, blood after cup from Kabbalah. Remember again, where did you check the animal? Where did you receive the blood? The kujaris. So let's say now I have a whole bunch of kelim, a whole bunch of cups that just get mixed together of sacrificial blood. What's the halacha? Kos. Rabbi Eliezer Omer in Kalav Kos Echa Yakiv Kalav Kosos. We've actually seen this before. Rabbi Eliezer says, if you ended up offering up one of the cups, you can go ahead and offer up the rest of it. The Chachamim say no. Say no. They both say essentially the Chachamim say that the cups getting mixed together is no different than when the blood gets mixed together. And anytime you have an unfit sacrificial blood mixed together, pour it out. And even if it turns out that you already applied the number of the cups right to the mizbeach, whatever is remaining, you still have to pour out. The reser, once you offered up one, essentially you can offer up the rest of it. Now, what's the Rezer's logic? His logic is that if you offered up one, you could assume that maybe the one that you offered up was the unfit one, and therefore you might as well just go ahead and offer up the rest after this. We'll come back to that, Michael. And you tell them about this, because it's not interesting case you have sacrificial blood of a carbon
You love things
of carbonos that are where the blood application is done above the red line, mixed together with blood from carbonos ultimately that have blood application below the red line. All right. Now listen, the truth is, interestingly enough, the halacha is like this. The halacha is the only carbon that is really applied to the nala above the red line, ultimately is a chatas. Right? Rashi points out over here. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, is Adam Chatos Shenicham Manala, right? Dam Chatos is ultimately again it's applied. Dam Chatos is applied below. Right, is right. Sorry, Dam Chatos is applied below, right? Everything else is applied above. Sorry. Right, so again, so in this case over here, what's happening is also, so remember in the first two cases, I've got sacrificially thick and unfit blood mixed together. In this next cohort of pieces over here, I have ultimately again blood that is applied lamalo mixed together with blood that is applied lamata. So what do I do in this case? So the Gemara says, "Hanitan lamata shnitan lamalo." The Rabbi Omer, "Yiti lamalo." But ani es atachton lamalo kilu himayim v'yachshu lamalo. So Rabbi does something very interesting. He says, "No problem. Just one set of blood applications above." And a set of blood applications below. But what about the fact that when you apply the blood, you are potentially going ahead and putting blood that is supposed to be applied below now above? No problem. Just use that blood as if it's water. This is, in other words, to do the blood application above, and you know that when you do blood application above, you're getting the blood that you need to be applied above done there. And any blood that might be needs to be applied below that is now applied above, just use it as water. Just use it as water. And same thing when you apply the blood below. Do a blood application below. That way you know that you're getting the blood that has to be applied below. And anything that was supposed to be applied above that is now being applied below, look at it like water. Okay? That's the Rabbi's position. The Rabbi says, you spoke for Abba. You say you see a theme over here, right? The Rabbi says, any time that you've got issues regarding sacrificial blood, pour it out. Pour it out. So whether that is kosher and hustle blood mixed together, whether that's the matzah blood mixed together, just pour it out. The Gemara says what happens if this happened and the Kohen did not ask what to do? He didn't ask the question. So what do? If the Kohen didn't ask, but instead he just said the blood applications, kosher, ultimately again, ex post facto, it's kosher. Ex post facto is kosher. Okay, hey, 88. How do you turn on the matana achos? So let's say, so now listen to this. Let's say you have blood.
Passages online.
Two different types of kabbalah. Rashi says, for example, you have the blood of a bachar animal mixed together ultimately again with blood of a nicer animal, like nicer behema animal. And we're saying now the common denominator amongst both of those sacrificial animals is there is one blood application. One blood application for both of them, really like Achashishtain, right? One blood application. So let's say these two bloods, right? These two forms of blood got mixed together. So no problem. You don't have to do matana achos. You can just do one blood application, and again it suffices for both of them. Because why? Because essentially, since they're the same in terms of blood application, no problem. Just do the one blood application, and you're good to go. Similarly, matan arba. If you have a carbon that was supposed to have 4 blood applications, that gets mixed together with another carbon that was 4 blood applications. So that actually points out over here, for example, let's say you have the blood of an olar mixed together with the blood of shvanim or blood of asham. In all of these cases, the blood application is shtayim shein arba. It's 2 blood applications that follow. So remember then that was from way back when you do the blood application on the corner. So it's kind of like it kind of spritzes on 2 sides. So it's 2, that's 4. So what's halacha? No problem. You not do b'matan arba. Just do a blood application of 4 and you're good to go since they both require that. Here's where it becomes a little more complicated. Matan arba, matan achos. What happens if you have the blood of a carbon that applied 4 blood applications? It gets mixed together with the carbon that has 1 blood application. So for example, you have the blood of an olah that gets mixed together with the blood of a bachar. So what do I do in this case? So watch this. For the lezer omer, you not do the mashon arba. So says no problem. Just do for blood applications, right? Just do for blood applications. I will say, what about the fact that let's say for the bachar blood, you're doing 3 additional applications. What about that? So again, remember, the Rabbi is one who says no problem. How do you do additional blood applications? Like water, and therefore again, it's not going to be a problem. Yeshua says, nothing the machana achas. Yeshua says, ultimately again, put them as one machana. So what's the series? So the Lazar says, go ahead and do all 4. And Yeshua says, just do 1. What's that to do for the focus? This is so interesting. I'm going to go to Lazar. Harihu over about Tigra. The Believer says, Yeshua, how can you say to only do 1 application? After all, again, it's Ola's in here. You need 4. And if you go and you only do 1, you're in violation of Baal Tigra. We'll say, what's Baal Tigra? Baal Tigra is the prohibition that says you cannot diminish from the mitzvahs of the Torah. So the Torah says that it only needs 4 applications. So how can you only go ahead and do 1? I'm already sure in 1 second. Right, so the Lord says, you also have a problem. What's your problem? If you go ahead and you do 4, that means you're adding on 3 to the blood applications of Bachar. How do you over about Tosif? There's an issue about Tosif. What's about Tosif? About Tosif is the biblical prohibition, ultimately again, not to add on to mitzvahs. So don't you have a problem with that? Which was listen to this. So the Raza says, Tosif is only when the mitzvah object is by itself, not in the case of mitzvah. Right, so for example, if you were to take the blood of a bachar and you were to go out and apply to the depth, you were to do 4 blood applications, that's about Tosif. That's about Tosif because you're adding on to the mitzvah. Like, just like Rashi says, like, actually, unfinished says, the medication about Tosif, is you add a 5th compartment to your fluid. You add on another species to your group of an extra. The item is by itself, and you're adding something to it. The Rashi says when there's a mixture, that's not about Tosif, because it's clear why am I adding something on in order to remedy the mixture. Are you sure? This is back to the Ronan about the Shuba Atzmo. Okay. The same thing. Diminishing a mitzvah, right, is also only problematic when the mitzvah object is by itself, but not in the case of a mixture. For ultimately, Yeshua said, Tishin Asata Abarta Bambosis Abasi. Furthermore, Yeshua says, listen, you are actively performing additional sprinklings, right? You're actively doing that. Kishalon Asata, you're going to do the myself. Kishalon Asata, let's say it turns out that you're actually diminishing the mitzvah. But how are you diminishing the mitzvah? Ultimately, again, you are, in general, in halacha, when you have a sleep, how to resolve it. There is a conventional wisdom that says, shape the alkasa of it. That sometimes, again, non-action may be a preferable mechanism to what we'll call, I guess, like this conflict resolution. Or again, looks like in life in general, it's not so much that that's true. Like that doing nothing is the preferred course. But sometimes in halacha, when I'm faced with a problem, so again, this is interesting. Is Rabbi Yeshua almost like this? Yeshua said, look, I've got this blood of an olah mixed together with the blood of a bachar. Blood of an olah requires 4 blood applications. Blood of a bachar requires 1 blood application. So what I know for sure has to be done is, 1 blood application. Okay, so that's it. The problem is, so here's my choice. I can do another 3, but then I'm actively adding on to a mitzvah. I'm actively adding on. Or I could do nothing. Now, obviously, I'll agree that by doing nothing, what am I potentially doing? Diminishing from a mitzvah. But how am I violating that? Passively. So Yeshua simply says, if given a choice between, it sounds like every Yeshua says, I'm going to be violating something regardless. So if I'm going to be violating something regardless, I'd rather violate something passively than violate it actively. Very interesting. Okay, let's say that's the Mishnah. That was a good Mishnah. Says the Gemara, although Hiksha really has an Eresh 9 times. Let's say, let's go back to the first case of the Mishnah, or second case. Remember again, you have multiple cups of blood mixed with each other. In those cups is valid blood and invalid blood. That's very possible. So remember again, the Chachamim say pour it out. The Rebbe says once one of them has been offered, you can offer up the rest. Let's remember we've seen this before. Once the Rebbe has his logic, he said, look, I would agree with you, don't offer it. But once one of them has been offered, you can make the assumption that the possible one was offered, and therefore it gives you the license to offer up the rest. I'm going to Rabbi Lazar, and he qualifies the Eliezer statement. That's only when you offer up the rest. If you offer them up two at a time, let's again, what's the logic there? Because two at a time, the statistical probability is that one of them for sure is not the possible one. But you can't offer it up one at a time. Here's what's the master of the Here's the problem. The Rosh Hashanah says that even if everything except one was offered up, you have to go ahead and still pour it out. Which means something in my focus is even by one cup. What does it explain this to? What does it mean when they say what? My echad, zug echad. What does one mean? One means one pair. So the Quran is saying even if there are only two left, one pair left, you have to pour it out into the channel. And the Rebbe says no, as long as there is a pair, as long as there's two left, Allah says you can go ahead and pour it out. Now the Rebbe says Pesukah. I will say, remember again, we just essentially stated the same case twice in a row. The previous case was a couple of years ago. Remember the previous case was where you have sacrificial parts, right? Some sacrificial parts came from an animal that was about and other sacrificial parts came from an animal that was kosher. The sacrificial parts get mixed together. The Chum say, burn it all. Like, or just take it out to the base. I mentioned take it out somewhere. Can't put on the get, the thing is invalid. And the Rebbe says, as long as something has been offered, you're allowed to offer up to the rest. Truly, it's the same case. Right? So the Rebbe says it's the same case, but one kind of illustrated it with mixed up sacrificial parts. This Mishnah is illustrated with cups of sacrificial blood. The obvious question is, why do you need the same case twice? I'll tell you why. In both cases, why do you need it? You should be avid beit kaparasa. We're just in the first case of the sacrificial limbs that were mixed together. I would have said, okay, those should be offered up. Why? Because when you're talking about limbs, that means what was already done. What was already done? Zrika, the blood service. Even if you're say, there's one thing you know about Kabbalah. If there's only one thing you know about Kabbalah, many of us, there's only one thing you know about Kabbalah. It is that Allah Kalamaisa Zrika is the Ikar, and once you've done Zrika, ultimately again, Kapara has been effective. So I would have felt like this. When you said the limbs are mixed up, the reason why the words are allowed to offer up everything is because the blood service has been done, Kapara has been effective, and therefore you're good to go. Maybe the case of the blood itself, right? So the suffix is the blood itself. Therefore, remember, the blood is the mechanism of kapara. Maybe Rabbi Eliezer used to focus the whole thing just to pour out. We eat my baha, and this was just we said the case ultimately again of the blood. Baha coming Rabbanon, that's the case again. The case of the blood, that's what the Rabbanon ultimately again require you to pour out the mixture. About baha, maybe in the case of the sacrificial means they get mixed up together. Ema moldy level levels. Maybe they give the level there. If I see how, then what can I say? This piece are dissimilar enough that we actually do need to stay both. But again, bottom line, the focus is the same, which is that every other thing on every one of these cases of mixture, if something has been offered, essentially we could assume that the legendary item has been offered, and that gives you the license to offer up everything else. The Chachamim say no, not true. Halacha might say the mixture. What do you do? Pour it out / destroy it. Okay, it's not awesome. So that's another interesting case. Suchus Shnafu Sochamayas. So it's like Suchus literally is a flask.
Twins.
A flask of what it is.
It's worth it.
Shall
Whatever he has to
us
whatever mockery he has.
Nafaru Sochamayim Da'omo Koshes. Now I have a flask
Listen
of
to me. He wins. He
flask
still
of
does.
Paraduma water. Okay, so what happens? Which water, regular water fell in now. What does one do now with this Paraduma water? But the Eliezer Omer, Yazish Tehazos. And the Eliezer says, now you want to use it obviously to purify someone who is Tamei. What do you need to do? Two sprinklings. And let's say, now why two sprinklings? Again, what's the logic over here? So the Pasha, what it sounds like is the Eliezer is concerned about the fact that there is Indian water, right? Mundane water that's mixing over there. Therefore, if you do two sprinklings, you can concentrate that water. But you've gotten one, that's the water of Paraduma. That's easy to watch. Come closely. Amazing. Now, come and say, no, the mixture is possible. The mixture is possible. Says in let's analyze this. Which someone up on a Sati, they will say, this is very interesting. The Chum obviously hold that when we will call it the mundane water, gets mixed in with the Paraduma water, Yishpila. What does Yishpila mean? That the waters combine. They mix together. And because they mix together, ultimately, again, you can't really know when you sprinkle what you're sprinkling. Are you sprinkling Paraduma water? Are you sprinkling regular water? Rashi, Bishlam Rabban Savi Yishpila, Kiristan Nafsisim, Elohim Lach B'Nasan, by Kasha, Almost some Kiran Abila. But so remember again, so this is Gemara is actually referencing the Mishnah. Right? So the Mishnah said that halacha makes blood, ultimately again, that like Lamala blood and Lamasa blood that gets mixed together. So then the Chum said that if the Kohen didn't ask, but he applied it discussion. Why? Because we assume everything gets mixed together. Rashi says, Alma, some Kiran Abila. ואמר לה, המסערי גדולה, המסערי בתורו, ואין לך סיפה מזה שלא יהיה במחבר הקצס. והאחר נמי, נזיק ישפילה וישפחה עצם למען הקשיר. So it says, interestingly enough, Salach Mesa, the Chachamim must hold. So this so the Chachamim hold that number one, there is mixture. Therefore, again, we assume that the mundane water got fully mixed with the Paraduma water. Furthermore, then what else we hold? The Azad Tzricha Shir, ultimately, again, the sprinkling of the Paraduma water requires a shear. Well, you know, so what exactly that shear is, the Gemara doesn't say, that it requires a shear. Making mitzvah hazos, and individual sprinklings cannot go ahead and combine to form the shear. So let's say, so watch this. So remember again, let's go back to the case. I have a flask of Paraduma water. Mundane water gets mixed in. So now, what's the status of the mixture? The Chachamim say pasuk. Can't use it. It's not going to work. Why? That is based on three pieces of information. Number one, Yeshpila. Water combines. Right? Water combines. There's a mixture. Therefore, again, we view the mundane water as being thoroughly mixed, ultimately the Paraduma water. That's number one. Number two, Hazot Tzricha Shir. When you sprinkle Paraduma water from a common person, you require a requisite amount of Paraduma water. So most say salt, right? And number three, individual acts of sprinkling do not combine to form the requisite shear. When you put all of those three things together, and it says that the Chachamim say that this mixture is going to be possible. Why? Because every single time the Kohen sprinkles the Paraduma water from a person, what's the issue? The issue is there's mundane water mixed in there. Because of that, we don't know if we have the shear, and because of that, no matter how many times I sprinkle, the individual sprinklings do not combine to form the requisite shear. Therefore, it will be possible. And the Eliezer might have suffered. What does the Eliezer hold? What is now, you remember, the Eliezer hold, how do you remedy the situation? Sprinkle twice. Sprinkle twice in a good deal. Those might have suffered. Cassava in Bila. If he holds ultimately again in Bila, but the waters don't combine, so Kimaz Shkazels Mahavi. So ultimately, what good does it do to sprinkle twice? Right? If you hold into the water doesn't combine. So again, Kimasishte has those Mayavi. Ultimately, again, what good is two sprinklings? After all, Shuma Tarbayu Maya Kamas. So let's say if the water doesn't combine and you sprinkle twice, then maybe what? Maybe both time when you sprinkle, what are you sprinkling? Mundane water and not Paraduma water. I like how somebody used to. Therefore, the resin must hold that the water does mix in, right? It does combine, it gets mixed in. So therefore, again, fine. And therefore, every time you sprinkle, we know that here's the interesting. That means every time you sprinkle, what are you getting? You're getting mundane water and Paraduma water. Ikasava in Hazat Yukashir, if he holds that the spring is no shear for the amount of water for Paraduma, but any amount suffices, Ramalishte Hazos. Then why do you need these sprinklings? Right? What's the purpose of sprinklings? Elikasava said that, watch this. But the Eliezer must hold Elikasava Hazot Yukashir. Rabbi said that the sprinkling requires a certain amount. Like you have to have a defined amount for the Hazot. The Gemara says, now watch this. In the start of Lazos, the Epi holds that individual sprinklings do not combine to form the requisite shear. What good is it that you keep two sprinklings? The Inani start of Lazos, and even if the sprinklings do combine, and who says that it's going to combine to form the requisite shear? So again, the sheet of the Muhammad is pretty clear. What we don't understand is the sheet of Rabbi Eliezer. Like clearly, he must hold the Yesh Bila. Like he must hold that the waters combine. Because if the waters don't combine, and even if you sprinkle 2 times, if you sprinkle 20 times, it still shouldn't be valid. Why? Because maybe each time that you're sprinkling, what are you sprinkling? Regular mundane water. So he must hold Yesh Bila. He must hold that there's a combination. But again, if he holds that there's a shear, who says you're getting the shear? And again, if he holds that a local amount of the individual sprinklings don't combine, then who says the shear is combining? And if they do combine, how do you ever combine to form the requisite shear? Therefore, again, I'm going to talk this. Yeah, let's analyze this. I will say, Rishakish is analyzing Rabbi Eliezer. It's like this. Yomar Yesh Bila. In reality, again, we're going to hold that halakha l'maisa, there is Bila. Waters combined. And when you sprinkle the waters of Paraduma, you do require a certain requisite amount. What's the case? The notion is Arbu Achos Ba'achos. What's the case we're saying? Where the waters got mixed in a 1-to-1 ratio. So therefore, again, because there's such an equal ratio, we are confident that in every sprinkling, you are getting the requisite shear. So look at Rashi. Rashi is the first of the intermediate wide lines. Shir Hazor Nizu, the Shir Hazor Nizu. Then it's Arba. So again, also you are confident that in the ratio of the mixture is there's enough of the sprinkling of the Paraduma water, enough of the sprinkling of the mundane water. No talk. Kimazish Hazor Akarcha Modi Leshura the heart lo hayu mina psulim akan elikete Hazor Achos the Ruha Vishtai. So it's literally was like this. The amount of water mixed in was only enough mundane water for one sprinkling, and for the Paraduma water also enough water for one sprinkling. Therefore what? Therefore, when you go ahead and you sprinkle it twice, you can be absolutely sure that you got both Paraduma water and mundane water. In other words, so because obviously it's a very specific case. There's only exactly enough water for 2 sprinklings. Therefore, when we do using the 2 sprinklings, I know with certainty that I got the Paraduma water. Beautiful, easy enough. Rabbi says the Olam Yish Bila. Rabbi has a different interpretation. He says, what's the case? The case is where we hold Yish Bila. Yes, that water's combined. Water's combined. Zazah ain't Tzricha shear. And we also hold that there is no shear for the sprinkling of Paraduma water. And what's they say? If that's the case, in Halakha l'maisa, what's going on over here? The Gemara says, Nasa becomes Rabbanon, the belong established. And ultimately, again, what are we talking about over here? Halakha l'maisa, this is a rabbinic penalty. A rabbinic penalty in order that one should not benefit from the waters of the Paraduma. Take a look at Rashi, second wide line in Rashi. Rabbi Amri Olam Yish Bila Vazah. Zayas Yashir,
whatever it is.
Ushte Hazos to Kamar,
This,
Love
they
Lulu
were
Shira.
realizing
Therefore, again,
that
Rabbi
the
Eliezer's
chickens were
two
eating
sprinkles
mostly
is not the
grain,
form directly of
and
Shir.
then they were
Ela
making it
Knosu,
look like
rather
they're
it's a
eating all this
penalty
insects,
to
which
the
is
Shtar,
usually what
just
you
the
get
other
when you
Shtar,
get a
Shalo
chicken that's
Yistaker, the
rich,
Filazu,
like a
the
natural rich
Harbos
chicken,
Neo
because
Neo
rich
Fumo.
orange
They will say,
yolk,
in other words,
that's
essentially, Rabbi says like
all
this:
kinds of
we
stuff.
don't
That's
want
what
the
it's supposed to
person benefiting from the fact that mundane
So
water is
they
very
were
thin.
pretending
How do you go ahead
by
and ensure that it
giving
doesn't
these chickens
benefit?
turmeric that would make
Mandate
their yolk
additional
really bright
sprinkles.
orange,
So
and
again,
then
it's a penalty.
they were giving
Okay, that's Rabbi.
so
The
they were
Rashi
pretending these chickens
says,
were running around
"Ain't
a
Bila."
pasture, and they were just dumping a pile
So the
of
Rashi
things
says,
to get
ultimately,
fat
again,
as
there
possible,
is no
and
mixture.
feeding them
There
this
is no
fairy
mixture.
dust that makes
So
their eggs
because there's no
bright.
mixture of the waters, therefore what? Yazet shtei hazos. Ultimately, again, sprinkle twice. Look at Rashi. The Rashi Amar, Hadir Sazu Mishabeshus B'Sar Menira Ve'inai Dahavi Basinan. The Rashi Amar, Mayim Kosher B'Tnan, Ve'in Bila Yazet shtei hazos. Okay, so Rashi understands it over here. Rashi talking about a case where a very minute amount of water got mixed in, and there is no combination, and therefore due to azos, that way you're sure that you're getting the para of the malt water. Incredible. Incredible. So three different interpretations. Yishlokish, Rabbi, and Rashi, all of the position of Rabbi Eliezer. The Mercy Mason, Mar Zekasha, Pesve, Rabbi Omer, the Divrei Rabbi Eliezer,
As opposed to some
Hazar Kosher
guys in these
Mutaharas.
trucks to keep showing
Rabbi says, so Rabbi explains to Eliezer, a sprinkling of any amount is able to affect Tara. And furthermore, Hazar ain't Shricha Shir. Ultimately, again, there is no shear. Ultimately, again, for Hazar. And Hazar Mechza Kasher Mechza Pasal. And ultimately, unless that if you have a Hazar sprinkling that is half Kasher, half Pasal, what's that case? That case ultimately, again, is when you have mundane water mixed in on the base. Right? Hazar Mechza Pasal. Actually, before I just to go through the look at Rashi, before we start the page, Rashi at the end of Amadan, Zam next to Kasha next to Pasal, below Tima Hazar Koshu, the Kshera Miyu Lo Yet Ima Tarab. So again, ultimately, so reverses. So again, the Rebbe is in even if you have a mixture, half Paraduma water, half Pasal water, ultimately, again, that mixture is going to be valid. What do you see? The look at Rashi's Alma, time of Rabbi Eliezer, the body party. Love you should see the food, the Sefer, the Shir, the Kantani, Eitzvika, the Kai. So what's this essentially? The way Rebbe ultimately again is highlighting it is that Aloha Lamaisa again, the Shlaki said that according to Eliezer, Hazar Tzrika Shir, Hazar requires a requisite amount. Rebbe is highlighting a little bit different. It's also now Amr Days, Baotanya. Furthermore, we learned Baotanya Badja, we learned explicitly. Hanitanin Lamalo, Shiris Arbo Benitanin Lamalo. That's what this is our Mishnah. Right? Ultimately, again, if you have blood, right? Lamala blood that is mixed together with Lamata blood. That is the Omer Yitin Lamalo, Bakatonin Alimo. Or Bakaton Alimo. Remember again, what's the Eliezer's position? The Eliezer's position, if you have Lamala blood mixed with Lamata blood, what do? Do the blood application of Lamala. What about the Lamata blood? View it as if it's water. The same thing Lamata. Now take a look at Rashi, Tat Rashi. Roll the Tanya. And listen, all of this is gift of Rashi. The Amar Timer did body calculation the India. Remember again, Rashi's view is that according to the Eliezer, the reason why you need two sprinklers is because the Eliezer holds pain bila, right? Because again, the blood doesn't get mixed together. So he says, "B'shamil Eliezer the islay bila, mehanach kati masmesa." Because Eliezer the Rabba b'chadis was remember again clear. It's clear from the point of Eliezer. Eliezer does hold yesh bila. He holds it, everything gets mixed together. Right? So again, it's clearly contradicting Rashi. People more Rashi. We tell them Allah. Kasagadat dam chatas v'dam ola. Nitin l'mala lahach shel dam chatas k'mitzvah lahakin al yorol kakor k'damer l'kamar k'ar. But it's a kakor l'mala kilu nayi. So ultimately, again, all of this seems to indicate that halacha l'maisa, Rabbi Eliezer holds yesh bila. So that contradicts Rashi. The Amit, and what's in the Amit in bila. Now again, if you hold in bila, like Rabbi Asher says, then Amai Alula, then why does the blood application work? Dilma Hayohi Al Yoni Lamata, Batakor Lamala. Maybe at the end of the day, like Rabbi says, if you hold each bila, that means everything gets mixed together. If everything gets mixed together, then what? in halacha l'maisa, there would be a blood application above. So how do you know that you're applying the right blood anywhere? In other words, maybe you're placing the lamala blood lamata and the lamata blood lamala. Hakamas, what's the case over here? You're going to eat the case has to be where the majority of blood that we're talking about actually was al-yonim blood. That was the majority of the mixture. The kayar lamala sheer tachton involved. And again, therefore, you're placing the lamala, the minimum shear of the lamata blood, and a little bit more. So ultimately, again, but here's the problem with that, is that the Mishnah does say that you do the same process with the lower bloods and it works. Which the Gemara says, Yishim Shirai. When it says ultimately again that it works for the bottom blood, for the lower blood, and actually not talking about actual blood application of the mata, rather it's talking about the mata blood is going to have the status of Shirai. Okay, incredible. So Tashma, Nasal, Mata, Lonima. So the Rabbi says that the Raisa said, if the point of the blood application is the mata, without asking us, that Eliezer the Rabbi says you have to go back and do the blood applications above. And ultimately again, the bottom blood applications work. So the pitch was once again, what's the case over here? The Ruba al-Yonim. The majority of the mixed blood ultimately again was al-Yonim, was upper blood. And therefore again, the Kayar Lamala, sheer tachtonim v'ol. And therefore you do the blood application above, the amount of the minimum amount of the tachtonim, and a little bit more the hard tachtonim are the low tachtonim. But it says that even the bottom blood application works. So which the Gemara says Shirayim means ultimately again for the sake of Shirayim, not actually for actual blood applications. So Tashma, let's analyze it. So again, just to be sure what's happening over here. So remember again, the sheet of the Chachamim, where we're focusing now pretty much on the use of the paradigm, right? So remember again, you've got paradigm water and regular mundane water gets mixed in. What's the impact of that on the paradigm water? So the Chacham essentially saying puzzle. Right? And again, I will say, the way we explained that was a three-tiered approach. Number one, water is getting mixed together. Number two, hazah requires a shear, requires a requisite amount. And number three, individual sprinklings do not combine to form that requisite shear. When you put those three things together, then it becomes abundantly clear that what? That Allah makes sure it's possible. Right? The issue with the Rabbi says, what do? Go ahead and do two sprinklings. You can't quite figure out why that works. So we'll say, so that's clear as well. This for Reish Lakish, Rava, and Rashi. Right now, we're consistently challenging Reish Lakish, right? Because Reish Lakish holds Yish Bila. Reish Lakish's entire position is predicated on Yish Bila. The waters ultimately, again, combine together. So, and again, Reish Lakish Yish Bila, Hazar requires a shear, and ultimately, again, Hazar requires a shear. So, which is challenging Reish Lakish over and over. That's what's happening over there. So let's go over back to Touch not someone not going to touch not someone not right? It's just touch not someone not if ultimately again, so once again, second one gets mixed together. He placed it above, placed it above the low nima. He did not ask. So what kind of this is where it says, you have to go ahead and place it once again to another blood application below. The and ultimately again both work. So we'll say, so again, it would appear that this holds Yesh Bila, to which the Gemara says, and once again, Hakanami, Keruba al Yonim. So the medication, the majority of blood was upper blood. The Kayar Lamala, Shir Tachton involved. So what you have to say is these places like the Shir Tachton plus a little bit. The Gemara says, Baha Elu Be'elu on Lokatani, Mikatani Elu Be'elu Molim, Elu Be'elu on Lok. So the Elu Be'elu on Lok. So we'll say ultimately again, reflection of Elu Be'elu on Lok. That both ultimately again, both will work. Seifa Asal Rabbanon, the Amar Yesh Bila. And the Seifa ultimately again has to go into the Rabbanon, because the Rabbanon are the one ultimately again who hold Yesh Bila. So the Gemara says essentially, it could very well be that it's reflective of just two different views. And it's possible still that the Chachamim ultimately hold Yesh Bila, and Rabbi Eliezer will still hold Halacha L'maisa Ein Bila. In Bila, that's possible also. So therefore, again, it's still possible that the contradiction of the Kasher and Shlokish ultimately against the Rabbi. Then also stop over for today. We'll pick up again. We're not finished with this, so we still have to what we still have to figure out over here is the resolution specifically, ultimately by the part of the case, because that is an interesting case. What do you do when mundane water gets mixed in with Paraduma water? So that still remains to be seen. Plus, in general, how do we hold with this Yesh Bila in Bila? Obviously, they're all connected, and that's some resolution on this tomorrow.
Shit, they would take us out to like the worst remote communities because they'd go, these people, they're like the nastier the neighborhood, the more people are likely to pay for massage, the less they have in their life. You try and go to a middle class neighborhood, no one talks to you. You go out to weird remote poverty, and boy, I saw a lot of capitalism. Really? Yeah.
Was it dangerous?
Yeah. Because you're knocking on the doors of like, I went up to Port Augusta, in the worst neighborhoods there, it's like hours and hours away from the major city. And the company I was doing it for, like, said, we looked up the poverty statistics, and we're sending you to the worst possible places because you will sell more. Man, no, people would, I remember there was an Irish lady who got attacked who was working with us. I think I ever.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank. Our account sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alinu Ritova, Allison and Adam Steinmetz, memory of Adam's grandfather, Shlomo Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Ruben, Ben Shimon Zichron Lebracha, Mitzvah Sham Shav Rabiyah, Shimon Yosef for his children, his grandchildren, and his 34 great-grandchildren. Sending them up to Ashkenazi in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hilda Bas Hannah Chafayim, and many of their dear family friend, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yoren, Gordon Hashemi Damo, Felon Dowling in Gaza, on Erev Hanukkah 2023. Pauline Kathy Kelly. In memory of Leah Bas Shmuel, Zafini Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Again, learning sponsors, Steve and Georgiana Galaska, Lily Nishmas Steve's father, Nassan Sander Ben Meshulam Nassan, whose fourth yard site is today. Good days, Kislev. The only sponsors, Ayara and Sarah Steinberg, and discussing continued health for Shulamis Hannah Bas Susha, Ron Myrovitz, in honor of the birth of his grandson, Shvizot and Esh Hashem. And Torah Chuppah Umaisim Tov, and Abe and Michelle Zerkire, Leili Nishmas Nochum Sender Ben Yeshua Masin, father of Sikolaska, so beautiful. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a reflection with the Havas, Navigate of Kol Yisrael, which Baruch Hashem continue to send the Soros Tobos for us. We'll say with that, let us be really exciting Gemara ahead of us today. So we are picking up with Ayin Test 79. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Ayin Test 78b Tanoi. So we'll say, remember again, we had a fascinating and riveting yesterday about how this whole concept of bittul, right, nullification and negation, works, specifically in one area, right? Because remember again, which are mixed together. So pretty much, at least at this point, everyone is agreeing. How do you determine the identity of the mixture? How do you determine it? Taste. Tom, the shaila is, right? When you have two similar items mixed together, how do you determine identity ultimately of the mixture? So first opinion says, Rove, good old Rove, right? Just black the simple majority, whatever the majority of the mixture is, that's what is becoming the identity. Second opinion says something very interesting, which is no, you view the secondary item as if it's a dissimilar item, and try to figure out if it was a dissimilar item in this ratio, how would it impact the mixture? Good. So the Gemara says Tanahi, and we have this whole thing is in the Holy Source. We'll say 178b 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Rise up from the bottom. This is really the case. Really she's for Yain Laman. Oh, color. So what's here's the case. I have a bucket. And I am immersing the bucket in the mikveh. The bucket is coming. Right? So now what happens? So there is liquid inside of the interior, inside of the bucket. So now I'm immersing the bucket in the mikveh. The shaila now is, again, given that there's some foreign material inside of the bucket, so when the water comes in, is the water going to be able to affect hara inside of the bucket or not? That's the shaila. So where it says, I have a bucket that's filled with white wine or milk. Now what's the good part about white wine and milk? What's the good part? They look like water. Right? They're water-like. The milk part is a little bit scary, especially depending on which mikveh you go to, right? But the man said, but apparently, again, at least milk is similar enough. It is color and its consistency to look like water. So the Gemara says, and what happens? You reverse the bucket. Rashi says over here, and what happens? And you didn't spill out the contents of the bucket. So now says, what's ultimately, we go after the robe. We'll say, now what is this? Now this, what is this a case of? This is a case of minbanina, right? Because remember, what we're doing over here is we're assuming that the water and the wine are similar enough to the milk and the wine similar enough to the water, that this makes it a minbanina case. So therefore, again, what does the Gemara say? Tanakama holds, minbanino, ultimately, again, we go after the robe. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says, we view the wine, let's just go with the white wine. We do the white wine as if it's red wine. And therefore, what do we do? And you see, if it was red wine in there, would there be enough mikveh water that got into the interior of the bucket? Ultimately, again, to lighten the wine, and when we say lighten, it means turn the appearance of the wine from red to white, or not. So what do you see from this? What do you see ultimately again from this price? So there's enough focus. The fundamental focus about how to deal with minbanino. So ultimately, again, Tanakama holds minbanino, but the barov. But if you holds minbanino, we view the substance as if it's she'enomino, a dissimilar substance, and we view what would happen to it in this ratio. Incredible. So much as a minimum, I use a kasha. If you have a bucket that is filled with spit, and you immerse it in the mikvah, right? It's as if it has not been immersed. Okay, and we'll discuss it. Rashi says over here, I will say the reason this is different. So spit, right, is considered to be thicker. So because it's thicker, there's a concern that the water doesn't permeate. That's the other concern. On the other hand, what happens if you have a bucket filled with urine and you immerse it in the mikvah? Low and also circulating 90. So you view it as if it's water. Good. So I didn't almost say. Remember that would make it a minbanino type of situation. Mother mechatos is very interesting. Let's say you have a bucket filled with mechatos. Remember again, what's mechatos? Mechatos is the water that's mixed with the ashes of the para adima. Once you have a bucket filled with mechatos, and you immerse that in the mikvah. So what's halacha? Actually, you have 9 mechatos. So ultimately, again, halacha so we look at Rome. That as long as the water in the mikvah will be the majority over the water of the mechatos, ultimately again, the bucket will consider to be immersed. Rashi says over here, Mali mechatos, oil that means abatuma, the hashidi mishum kilusha sayu lo bashinan ela beruba. So remember, you know, both say, the interesting part, you'll say to yourself, I understand, the water of mechatos, why the water of mechatos holds a problem for a mikvah? Water and it's water. Remember again, the way para aduma, water para aduma works, remember what does it do? Technically speaking, it conveys tuma.
What up, baby? Come in my Discord.
So because of that, it's considered to be.
Come in my Discord.
From a halachic perspective, a common material. Look at the next passage. And therefore, again, if you have a bucket filled with mechatos, ultimately, again, if there's the majority of mikvah water in the interior of the bucket, then ultimately, again, it's not. Actually remind אין סביבה עומר לתפילת נשפוך בנושא נחצר שופרי כדי שיבר בנכס המחתוס. Good. Says the Gemara. Here we go. Here we go. So we'll say so three cases. Spit, urine, mechatos. So the Gemara said like this. Man shamis lay. This is wrong. Remember again the way it works.
Oh, you're disgusting.
In the case of the spit, we say the tefillah is invalid. Why? Because it's thick. Therefore, again, there's a concern that the water doesn't permeate. In the case of the urine, what do we say? That ultimately, again, we view the urine as if it's water. The urine, says the Gemara. I don't understand. Says the Gemara, man shamis lay, this they roll it. Typically, the Jews say roll it. Now, let's remember again, what's the sheet of roll it? The sheet of roll it says that in any min-domino situation, we view the item as if it's a dissimilar item and mixes it in. Figures out what does it do in that ratio. So we say rolling.
Dog, I can't hear you.
Interestingly enough, again, the Brisa says that Allah we go after the majority. So how do you reconcile that? That's contradictory because again, I will say we usually have two different opinions. One opinion says that by min-domino we go after rolls. Second opinion says by min-domino we use this concept of rolling. Rabbi, you know, Kasha, it's not a contradiction. Both say Kappa by something very hard day, hard to that day. Two different opinions. That you do himself holds, min-domino is buckled the roll. That's what he holds. Like when you have a mixture of sealed items, ultimately again it is buckled in a majority. Rabbi holds rolling. So Rashi says over here, so let's look at Rashi. Sorry, let's look at Gemara. The sign here it is. And these are from Rabbi Gamliel. What's that? Yeshua says in the name of his Rabbi Gamliel. One blood ultimately again we can't negate another blood. By Mumino is in a bottle. Eight rope and a bottle rope. But saliva, like I say again, tahar, saliva that is tahar. You don't have to give Mavakal saliva that is tahar. And ultimately, again, urine, you can't give Mavakal urine. I will say all these cases where a tahar item gets mixed in with a tummy item. So I say, this is very interesting. And so now what we're highlighting over here is in fact, this is in my focus. Even Rabbi Yehuda himself actually holds that min-domino is buckled below. Which is exactly Rabbi Yehuda who holds that when you have a case of min-domino, what do? We go ahead and we see rolling. Now again, so what does rolling mean? Rolling means we view the item as if it's a similar item, and then we figure out in this type of ratio what would be the impact of the secondary item on the primary item. That's what the rolling means. And again, I just want to point out, remember, that's a lot how our Mishnah operates, right? Because again, when you have blood mixed in with blood or blood mixed in with wine, right? So ultimately, again, we figure out what would happen if the similar item that was mixed in was a dissimilar item. How would it impact the primary item in this ratio? We just want to point out that one of the points to remember, well, let's finish up one more. Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, so Rabbi says no, and the Rabbi wants to reinvent the case of the bucket in the mikvah. Rabbi Amar, to believe shekel kotar, the gabot kameaskin. See very interesting. Rather than maybe the case of the bucket is a different kind of case. It's the case of a bucket ultimately again where the interior is tar and the outside is tar. So a different kind of case. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Amar, it's almost right across from Rashi. We all know the kind of who the Kiradis in reality. So Rabbi wants to reiterate. Rabbi wants to say there's actually only one kind in this Mishnah, and the Yehuda agrees with his Rabbi about rolling. So the Gemara says, so what's the case here? The Gemara says, when if you look at Rashi, the Deli Shekel Kotar V'Gabot Tamei, you go Shenikman Dabal B'Tumas Nash, means that Barn, the Kamlan Total, and Nova Osna V'Yad Torah. Okay, this is an interesting case. So let's say there's a concept that is in rabbinic form of Torah, the exterior of the Kli to become Tamei, but not the interior. Now that only works with rabbinic form. In any case of people of Torah, when the outside of the Kli becomes Tamei, the entire Kli becomes Tamei. But let's say, for example, in a case, or let's say you have mashed tomatoes. liquids that are impure. So the halacha is
There
the
is
impure
talk of
liquid
man,
touches the
man
exterior of a utensil, the exterior becomes tummy, but the interior is totally tahor. Now, the halacha said, in that kind of case, how do you purify that food? How do you purify it? How do you purify it? Mikvah. Now, remember, when we talk about the exterior of the food, what's included in the exterior? What's included in that? The top lip, which means that in order for the food to become tar, what do you need? You need at least a little bit of water to come into the interior, right? Because otherwise, if water doesn't come into the interior, then what? You have to be concerned that maybe it didn't go all the way around the lip. So therefore, you have to just play this out for just a second. This is a detail for the details. Remember again, I have a cleat. The back of my cleat came in contact with liquids which are tummy. Therefore, the drabanan, the outside of my cleat is tummy, the interior of my cleat is tar. I'm taking my cleat to the mikvah. Technically speaking, all that has to happen over here is the water has to touch the exterior of my cleat, the top exterior lip. In order to ensure that it touches the entire exterior lip, I need the mikvah waters to come in a little bit. How much water do I need on the interior of the mikvah? How much?
It's always
not just a little bit, just to ensure that the mikvah water touches the entire top exterior of the cleat. So the Gemara says something very interesting. So watch this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi wants to suggest, we believe Shatol Kal Kal become a Yashkina. In reality, all you need is a little bit of the mikvah water to come into the interior of the cleat. But what happened? The Rabbanan who did the rabbi stepped in, and they were going and they said, no, you have to fill the entire interior of the cleat with mikvah waters in that case as well, or at least the majority. Right? You need ultimately again why? Dilma Chayis Alaihu below Medakole. So the Gemara says, so this is very interesting. The Rabbanon were the ones who said that even in a case where the exterior of the tree is coming, and therefore all you need ultimately again is for the water to really just a little bit on the interior. Halacha l'maisa that Rabbanon said you have to fill up the tree, at least the logo of the tree, with mikvah water. Why? Because we're concerned that if you're not doing that, you're not going to properly immerse the exterior of the kli as well. It's interesting. And ultimately, again, once you have, even though the Rabbanan said really we want you just to fill up the entire interior of the kli with mikvah water, but once you have the majority of the kli in terms of filled with mikvah water, that's going to be enough. Incredible. There was just a different way of interpreting ultimately again that previous place. I'm a Rabbi. So therefore I must say Rabbi comes on before they sell off as well. I'm a Rabbanan, the Tema, I'm a Rabbanan, the Ruba, but I'm a Rabbanan, the Chazusa. Sometimes I must say in cases of mixtures, the Rabbi said that the identity of the mixture is dependent on taste. Sometimes it is dependent on majority, and sometimes it is dependent on appearance, identity of a mixture. Majority, taste, appearance. Which is which? Here we go. Listen, this is very important. Underline these lines. Number one, if you have two dissimilar items mixed together, right, it is determined by taste. Taste, ultimate taste. It says, two similar items. I will say again, you can't use taste, right? Which is very important. In general, you can't use taste because again, they're similar items. So therefore, how do we determine the identity of the mixture? Beruba, rove, and ultimately again, hey chadika chazusa. But in the case of min benino, of an item that you're not going to eat, so how do we determine ultimately identity? Chazusa, by appearance. So what's the case of min benino, ultimately again, where you're not going to eat? Look at Rashi. Hey chadika chazusa. First, second one about Rashi. Maybe below totally dependent on the Hadith Kidon Le'inin Tvilas Mikvah. Right? In the example of this would be right? So the milk gets mixed in with the water. Right? So again, these are cases where you're not tasting, right? You're not tasting the water. In general, it's a good idea. Right? Keeping up close. Right. But for myself, again, you're not for our purposes also, the cases of the blood, right? Sacrificial blood, where you're not tasting any of this. So again, so interestingly enough, min b'she'enomino, it'll be dependent on taste. Min b'mino, if it's a case where you can taste the item, ultimately again, then we'll go after rope. Otherwise, we're going to go after appearance. Incredible. So that is a very important piece of halakha l'maisa. Now again, the truth is just you should know we actually did this in Smith Haskada last week.
think the Orthodox
Today,
as well, but
like contemporarily, we don't rely on time anymore, right? On taste. So for our purposes, whenever you see the concept of time, we replace that with shisha, bakal b'shisha. It's the same idea. We assume ultimately again that any time, any flavor ultimately again is negated in a ratio of 60 to 1. But again, in the pure form of halacha, these lines of Rabbi are halacha myself. So min b'she'ina two dissimilar items we go after taste. Min mino, if it's something tasteable, ultimately again we'll go after roast. Again, or I should say, even than that. Min mino will go after roast, unless of course it's a case where there's no taste element, in which case we'll go after taste. It's like
if you see,
and it's argued Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar says Kish is incredible. It's incredible. Kishim shemitzvos mevaklos zuletzul kach ein isulin mevaklim zuletzul. And all of this argues on Rabbi Lazar.
just the craftsmanship.
And now again, remember, everything up until now we've been focusing on is this idea that Isra could be mevakil Isra. Right? That there's that concept that ultimately that Isra could be negated. So the Gemara just says, just understand that there is an opinion, ultimately again with the Lazar, that the same way that mitzvos can't negate each other, so too Isurim cannot negate each other. Right? You can't be mavakil Isra. So Gemara says, 1 second, what does this mean? Man sham v'tegamar in mitzvos mavakil Isra. That's an interesting statement. What do you mean that mitzvos can't negate each other? What does that mean? So let's get into this. So Gemara says, Zu Talmud. So I want to say ultimately again, this is Hillel. This is Hillel. What does Hillel say? B'sanyo, Abu Alav al Hillel. They say about Hillel, Zakim, Shekacham b'das achas ba'olchon. Hillel, what's a Karban Pesach? Karban Pesach. How did Hillel eat his Karban Pesach? He would eat it all together. He would take the Pesach, the Karban Pesach, the lamb, matzah, and maror. And he would go ahead and eat it all together. Because the pasuk says you shall eat it on matzah and maror together. So quite literally, Hillel went ahead and ate this all together. And I will say, I'll just point out some interesting, another very interesting pieces about this. So this is Koreh. So remember again, Hillel, first of all, the commentaries point out that you see from here that historically matzah was soft. Right? I want to say, just think about this for just a moment. Right? You do this at our state, like you take the matzah, I mean, you're not a Pesach yet. You take the matzah, a little bit of process, and you eat it together. And what happens when you take a bite out of it? It's a culinary fast with you, right? Like the whole thing is like ridiculous, right? It's crazy, right? So sandwich like that with the matzahs that we have make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. But if you understand that historically, they had soft matzahs. And essentially, what is Hillel making? Shawarma, right? Shawarma, especially again before kitchens, right? You have a lot of the toppings also, right? So reminds again, I can't remember toppings, right? But reminds again, so that's what you get, and that's what you do. The color means really to wrap something. So literally again, Hillel would take the soft matzah, his Pesach lamb, his maror, again chasva is what they would do to lettuce, like the radish, lettuce. And they would wrap it all together, and that's how Hillel would eat Karban Pesach. Now, what's very interesting about that? So, what do you see in Hillel? That 80 minutes off from the back when Zuizim. Now, let's take a step back for just a second. Why is it that everyone disagrees with Hillel? Right? The other thing is this: why do they disagree? Because they hold you can't eat it like that. Because if you eat it like that, then the taste of Pesach is working against the taste of matzah, which is working against the taste of maror. In order to perform the mitzvahs, you have to have the experience of the individual taste of the mitzvahs. But if you're combining it all together, the vatal zu and su, you don't have the full effect of the matzah, the full effect of the Pesach, and the full effect ultimately of the maror. So the Hillel disputants say mitzvot, they negate each other. Hillel says no, they don't.
I mean, when I
Mitzvahs can't be mavak on each other. So because of that, Hillel allows you to wrap everything up together. But everyone else would say mitzvahs mavak on Zuz whenever you have to eat them separately. That's not focus. Saying that Gemara says here the same way. The same way ultimately again. But eating mitzvahs mavak on Zuz. Who is that? That's Hillel. That's ultimately again Hillel. In mitzvahs mavak on Zuz. Nowadays. So turn up on us. So the part again, I want to say, so again, continue with this fundamental method. So turn up on us.
It exists all over the place. But the problem is, it
Also,
exists
just
like
the
Catholic Church.
also this beautified just like hashkafically,
Prosecution
what's
at new places where they
the core
less
of
more
like this
kids.
Hillel and the Rabbi from the See, the Rabbi will say, maybe it's like Machlokas. That in life, there are different periods. There are different periods of life. There's matzah periods and there's mother periods. The matzah period is represented in the time of food, the time of events, the time of stuff. And there are mother periods of life. And ultimately, again, there are different periods, there are peaks and valleys. Hillel says that's not the dynamic of the Jew. In Hillel's worldview, Hayakar of open to Achos. And the life of the Jew in matzah and mother all last together. Meaning, how do we exist ourselves? In our moments of matzah simcha, we recognize we still feel the mother. So this is not as depressing then. But again, also, if you think about this, hey, what do we do at Chasana? Right? What do we do at Chasana? Right? The pinnacle of joy, right? Everything is so beautiful. What happens in that moment? Chasana is about to conclude. You break your glass. So you think to yourself, come on, right? Come on. Why can't we just have this, right? Why must we always bring in something depressing, right? And even like the dichotomy of so strange, right? And then cafe, and again, especially like like our cafe, right? So every single negative in that cafe is represented by problems, right? And then right after smash the glass, and then Mazel Tov. And it's interesting, right? People are so funny how people try to find ways to make it more normal. So what will they do? They'll break the glass in the middle of the cafe, and then the cafe finishes. No one knows quite what to do. Mazel Tov, yes, Mazel Tov, no Mazel Tov. The thing is, like, you just have to lean into it. Meaning that Hillel says that's the life of the year. The life of the year is that even in the midst of incredible simcha, I always carry the pain of other people. How can I not carry the pain of people? How can I not carry the pain of the fact that I don't get out of this and I don't have to pretend like it's not there. There's always a pain that's there. There's always a void that's there. There's always something that hurts inside of you. That's why, what says there's so many of us, we're never more than like 4 seconds away from crying. Why? Because there's a palpable pain of 2,000 years of collective pain that is built up inside of you. And the motor is there even in the midst of the matzah. The motor is always there even in the midst of the matzah. But the opposite is true also. That even in times of incredible motor, the matzah of redemption is there as well. Because no matter how acute the pain is, I know that Geula is so close. That redemption is so close. Personal Geula, national Geula. Hillel says, wrap it all up. That's what it is. A Jew is someone who lives with his matzah and his mother together at all times. There is pain and there is joy. There is rejoicing and there is profound sadness. It's not a contradiction. It's just called being a Jew. And I experience both of those dynamics. Sometimes it's more matzah, much smaller. Sometimes it's more matzah, it's more matzah. But in times of matzah, the matzah gives me such hope and optimism that things are going to be great. And in times of matzah, I must always be ever cognizant of still the collective, historical, and present being of my people. When you wrap that all together, you know what it says? That's what it means. Let's go back there. Carson shows up at the Zava. Okay, let's get into that there. All right, so Marshall
James
McCann is essentially a bedhouse, right? But it means that it's an earthenware utensil that's reviewed that is now containing the urine of a Zava or a Zava. Now, that the urine of a Zava or a Zava is in the Tuma. So watch this case. Carson shows Zava Zava. So both says, now, Rashi says over here, Rashi shows up as a it's a bedpan. Yusfir, the Nishbar, the Karasa below Mimi Rashai, as a maintained the Massa Shababish Nirut main kids. So again, the idea here is there's this everything my bedpan, everything my bedpan broke. I now have a shard of that bedpan. Okay, so now you might say this. So what? Okay. I don't know. You know, whatever. People attach sentimental value to different things. Right? This house. I will say, so the Shaila is there a way to be tired? Like, obviously, it absorbs the urine of the salt, and therefore it's going to be tummy. So, upon return to shame tummy. So, it's interesting enough, if you soak it with water, if you soak it for the first time and the second time, it still retains its former status. Shlishi tar. Very interesting enough, if you soak it the third time, ultimately, it becomes tar. So, also, the idea is that you now again what I want to point out over here is the see yourself one second, this is earthenware. Right? Earthenware 101 is that whatever earthenware object absorbs it can't get out. That's only when there's heat. Remember again the difference is that it absorbs liquid without a heat. If you wash it out, if you soak it 3 times, okay, that's done. When is that so? She knows no salt water into it. But ultimately, you know, we'll say now, that's only if you put water in there. But what if you put something else? And we'll say now, what else would you be putting in there? Let's say you put urine in there. But in this case, over here, you put the urine of a tahar person. Alright, so now let's say yes. So now this was a bedpan used by yourself or a salt. So it absorbed impure urine. Let's say now again you throw the urine of a tahar person. So our maybe it has the same cleansing effect. Kamash Malon, it does not. It does not. I will say now, why doesn't it? What is it saying? Mingalino, Lobato. And I will say urine is urine, right? And even though the urine of the Zav is coming, and the urine of a regular person is tahar, but it's Mingalino, and then from Mingalino, two similar items, Lobato. And Razor Yaakov Omer, Shlishi Ababi Shalas Lasok Amayim Tar. Everyone disagrees. Everyone says, no, if you soak it 3 times, even in urine, ultimately, again, the tummy urine is going to come out, and therefore, again, the kli is going to be tar. So one says, what do you see here? Rabbi holds, min benino, bato. Bato. And as the mancham says, min benino, lo bato. Who is the opinion that says, min benino is not bato? That's Rabbi Yehuda. So the Gemara says, what do we do? Is a kasha? Pishtan shetavasa nida, masito tas. What's the interesting case? If you have flax that was spun into thread, and it was a nida, only was a nida who did it tar. I will say, what's going on over here? So apparently to go ahead and spin wool of flax into thread, you have to moisten like the fibers with your, you put it in your mouth, you moisten with your saliva. Now the saliva of the nida conveys to my stomach. So you know what's interesting enough, it's another case over here where the woman was a nida spun thread, and therefore the pashtos, you know, her saliva was used to moisten the fabric. Ultimately, again, at this point in time when it's thread, it's dry, and therefore if someone goes ahead and moves it, it's going to be tar. Once the saliva dries out, it doesn't convey to them. In Hayala, but again, if the saliva was moist, then masito coming mishum mashkatiyah. And one who goes ahead and moves the thread is ultimately again going to become tummy as a result of her saliva. The really says, "Ad halot for the mayin tummy mishum mashkatiyah."
And also,
But it is not only that, ultimately the Rebbe says, "No, that halacha l'meisa, halacha l'meisa, even if one takes the thread that dries, and then what, soaks it again in water, even a lot of water, ultimately again the person is going to go ahead and become tummy." Look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says over here, it's almost right across. And you don't have a lot of the tummy mishum mashkatiyah, because secondly, the second star is Hashem malach look over my ma'acha shiyavish. Chazer harot liyos lach machmas hanayim. Turn mishum mashkatiyah. So even if I say, if you take dry thread, which means again, her saliva was weak, but now it's dry. So he says, if you take that thread and now you moisten it, what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, halacha l'meisa, it almost like awakens the saliva, and therefore you become tummy. So the Gemara says, I'm not talking about that piece, it's different. Why? Let's say that's true, even if what? Even if it's a lot of water. So in other words, what is even here? That even min benino is low bottle. Min is low bottle. Which the Gemara says, no, I'm not talking about shiny rock the color. So salag is different. Why is salag different? This color means what? Shiny rock the color. This is niknas the mishnah bechazaga. The kasha latzis. Avamela gland mobility because so apparently they're able to say, so saliva, because it's thicker, becomes a bit more embedded in the thread. So therefore, again, when it's there, it's present. Therefore, when you go and you moisten the thread, it's a thing that holds down the saliva, so to speak, comes back to life, and therefore, again, carry from day to month. It may be different, ultimately, again, than the case of the urine, because as much as the urine becomes embedded in the earthenware utensil, it doesn't become so heavily embedded. Okay, so let's say, so bottom line, that's the end of that, sugya. Bottom line, again, somebody offers you a shard from a backhand used by a dog, take a hard pass on that, right, but only because of halacha, right, but you're not getting sure if you can rectify it. But leaving that aside, again, the Gemara really emerges, which we included that I mentioned before, which is that halacha l'maisa. So the one case that's going to continuously be a machlokas is the case of Mindanao. Right? What do we do in the case of Mindanao when you have two similar items ultimately again that are mixed together? So do we say that Mindanao is just settled with a simple majority, buckle below, or do we employ this concept of what we call rolling? That we view the secondary item as if it is a dissimilar item, and then see what would be the impact of the secondary item on the primary item if the secondary item was a dissimilar item mixed in this ratio. That's called roll. That's our ongoing mathematical. The Gemara itself tells us our halacha. So the way we deal with English. Two dissimilar items, how do we deal with that? How do we deal with that mixture? Time, taste. Does the secondary item infuse taste into the primary item? If it does, then it's going to be usher. If it doesn't, like bottle b'shish, 60 to 1 or 1 to 60 ratio. When it comes to mini, but it's going to choose a little bit mini. Ultimately, again, if it's an item that is subject to taste, then you go simple, you go up to the roof. That's a mini domino is bottle below. Or, again, in certain cases where there's no taste component, we'll go basar chazisa. We'll go ultimately again after appearance, like we see in the case of incredible. I don't say let's finish this up. Said the Gemara, this Ari did an absolutely remember again, this is the end of the Mishnah. This is the end of the Mishnah. And the Mishnah goes on to cover the idea. If you have invalid sacrificial blood that gets mixed in with kosher sacrificial blood, what do? You pour it down the channel. What's the channel? Remember again, again, we're going to talk more about this channel, but this is the channel that opens the drainage system in the primary parts of the base of the dush. And ultimately, again, this channel will then flow out into the Kidron Valley. So you have invalid sacrificial blood mixed with valid sacrificial blood, pour it down the channel, and ultimately, again, dispose of it. So says the Gemara. The mic commission is what's this amount, I'm sorry. And the English then says, Rabbi Eliezer Machshir. Rabbi Eliezer says, ultimately, again, the mixture is kosher. I must say, there are two cases over here. Case number one is where you had ultimately, again, invalid sacrificial blood mixed in with valid sacrificial blood, right? And ultimately, again, case number two is damatansis. What's damatansis? Damatansis, ultimately, again, is non-like blood, what we call residual blood. So both of these cases, the Tanakama said, this mixture is invalid, pour it down the drain, pour it down the channel. But the Eliezer says, it's kosher. It's kosher. Right? Ultimately, again, it's kosher. So the Gemara says, so what's going on over here? What's machlokas? This is very interesting. I'm not saying this. The goals in this area are just connected. So Rabbi Smith says the machlokas is, do we go ahead and make rabbinic zeros in the base of the fish? Now, what does this mean? Look at it actually. This is actually 6 lines up from a focus. Why? It goes into the Rebbe Mikvah in also the Siyam, the Kachin, the Hafik Mina Adira, for low Kachin, the Hafik Kachin, shall Yafsit as Able, which is the Siyam that came from the so once again, do we make rabbinic protective laws in the base of the Josh? When those protective laws will result in the loss of certain sacrificial matter. Because remember, think about this just a moment. When invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed in with sacrificial blood. So what is that? What is that a case of? Is that a case of? What is it a case of? Mindomino. How do you resolve Mindomino? Roll.
There was like a week, there was a company together of two people who did.
Am I in the right place?
It didn't make any sense.
Is it got the other second chocolate? Okay, good. Okay. So again, right? So there's this is a classic case of Mindomino, which ultimately again is buckle. So what's I don't understand what's the issue over here? Even the Rowan case. Remember again, all has the appearance of blood because it's blood getting mixed in with blood. So what's going on with that? So says the Gemara. So the Mar Savar goes in. Umar Savar Lo goes in. So ultimately again, our concern over here, so the Tanakama hold goes in. We create rabbinic enactments. Ultimately, basically, Krishna is going to lead to the loss of sacrificial marriage. To 3 lines above for this, right? Tanakama Savar goes in. Hilchach is Arik Dam Kasha B'Dam Pasal. Times to stop a machine the bottom so we're going to steal the back of like I said. Yishbach La'amah, Dilma Asivach Shuring Nami Heka, Yisham, Midana Basum, Dalatantis, Yavakas. So watch this. Kind of comes concerned like this. In one case in the Mishnah, we're talking about a case of Dalatantis or Dam Puzzle that got mixed in with a larger amount of Dam Kasha. So this should be an open and shut case of Min Benino, butter the road, use the blood, move on. What are the Rabbi concerned about? The Rabbi concerned about is that this is an easily confusable case. And people might assume that whenever Dam Puzzle gets mixed in with Dam Kasha in any ratio, the mixture is always Kasha. In order to avoid that, the Rabbi said, spill out the blood. Even though what are you doing? You're causing a loss to hektish. That's because now you're taking sacrificial blood, which is technically okay. And you're spilling it out. So the Tanakama says, it is a good gzera, we should make the gzera ultimately again because it safeguards the sanctity ultimately of sacrificial service. Whereas the other opinion, which is the whole no, we do not make rabbinic protected zeros in the Beis. This is a classic case of min domino, papa barov, release the blood, move on. That Papa no. The Papa says no, that is not correct. The Papa says it agrees that we enact protective rabbinic law in the Beis Hamikdash as well. I source the case of it. It's very interesting. The Halacha, Tama Pansis Matsu the Rabos Adam HaNefesh Kamosh. So we'll say our Papa is like this. Machok is actually something else. Machok says, is it common to have more dantansis than life plus? Remember again, dantansis is the residual blood. So the shaila over here is it common to have life blood? Which one ultimately, again, is that common? Gemara says, Mar Savar Shliach, Mar Savar Lo Shliach. So one of the yes, that is common. And ultimately, again, the second thing he says, it's not common. So fundamental machlokus, so it's fascinating to the choice. So according to Papa, so what says that? According to Papa, who understands over here that there's two cases, and it makes sense why the Mishnah singles out the Dalatan says Elamid Rav Zvid LaArvinhu. But according to Rav Zvid, why not go ahead ultimately again and mix all of the cases together? Put the cases together, to which the Gemara says, Kasha. Again, that is a question, that is a valid question on the way the Mishnah is structured. So also, so bottom line, fundamental machlokus in fundamental machlokus in Papa as the nature of the Mishnah. Rabbi did understand over here that the machlokus is do we enact protective rabbinic law in the Beis Hamikdash? Tanakama says yes, the Rabbi says no. According to Rav Papa, the fundamental machlokus becomes do we have to be concerned that there will be more residual blood than life blood? Ultimately, again, one opinion says yes, one opinion says no. So fundamentally, my focus is about saying, Shkoyach, end of the Sugi of Eretz, and begin tomorrow with the Mishnah. Wonderful. What a morning. What a morning.
The COVID stuff, no one apologizes for.
They're completely lied. As much as you can hate him about a lot of things that Trump has done, you can't just let people get away with making a fake story about him colluding with Russia. That's a fake story. The Steele dossier was funded by the Clinton campaign. It's crazy.
Yeah. When the Epstein stuff coming from him is, we'll see what happens with that.
Well, you guys were talking right before the podcast. Jamie said there was a big dump. What happened with the big dump? You said there was a big dump today and they fucked up. That was your take. They fucked up.
The fucker was people found out that the redactions were redacted. Mistake. I can copy and paste from the document and see the redactions.
Oh, like a Photoshop deal? Like you could get the layers away?
Yeah.
Oh, whoopsies. That's what happens. You get fucking people working for the government. They're dorks.
Then, which is like this, like steps to this. I wasn't following it all, but the Department of Justice has tweeted a couple interesting things today, starting with this one 8 hours ago. It's like 6 a.m. or something.
The Department of Justice has officially released nearly 30,000 more pages of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. Some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election.
Good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning's shit. Okay, our sponsors for the month of Kislev of all over the world. Allison Adam Steinmetz and James Father, and the children Steinmetz had a Shlomo Tzvi Living, Ben Shimon Zipro of the Block of City Mafia, just in the memory of their parents, Yitzchak Reger, Cohen, Sarah Abach Barak Avlam, Hilda Bach Barak Ephraim, and the memory of the dear family friends, God Sergeant Kobe, Brothers of Gordon, Shimon, Paul and Kathy Powell, in memory of Leah Bach Shmuel, Zachary Shulamis Bach Shmuel, and Esther Bach Zachariah. Our Dachshund sponsors for today, Alan Sarah Steinberg, and discuss of continuing refuah for Shulamis Anna Bas Susha, for Shani Tapper and family, even Nishmas Yoshua, Ben Yitzchak, for the drop on the inclusion of the Gertzek, and let Abram steam off the climb, in gratitude towards Red Top Alan Wiseman for all he has done and continues to do for our family. Beautiful thank you to all of our sponsors, thank you for the beautiful messages, all those who are close to the call already strong, all of the Shabbat now, the families in the promo. On Kashbar Kushes, continue to share episodes, Thomas, and Rob also on all the values as well. What's with that? Our guest today, we have a really exciting dad ahead of us today. Today's dad is Ayin Class 78, and we are picking up on Ayin Zayin on the base 77B at the Mishnah, bottom of the daf. Branch is Arabic, so also some really interesting topics over there for today, but I'm going to take us to the next little bit. Branch is Arabic. If blood gets mixed in with water, now most of the audience we're talking about over here about sacrificial blood that gets mixed together with water. The shayla, of course, is what is going to be the status of the sacrificial blood? Blood alcohol, and the Yishpam Maris can kosher. As long as it looks like blood, ultimately again the mixture is going to be kosher. Kosher means that it is fit for sacrificial use.
Writing does not appear to match
It's the sacrificial use. Good. That's case number one. Next, Miss Ali Bayayin says in this case, what happens when sacrificial blood gets mixed together with wine? Right, so obviously in the water case, it's a very easy litmus test. If there's so much water that the blood no longer looks like blood, okay, then it's going to be invalid. If it looks like blood, then it's going to be kosher. The problem with wine, of course, is that wine looks like blood. So shayla, of course, is how do we determine if the mixture is going to be kosher? So it's Ali Bayayin.
You say it's fake,
nice.
you say
Very interesting. So when sacrificial blood gets mixed with wine, we view the wine as if it was water. Meaning what? And you look at it, based if this amount of wine was water, would the sacrificial blood look like blood or not? If it still look like blood, then the mixture would be kosher. If it wouldn't look like blood, then the mixture ultimately again is going to be invalid. Which is actually just a moment. Actually, so Ron also, it's about even on the page. Ron also yain kilugu mayim, va'omrim, va'omdim, v'haya damshin is ari kanikar v'mayim halalu kosher v'zrikas. We'll say. So look at these first two cases. So case number one is where again, sacrificial blood gets mixed in with water. In that case, as long as the mixture retains its appearance of blood, and ultimately again it's going to be kosher. Doesn't have an appearance of blood, not kosher. Case 2, sacrificial blood gets mixed in with wine. So we'll say, so in this case, you can't use the appearance test until blood regardless. So what do? I view the wine as if it was water. Now, based on that ratio, would the blood look like blood? If the answer is yes, it's kosher. If the answer is no, it's possible. So that's case 2. Next. Sorry, is where the sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other invalid blood. So once again, appearance does not look like blood no matter what. The Shaila just is, how do we view the mixture together? Now you're actually points out over here, the Behema is the Behema cooler. This is a non-sacrificial blood. So what do we do? We always also so ultimately, again, once again, what we the non-sacrificial blood is the same thing we use for wine. Essentially, we use the blood as if it was water, and then we figure out based on this ratio, would the mixture still look like blood, in which case it would be kosher, or would it look like water, in which case it was going to be kosher. Okay, so let's just begin to see a theme over here. Okay, so again, case number 1, wine gets mixed with water. Simple. Does it retain its appearance of blood or not? If it does, kosher. If it doesn't, possible. Case number 2, blood gets mixed in with wine. Appearance is not a good litmus test. So would view the wine as if it was water. Based on this ratio, would it still look like blood? Kosher. Would it look like blood? Possible. Case number 3, blood gets mixed in with non-sacrificial blood, human blood. So Tanakama says, same thing. Use blood as if it was. And then see, based on this mixture, would the mixture still look like blood? Kosher. Would it look like blood? Possible. Now, Kappa Biden, that's 78A, comes on the review and reads says, no. In dam nevakol dam. Rabbi says no. A mixture of blood with blood is going to be different because dam is not nevakol dam. Blood cannot negate blood. Now, what does that mean? Go back, I'm sorry, for one more second, to back to 77B to the last Rashi on the dot. In dam nevakol dam, Rashi says, the min means the low buckle. Which is going to spend more time on today. Two like items can never be negated one in the other. So if you do the holes, I feel the people are so clean, don't go crush those details. So ultimately, again, if you do the holes, that is when you get sacrificial blood. Sacrificial blood is not bottle. It's not bottle. So fundamentally, it's in Tanakama, I love you do that. When you have human blood mixed in with sacrificial blood. So what do you do over here? The Tanakama says you use the human blood as if it was water. And see, this amount of water would the mixture still look like blood, in which case it's kosher. It would be so diluted that it would lose its appearance and blood would be possible. Rabbi says no. Ain't down the back goes down. Once there's sacrificial blood there, it's sacrificial blood. And no matter how much there, the sacrificial blood always remains dominant, and therefore it's kosher. Fascinating. Okay, more about that later. Next. Back to 78A, last 2 lines of last word in the first line. Last word. Okay, so I say, so now in this fourth case, is an interesting case. What happens is sacrificial blood becomes mixed in with invalid sacrificial blood. Whatever they think it is. Right, Rashi said.
Mask over his face.
Let's say you have fecal blood. That's the sacrificial blood that gets mixed in with fecal blood. So what's that look like? So in that situation, ultimately, again, Yishpok La'ama. What does Yishpok La'ama mean? Yishpok La'ama means you have to pour it down the channel. So this is actually, if you look at that, Yishpok La'ama. ואפילו הכושר רבה עם דם הקנסיס ישפוך לעמו ואף אפילו שדם הנפש רבה עליו משום לזה חשוב לה. Now what's the ammo? We're going to talk more about this a little bit later. Maybe not today, but later on. So the ammo was a channel that ran through the base of the brush. And literally again, that channel took out certain, quote, from wastewater, carbonic water, sacrificial remnants out into the Kidron Valley. Again, like I said, we'll talk more about the mechanics of that a little bit later. Enough in this fascinating happens. In his last days, where invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other sacrificial blood, right? So the halacha is the resulting mixture is hustle. What do you do with it? So the Gemara says, push this the channel and let it flow out into the Kidron Valley. The Damatansis, same thing Damatansis, they're both saying, and what's Damatansis? You're bringing back to the beginning of the Sefra. Right? Again, first step in the sacrificial process, first step, Shtita. Although Shtita is not really an avoda, but Shtita, then Kabbalah. Remembering it by Kabbalah, what are you receiving? What are you receiving? Right? So like, which is the blood that initially spurts out. Obviously, after you slaughter an animal, blood continues to flow out. That blood that's used to flow is what's called dam-hatansis, residual blood. The blood is not kosher for sacrificial use. So therefore, again, so there's two cases over here. So in other words, case number one is where invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed in with valid sacrificial blood, or dam-hatansis, which is the residual blood, gets mixed in with kosher sacrificial blood. In both of these cases, blood that is not usable for sacrificial purposes gets mixed in with blood which is usable for sacrificial purposes. And in both of these cases, study is the same. Or the resulting mixture cannot be used no matter what the ratio is. And therefore, when you do it, pour it down the river. Right? You bring it out, pour it into the channel, pour it into this channel in the base of Mikdash, and ultimately, again, this channel will take the invalid mixture out into the Kidron Valley. Incredible. Now, again, I will say, interesting enough, like one of those wires in the buckle, like everything else, so why can't you use like the same litmus test of using it? But we'll see in the Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again said that is kosher. Now again, which case is he referring to? It's referring to ultimately again the dam hustle or the dam tansis. We'll see, and we'll see it live. Now let's see what this is. In Kolimach, in Nashon Kasha. Furthermore, the Gemara says, Halacha l'maisa, if the Kohen did not ask, and instead applied his blood, then ex post facto, it's kosher. So it's very interesting. So as much as in these last two cases over here, where the sacrificial blood is mixed into proper blood, or where the damatansis gets mixed into blood. So the halacha is, mixture is invalid, and he has to be poured down the channel. However, if the Kohen did not ask, and instead he just sprinkled it, halacha l'maisa, it's kosher. Which tells you what? That the Ikar idea in the right letter of the law is kosher. And obviously, again, there's some rabbinic legislation that's happening over here that's preventing us from using this. Okay, more about that in a minute. So it's like, it's a really interesting case over here. So we'll say, so let's focus on our initial case. Right? If you look at the first three cases, case number one, blood gets mixed in with water. How do you calculate? So what's the determinant if the mixture is valid or not? If it looks like blood. As long as it maintains this appearance of blood, ultimately again it's called sacrifice. Case number two, wine gets mixed in with sacrificial blood. What's the halacha? We use the wine as if it was water, right? And if in that ratio it still maintains its appearance of blood, it's going to be kosher. Case number three, sacrificial blood gets mixed of holy animals. What's the halacha? Same thing, ultimately again we do it as if it was water.
Still had some way to go. Here we go.
So making the blood is going to be kosher. Incredible. Incredible. Although in that last week, okay, good. Set down. I'm going to give it up. I'm going to load so let's see this idea. So focusing again, everything depends on your skills. So if you want to, I'm going to give it up. I'm going to open on motion. When do we say that as long as there's the appearance of blood, the mixture is specifically balanced sacrificial? When is that? That's when the water is flowing into the blood. In other words, I guess the imagery is, I have my shires, and the service you take for sacrificial blood, and water drips into that blood. That's when we say that as long as the blood retains its appearance of as what that is still valid for sacrificial use. However, Alanopal is so naive, but if the case is the reverse, if the blood is poured into the water, then you show bottle. Then each drop of blood that falls into the water is bottled in the water. See the distinction over here? If you have water falling into the blood, then ultimately, again, as long as the appearance remains blood, the mixture is going to be hot. But if the blood is fully dripping into the water, then each drop that falls in is bottled in the food. Incredible. Incredible. So you know what it says about it? By the way, just to understand. But they still blood fully pour the blood into the water, then ain't nothing under the same halacha would apply as long as it retains the appearance of blood in the kasha. But the one thing over here is if you drop by drop of blood into the water, even though the resulting mixture still looks like blood, each drop as it comes in is bottled in the water. So the Gemara says, Amra Papa will the union is by sacrificial blood, but it's not like Kisei Hadam. Remember again, what's our Halacha Kisei? Then Kisei Hadam means that you chef with higher or you chef fowl or chaya, not just the animal. There's a halacha that you have to cover the blood of the animal you chef it. This is like with kabbalas. Just even today, you chef the chicken, you gotta go ahead and you have to cover up the blood. If the halacha doesn't apply by the lema, doesn't apply to like the regular domesticated animal, only to non-domesticated animals and fowl. So the Gemara is interesting. Papa says, "Le'inei ain't okay." Now this is the big piece I got. So what does that mean? Now halacha myself, you would go ahead and let's say chef the chicken, and then you take the blood and you drop it drop by drop into water. The blood would in the water. And you would still have to be say hadam on that blood. Take a look at that. Rashi says, oh fuck! Even if you took the blood of a slaughtered animal and you put it into water, then you should go marry down higher than that. If it has the appearance of blood, you are obligated to go ahead and cover it. The law Amiran Kama bottle, and we don't say that the initial drops of blood are bottled in the water. So we'll say, so watch these 12. So let me just show what just happened over here, right? We just trace the progression. How did we start? We started with the case of sacrificial blood that gets mixed with water. So the Gemara says, what's the law of that mixture? As long as the mixture looks like blood, ultimately again fits the sacrificial use. So the Gemara comes along and he says, but Rabbi says, that's talking about where the water was mixed into the blood. However, if the blood was mixed into the water drop by drop, ultimately, even if the resulting mixture looks like blood, it's still going to be invalid. Why? Because every drop of blood that falls into the water is bottled in the water. That's how our Mishnah. Then he goes, oh, by the way, Papa said you should just know, but by Kisei Hadam, this would not be true. So if you were to chef the chicken, take the blood and drop it drop by drop into water, right? Ultimately, again, the blood would not be bottled, and you would still be obligated to do Kisei Hadam on that mixture. Why the distinction between sacrifice and the mitzvah Kisei Hadam? And the answer is very simple. But Ishain Dichoy B'mitzvahs. Because you will say ultimately availability of the means there's no such thing as a dichoy means set aside. There's no such thing as a mitzvah that is set aside for non-performance. Take a look at that. She can go into Ishain Dichoy B'mitzvahs. That happens that people are trying to mission up a man. ולא היה מעניסים יותר, אפילו הכי כי חדר נפל טיפה שנייה, כל זרת משורר וניעור ונצטרף עמו, It's enough for us to have to mind the matter down closer than you're able to see. Listen, what happens? It's actually very fascinating. Actually, what's the dynamic? When you check that chicken, now you take the blood. So what do? You first drop it into the water. What happens when that first drop goes into the water? What happens? Essentially, it begins to the water. But then the second drop comes in. And what happens with the second drop? It combines with the first. The third combines with the second and the first. The fourth, so on and so forth. So what happens at the end of the day? Ultimately, it looks like blood. Once it looks like blood, ultimately, again, that reinvigorates all of the previous droplets of blood that were placed into the water. Because by mitzvahs, once something is set aside for use of a mitzvah, it can never be permanently precluded for non-performance or non-use. It might be temporarily dormant, but ultimately, again, all of those systems like this. The droplets of blood of that chicken are set aside for use of a mitzvah. The mitzvah is covering the blood. So once it's set aside for the mitzvah, it can never be permanently precluded from performance. It can be temporarily set aside. Like in other words, when the first droplet falls in, the second droplet falls in, until that mixture looks like blood. But once it looks like blood, everything is reinvigorated. Because once something is marked for mitzvah use, ultimately, again, that designation never fully goes away. It may be temporarily shelved, but it never fully goes away. That's what it means. Ate some of it. So it's like, isn't that fascinating? So therefore, once you check that chicken, and that blood needs to be covered, that obligation is never set aside. So when you subsequently take a drop of blood, it's not dripping a drop of blood into water. So right now I can't do it because the mixture doesn't look like blood. But once there's enough blood in that water to make it look like blood, the mitzvah obligation once again sets in. This is what's called ein yichol eitzon mitzvahs. Interestingly enough, Rashi and Zohar, the law in the whole the Yitzchak Yukar, the law Shayek Yichol Elo, the government Yusha. So I will say here, realize the fascinating distinction between mitzvahs and kachim, and karbanos. By karbanos, there's yesh yichol eitzon karbanos. There is yesh yichol eitzon kachim. At karban, once something is set aside for non-use, it's forever non-usable. So therefore, again, going back for just a moment. So if you were to go ahead and take sacrificial blood and drop it, but it turned into water, what happens to sacrificial blood? It's bottle. It's bottle. That comes into the water is bottle. Even at the end of it looks like blood. That's at the end of the day, each drop was bottle. Mitzvahs are never negated for non-performance. And therefore, when you drop a little drop of chicken blood into the water, although at first glance there's nothing there, later on when all the droplets are in there, they form together and ultimately again reinvigorate the basic religion. So let's say, fascinating concept. Yesh yichol eitzon kachim. So there is yichol by karbanos, but ultimately again, ein yichol. And let's say, just the hashkafa. So listen to this distinction. Karbanos, din, is an animal. Is an animal. I perform it, but at the end of the day, the effects of kedusha ultimately again is the animal. Mitzvahs are a din in us, in human beings. An animal could be forever set aside for non-use. Each yichol eitzon karbanos. Each yichol eitzon kachim. You could have, right? Because you do something invalid, and ultimately again the carbon is forever set aside for non-use. But by mitzvahs, it's represented there's no such thing as a Jew who is forever set aside for non-performance. There's no such thing as a Jew who is forever cut off by kedusha. As an animal, that animal is forever set aside. It's like it's invalid. It's an animal. Okay, it's going to be a carbon now. It's never going to be a carbon. But by a mitzvah which represents a unit of the Yid's self-actualization and kedusha, and yichol eitzon mitzvahs. There's no such thing as a Jew who is set aside for non-use. There's no such thing as a mitzvah that is forever precluded from performance. An animal could be pushed aside for nice, but a Jew can never be forever precluded from spiritual actualization. We'll say, is that not the most incredible thing in the world that you've ever heard? And it's only Monday. And it's only Monday. Can you imagine what the rest of the week is going to be? So we'll say, this is it. This is a when it comes to my religious observance, when it comes to my religious performance, when it comes to my spiritual self-actualization, there is no decoy. There is no fucking set aside for non-performance. I can never be pushed to the side. I can mess up, I can make big mistakes, and I can kind of be like that blood that's dropped into the water. Because there are moments where it's like that little droplet of blood is essentially invisible. There are times where I mess up so badly that I make myself spiritually invisible. But then something happens, because if you keep at it, if you keep going, droplet after droplet after droplet after droplet, once again the vision of blood reappears, and I'm ready to re-engage. I am that. Karbanos, animals to be set behind this. But mitzvahs represent the units of spiritual accomplishment of the Jew. And some mitzvahs. There's no such thing as a Jew forever being precluded from spiritual growth and self-actualization. No matter how badly we mess up, no matter how diluted spiritually we get, keep at it, and ultimately again will be reconstituted and ready to engage. Incredible. So you are. Amor Solis, amigo para nuestra canción Ballons, upon Potter. So it's a new head interesting days. If he has a bunch of sacrificial parts, and included in those sacrificial parts, right, is pigol and nosar hamet. So this is quite a prohibited salad with that clown over there, right? So you've got pigol, nosar, and obviously some other components also in there, presumably some of the components in there, and everything got necessarily, and everything got mixed together. So obviously, yeah, everything got mixed together, and you eat it. So Rashi points out over here that the case is kizayis mizah or kizayis mizah. So the kizayis of all these prohibited items, but they're mixed together. And I ate it. So there was halachah, potter. Ultimately on potter. Now why is that very interesting? Why? He asked Shaloyad the min al kafir of the Yivatlan. So let's say, so this is absolutely fascinating. Here's the issue. In order to be in violation of Pigol, Nosar, and Tamei, you have to eat desires of these items, right? The issue over here is because I have this choke, Pigol, Nosar, Tamei, whenever I eat something, I can't be sure that I'm eating a desires of any one prohibited item. Because of that, therefore, I'm potter. Now again, not good, right? Not good. Right? But when we say potter, I can't be punished for that. There can't be liability for that because it can't be demonstrated that I'm eating a desires of any prohibited matter. The Gemara says, it's possible that any one is being the back of the other, right? So maybe there's so much pigol and nosar, it's being the back of the tamei, or there's so much tamei and pigol that it's being the back of the nosar. So everything kind of combines with each other. I don't have a desires. I don't necessarily have a desires of any one prohibited material. Let's see from here 3 things. Number 1, Shmamina. Yisurim about means that. Interesting enough, what I see here is that Isser, right? Yisurim, different prohibited items, ultimately again are mevak with each other. In fact, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, it's the first white line in Rashi. Rashi says, Kishulois osabafid. Niplal, Ning Uso Kadavil, Nigo Shazet, Rugo Shazet, the box of the Puro, the box of Komi, no Separ Mavato. So the idea over here is because everything is mixed together, you don't know what you're eating, and therefore essentially one Isser is Mavak for another Isser. So it should have said, we learned 3 things here. Number 1, one Isser could be Mavak for another Isser. Right? Next, Shmanila. No sin ham below love dollars. So most of them very interesting. Where it says, well, 1 second, if you notice, what doesn't be where it doesn't consider the fact that of itself, what we say, what does it taste like? In other words, the Gemara is presupposing that all these items, the milsa, the pickle, and the tame, are all dissimilar with different tastes. And the Gemara doesn't say, well, why don't we just mix the taste? It tastes a lot like pickle. So we don't consider that what it tastes like. So what does that tell you? That tells you that taste is not a determinant biblically. That's what it tells you. The taste is not a determinant biblically. That if something infuses a taste from the majority of a mixture, then clearly again that is not a biblical determinant. That says over here, the folks doesn't come back to Osha, but we share the road. Labdoris and Rukosa, Vidaresa, Nami, Grabamina, Kavino, Nikomako, Tiny Yard, the time the ship is up. So ultimately, again, because the fact that we don't even look at, the Gemara doesn't say, get pickle and also mixed together, let's see what it tastes like. And whichever one it tastes like, that's going to be what you're trying for. The Gemara doesn't even entertain that possibility, indicating to us that taste is not a biblical determinant. Next, Ishmamina, Sasras, Satek, Loshma. What else do you see? That a non-definitive Hasra is not a good Hasra. Because remember again, in this case over here, let's say I'm eating this mixture. Pickle notes are coming. Again, in order to be tried out, what's going to be the Hasra? What's the only Hasra that the AD could give me? What can they give me? Right? They can't give me a definitive Hasra. Right? Why? Because they don't know what I'm eating. In other words, in this mixture are three prohibited items. What are they going to say? Don't eat pickle, no sun tame. Or maybe I am eating all three, maybe I'm eating only one of the remaining two. If you forget the fact that there's no liability because Hasra is stuck in Loshma Hasra. In order for a warning to create liability, it has to be a definitive warning. A non-definitive warning cannot generate liability. So therefore, I will say, amazingly enough, from this, again, let's go through the case once more. I'm eating a mixture. I don't know, start coming. The Gemara is presupposing that these are three dissimilar items mixed together with dissimilar tastes. So what's the halacha? The halacha is I am not liable. Right? So number one prohibited item to be mevatel of the prohibited items. Number two, taste is not a biblical determinant in establishing identity. And number three, Hasra Safek, non-definitive warning is not considered to be a warning. Okay, well, can I watch this? Massive Rabbi. So Rabbi raises the question. I'm not saying, but now with the Gemara is most going to focus on the issue of taste, right? So lesson number two, which was that ultimately, again, the Gemara says in this case that that is not a biblical determinant of identity. That Rabbi is going to take issue. Also, Isa, very interesting. If you make a dough of rice and wheat, now let's tell what I'm going to say. If the taste of the loaf ultimately again tastes like wheat, then what? Then the identity of the loaf is the identity of what is a wheat loaf. Now let's say if it's a wheat loaf, then what? It's chayim challah. What's challah? Challah is the portion you have to separate and give to the kohen. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That taste is a biblical determinant. Taste matters. Now, by the way, taste matters even though the majority of the flour may be rice flour, but if it tastes like wheat, then what? It's wheat. Which also, by the way, as far as just to make it a little more exciting, which also means you would want, remember again, you don't want on rice bread, right? Why not? I don't know, such a thing as rice bread. Yeah, right? So remember again, I just want to point out, the Torah only uses 5 types of grain, right? Wheat, barley, oat, salt, and rye. Those are the 5 types of grain. Anything else is not a grain. So therefore, rice, although you can make rice flour and it's rice bread, that's not our most That's not, I'm making up. Hundred today might be different because they mix a lot of different things. But again, if you were to just mix corn flour, it would not. Let's see. So it's going to point out. Remember things like this. If you have a bread that is made both of
There she
flour
is.
and rice flour,
Yes, ma'am. Are you ready for me?
it tastes like wheat.
Yeah, I'm making it.
Even though the majority of it is rice flour. So it's easier. That is a biblical determinant. No. Yeah, taste is a determinant, but only Midrabana, not Midorais. And I said, no.
How are you?
You have to
How's
say
your day, baby?
So far, so good. Wonderful, thank you.
Okay.
Furthermore, the Gemara says you can even use it for matzah. So
Alrighty, friend.
matzah, ultimately
We have an
again,
invitation.
with rice and obviously,
Yeah.
this is before the days of kidneys, right? This is before the days of kidneys legislation. Legislation is Darabana.
Alright, a tough split.
I saw there's absolutely no problem using rice. Using rice on Pesach.
You can get it.
Rice on Pesach. So we Ashkenazi do this, but again, this is before kidneys. So you want to like this. If you have a matzah that's
Easy.
made from rice and wheat,
Oh.
as long as it tastes like wheat,
Give me this.
Now again, for Pesach,
Yay.
biblical matzah, right? You need something that is made from wheat. So what do you see here? The fact that you can use it on Pesach indicates to us that is consonant what we just said before. We just said before that taste is not a biblical determinant. Ella, we'll say on the days, Ella here it is.
Give it to me.
Ella,
You're the strike queen. Don't
when you have two dissimilar items mixed together,
do
I'm a
it.
straight queen.
Yeah, you are.
by taste.
We'll see.
You do rely on time. Rely on time. Again, two dissimilar items mixed together, the identity of the mixture will be based on how.
Hey, there you go. Get it. Okay, that's a good spare.
So let's listen to this.
Oh, one of the worst throws. Finger slip.
When do we
I have to learn
to determine
That's all right.
the mixture? When is that? It's very important. In the she'eno mino, two dissimilar items mixed together, the identity of the mixture ultimately again will be based.
That was
on
a dominant strike, Mr.
It's what it
Aquarius.
tastes like, which essentially means
Thank
whichever
you.
item is more
Give it.
dominant.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
Determine the identity of the mixture. Now, by the way, just before we go on,
All right,
how
Mr.
do you
Aquarius.
reconcile that with Rich Schluffish's case about the
Get it.
salad?
Dominant. Another one.
That has to be the case where they all
Another
the same min. They were all the same thing. They were all the same thing. They weren't supposed to just finish it up. Min Benino Beruba. Ultimately, again,
Oh, she's putting up a big score tonight, folks. 96. She's going to get 97. No one's touching that. No one's touching her at 97. Get out of here. Everybody who thinks they can touch her, get out of here. I tried, but nobody's touching that score, Mr. Aquarius. Just unbelievable.
Halacha recognizes two types of mixtures. Min benino, which means similar items. Min she'eno mino, dissimilar items.
That's okay, but not touching you. You win, I win, I win, you win. Good job. All right, reload. I'm going to try.
You can't rely on taste. Why can't you rely on taste? They have the same taste, the same item. So what do you rely on? Whichever one has the greater majority.
Get it.
So the greater majority, that will determine the identity of the item. Incredible, I'll say. Incredible. One second. The Nishan in the Mino, in the Sheino Mino. In the case of Min Benino, where you have two like items mixed together, why not treat it as a case of Min Sheino Mino? Right now, what does that mean? Watch this. That's very interesting. This Ari Beyayin, Ro also Ki'ilu Humayim. I will say, Mishnah. What did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said that if you have sacrificial blood mixed with wine, so again, both sides. So remember again, what did our Mishnah say? What did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said we view the wine as if it's what? As if it's what? Blood in wine is min benino. Now what's that? Now why is blood in wine min benino? Why? Now because remember, we often, generally in halacha, whenever you have min benino, you're talking about items you're going to taste, right? If you like a taste idea. Obviously, sacrificial blood, but the idea, the reason why blood and blood benino is because they look the same. So what did the Mishnah say? If you have sacrificial blood mixed with wine, so what do? We view the wine as if it was water. And we would say, in this type of ratio, would the blood still maintain its appearance? If it would, then it's kosher. If it wouldn't, then it's possible. So what do you see from there? We take a case of min benino, and how do we view it as if it was min b'she'eno mino? So why do we do it every case of min benino like that? So interesting. So the Gemara says, it's not this. My love, Rowan also the yain kilomain. Are we not saying so again? So it's like this. We view the wine as if it was water, and in this ratio, if mixed with blood, would the blood look like blood? If so, then the mixture will be kosher, and if not, then it'll be possible. So
ugly.
Mixture, and
Not what I wanted, Mr. Query.
Mixture.
We're going to get this, no doubt. Oh, no. Very bad.
No. It really means we view the blood as if it was water, and then we view ultimately again that the blood in this ratio is water mixed with water, would it still look like
get it.
So it doesn't make any sense.
All but two.
Then ultimately again, what do you mean? Well, then it should say bottle. Say bottle. Furthermore,
get it.
Furthermore, again, I want to say it's another place. Totally different. Hold on just a second.
It's a big comeback. Big comeback.
Is a mikvah case. If the wine itself, if the wine,
you win one, I win one. I win one, you win one. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Alrighty, man. That's all she wrote. Sleep, and God willing, we'll talk tomorrow. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How do you, right? How do you do it? Actually, let's reverse that. Because the truth is, the easier case in halacha is actually min b'she'eno mino. Two dissimilar items. How do you reckon? How do you deal with the mixture of two dissimilar items? How do you deal with it? Tongue, taste. That's easy. That's easy, right? Whichever item exerts the dominant taste, that goes ahead and the ultimate again of the mixture. The more complicated one is min benino. Similar items mixed in. So you must, how do you deal with min benino? How do you deal with it? How do you deal with it? Ultimately roll. It's just it's a numbers game. Whichever item is in the greater majority, that's the item that determines the identity of the mixture. The Gemara says, hold up, I have a better way to deal with min benino. How do you deal with min benino? How do you deal with it? Into a min b'she'eno case. And that's what the Mishnah is doing, right? The Mishnah said that if you have sacrificial blood mixed with wine, what do? The wine as if it's water, and then see how that impacts it. The Mishnah says that in min benino cases, make it into view it as it's a min b'she'eno mino case. To which the Gemara says, this whole thing about min benino is a machlokes tanai. Do we deal with min benino just as a simple majority, or do we view it, or do we change it? Min b'she'eno mino case, raging, ridiculously amazing machlokes, and that's to be continued tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, let's say have a great day. Have on Zoom. Correct, everybody. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Habalinu L'Tova. Elson Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Ruvain, Ben Shimon Zichrono the Bloch, Semi Malka Esther, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leibner Arakoin, Sarah Abbas Barak Avram, Hilda Bas Barak Ephraim, and in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali, Yona Gordon, Hashem Yikol Damo, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachariah Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Our Daflum sponsors for today, Yael and Sarah Steinberg, in the discuss of continued refuah for Shulamis Chana Bas Susha, and Shani Tapper and family Re'ili Vishmas Yoshua, Ben Yitzchak Zichron Libracha on the occasion of his 19th yard site. And by Avram Sni and Malka Klein, with gratitude towards Grandson Alan Wiseman for all he has done and continues to do for our family. A beautiful thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you for all the beautiful messages. All those who need a Rosh Hashanah, the Kol Yisrael. All those who Shabbat Shabbat Aliyah, the families in the Talmud, on Kash Baruch Hu Shis, continue to shower the souls, Thomas, and brachos upon all the Klal Yisrael. Because with that, our daf today, we have a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin 77b at the Mishnah, bottom of the daf. Dam Shanis Aridon. So we'll say some really interesting topics over here for today that are going to take us through the next little bit. Dam Shanis Aridon. If blood gets mixed in with water, now obviously we're talking about over here about sacrificial blood that gets mixed together with water. So the shaila, of course, is what is going to be the status of the sacrificial blood. So what's halacha? Yeshba maris dam kosher. As long as it looks like blood, ultimately again the mixture is going to be kosher. Kosher means that it is fit for sacrificial use. Fit for sacrificial use. Good. That's case number one. Next, Misave Bayayin. So here's an interesting case. What happens if sacrificial blood gets mixed together with wine? Now, obviously, in the water case, is a very easy litmus test. What's the litmus test? If there's so much water that the blood no longer looks like blood, okay, then it's going to be invalid. If it looks like blood, then it's going to be kosher. The problem with wine, of course, is that wine looks like blood. So the shaila, of course, is how do we determine if the mixture is going to be kosher? So it's Ari Bayayin, Roa Osa Ki'ilu Humayim. This is very interesting. So when sacrificial blood gets mixed with wine, we view the wine as if it was water. Meaning what? And we look at it based on this amount. If this amount of wine was water, would the sacrificial blood look like blood or not? If it still look like blood, then the mixture is going to be kosher. If it wouldn't look like blood, then the mixture ultimately again is going to be invalid. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Rowan also, it's about 8 lines up from the end of the page. Rowan also yain kirigu mayim va'omrim va'omdin im hayed danshnis aretz hanikar v'mayim halalu kashmis rikos. We'll say. So look at these first two cases. So case number one, right? So case number one is where again, what sacrificial blood gets mixed in with water. In that case, as long as the mixture retains its appearance of blood, then ultimately again it's going to be kosher. Doesn't have an appearance of blood, not kosher. Case two, sacrificial blood gets mixed in with wine. So we'll say, so in this case, you can't use the appearance test, right? Because it's going to look like blood regardless. So what do? I view the wine as if it was water. And now, based on that ratio, would the blood still look like blood? If the answer is yes, it's kosher. If the answer is no, it's possible. Good, that's case two. Next. Case number three is where the sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other invalid blood. So once again, appearance is going to look like blood no matter what. The shaila just is, how do we view the mixture ultimately again of the valid blood and the invalid blood together? Now again, Rashi points out over here, the behema is the behema of chulin, right? This is a non-sacrificial animal. So what do we do over here? Row it also ki'ilu humayim. So ultimately, once again, what we do for non-sacrificial blood is the same thing we do for wine. Essentially, we view the blood as if it was water, and then we figure out based on this ratio, would the mixture still look like blood, in which case it's going to be kosher, or would it look like water, in which case it is going to be possible. Okay, so you begin to see a theme over here. Right, so again, case number one, wine gets mixed with water. Simple. Does it retain its appearance of blood or not? If it does, kosher. If it doesn't, puzzle. Case number 2, blood gets mixed in with wine. Appearance is not a good litmus test. So we'll view the wine as if it was water. Based on this ratio, would it still look like blood? Kosher. Would it look like blood? Pasul. Case number 3, sacrificial blood gets mixed in with non-sacrificial blood, chulin blood. So Tanakama says, same thing. View the blood as if it was water, and then see, based on this ratio, would the mixture still look like blood? Kosher. Would it look like blood? Pasul. Now, top of Ayin test 78A comes on Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi says, no. Ain dam medakol dam. Rabbi Yehuda says, no. A mixture of blood with blood is going to be different because dam is not medakol dam. Blood cannot negate blood. Now, what does that mean? Go back, I'm sorry, for one more second, back to 77B, to the last Rashi on the daf. Ain dam medakol dam, Rashi says, the min b'mino lo batal. So we'll say this is a famous concept which we're going to spend more time on today. Min b'mino lo batal means two like items can never be negated one in the other. So therefore, Yehuda holds, afilu tipol so kligadol kashla zrika. So ultimately, again, Yehuda holds that as long as there is sacrificial blood there, the sacrificial blood is not batal. It's not batal. So fundamentally, close to Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. When you have chulin blood mixed in with sacrificial blood, so what do you do over here? The Tanakama says you view the chulin blood as if it was water, and see if this amount of water was mixed in would the mixture still look like blood, in which case it's kosher. It would be so diluted that it would lose its appearance as blood, it would be pasul. Rabbi Yehuda says no. Ain dam medakol dam. Once there's sacrificial blood there, it's sacrificial blood. And no matter how much other blood is there, the sacrificial blood always remains dominant, and therefore is kosher. Fascinating. Again, more about that later. Next, this back to 78A, last two words in the first line. So the last word. This arei dam psulim. Okay, so I'll say, so now in this fourth case, this is an interesting case. What happens is sacrificial blood becomes mixed in with invalid sacrificial blood. Whatever the case is. Right? Rashi says over here, the dam psulim can go berova, nerva, or benishkat, putrizmana, or putrin kolo. This is interesting. For example, let's say you have pickle blood. Right, so sacrificial blood that gets mixed in with pickle blood. So what's the halakha in this case? So we'll say, so in that situation, ultimately, again, yishpok la'ama. What does yishpok la'ama mean? Yishpok la'ama means you have to pour it down the channel. Now again, I will say, so this is actually, take a look at Rashi, yishpok la'ama, va'afilu hakasher rabba alav, v'chein dama kantis, yishpok la'ama, v'afa p'ishe dama nefesh rabba alav, v'shum g'zir v'shum b'ad. Now we'll say, now what's the amma? We're going to talk more about this a little bit later on in the Gemara. Maybe not today, but later on. So the amma was a channel that ran through the Beis Hamikdash, and literally again, that channel took out certain, we'll call it, for lack of a better term, wastewater, carbonic water, sacrificial remnants out into the Kidron Valley. Again, like I said, we'll talk more about the mechanics of that a little bit later. So interestingly enough, in this last case, something fascinating happens. In this last case, where invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other sacrificial blood, right? So the halacha is the resulting mixture is pasul. What do you do with it? So the Gemara says, Mishnah says, pour it down the channel and let it flow out into the Kidron Valley. The Danatansis, same thing Danatansis. They're both saying, now what's Danatansis? If you remember again back to the beginning of the Masechta, right? So remember again, first step in the sacrificial process, first step, Shlita. Although Shlita is not really an avoda, but Shlita, then Kabbalah. Remember again, by Kabbalah, what are you receiving? Right? The life plus. Remember again, which is the blood that initially spurts out. Obviously, after you slaughter an animal, blood continues to flow out. That blood that continues to flow out is what's called dam hatansis, like residual blood. Residual blood is not
What up, Zoo? How are you?
for sacrificial use. So therefore, again, so there's two cases over here. So in other words, case
What up,
number one
baby?
is where invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed in with valid blood, or dam hatansis.
All right, congratulations on becoming a father.
In with kosher sacrificial blood. In both of these cases,
Oh, who's the dad?
blood is not usable for sacrificial purposes, gets mixed in with blood which is usable
Oh,
for
quit that.
sacrificial purposes. And in both of these cases, the remedy is the same. Or the resulting mitzvahs cannot be used no matter what.
Is this separate than the 1,000 guys she took down?
With it or down the drain. Right? According to the channel, we spoke
It was
about
unprotected. All right. So are you jealous? Yeah, you're pissed, dude. I can tell. You're gonna be the first one to what?
Everything else, or why can't you use like the same witness test?
Of course you are.
Rabbi Eliezer not sure. Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again said that it's kosher. Now again,
That is going to be the most bullied child in team history.
Perhaps.
Ultimately again, the dam puzzle or the dam kansis, we'll see, and we'll see his logic. Now let's listen to this. In Lo Nivach, in Nasan Kasha. Furthermore, the Gemara says,
So they just had to announce
if the
that.
Kohen did not ask and instead applied this blood, then ex post facto, it's kosher. So it's very interesting. So as much as in these last two cases over here, the case of where the invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed into proper blood, or where the
Corvino sucks. You're getting rid of Dr. Wendy Walsh. She's the best fucking show on the fucking station.
However, if the Kohen did not
And you keep the handle?
and instead he just sprinkled it, halacha l'maisa, it's kosher.
Dog.
It's kosher. Which tells you what? That
You
it's
are the worst.
It's kosher. And obviously, again, there's some rabbinic legislation that's happening over here that's preventing us from using it. Okay, more about that in the beginning. So we'll say, some really interesting cases over here. So we'll say, let's focus on our initial cases. Right? If you look at the first three cases, case number one, blood gets mixed in with water. How do you calculate? So what's the determinant if the mixture is valid or not? If it looks like blood. As long as it maintains its appearance of blood, ultimately, again, it's called sacrificial blood. Case number two, wine gets mixed in with sacrificial blood. What's the halacha? We view the wine as if it was water, right? And if in that ratio it still maintains its appearance of blood,
Is Dr. Wendy the best show on KFI? Aside from
case number three,
Coast to
sacrificial blood
Coast,
gets mixed in with blood of
for sure.
holy animals. What's the halacha? Same thing. Ultimately, again, we view it as if it was water. And if it were to maintain the appearance of blood, it is going to be kosher. Incredible. Although in that last case, Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Ein dam nevakol dam." Okay, good. Let's analyze. I'm going to give Rabbi. I'm going to be open. Lo shanu ela. So let's say this idea. So focusing really on this idea of the blood and water. Right. So when it comes to the mixture of blood and water, so everything depends on the appearance. So the Gemara says, "I'm going to give Rabbi. I'm going to be open on lo shanu ela." When do we say that as long as there's the appearance of blood, the mixture is considered to be valid sacrificial blood? When is that? Ela shenafu mayim l'sof dam. That's when the water is flowing into the blood. So in other words, I guess the imagery is, I have my klisha, this mixture of this utensil of sacrificial blood, and water drips into that blood. That's when we say that as long as the blood retains its appearance as blood, that is still valid for sacrificial use. However, but if the case is the reverse, if the blood is falling into the water, then rishon batal, then each drop of blood that falls into the water is batal in the water. See the distinction over here? If you have water falling into the blood, then ultimately, again, as long as the appearance remains blood, the mixture is going to be kosher. But if the blood is fully dripping into the water, then each drop that falls in is batal in the water. Incredible. So Gemara says, by the way, just to understand, what that means over here is, for example, if you were to take the blood and fully pour the blood into the water, then the same halacha would apply. As long as it retains its appearance of blood, it's going to be kosher. The Gemara saying over here is, if you drop by drop of blood into the water, even though the resulting mixture still looks like blood, each drop as it comes in is bottled in the water. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, Amar Papa will be eaten kisui enoki. Papa says, interesting enough, while that is true by sacrificial blood, that is not true by kisui hadam. Remember again, What's the halacha that Kisa? That Kisa Adam means that if you shech the chaya or an oath, you shech fowl or chaya, non-domesticated animal. There's a halacha that you have to cover the blood after the animal is shechted. This has nothing to do with kabbanos, right? This just even today, you shech the chicken, you gotta go ahead and you have to cover up the blood. If the halacha doesn't apply by the hema, doesn't apply to like the regular domesticated animals, only to non-domesticated animals and fowl. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, what Papa says, le'inyan kisui enokim. Now this section of Kisa Adam. So what does that mean? Now halacha l'maisa, if you were to go ahead and let's say shech the chicken, and then you took the blood and you dropped it drop by drop into water, the blood would not be bottled in the water, and you would still have to do kisui hadam on that blood. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, ain't okay. Dafilu not almost right across the Rashi. Oh, that is right across Rashi. Dafilu nasam dam with soft money. Even if you took the blood of a slaughtered animal, like the slaughtered chicken, and you put it into water, in Yeshiv Maris Dam Chayit Lechasos, if it has the appearance of blood, you are obligated to go ahead and cover it. Below Amiran Kama Bottle, and we don't say that the initial drops of blood are bottled in the water. So we'll say, so what? These 12. So let me just show what just happened over here, right? We'll just trace the progression. So how did we start? We started with the case of sacrificial blood that gets mixed with water. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha of that mixture? As long as the mixture looks like blood, ultimately you're going to fit for sacrificial use. So the Gemara comes along and says, Abba says, that's talking about where the water was mixed into the blood. However, if the blood was mixed into the water drop by drop, ultimately, even if the resulting mixture looks like blood, it's still going to be invalid. Why? Because every drop of blood that falls into the water is bottled in the water. That's the halacha of Mishnah. Then the Gemara says, oh, by the way, Papa says you should just know that by kisui hadam this will not be true. So if you were to shech the chicken, take the blood and drop it drop by drop into water, right? Ultimately, again, the blood would not be bottled, and you would still be obligated to do kisui hadam on that mixture. Why the distinction between sacrificial law and the mitzvah of kisui hadam? And the Gemara is very simple. Which means there's no such thing as a dichoy means to set aside. There's no such thing as a mitzvah that is set aside for non-performance. Take a look at that. She's very interesting. What happens? It's actually very interesting. It's fascinating. Actually, what's the dynamic? When you shech that chicken, now you take the blood. So what do? You drop in the first drop into the water. What happens when that first drop falls into the water? What happens? Essentially, it becomes buckled to the water. But then the second drop comes in. And what happens with the second drop? It combines with the first. The third combines with the second and the first. The fourth, so on and so forth. And so what happens at the end of the day? Ultimately, it looks like blood. Once it looks like blood, ultimately, again, that reinvigorates all of the 3D droplets of blood that were placed into the water. Because by mitzvahs, once something is set aside for use of a mitzvah, it can never be permanently precluded for non-performance or non-use. It might be temporarily dormant, but ultimately, again, all of those systems say like this: the droplets of blood of that chicken are set aside for the use of a mitzvah. Which mitzvah? The mitzvah of kisui hadam, of covering the blood. So once it's set aside for the mitzvah, it can never be permanently precluded from performance. It can be temporarily set aside. Like in other words, the first droplet falls in, the second droplet falls in. Until that mixture looks like blood, it's not going to be. But once it looks like blood, everything is reinvigorated. Because once something is marked for mitzvah use, ultimately, again, that designation never fully goes away. It may be temporarily shelved, but it never fully goes away. That's what it's in dichoy esam. It's in dichoy b'mitzvah. Someone say, isn't that fascinating? So therefore, once you shech that chicken and that blood needs to be covered, that obligation is never set aside. So when you subsequently take a drop of blood and keep dripping a drop of blood into water, so right now I can't do it because the mixture doesn't look like blood. But once there's enough blood in that water to make it look like blood, the mitzvah obligation once again sets in. This is what's called in dichoy eitzon mitzvahs. Interestingly enough, Rashi ends off, the law in the hall of the the lo shayech dichoy ella the davar kedusha. So I will say here lies the fascinating distinction between mitzvahs and kachim and karbanos. By karbanos, there's yesh dichui eitzel karbanos. There is yesh dichui eitzel kachim. By a karban, once something is set aside for non-use, it's forever non-usable. So therefore, again, going back for just a moment. So if you were to go ahead and take sacrificial blood and drop it one drop at a time into water, what happens to that sacrificial blood? It's bottle. It's bottle. Each drop that comes into the water is bottle. Even though at the end of all the drops, it looks like blood, that's fine, but at the end of the day, each drop was bottle. Mitzvahs are never negated for non-performance, and therefore, when you drop a little drop of chicken blood into the water, although at first glance there's nothing there, later on when all the droplets are in there, they form together and ultimately again reinvigorate the obligation for the mitzvah. So we'll say, it's a fascinating concept. Yesh dichui eitzel kachim, so there is dichui by karbanos, but ultimately, again, ein dichui the mitzvahs. And we'll say, just the derech hashkafa. Why the distinction? So listen to this distinction. Karbanos is a din in an animal. Is a din in an animal. I perform it, but at the end of the day, the chefza of kedusha ultimately again is the animal. Mitzvahs are a din in us, in human beings. An animal could be forever set aside for non-use. You could have, right? You do something invalid, and ultimately, again, the carbon is forever set aside for non-use. But by mitzvahs, which represent the yid, there's no such thing as a Jew who is forever set aside for non-use, for non-performance. There's no such thing as a Jew who is forever cut off by kedusha. There's such a thing as an animal. That animal is forever set aside for non-kedusha use, right? It's invalid. It's an animal. Okay, it was going to be a carbon, now it can't be a carbon. It can never be a carbon. But by a mitzvah which represents a unit of a yid's self-actualization and kedusha, and deeply mitzvahs. There's no such thing as a Jew who is set aside for non-use. There's no such thing as a mitzvah that is forever precluded from performance. An animal can be pushed aside for non-use, but a Jew can never be forever precluded from spiritual actualization. We'll say, is that not the most incredible thing in the world that you've ever heard? And it's only Monday. Can you imagine what the rest of the week is going to be? So we'll say, this is it. This is a bumper sticker. Ein dichoy eitzon mitzvahs. When it comes to my religious observance, when it comes to my religious performance, when it comes to my spiritual self-actualization, there is no dichoy. There is no such thing as being set aside for non-performance. I can never be pushed to the side. I can mess up, I can make big mistakes, and I can kind of be like that blood that's dropped into the water. Because there are moments of us, just like that little droplet of blood is essentially invisible. There are times where I mess up so badly that I make myself spiritually invisible. But then something happens, which is if you keep at it, and if you keep going, droplet after droplet after droplet after droplet, once again the vision of blood reappears, and I'm ready to re-engage. I am that mitzvah. Karbanos, animals can be set aside for non-use. But mitzvahs, which represent the units of spiritual accomplishment of the Jew, ein dichui eitzon mitzvahs. There's no such thing as a Jew forever being precluded from spiritual growth and self-actualization. No matter how bad we mess up, no matter how diluted spiritually you get, keep at it, and ultimately, again, you'll be reconstituted and ready to engage. Incredible. Says the Gemara. So it's a very interesting case. If you have a bunch of sacrificial parts, And included in those sacrificial parts, right, is pigol and nosar and tamei. So this is quite the prohibited salad you've got going on over here, right? So you've got pigol, nosar, tamei, and obviously some mutter components also in here, or presumably some mutter components in here, and everything got mixed. Actually, not necessarily, and everything got mixed together. So obviously, again, everything got mixed together, and you ate from it. So Rashi points out over here that the case is kizayis mizah or kizayis mizah. So the kizayis of all these guys, but they're mixed together. And I ate it. So there was halacha potter. Ultimately on potter. Now why is that? It's very interesting. Why? Shabbos says, so this is absolutely fascinating. Here's the issue. In order to be in violation of Pigol, Nosra, and Tamei, you have to eat a kizayis of these items, right? The issue over here is because I have this chalet of Pigol, Nosra, I can have kizayis of any one prohibited item. Because of that, therefore, I'm potter. Now again, not good, right? Not good, right? But when we say potter is I can't be punished for that. There can't be liability for that because it can't be demonstrated that I'm eating a kizayis of any prohibited matter. The Gemara says, so the Gemara is because it's possible that any one is being mabakal the other, right? So maybe there's so much pigol and nosar that it's being mabakal the tamei, or there's so much tamei and pigol that it's being mabakal the nosar. So everything kind of combines with each other, and ultimately, again, I don't have a kizayis. I don't necessarily have kizayis of any one prohibited material. So whereas First of all, see from here three things. Number one, Shmami Yisur Mevatel is that. It's interesting enough, what do we see from our right? Is that Isser, right? Isurim, different prohibited items, ultimately, again, are Mevatel each other. In fact, if you take a look at that, it's the first wide line in Rashi. Min Isol Chavero, Miuto Shazeh, Berubo Shazeh, Ubato Hamir Berov, Vahabato Bechomin, Nosef Al Mevatel. So the idea over here is because everything is mixed together, you don't know what you're eating, and therefore, essentially, one Isser is Mevatel another Isser. So Isser, so you learn three things here. Number one Isser could be Mevatel another Isser. Right? Next, Shmamina, no same Ham Berov Lav Doraisa. So this is very interesting. The Gemara says, well, 1 second. If you notice, what doesn't the Gemara consider? The Gemara doesn't consider the fact that halacha l'maisa. Why don't we say, what does it taste like? In other words, the Gemara is presupposing that all these items, the nosar, the pigol, and the tamei, are all dissimilar with different tastes. So the Gemara essentially says. So if you notice, by the way, what doesn't the Gemara say? The Gemara doesn't say, well, why don't we see what the mixture tastes like? You're like, it tastes a lot like pigol, right? You know, in other words, right? If you notice, we don't consider that what it tastes like. So what does that tell you? That tells you that taste is not a determinant biblically. That's what it tells you. The taste is not a determinant biblically. Shmamina nosim kambero, that if something infuses a taste in the majority of the mixture, lav daraisa, that clearly, again, that is not a biblical determinant. Rashi says over here, Hadam Rabbanon, Bechol Tuchti Israel Sinkan Behedra Osra Papi She'ete Barov, Lav Doraisa Lukos Al Di Doraisa, Nehinami Rabban Nachabino Nikomakom, Time Yoy, Deacon Time Shirtishov. So ultimately, again, because the fact that we don't even look at, like in other words, like Gemara doesn't say, if you have pigol and also kind of mixed together, let's see what it tastes like. And whichever one it tastes like, that's going to be what you're chayav for. The Gemara doesn't even entertain that possibility, indicating to us that taste is not a biblical determinant. Next, Mishnamina, Hasras, Satek Lo Shma Hasra. And we'll say, what else do you see? That a non-definitive Hasra is not a good Hasra. Because once remember again, in this case over here, let's say I'm eating this mixture, pigol, nosar, tamei. So remember again, in order to be chayv that Hasra, what's going to be the Hasra? What's the only Hasra that the agent can give me? What can they give me? Right? They can't give me a definitive Hasra. Right? Why? Because they don't know what I'm eating. In other words, in this mixture are three prohibited items. So what are they going to say? Don't eat pigol, nosar, and tamei. Or maybe I am eating all three. Maybe I'm eating only one of the three. Maybe two out of it. So therefore, again, you see from here the fact that there's no liability is because Hasra is Safek Rosh Masra. In order for a warning to create liability, it has to be a definitive warning. A non-definitive warning cannot generate liability. So therefore, I was like, amazingly enough, from this one case, so again, let's go through the case once more. I'm eating a mixture of pigol, no sartamin. The Gemara is presupposing that these are three dissimilar items mixed together with dissimilar tastes. So what's the halacha? The halacha is I am not liable. Right? So the Gemara says we learn three things from here. Number one prohibited item could be mavat another prohibited item. Number two, taste is not a biblical determinant in establishing identity. And number three, hasra suffix non-definitive warning is not considered to be a warning. Okay, Wilson, I watch this. Massive Rabbi. So Rabbi raises the question. But now what the Gemara is going to focus on over here with Rabbi is the issue of taste, right? So lesson number two, which was that ultimately, again, the Gemara says, you see from this case, that tam, that taste, is not a biblical determinant of identity. So that's what Rabbi's going to take issue with. Also, this is very interesting. If you make a dough out of rice and wheat, so what's the halacha say? If the taste of the loaf ultimately again tastes like wheat, then what? Then the identity of the loaf is a wheat loaf. Now let's say if it's a wheat loaf, then what? It's chayvin challah. What's challah? Challah is the portion you have to separate and give to the Kohen. What do you see from here? That taste is a biblical determinant. Taste matters. Now, by the way, taste matters even though the Gemara says the majority of the flour may be rice flour, but if it tastes like wheat, then what? It's wheat. It's wheat, which also said, by the way, as far from just to make a little more shy, which would also mean you would wash. Remember again, you don't wash on rice bread, right? Why not? I don't know. Is there such a thing as rice bread? Yeah, right. So remember again, because rice, I want to point out, rice, the Torah only recognizes 5 types of grain, right? Wheat, barley, oat, spelt, and rye. Those are the 5 types of grain. Anything else is not a grain. So therefore, rice, although you can make rice flour and this rice bread, that's not amotzi. Cornbread is not amotzi. Now, cornbread today might be different because they mix in a lot of different things. But again, if you were to just make bread out of corn flour, it would not be hamotzi. So I just want to point out, remember things like this. If you have a bread that is made both out of wheat flour and rice flour, if it tastes like wheat, it's then that's a challah. Even though the majority of it is rice flour. So what do you see here? That taste is a biblical determinant. Which says maybe midrabanan. No. Yeah, taste is a determinant, but only midrabanan, not midarais. Says no. Yafin seifa, look at that rice is great. Adam yotzit bal yedei chavasa b'pesach. Furthermore, the Gemara says you can even use it for matzah. So if you made a matzah, ultimately again with rice flour and wheat flour, like both say, obviously this is before the days of Kitnius, right? This is before the days of Kitnius legislation. Remember, Kitnius legislation is Drabanan. So remember, again, so there's absolutely no problem using rice on Pesach, as our Sephardic brethren know, right? They're allowed to use rice on Pesach. So we Ashkenazim use Kitnius. But again, this is before Kitnius. So the words like this: if you have a matzah that is made from rice and wheat, right? Halacha l'maisa, as long as it tastes like wheat, halacha l'maisa is usable for Pesach. Now again, for Pesach, you need biblical matzah, right? You need something that is made from wheat. So what do you see from here? The fact that you can use it on Pesach indicates to us that that taste is a determinant not just rabbinically, but biblically as well. This contradicts what we just said before. We just said before that taste is not a biblical determinant, and now we're seeing that yes, it is. So how do we determine this? Ella, what's that on the base? Ella, here it is. It's a very important line. Ella, min b'she'eno min b'tan. In reality, when you have two dissimilar items mixed together, so the identity of the mixture is determined by taste. We do rely on time. Again, two dissimilar items mixed together, the identity of the mixture will be based on how it tastes. Look at Rashi. time mechai beloki min haTorah. V'hi amar Reish Lakish pigol v'nosa shal min umino lekol amikam atayla v'lo tishma minei nosin tam v'lo vlad dois. So let's listen to this. So therefore, the Gemara says you're right. Tam, taste does play a role. When do we rely ultimately again on taste to determine the identity of the mixture? When is that? Also, remember, this is very important. Min b'she'eno mino. Two dissimilar items mixed together, the identity of the mixture ultimately again will be based on what it tastes like. This is what it tastes like, which essentially means whichever item is more dominant by dint of the fact that it infuses taste, that's the item which will determine the identity of the mixture. Now, by the way, just before we go on, how do you reconcile that with Reish Lakish's case about the pigol nosa and tamei salad? Right, the pigol nosa and tamei chunk. What do you do with that? That has to be a case where they all were the same min. They were all the same thing. They were all the same thing. They weren't. I just finish it up. Min b'mino beruba. Ultimately, again, when you have two similar items mixed together, so what determines the identity of the mixture? Ultimately, again, min b'mino. Sorry, majority. So now this is really incredible and incredibly important. So the Gemara is coming along. Rabbi is coming along and giving us a rule. When you have mixtures, how do you determine the identity of the mixture? For which the Gemara says it depends on the mixture. Halacha recognizes two types of mixtures: min b'mino, which means similar items; min b'she'eno mino, dissimilar items. When it is min b'she'eno mino, dissimilar items, the identity of the mixture is based on taste. Taste, whichever is the more dominant item, by dint of its ability to infuse taste, that's going to be the item that determines the identity of the mixture. Min b'mino, we have two similar items. You can't rely on taste. Why can't you rely on taste? They have the same taste, the same item. So what do you rely on? Whichever one has the greater majority. Whichever has the greater majority, that will determine the identity of the item. Incredible. One second.
It's good email. Hey, you know Rumble? You save yourself $500, girl.
In the case of where you have two like items mixed together, why not treat it as a case as min b'she'eno mino? Right now, what does that mean? Watch this. That's very interesting. This nan. This arif b'yayin. Roa also
I love her.
take the Mishnah. What did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said that if you have sacrificial blood mixed with wine, so you're both saying. So what did our Mishnah say? What did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said we view the wine as if it's what? As if it's water. So what is the Mishnah discussing? Now again, let's go and point out. Blood in wine is min b'mino. Now both say. Now why is blood in wine min b'mino? Why? Now, because remember, we often generally in halacha, whenever you have min b'mino, you're talking about items you're going to taste, right? It's about a taste idea. Obviously, sacrificial blood, you're not tasting, right? But the idea is the reason why blood and wine are b'mino is because they look the same. So what did the Mishnah say? If you have sacrificial blood mixed with wine, so what do? We view the wine as if it was water, and we would say in this type of ratio, would the blood still maintain its appearance? If it would, then it's kosher. If it wouldn't, then it's possible. So what do you see from there? We take a case of min b'mino, and how do we treat it? We view it as if it was min b'she'eno mino. So why don't we do it every case of min b'mino like that? It's so interesting. So the Gemara says, it's not. It's arabiyai, no rosakin, humayim. My love. Rowan also yain kilumayim. Are we not saying so again? Yes, no. You know, it's like this. We view the wine as if it was water, and in this ratio, if water was mixed with blood, would the blood still look like blood? If so, then the mixture will be kosher, and if not, then it'll be possible. So you're taking a min b'mino mixture and turning it into a min b'she'eno mino mixture in order to go ahead and see its kashrus. Which is no, and also lidam kilumai. No, it really means we view the blood as if it was water, and then we view ultimately again if the blood in this ratio is water mixed with water, would it still look like blood? So it doesn't make sense. And ultimately again, what do you mean rolling? Then it should say bottle. Say bottle. First of all, kind of do the order. Rolling also Further, another price. This is a fascinating case. Rabbi Yehuda, totally different case now. Hold on for just a second. Rabbi Yehuda says we do it as if it was red, and there was red wine. In Bia Ma'elu Kosher is a mikvah case. If the wine itself, if the vision of the wine would have become lesser in color. Dia means lesser in color. Ultimately, again, it's kosher. This is the case of just a moment. They're not puzzle, and it's not ultimately again will be puzzle. We're going to define that case in just a moment. Simon says tonight. In reality, this whole thing is a machlokes tanoi. So just want to point out to you what just happened over here, because we'll have to stop in just a minute. Stop it on a minute. So I said this whole thing is machlokes tanoi. On one hand, the Gemara wanted to introduce principles. What are the principles? If you have min benino, how do you deal with min benino? Right? How do you deal with min? Actually, let's reverse that, because the truth is the easier case in halacha is actually min b'she'eno mino. Two dissimilar items. How do you reckon? How do you deal with the mixture of two dissimilar items? How do you deal with it? Tongue, taste. That's easy. That's easy, right? Whichever item exerts the dominant taste, that goes ahead and creates the identity ultimately again of the mixture. So the more complicated one is min benino. Similar items mixed in. So the says, how do you deal with min benino? How do you deal with it? How do you deal with it? Ultimately, roll. It's just it's a numbers game. Whichever item is in the greater majority, that's the item that determines the identity of the mixture. The Gemara says, hold up, I have a better way to deal with min benino. How do you deal with min benino? How do you deal with it? Make it into a min b'she'eno mino case. And that's what the Mishnah is doing, right? The Mishnah said that if you have sacrificial blood mixed in with wine, what do you do? View the wine as if it's water, and then see how that impacts the mixture. So what is the Mishnah saying? The Mishnah says that in min benino cases, make it view it as if it's a min b'she'eno mino case. To which the Gemara says, this whole thing about how to deal with min benino is a machlokes tanoi. Do we deal with min benino just as a simple majority, or do we view it, or do we change it into a min b'she'eno mino case? Machlokes tanoi, raging, ridiculously amazing machlokes, and there's to be continued tomorrow. All right, have a great talk on Zoom. All right, Shavuos, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Abali Mutzova, Allison Adam Steinmetz, memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo Steinmetz, and Shimon Zichron Rebloch, sending Malka Esther in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leiter, Rachoin, Sarah Abbas Baruch Avron, Hilda Bas Baruch Ephraim, and memory of their dear family friends, Scout Sergeant Naftali, Yoda Gordon, Hashem Kom Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachini Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zechariah. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Alan Sarah Steinberg, in the discuss of continued refuah for Shulamis Hannah Bas Susha, Shani Tapper and family Le'ili Lishmas Yoshua Ben Yitzchak Zichron Lebrach on the occasion of his 19th yahrzeit. And by Avram C. and Martha Klein, gratitude towards Grandpa Alan Wiseman for all he has done and continues to do for our family. Beautiful thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you for all the beautiful messages. All those who need our Rosh Hashanah together, Kol Chol Yisrael. All of the Shabbat Shabbat Aliyah, the families in the home of Kadosh Baruch Hu should continue to shower themselves, fellows, and brachos upon all the Klal Yisrael. Because with that, our daf today, we have a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. And we are picking up on Ayin Zayin number days 77b at the Mishnah, bottom of the daf. Dan Shanis Aridoran. So we'll say some really interesting topics over here for today that are going to take us through the next little bit. Dan Shanis Aridoran. If blood gets mixed in with water, now we're talking about over here about sacrificial blood that gets mixed together with water. So the shaila, of course, is what is going to be the status of the sacrificial blood. So what's halacha? As long as it looks like blood, ultimately again the mixture is going to be kosher. Kosher means that it is fit for sacrificial use. Fit for sacrificial use. Good. That's case number one. Next, Misavig Kayayin says an interesting case. What happens if sacrificial blood gets mixed together with wine? Obviously, in the water case, there's a very easy litmus test. What's the litmus test? If there's so much water that the blood no longer looks like blood, okay, then it's going to be invalid. If it looks like blood, then it's going to be kosher. The problem with wine, of course, is that wine looks like blood. So the shaila, of course, is how do we determine if the mixture is going to be kosher? So it's ari bayayin, lo also ki'ilu. This is very interesting. So when sacrificial blood gets mixed with wine, we view the wine as if it was water. Meaning what? And we look at it based on this. If this amount of wine was water, would the sacrificial blood look like blood or not? If it would still look like blood, then the mixture is going to be kosher. If it wouldn't look like blood, then the mixture ultimately again is going to be invalid. Look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says, Rowan also, it's about 8 lines up from the end of the page. Rowan also, Yain Kiru Humayim, Va'omrin, Va'omdin, Im Hayat Sanchin is Arif, Panikar Vamayim, Halalu Kosher Zrikas. One side. So look at these first two cases. So case number one, right? So case number one is where again, what sacrificial blood gets mixed in with water. In that case, as long as the mixture retains its appearance of blood, then ultimately again it's going to be kosher. Doesn't have an appearance of blood, not kosher. Case two, sacrificial blood gets mixed in with wine. So we'll say, so in this case, you can't use the appearance test, right? Because it's going to look like blood regardless. So what do? I view the wine as if it was water. And now, based on that ratio, would the blood still look like blood? If the answer is yes, it's kosher. If the answer is no, it's possible. Good, that's case two. Next. Case number three is where the sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other invalid blood. So once again, appearance doesn't look like blood no matter what. How do we view the mixture ultimately again of the valid blood and the invalid blood together? Now again, Rashi points out over here, the behema is a behema of chulin, right? This is a non-sacrificial animal. So what do we do over here? Rowan also kiruhumayim. So ultimately, again, once again, what we do for non-sacrificial blood is the same thing we do for wine. Essentially, we view the blood as if it was water, and then we figure out based on this ratio, would the mixture still look like blood, in which case it's going to be kosher, or would it look like water, in which case it is going to be kosher? Okay, so let's begin to see a theme here. Right, so again, case number one, wine gets mixed with water. Simple, does it retain its appearance of blood or not? If it does, kosher. If it doesn't, puzzle. Case number two, blood gets mixed in with wine. Appearance is not the litmus test, so we'll view the wine as if it was water. Based on this ratio, would it still look like blood? Kosher. Wouldn't look like blood? Puzzle. Case number three, sacrificial blood gets mixed in with non-sacrificial blood, chulin blood. So Tanakama says, same thing, view the blood as if it was water, and then see, based on this ratio, would the mixture still look like blood? Kosher. Would it look like blood? Puzzle. Now, examination inspection. Comes on the Rabbi says, no. Rabbi says, no. A mixture of blood with blood is going to be different because dam is not mevatel dam. Blood is not mevatel blood. Now, what does that mean? Go back, sorry, for one more second, back to 77b to the last Rashi on the dam. In dam mevatel dam, Rashi says, the mino lo batal. So we'll say the two things concept which we're going to spend more time on today. Min domino lo batal means two like items can never be negated one to the other. So therefore, Yehuda holds, so ultimately, again, Yehuda holds that as long as there is sacrificial blood there, the sacrificial blood is not bottled. It's not bottled. So fundamentally, we're close to Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. When you have human blood mixed in with sacrificial blood, so what do you do over here? The Tanakama says we view the human blood as if it was water, and see if this amount of water was mixed in with the mixture to look like blood, in which case it's kosher. It would be so diluted that it would lose its appearance of blood, it would be possible. But you say, no, ain't down the back, go down. Once there's sacrificial
may
there,
shine his
it's
face upon you,
sacrificial
be
blood.
gracious to
So
you,
no
may
matter how much other blood is there, but
lift
nicely
his face to you
sacrificial
and
blood
grant you
always remains
peace.
dominant, and therefore it's
Akin
kosher.
ani mudala
Fascinating.
every
Again,
day
more
ka
about that
every
later.
mikra
Next
itashe.
is back to
Kefo
78a,
anaknu
last
amor
two lines on
wadava
last two
Yiddish
words in this
go.
first line.
Ulai
So
mit
last word.
shegam
The
otan
Alisari
ani ya.
Dam Psula.
Rabbi
Okay, so I say,
Gamida
so now in this fourth case,
Lazuyame
it's an interesting case. What happens
Mezuyame
is sacrificial
Avo
blood
ani
becomes
ani
mixed in with
ani
an
akin.
invalid
O
sacrificial blood.
unadava
Whatever the
Zay
case is.
nishmato lecha.
Right, Rashi says over here, the Dam Psulin, Kigom Barova, Venirva, Openishka, Kutbizmana, or Kutbin Komo. This is interesting. For example, let's say you have pigol blood, right? So sacrificial blood that gets mixed in with pigol blood. So what's the halacha in this case? So in that situation, ultimately, again, Yishpoch La'ama. What does Yishpoch La'ama mean? Yishpoch La'ama means you have to pour it down the channel. Now, again, so this is actually, take a look at Rashi. Yishpoch La'ama. ואפילו הכושר רבה עליו, וכן דם התמצית ישפוך לעמו, ואף על פי שדם הנפש רבה עליו משום גזיר פרשת בה. Now what's the Amma? We're going to talk more about this a little bit later on in the Gemara. Maybe not today, but later on. So the Amma was there was a channel that ran through the Beis Hamikdash, and literally again, that channel took out sacrificial weapons out into the Kishron Valley. Again, like I said, we'll talk more about that a little bit later. So interestingly enough, in this last case, many factors were invalid sacrificial blood.
Havana Ramena, Havana Ramena, Havana Ramena, Venismaka, Urafim, Balasamea, Urafim, Balasamea, Urafim, Balasamea, Urafim, Balasamea, Urafim, Balasamea. Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Venismaka, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Venismaka, Hava, Neranena, Hava, Neranena, Hava, Neranena, Venismaka, Havana Ramena, Havana Ramena, Havana Ramena, Venismaka, Urafim, Benasamea, Urafim, Benasamea, Urafim, Benasamea, Urafim, Benasamea, Urafim.
Both of these cases, blood that is not usable for sacrificial purposes gets mixed in with blood which is usable for sacrificial purposes. And in both of these cases, the remedy is the same. Or the resulting mixture cannot be used no matter what the ratio is. And therefore, what do you do with it? Pour it down the drain. Right? The drain, right? Pour it into the channel, you spoke La'ama, pour it into this channel in the Beis Hamikdash, and ultimately, again, the channel will take waste. Because it's still the Beis Hamikdash. We'll take the invalid mixture out into the Kidron Valley. Incredible. Now, again, I will say, interestingly enough, why that is, why is the bottle like everything else, or why can't you use like the same litmus test that he's using up until now? We'll see in the Gemara. Rabbi Eliezer Machshir, Rabbi Eliezer Machshir, Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again said that it's kosher. Now again, which case is he referring to? He's referring to ultimately again the Dam Hustle and the Dam Kamsis. We'll see, and we'll see his logic. Now, listen to this. In Lod Nilach, Son Kasha. Furthermore, the Gemara says, Halacha l'maisa, if the Kohen did not ask and instead applied this blood, then ex post facto, it's kosher. So it's very interesting. So as much as in these last two cases over here, the case of where the invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed into proper blood, or where the tamtis gets mixed into proper blood, so the halacha is the mixture is invalid and really has to be poured down the channel. However, if the Kohen did not ask and instead he just sprinkled it, halacha l'maisa, it's kosher. It's kosher. Which tells you what? Then the Ikra again, the kosher.
he
And
may
obviously,
commit
again,
first
some
or
rabbinic legislation that's happening
okay.
over
So
here
we got
that's
Torah,
preventing
we
us
got
from using
Bereshit,
it. Okay, more
Shemot,
about that. So,
Vayikra,
some
Vayikra,
really interesting cases
Bamidbar,
over here. So
Devar,
let's
Joseph,
focus on our initial cases. Right? If you look at the first three
Yeshua,
cases, case number one, blood
Yehoshua,
gets mixed in with
Joshua,
water. How do you
Shoftim,
have so
Judges,
what's the
Shmuel,
determinant if the mixture is valid or not? If
Malachim,
it looks like blood. As long as it maintains its
that's
appearance
Joshua,
of blood,
Judges, Samuel,
ultimately again it's
Kings,
called sacrificial blood. Case number two, wine gets
Yeshayahu,
mixed in
Isaiah,
with sacrificial blood. What's the halacha? What's the halacha?
Yirmiyah,
We view the wine as if it was water, right? And
Jeremiah,
if in that ratio it still
Ezekiel,
maintains its appearance of blood,
Ezekiel,
it's going to be
Trey,
kosher.
Asa,
Case number three.
the
Case
12
number three,
minor prophets,
sacrificial blood gets mixed in with
Hosea,
blood
Yoel,
of human
Amos,
animals.
Obadiah,
What's the halacha?
Yonah,
Same thing.
Micah,
Ultimately, again, we
Nahum,
view it as if it was water,
Chavaru,
and if it were to maintain the appearance of blood, it is going to be kosher. Incredible. Incredible. Although in that last case, Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Ein dam nevakol dam." Okay, good. So let's analyze. I'm going to be Rabbi. I'm going to be open. Lo shanu ela. So we'll say so this idea of focusing on this idea of the blood and water. Right. So when it comes to the mixture of blood and water, so everything depends on the appearance. So the Gemara says, "I'm going to be Rabbi. I'm going to be Yochanan. Lo shanu ela." When do we say that as long as there is the appearance of blood, the mixture is considered to be valid sacrificial blood? When is that? Ella, shenafu mayim l'sof dam. That's when the water is flowing into the blood. So in other words, I guess the imagery is, I want my sharis, my service utensil of sacrificial blood, and water drips into that blood. That's when we say that as long as the blood retains its appearance as blood, that it's still valid for sacrificial use. However, about nafal so mayim. In cases reversed, if the blood is falling into the water, then rishon batal. Then each drop of blood that falls into the water is batal in the water. See the distinction over here? If you have the water falling into the blood, then ultimately, as long as the appearance remains blood, the mixture is going to be kosher. But if the blood is fully dripping into the water, then each drop that falls in is batal in the water. Incredible. Incredible. So Gemara says, all right, listen, by the way, just to understand, what that means over here is, for example, if you were to take the blood and fully pour the blood into the water, then the same halacha would apply. As long as it retains its appearance of blood, it's going to be kosher. What Gemara is saying over here is, if you drop by drop of blood into the water, even though the resulting mixture looks like blood, each drop as it comes in is bottled in the water. So the Gemara says, interesting enough,
it could also be
interesting enough, while that is true by sacrificial blood, that is not true by kisei adam. Remember again, what's the halacha by kisei? By kisei adam means that you sheft, the chaya or an oath, you sheft fowl or chaya, non-domesticated animal. There's a halacha that you have to cover the blood after the animal is shefted. This has nothing to do with kabbalas. Right? This just even today, you shecht the chicken, you got to go ahead and you have to cover up the blood. If the halacha doesn't apply to behema, doesn't apply to like the regular animal, only to non-domesticated animals
that's a
found.
town.
So
Shadel, that's
Papa says,
stripe, that's a hat. Milchig,
now this touches the kisa dam. So what does that mean?
is
Now halacha l'maisa,
dairy
you were to
product,
go ahead
meat,
and let's say
carb, neutral,
chicken.
Hamish
And then you
is
took the blood and you dropped it drop by drop into water.
rags,
The blood would not
Shpegel,
into the water,
Chazir,
and you would still have to do kisui hadam on that blood. So look at Rashi says, ain't okay. That's really not almost right across the Rashi. Even if you took the blood of a slaughtered animal, and slaughtered chicken, you put it into water, in Yeshiva Maris Dam Chayiv L'chasos. If it has the appearance of blood, you are obligated to go ahead and cover it. V'lo amiran kama bottle. And we don't say that the initial drops of blood are bottled in the water. So we'll say, so what these 12 of them? So let me just show you what just happened over here, right? We'll just trace the progression. So how did we start? Starting with the case of sacrificial blood that gets mixed with water. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha of that mixture? As long as the mixture looks like blood, ultimately again, it's sacrificial use. So the Gemara comes along
torn
and says, Abba says,
pulses,
that's talking about where
clumsy
the
middle
water
is
was mixed into the blood. However, if the blood was mixed into the water drop
multiple
by
spits is
drop,
the sweat.
ultimately,
Snore
even if
is
the
a
resulting
better.
mixture looks like
Schmutz.
blood,
Schmutz is a
it's
big
still
one.
going to be invalid.
Schmutz is a
Why?
Yiddish word
Because
that means
every
dirt or
drop
grime.
of blood that falls
Properly
into the
pronounced,
water
it should
is
rhyme with
bottled
klutz,
in the
not
water.
cuts.
That's the halacha of
Schmutz.
Mishnah. Then the Gemara says, oh, by the way, Papa says you should just know that
It
by
is sometimes
Hadam,
spelled
this may
schmutz
not
or
be true.
schmutz.
So if you were to check the chicken,
Metaphorical
take the
schmutz.
blood and drop it drop by drop into water, right? Ultimately, again, the blood would not be bottled, and you would still
Something
be
profane or
obligated
lewd
to
can
do
be described
Hadam
with
on
the
that
adjective
mitzvah.
schmutzig or
Why the
schmutzig,
distinction
which functions
between
like dirty in
sacrificial
English?
law
Here's an
and
example. Why
the
that
mitzvah
joke was
Kisei
schmutzig.
Adam? And the Gemara says very simple.
Schmutzig
Lefi
biology,
she'ein
keeping clean is
dichoi
important in
mitzvahs.
Judaism before
So there was
settling
an
down to a
ultimate
meal.
again,
We wash our
with
hands. The hand washing is followed by a
there's
short
no
blessing.
such thing as
Has
a
almost
dichoi
nothing to do with the
means
physical
set aside.
cleanliness as it
There's
takes
no
place
such
after your
thing
hands
as a
are already
mitzvah
clean.
that is
So
set
before
aside
washing
for
for bread, you can
non-performance. Take a look at Rashi.
make sure to watch the schmutzig hand,
Gaba
grubby hands.
Mishnik,
Make sure to watch your schmutzig hand, grubby hands. In Judaism, it is super important to not use foul language, so some people may need occasional reminders to close their schmutzig
mouth. She says, listen, what happens? It's actually very interesting. It's fascinating. Rashi says, what's the dynamic? When you chef that chicken, now you take the blood. So what do? You drop in the first drop into the water. What happens when that first drop falls into the water? What happens? Essentially, it becomes
What
bottled
schmutz
in
is
the water.
prior to Passover,
But then the second
when
drop
every
comes
bit of
in. And
chametz,
what happens
leaven,
in the second
grain,
drop? Combines with
must
the
be removed
first.
from the home
The third
using
combines with the
shmadas,
second
of
and the
course.
first. The fourth,
It
so
is
on and so
important to
forth. So what
remember
happens at the end of the day? Ultimately, it looks like blood. Once it looks like blood, ultimately, again, that reinvigorates all of the previous droplets of blood that were placed into the water. Because by mitzvahs, once something is set aside for use of a mitzvah,
it is important to remember that added schmutz is not chametz. Grime is just grime. A trace of schmutz, shemetz, a loan word from Hebrew means trace, implying that the tiniest amount of something. Technically, one can have a schmetz or a schmutz. The two words have no etymological link. A Hasidic tale about schmutz. There was once a young bird who knew only his mother's nest. There was once a young bird who knew only her mother's nest. She began to feel that the nest was small and dirty. Worst of all, it smelled horribly. The more the poor chick sniffed, the worse the place seemed to smell. Finally, she felt compelled to fly off on her own will in search of a more wholesome environment. Flying unsteadily, she made her way to a nearby barn and made herself comfortable. But alas, it took only a few minutes for her to discover that there was a stench there as well, just as bad as the nest she had left. She hopped into the barnyard and tried to find a comfortable spot, but it also stank. She went from place to place, but wherever she went, she found an awful smell. Finally, discouraged and disillusioned, she returned home to consult with her mama bird. Little bird said her mother, the world doesn't smell, there's just a piece of schmutz stuck to your beak. This reflects the teaching of the Baal Shem Tov, that if you see a flaw in someone else, it is because you yourself have the same blemish. In a sense, the other is merely mirroring your own schmutz for you to see and correct.
Fascinating distinction between mitzvahs and kodshim and karbanos. By karbanos, there's yesh dichui etzel karbanos. There is yesh dichui etzel kodshim. By a karban, once something is set aside for non-use, it's forever non-usable. So therefore, again, going back for just a moment.
Question just curious, what is the Jewish stance on cursing and curse words? I've heard the lines that our bodies are a temple and defaming God's name is very bad. But what about a little curse here or there when you're really dead? Response. Think of someone wise, kind and caring. The man, the type of man or woman you deeply respect and look up to as a role model. Could you imagine such a person spewing out filthy language in a moment of rage? Probably not, and for good reason. It isn't just a word thing to do. In the beginning of the Torah portion of Kedoshim, we read an enigmatic instruction, Kedoshim Tihu, be holy. This is different from the many other commandments that follow, which pertain to specific matters such as marital and ritual purity or holiness. The sages explain that the Hebrew word kadosh, which is normally translated as holy, actually means to be distinct or separate. Thus, these words are actually a commandment to separate ourselves, separate from vulgar language for one. To paraphrase Nachmanides, while the Torah forbids various behaviors and foods, at the same time it does permit intimacy between husband and wife and the consumption of kosher meat and wine. Thus, there can be a glutton who eats only kosher food, a drunkard who drinks only kosher wine, and a married man whose behavior with his wife is lewd, even though she is permissible to him. Or there may be a person who speaks in a disgusting manner, something that is not specifically prohibited in the Torah. Thus, it is possible for a person to actually be, in the classic sense of Nachmanides, disgusting with the permission of Torah. In other words, Torah itself demands that you go beyond the parameters it sets for you and live a life that is truly distinguished and uplifting. The Torah tells you that to be holy, it's not enough to do this and don't do this. There's something you have to do on your own to get up there, to go beyond just following instructions, at least a small step. The truth is that using bad language does not. The truth is that using bad language does more than keep you from being one step above it, actually slaps you down. The Talmud speaks very harshly about one who speaks in a vulgar way. Although we generally think of speech as just a superficial act, in truth it has a strong implicit on your inner self. The words that leave your mouth make an imprint on your mind and heart, no matter how high up you are. The rope of fine noble character, a few rotten words can throw you back down to the ground. And the flip side is also true. A good person can become more refined if he improves the way he speaks. This is why Shemira al-Lashon, guarding one's tongue, is considered one of the first steps that need to be taken, correcting some serious character flaws. So, is a choice word after stumbling into a horrible sin, perhaps not, but being careful that all words that leave your mouth are holy is an important part of living the holy life. Once again, the mission of love reappears, and I'm ready to read. No, I can really go in the past.
Karbanos animals to be set aside for 9 years. But mitzvahs, which represent the units of spiritual accomplishment of the Jew, ain't dichui some mitzvahs. There's no such thing as a Jew forever being precluded from spiritual growth and self-actualization. No matter how bad we mess up, no matter how diluted spiritually you get, keep at it, and ultimately, again, you'll be reconstituted and ready to begin. Incredible.
This is Kabbalah coffee.
So it's very interesting days. If you have a bunch of sacrificial parts,
Dude, I've been working on this
included in those sacrificial parts, right, is pigol and nosar and tameh.
Dude, what happened?
This is quite the prohibited salad you've got going on over there, right? So you've got pigol, nosar, tameh, and obviously some mutter components also in here, or well, presumably some mutter components in here. And everything got mixed. Actually, not necessarily. And everything got mixed together. So obviously, again, everything got mixed together, and you ate it. So Rashi points out over here that the case is kizayis mizah with kizayis mizah. So the kizayis of all these prohibited items but mixed together. And I ate it.
All this shit's so boring. I don't learn about aliens.
Now, why is that very interesting? Why? So this is absolutely fascinating. Here's the issue. In order to be in violation of pigol, nosar, and tameh, you have to eat a kizayis of these items, right? The issue over here is because I have this chalet of pigol, nosar, tameh, whenever I eat something, I can't be sure that I'm eating a kizayis of any one limited item. Because of that, therefore, halacha l'maisa, I'm potter. Now again, not good, right? Not good, right? But when we say potter, is I can't be punished for that. There can't be liability for that because it can't be demonstrated that I'm eating a kizayis of any prohibited matter. The Gemara says, solution of the Gemara is because it's possible that any one is being mabak of the other, right? So maybe there's so much pigol and nosar that it's being mabak of the tameh. or there's so much tame and pegel that it's being mevakol the nosa. So everything kind of combines with each other, and ultimately, again, I don't have a kizayis. I don't necessarily have a kizayis of any one prohibited material. So what does Shemamina tell us? First of all, see from here three things. Number one, Shemamina, Isur mevakol zeh. It's interesting enough, what I see from Rabbi saying is that Isur, right, Isurim, different prohibited items ultimately again are mevak on each other. In fact, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, it's the first white line in Rashi. Rashi says, Kishulois osabativ nivla min lisol chavero miuto shazeh berubo shazeh ubato hamiyaturo v'habato b'chol min musaf al mevato. So the idea over here is because everything is mixed together, you don't know what you're eating, and therefore, essentially, one isser is mevak on another isser. So you learn three things here. Number one isser could be mevak on another isser. Right? Next, Shmamina, no sin ham berov lav da'oraisa. So we'll say this is very interesting. Gemara says, well, 1 second. If you notice, what doesn't the Gemara consider? The Gemara doesn't consider the fact that halacha l'maisa. Why don't we say, what does it taste like? In other words, the Gemara is presupposing that all these items, the nosar, the pigel, and the tamei, are all dissimilar with different tastes. So the Gemara essentially says. So if you notice, by the way, what doesn't the Gemara say? The Gemara doesn't say, well, why don't we see mixture taste like? It tastes a lot like pigel, right? You know, in other words, right? If you notice, you don't consider that what it tastes like. So what does that tell you? That tells you that taste is not a determinant biblically. That's what it tells you. The taste is not a determinant biblically. Shmamina knows in Kagaro that if something infuses the taste in the majority of the mixture, lav daraisa, that clearly again that is not a biblical determinant. Rashi says over here, Hadam Rabbanon, the called Dukti Israelos in Kandaheta Osha Papi Shaheta Baro. Lav daraisa Lukosa, Vidaraisa, Nizinami Grabba Minachavina Mikobako, Tiny yards, they can have you ship it up. So ultimately again, because the fact that we don't even look at, like Gemara doesn't say, yes, pigel and also kind of mixed together, let's see what it tastes like. And whichever one it tastes like, that's going to be what you're trying for. Gemara doesn't even entertain that possibility, indicating to us that taste is not a biblical determinant. Next, Ushmamina, Hasra, Sasek, Loshma Hasra. And we'll say what else do you see? That a non-definitive Hasra is not a good Hasra. As well, remember again, in this case over here, let's say I'm eating this mixture, pigel, nosar, tamei. So remember again, in order to be tried that Hasra, what's going to be the Hasra? What's the only Hasra that the AD could give me? What can they give me? Right? They can't give me a definitive Hasra. Right? Why? Because they don't know what I'm eating. And remember, in this mixture are three prohibited items. What are they going to say? Don't eat pigel, nosar, and tamei. Or maybe I am eating all three, maybe I'm eating only one of the three, maybe two out of them. So therefore, again, you see from here the fact that there's no liability because Hasra is suffering Loshma Hasra. In order for a warning to create liability, it has to be a definitive warning. A non-definitive warning cannot generate liability. So therefore, I will say, amazingly enough, from this one case, so again, let's go through the case once more. I'm eating a mixture of pigel, nosar, tamei. The Gemara is presupposing that these are three dissimilar items mixed together with dissimilar tastes. So what's halacha? The halacha is I am not liable. Right? So the Gemara says we learn three things from here. Number one prohibited item can be mevak on another prohibited item. Number two, taste is not a biblical determinant in establishing identity. And number three, Hasra, suffix, non-definitive warning is not considered to be a warning. Okay, so listen, I watch this. Massive Rabbi. So Rabbi raises the question. But now with the Gemara, most Gemara is going to focus on over here with Rabbi is the issue of taste, right? So lesson number two, which was that ultimately, again, the Gemara says, you see from this case, that taste is not a biblical determinant of identity. So that's what Rabbi is going to take issue with. Also, this is very interesting. If you make a dough out of rice and wheat, so what's the halacha say? In yesh batam dagan chayeves b'chala. V'yavadav d'ruba orez. If the taste of the loaf ultimately again tastes like wheat, then what? Then the identity of the loaf is a wheat loaf. Now what's that? If it's a wheat loaf, then what? Chayvin challah. What's challah? Challah is the portion that is separate and give to the Kohen. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That taste is biblical determinant. Taste matters. Now, by the way, taste matters, even though what? Even though the Gemara says the majority of the flour may be rice flour, but if it tastes like wheat, then what? It's wheat. It's wheat. Which also said, by the way, this part of just make a little more shy. Which also means you would wash. Remember again, you don't wash on rice bread. Like, why not? I don't know, is there such a thing as rice bread? Yeah? Right? So remember again, because rice, the Torah only recognizes 5 types of grain, right? Wheat, anything else is not a grain. So therefore, rice, although you can make rice flour, I guess rice bread, that's not a motzi. Cornbread is not a motzi. Now, cornbread today might be different because they mix in a lot of different things. But again, if you just make bread out of corn flour, it would not be hamotzi. So I just want to point out this. Remember things like this. If you have a bread that is made both out of wheat flour and rice flour, if it tastes like wheat, then you have to take challah. Even though the majority biblical determinant, which the says maybe midrabana. No, yeah, taste is a determinant, but only midrabana, not midrais. And says no. Yafim Seifa, look at the end of that, right? Says great. Adam Yotze Bal Yedei Chavasa the Pesach. Furthermore, the Gemara says you can even use it for matzah. So if you made a matzah, ultimately again with rice flour and wheat flour, like Rabbi said, obviously this is before the days of kidneys, right? This is before the days of kidneys legislation. Remember, kidneys legislation is drabanan. So remember, again, midaraisa, there's absolutely no problem using rice on Pesach, as our Sephardic brethren know, right? We're allowed to use rice on Pesach. So we Ashkenazim make kidneys, but again, this is before kidneys. So the it's like this: if you have a matzah that is made from rice and wheat, right? Halacha l'maisa, as long as it tastes like wheat, halacha l'maisa is usable for Pesach. Now again, for Pesach, you need biblical matzah, right? You need biblical, right? You need something that is made from wheat. So what do you see here? The fact that you can use it on Pesach indicates to us that that taste is a determinant not just rabbinically, but biblically as well. This contradicts what we just said before. We just said before that taste is not a biblical determinant, and now we're seeing that yes, it is. So how do we determine this? Ella, also on the base, Ella, here it is also, it's very important. Ella, in reality, when you have 2 dissimilar items mixed together, but the identity of the mixture is determined by taste. You do rely on time. Again, 2 dissimilar items mixed together, the identity of the mixture will be based on how it tastes. Look at last week. Elavin b'shein shatam mikrabo, the time the chayv lucky min Torah. The Amarei said to go benosa shal min umino zlekol nikam atayma, v'lo tishma minei nosa sham v'lo v'ladoy. So let's listen to this. So therefore, the Gemara says you're right. Taste does play a role. When do we rely ultimately again on taste to determine the identity of the mixture? When is that? Well, remember, it's very important. Min b'she'eno mino. 2 dissimilar items mixed together, the identity of the mixture ultimately again will be based on what it tastes like. Based on what it tastes like, which essentially means whichever item is more dominant by dint of the fact that it infuses taste, that's the item which will determine the identity of the mixture. Now, by the way, just before we go on, how do you reconcile that with Bachish's case about the pigol nosa and tummy salad? Like the pigol nosa tummy chunk, what do you do with that? That has to be good, so they all were the same min. They're all the same thing. They weren't never going to finish it up. Min bamino beruba. Ultimately, again, when you have 2 similar items mixed together, so what determines the identity of the mixture? Ultimately, again, min bamino. I'm sorry, majority. So this is really incredible and really incredible and incredibly important. So the Gemara is coming along. Rabbis coming along and giving us a rule. When you have mixtures, how do you determine the identity of the mixture? which the Gemara says it depends on the mixture. Halacha recognizes two types of mixtures: min benino, which means similar items; min b'she'eno mino, dissimilar items. When it is min b'she'eno mino, dissimilar items, the identity of the mixture is based on taste. Taste, whichever is the more dominant item, by dint of its ability to infuse taste, that's going to be the item that determines the identity of the mixture. Min benino, you have two similar items, they rely on taste. Why can't you rely on taste? They have the same taste, the same item. So what do you rely on? What you rely on will, whichever one has the greater majority. Whichever has the greater majority, that will determine the identity of the item. Incredible. I want one second. The Nishan in the Mino, I have that idea. Why don't you go ahead and in the case of Min Benino, where you have two like items mixed together, why not treat it as a case of Min Benino? Right now, what is that? Watch it. It's not. This Arik V'Yayin, Ro also Kilu Humai. I want to say, take the Mishnah. What did our Mishnah say? Right, our Mishnah said that if you have sacrificial blood mixed with wine. So I'm going to say, so what did our Mishnah say? What did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said, we view the wine as if it's what? As if it's what? As if it's water. So what is the Mishnah really discussing? Now again, let's go and point out, blood and wine is min benino. Now, what's that? Now, wine, blood and wine min benino. Why? Now, because remember, we also generally in halacha, whenever you have min benino, you're talking about items you're going to taste, right? If you have a taste idea. Obviously, sacrificial blood you're not tasting, right? But the idea, the reason why blood and wine are min benino is because they look the same. So what do we say? If you have sacrificial blood mixed with wine, so what do? We view the wine as if it was water. And we would say, in this type of ratio, would the blood still maintain its appearance? If it would, then it's kosher. If it wouldn't, then it's kosher. So what do you think there? We take a case of min benino, and how do we treat it? We view it as if it was min b'she'eno mino. So why do we do it every case of min benino like that? So interesting. So the Gemara says, it's not. It's RBI, nor my love. Row it also with yain kilomai. Are we not saying so against you? Like this. We view the wine as if it was water, and in this ratio, if water was mixed with blood, would the blood still look like blood? If so, then the mixture will be kosher, and if not, then it'll be possible. So you're taking a min benino mixture and turning it into a min b'she'eno mino mixture in order to go ahead and see its kashrus, which is low and also lidam kilumai. No, it really means we've used the blood as if it was water, and then we view ultimately again if the blood in this ratio is water mixed with water, would it still look like blood? So it doesn't make any sense. And ultimately again, what do you mean rolling? Then it should say bottle. Furthermore, va'od kind of Yehuda Omer, Loin also ki'ilu yayin odo. Furthermore, I'm going to say another brisa. This is a fascinating case. Rabbi Yehuda, a totally different case now. Hold on for just a second. Rabbi Yehuda says we view it as if it was red, and there was red wine. In Dia Mar'ehu Kasher is a mikvah case. If the wine itself, if the vision of if the wine would have become lesser in color. Dia means lesser in color. Ultimately, again, it's kasher. This is a mikvah case. I'll say in just a moment. V'imlav possible, and if not, ultimately again, it will be possible. We're going to define that case in just a moment. Zimar says tonight. In reality, this whole thing is a machlokes tanoi. So just want to point out to you what just happened over here, because we'll have to stop in just a minute. Stop it on the moment. So I'll say this whole thing is machlokes tanoi. On one of the Gemara wanted to introduce principles. What are the principles? If you have min benino, how do you do it min benino? Right? How do you do it min? Actually, let's reverse that, because the truth is the easier case in halacha is actually min b'she'eno mino, two dissimilar items. How do you reckon? How do you deal with the mixture of two dissimilar items? How do you deal with it? Taste. That's easy. That's easy, right? Whichever item exerts the dominant taste, that goes ahead and creates the identity ultimately again of the mixture. The more complicated one is min b'mino. Similar items exist. How do you deal with min b'mino? How do you deal with it? How do you deal with it? Ultimately rolls. It's just it's a numbers game. Whichever item is in the greater majority,
What up,
that
Chaser?
item determines the identity of the mixture. The writer says, hold on,
Rabbi.
I have a better way to deal with min b'mino. How do you deal with min b'mino? How do you deal with it? Make it into a min b'she'eno mino case. And that's what the Mishnah is doing, right? The Mishnah said that if you have sacrificial blood mixed in with wine, what do? View the wine as if it's water, and then see how that impacts the Mishnah. So what is Mishnah saying? The Mishnah says that in min b'mino cases, make it into view it as if it's a min b'she'eno mino case. To which the Gemara says, this whole thing about how to deal with min b'mino is a machlokas. Do we deal with min b'mino just as a simple majority, or do we view it, or do we change it into a min b'she'eno mino case? Machlokas raging, ridiculously amazing machlokas, and that's what will be continued tomorrow. All right, listen, have a great day. Have a Zoom. Start everyone.
This is a major halachic debate. Number 15, the location issue. To build the altar, you must know the exact location of the mizbech, the exact location of the kodesh v'kodashim, kodashim, holy of holies. There is debate over where precisely it stood on Har Bayit, whether we have enough archaeological clarity. Even a slight misplacement invalidates the service. Number 16, political and security barrier. Har Habayit Element Temple Mount is currently under Islamic Waqf administration. Extremely sensitive political control. Any attempt to build would trigger global crisis and possibly war. So beyond halacha, there is geopolitical reality. Number 17, do we need Mashiach, Messiah? Major debate. View A, Mashiach comes first. Many traditional authorities say the temple will be rebuilt in the Messianic era. Mashiach leads the rebuilding.
Okay. Morning, everybody.
View B, temple first, Mashiach revealed through it. Some hold rebuilding the temple is itself part of initiating redemption. Mashiach may be revealed through that process according to Rabbi.
Okay.
Mashiach
Good morning, everyone.
restored Davidic monarchy to rebuild the temple.
Today's daf is daf Zion.
Its framework, Mashiach leads it. Number 18, will all sacrifices return? Another huge discussion. Some opinions say in the future, only Thanksgiving offerings, Korban Todah, remain.
Okay.
Some midrashim suggest sin offerings may cease.
Okay, perfect. Okay, today's daf Zion.
Kabbalistic sources often see
Talmud Torah sponsorship for the month of Kislev. Allison had Adam's famous in memory of Adam's grandfather. Shalom Sinai, Harad Shlomo, Steve Levi, Ben Shimon, Shalom and Aaron, and Shalom Shavaliah. The military worship has posted his grandchildren and 34 great grandchildren. Aaron Rock Asterson in memory of their parents, Felix Duto, Shalom, Yitzhak Levi, Ben Aaron, and Cohen, Sarah Duto, Shalom, Rachel, Batzvara, Abram, the Asterson, Linda Batzvara, Ephraim, in memory of the dear friend, Staff Sergeant Cohen, and the board from the most. The fellow battle in Gaza on the Arab Chronic of 2023. And Paul and Captain Pollock, in memory of false sisters, Leah Bashmuel and Zachary Shalamis Bashmuel, and her aunt Esther Basakaya, who all missed her during the month of the Dafyomi sponsorship for today. Sponsored by Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and is put to complete health for Shalamis Hana Basushka, and for ultimate Rafua Shalem. Okay, we pick up the Mishnah on Ayin Zion. It's about 10 lines down or so. Short time, so break it down quickly. Alright, the Mishnah is continuing to discuss cases of different korbanos that get mixed together, and what the solution is, what can be done with them, what that mixture can be. Can you bring it? Does it have to go based on Sreifa? We're going to pick up with the Mishnah, a very status in its Arabic day, very Ola. You have the limbs of a chatas offering and the limbs of an Ola offering that are mixed together. So we know that an Ola offering, all of the limbs are going to be brought up on the back to hold the entire thing is burnt. This particular we're talking about where the parts of the chatas that were supposed to be brought on the back have already been brought, and now we have the leftover pieces that are ordinarily eaten by the Kohen. They're not typically brought on top on the back. So now we have a situation where we have the Ivarim that are mixed together, some that are supposed to be brought on the back, and others that are supposed to be eaten by the Kohen. And the other owner, the other says, you take the mala. The other says, okay, here's what I recommend you do. Take all the limbs, bring them up on the back. However, since the limbs of the chatas were not supposed to be brought up, have in mind that the portion of that mixture that corresponds to the chatas limbs, they're only being brought up as like fuel for the fire. They're not being brought up with shem carbon. They're being brought up just to continue the fire going, and therefore you're allowed to bring the entire mixture off. The limbs of the ola will be burnt properly, and the limbs of the chatas will be fuel to keep the fire going. However, argue, and they say no. You are not allowed to bring up the Ivar Chatas because they're not supposed to be brought on his bath, and therefore have to wait overnight. Let them be possible, you know. You have to wait for straight, and then you can burn the whole thing. And the Gemara is gonna. I specifically didn't go into the reason because the Gemara is not going to go through the reason between the two. Right? So we have machlokas. We have a mixture of Ivarim of the Chatas and Ivarim of the Ola, and Rabbi Eliezer says bring the entire mixture up on the mizbeach and just have in mind that the Ivarim of the Chatas are not being brought for the purpose of the carbon, but instead being brought to the fire.
So far, so good, my man.
And Chacham say no, because
How are you?
have in that mixture items that are not brought to go on the mizbeach.
I'll be able to be with you. Give me, I need about 20 minutes, okay?
It's going to be brought outside the base and burned as a
Excellent, appreciate it,
okay.
man.
Comes along the Gemara. My time is Rabbi Eliezer. Okay, so you want to know, what is the reason for Rabbi Eliezer? Why does Rabbi Eliezer allow you to sort of have this thought process of bringing things, but having in mind that it's not really counting towards the carbon, and why is that okay? If you have something that can otherwise be brought out of this bath. Damarkra. So you guys will bring it from the pasuk. We're actually going to go. We'll read 2 seconds. So it's back a little bit. Some of these pasuk were quoted yesterday as well. But pasuk says.
Most of this comes from Mishnah Tamid.
You can't have a mincha that's chametz. Because any chametz products or any honey cannot be brought on the mizbeach. And instead, cover rages are people from Hashem. Rather, there are certain karbanos that are brought from those 2 items. That on the zech will cannot bring them up to the mizbeach for the purposes of a wrath mikach. So those are 2 seconds we're going to be mentioning within the Gemara. Come over to this. So the other says, the end of the second pasuk. We already said you can't bring these things as a carbon, but in certain circumstances you can bring them. And then the pasuk finishes off says, but you cannot bring them up on the mizbeach to serve as a reaction. So the other says, so specifically, the pasuk is saying you cannot bring them up on the mizbeach if your purpose is to be bringing them as a reacting koach, as a carbon. However, if you're just bringing them for the purpose of fueling the fire, you are allowed to bring them up. If you look in Rashi, so Rashi says, the first Rashi in the Gemara, the mizbeach of Yalu, so this goes back to drasha that we talked about, I think it was yesterday or the day before. That is in the first pasuk that brought that. Because I started talking about chametz and devash, and it said, Mimenu is extra. So the drasha is called Sorvachol Devash Lo Satir. You can't bring a chametz carbon or a carbon of honey. Mimenu, and the Mimenu is darkened as Kosh Mimenu Ishin. Mimenu in this case is if you already had a portion of the carbon that was brought up upon the Mizbeach, the portion that was supposed to be, the Shirayim, the leftover parts of the carbon, those cannot be brought. We actually learned three things. Only two are explicit in the pasuk. We actually learned three things from that pasuk. You can't bring a carbon of honey, you can't bring a carbon of honey, and you cannot bring the remainder of a carbon that's already properly been brought. In this case, right, we have the Evarim pasuk, which are the leftover, the Shirayim, that are not supposed to be brought up. They cannot be brought up after the Mizbeach because they are from the pasuk. But Rabbi Elazar says, okay, but then the second pasuk, which teaches us certain instances where chametz and honey are brought up in other cases, and then the pasuk finishes off and says, the only prohibition of bringing these things up on the Mizbeach is if you're bringing it up with the purpose of reacting challah. So in this case, that applies not only to chametz and to honey, but as well it applies to the Mimenu, we'll refer to the shorthand as Mimenu Ishin. Those are all the remedies. So anything that's Mimenu Ishin, it can't be brought up. However, it can't be brought up only if your purpose is to bring it up and reacting challah as a carbon. And if you're bringing it up just to fuel the fire, that's okay. There isn't a prohibition. It's not like another type of carbon or doesn't have animal that is totally not fit for the Mizbeach. In this case, it's not fit to bring as a carbon, but it is fit to bring as fuel for the fire. Especially Tini Rabbi Elazar, that's what Rabbi Elazar says. We have this mixture. We just have in mind that the Sata's portion of it is only going to be for fueling the fire, and therefore we can bring the whole mixture up. The Ola offering for purpose of the carbon and the Fatas for purpose of fire. That's Rabbi Elazar's opinion. Rabbanan Kohanim say no. The Rabbanan agree in the first passage. The Rabbanan agree to the concept that first passage is actually speaking about three different things, right? Chametz, honey, and Mimenu Ishin. They agree to that point. However, the Rabbanan say in the second passage that they brought, which is Kavod Reishis Tekudus Hashem, that was definitely Yahweh, the rest of the Rabbanan, Meet Rachmana O Sabbatai. It's actually passage before. Immediate geopolitical explosion. Internal division. Carbon ratios Takribu Osam. Carbon ratios Takribu Osam. So Pasuk says Osam, which is limiting. So Osam is now going back and only discussing the first two parts of the Pasuk, which were chametz and tabach and honey. The Rabbanan says the meat of Osam is Osam Now, so even though the first pasuk is talking about three things, the Chachamim say that the second pasuk, which then allows you to bring up these parts of the carbon, as long as it is only for Eitzim, right? Because the pasuk said only lo ya'alu l'reach nichala, and because of that, so that permission is only being taught with respect to chametz and honey, and then not for Mimenu Ishin, and therefore you wouldn't include these Evarei Fatas. Okay, and now Rabbi Elazar do now with this limitation of Osam. Rabbi Elazar Osam, who the Rabbi Kevesh K'mizbeach. But Rabbi Elazar says you're right. Osam is a limiting factor. But what is Osam? It only limits the first part of this pasuk. What does the pasuk say? Carbon ratios Tekribu Osam LaHashem Ve'el HaMizbeach Lo Yalu. El HaMizbeach means on the direction of the Mizbeach, which is the ramp. So he says that limitation is when we say we're only talking about Dvash and Chametz, that is for bringing it onto the ramp. So, but however, the final part of the pasuk, which talks about Lo Yalu L'Reach Nicholach, that you can bring it up for Eitzim and not Reach Nicholach, that is not going to limit the Mimenu Ishin. That's how the Elazar right now. Okay, the Rabbanan say. No, really, that Osam is limiting from the entire pasuk. So he's coming to exclude the Mimenu Ishin, the leftovers, the Shirayim, from anything that's learned from the second pasuk. So both, they agree that it is limiting. It's not learned from El HaMizbeach, that the Kevesh is considered the ramp, is considered like the cut. And they also learn that it excludes the Mimenu Ishin, the leftovers, from the ability to bring them up as firewood as long as it's not for purposes of Mizbeach. At the end of the day, we have Machlokes of Hadadash and Psukim. At the end of the day, according to our Mishnah, Rabbi Elazar learned that if you had this mixture of a Evarei Fatas and a Evarei Ola, that you bring them up, you just have in mind that the Fatas is for fuel to the fire. And Chachamim say no, once the mixture is together, since the portion of the Fatas cannot be brought up on the Mizbeach, nothing can be brought up on the Mizbeach, and instead you leave it overnight and then you burn it the next day. Okay. the Gemara is going to bring in Brisa that is totally, or Mishnah, Brisa that is totally different understanding of the Machlokas that are Mishnah. Masnisin took that time. The kind of on that little we just read that under Machlokas the desert Chachamim in one way cannot be the author of a different Mishnah. What is it? Of Brisa. Sorry, what is Brisa? Take the time. Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda is a different understanding of Machlokas. He says, "From that, Rabbi Elazar Chachamim, Alivar Tata Shemitz Arbu Be'evar Ola." Everybody agrees. Both Rabbi Elazar and Chachamim agree that if we have this mixture of Evar Tata and Evar Ola, everybody agrees. Take the entire mixture, bring it on the Mizbeach, and just have in mind that the Chatzah portion is only for fuel, and you're good to go. Everybody agrees according to this understanding. Everyone agrees to that concept. So obviously, we see right away it's not like I'm making. Okay. Second point, let's say you have carbon that is mixed together with an animal that was sodomized, which is not allowed to be brought as carbon. In that case, everybody agrees that you cannot bring it up. Meaning you can't use this idea that, let's just bring up the mixture as well and say that the Nirva portion is just a fuel for the fire. In that case, everybody agrees you cannot bring it up. And of course, because they learned it from the pasuk, there's a pasuk. They learned it specifically because the pasuk said, and that's only talking about. We said that pasuk is only talking about the Shirayim. It's only talking about the big men of the Ishim. So it's not going to include something like the Nirva. Okay. So those are the two cases they agree on. So what exactly is the Machlokas? So the other Chachamim. Alavari Ola Tanima is Arvu Be'evarei Balas. Let's say you have a varim of an Ola. That is a totally fine kosher Ola. But it's mixed in with a varim of an Ola that is in a Balmum. The Balmum obviously you cannot bring those up on the bed. So now we have this mixture. What do we do? For the other Omer, you can do we bring them up. The row on the malach, so the other is a sheet that we understand from our Mishnah, but in a different case of mixture. So this mixture of Sminim and Bali Mumlim, Rabbi Elazar says, okay, great. Bring them all up on the Mizbeach. Have in mind that the Bali Mumlim are not being brought as carbon, but rather just as food and fire, and we're all good to go. The Chachamim say, no, you can do. The Chachamim say, no, in this case, the Avarim of the Ola that are Bali Mumlim, they are not fit to be brought up, and therefore you can't use this same strategy to bring them up. Okay, so now we want to understand more about why does Rabbi Elazar permit in this case. That's the problem we can understand because it's different topics that we're learning about. What about Rabbi Elazar? Rabbi Elazar, they have a Nirva. What's the reason Rabbi Elazar agrees that we cannot bring up a mixture that is used in animals to throw in Nirva? Why? Because an animal is not right to be brought on the Mizbeach. Okay, so why not apply that exact same logic to Balasum? A carbon Balam is also not able to be brought on the Mizbeach. So why does Rabbi Elazar treat it differently? We have two different answers. Huna comes with the first answer. Huna says we're actually talking about a very limited subset. It's not any carbon Balam. Rather specifically with Dugut Sheva Ayin. I think the most translated as cataracts of the eye, but some blemish in the eye. Now leave it to Rabbi Akiva. Specifically according to the opinion of Rabbi Akiva. What's the opinion of Rabbi Akiva? The Amar in Amul Yarden that Rabbi Akiva says, specifically with this mum of Dugut Sheva Ayin, and there's certain other ones that are included as well. Specifically it's mumin that are also by a behemoth but are not coupled by an oath, and therefore there's a lower level of mumin. So even though you're not supposed to bring it up on the Mizbeach, if you were to bring it up, we don't remove it from the Mizbeach, but it's at a lower level of Isser, or a lower level of move to bring up on the Mizbeach. So when it says that specifically Rabbi Elazar said, we're talking about a mum that's not at the highest level, and therefore if it gets mixed in with the Avarim that are Tamimin, they can all be brought up. Because if not, it's not a full Balmum, it's like this more of a middle category according to Rabbi Akiva. Like what I asked, okay, well, that's great. Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva specifically said, if they happen to go up, then the other you don't bring them down. Like the other. The Achiva Miyamar. But Rabbi Kiva's opinion, how do you stretch Rabbi Kiva's opinion to say that in this case the mixture is down here on the ground and L'chachila is bringing it up onto the deck? So he said that Rabbi Kiva would extend his din even L'chachila. Rabbi Kiva only said his din to be epic. So Papa by Shinon, he goes all the way down to Kava. So no, we have to add another element to this case. This case is actually where the mixture isn't on the ground. The mixture actually is already on the ramp. And so once it's on the ramp, and the ramp is brought in Kaddish, then you can bring it up onto the main back. Okay, but then we're at the Hachi. Okay, that's I understand that. We're talking about a lower level mode. We're talking about a case where the mixture is already on the ramp, so it's already partially up. I already have an element of future that's already partially up the bed. I feel they know. We don't need to set up this case as a taroga. We don't need a mixture. We just said it's a low-level mum, and it's already on the ramp. In that case, I could have brought him up if it was only volume. Why would we set up a case where it's volume mixing with Canadian? We don't need to go through that exercise if we're already setting up the case. So, try to disprove and we have to find another way. Why, in this case, why did Rabbi Eliezer differentiate between a mixture with volume and a mixture with November? Ella, Tamid Rabbi Eliezer is there from a pasuk. Miyet Rachmana Mum Bam. As it says, talking about volume.
This is very subtle. Why two identical goats? They must be same appearance, same value, same height.
Right, that the defect is in them, it does have a mum, and therefore you can't figure it out. What the pasuk says? Specifically, mum bam. Bam should be extra. Right? So it says mum lo yatzulach. Is bam? Mum bam. Bam he's lo yatzulach. The only problem with bringing volume is when they are and by themselves, just bam, only then. However, if they're mixed together with proper kavanos, then you can bring them. Then you can bring them up. So that is why in the case of a varim mixed with volume versus mixed with Renirva, in the case of volume, Rabbi Eliezer would allow you to bring that mixture up because he holds that the issue of bringing the volume up from the back are only in a case where they are by themselves. But if they're mixed together with other components, you can actually bring it up. Okay, what did the Rabbanan do in this process? Rabbanan say, I learned from the pasuk, but I learned bam to mean only when the mum is bam and it's actually there. When the mum is still there and present, you can't bring it up. But if it's a mum that gets healed and passes, now this animal is able to be brought up. It's not sort of put to it. It's not built that forever. It is glad to be brought up once the mum goes away. Okay, Rabbi Eliezer, what about Adam? Need bum bahem. You look back at the pasuk actually had two mishonos of bum. It says too much some bahem mum bum. So the other says we have bum, which is extra, and bahem, which is actually written extra. Because it could have just said too much some bum, not bahem. And so we learn that they have bahem and bum are both extra. One to learn that there's only an issue to bring the valley mum when the mum is present, and the one and bam, the second one, to learn that it's only an issur if they are brought by themselves, but if they're part of tarogas, they can be brought up. The Rabbanan answer, bam bahem lo darshi. Rabbanan, they're not going to. The extra hay is not a drasha that the Rabbanan are going to make. They only have one drasha of bam, and they're going to make the probably lesser chiddush drasha that you can only not bring up these balimum when they actually have a mum, but if the mum goes away, you then can bring it up. Okay. Now we ask though on this understanding, if that's really the case, Roa or Rahman Ashray, to flip back, what was the lashon of Rabbi Eliezer? Rabbi Eliezer only you could bring them up. The Roa ani Veroni the Malaki and he has this whole idea that we had said in the Mishnah and brought and again in the Brisa that you have to have special intent that the portion of the carbon that are the Varim are only being brought up for the fire, to fuel the fire. They're not being brought up for the carbon. But Because if there's a pasuk, we just brought a pasuk, right? We just said the reason Rabbi Lezer is that there's a pasuk that allows a mixture of volume to be brought up. So it doesn't. You shouldn't have to have this strategy that it's really being brought just in fire. So there's a pasuk that they can be brought up. So just bring them up. Why do we have to say that we're going to specifically view them only as pure from the fire? The answer is Lidibrand, Kamar. Really, Rabbi Lezer is just giving this strategy according to the opinion of Rabbi. So according to my opinion, Rabbi Lezer. I learned it from a pasuk. So volume woman mixed with the twin animals, no problem. Just bring them up. The pasuk allows you to bring them up. According to Rabbi, we do not agree to the limud from the pasuk. But even according to you, in this case, Basta Balas Lum, Aitum Dami, needed to have a Basta Fatas. But at least agree with me that you can use the same strategy of bringing up this mixture of Bali Mumin, that you bring up this mixture of Bali Mumin and have them go on the zap and just have in mind that they're only for fuel the fire. And remember, our Mishnah had an argument in this concept, but the Brisa said that both agree in a case of a Vare Chata that are mixed with a Vare Ola, and our Brisa saying that the other all agree in this case that it can be brought up because they agree with the drasha of that you can only not bring it up for a column, you can bring it up for two. So the others are saying, okay, let's apply, at least according to Chachamim, you should apply that same strategy and that same logic to a mixture of Balinumim and Shminim. Why in that case do Chacham argue? Rabbanon, Chachamim say Chachamim, the Rabbanon say no, we can't extend the case to that. Why? In a case of Nevar Chatas and Nevar Ola. Nevar Chatas, the reason it can't be brought up is not because there's any intrinsic issue with the animal, purposes of Chata. What happened? He already brought the portions of the Chata that are supposed to be brought out in his bath. These are the Shirayim that are supposed to be eaten by the Kohen. So that's why you don't bring them up. But there's nothing inherently wrong with this meat. It's not a bizayon. It's not a problem to bring up on his bath. If we have this mindset of only bringing up for fuel and fire. However, when we talk about a common Baal that's disrespectful to bring up on the mizbeach. So I'm not going to imply that same logic as you would bring up this Taroga that has korbanos that are Bali Munam, because those are not only are they not supposed to be brought up on the mizbeach, but it's actually degrading to bring them up on the mizbeach. So I'm not going to extend that same logic. Okay. So two ways of understanding the Machlokas Rabbi Lezer and Chachamim. Whether you go with Mishnah's way that they're arguing on the case of Devar Chata mixed Devar Ola, or if you go to Freidel's case that they agree in the mixture of Devar Ola and Devar Chata, but the Machlokas case is where you have Devar Olos that are Tmimin and Devar Olos that are Balim. Okay, human. In the middle of Ein Zayin on the base. Evarim, the Evarim Zuram. We're still in the world of mixtures of Kabbalah. Okay? Now we have Evarim, the Evarim Balim. Let's look at Rashi. Rashi understands it, and another question as well. Based on the continuation of the Mishnah Gemara. Rashi says, it's the short line, it's our narrow line in Rashi. Evarim, Shapolos Harbe. You have Evarim of a bunch of kosher olas all mixed together. Evarim olas talos. Now you're mixing in one set of one ola that is a balmon that gets this. So Rashi's giving us a little more. Let's keep it moving. For the cases, you have one set of Evarim of an ola that is a balmon mixed in with a bunch of Evarim of an ola that are all thin and all kosher. We brought in the calf. So the other owner, in Karavot, after they had extra Karavot, let's say, happens to be, you're not supposed to bring them up, but let's say you happen to bring up one of the heads of this mixture, you bring one head on the back. So what does Rabbi say? We assume that the one you brought up was the Balmon, so you weren't supposed to bring it up, but it's there. And now, the rest of the heads that are sitting there, they're all good. We're going to assume they're all the good ones, so you can bring them all up, no problem. Or Kirayin Shalach, unless you bring up the legs of one of the animals. Again, you weren't supposed to. The Kohen accidentally brought it up anyway. So again, we now assume that the one that was accidentally brought up was the Balmon, and all the rest of them are the good ones, and bring them up, no problem. Okay, that's the opinion of Rabbi Lezer, that when we have this case where one was accidentally brought up, we're going to be totally that one that was brought up as being the one that was not supposed. That's the one that's supposed to be brought up, and the others are now all good. Bring them up with Hakir. Okay, the Chachamim take the entire opposite view, and they say no. Even if let's say you had 100 there, and you brought 99 of them up, we assume all of those were the kosher ones, and the one that's left behind, that's the one that's the one that's common, right? And you also base this Reifa, and that last one you cannot bring it, and we assume that is the one that is not allowed to be brought up, and you have to bring out the basis Reifa. Okay. So whether we view one gets separated, do we view it as are we told that the one that's separated was the problematic one, and therefore all the rest of them are good, or do we say every single one that's brought up assume is the good one, and the one over is the problematic one, and so at no point are you allowed to lechatchila bring anything up from that mixture. Okay? Amar Rabbi Elazar. Not Rabbi Elazar, not Rabbi. This is Rabbi. I think this is Rabbi Eliezer. This is Rabbi Eliezer, right? Before we go away. First one was Rabbi Eliezer. Okay. This is Rabbi Elazar. The Amora is coming to explain the Tana. The Amora is coming to explain the Tana. We'll go that way. Okay. The entire case of our Mishnah, where we were allowed to bring up each one, right? When one was brought up by accident, we assumed it was about them, you can bring up the rest. It's only in a case where it's only in a case where they're brought up 2 by 2, not 1 by 1. Why? Because if it's 2 by 2, we're saying we know that we only have one problematic one. So if 2 are brought up, we know that at least one of these is good. And so when we have one that's good, we're saying, all right, one is good, we're going to now extend, and we're going to go with this logic that the other one must be good as well. And if you look at Rashi says, Rashi el shnayim shnayim, we bring them up in pairs. Rashi calls this a migo. The migo, the high lavi screw, since we know that in this pair, we have one that is not in this pair, so therefore we extend and say, it must be that the second one with it is also a good one. It's not the one that's a palmam. And it's the card code, and the answer must have been on the previous one that one that was brought up accidentally. However, if you're bringing them up one at a time, so the legal no, then you don't have basically Rashi's sort of understanding it. I don't think it's legal in the traditional sense that we understand it, but in the sense that once we know, we sort of have like a tzad hechsher. Like once you bring up 2 together, you know there's going to be something good happening. All right, one of these is good to go. Once we like to have that momentum, we're also going to apply it and say, you know what, we're also going to assume that one that was brought up, that was also good. And so you can bring them up 2 by 2, and because we have sort of that that traction of hechsher, we're going to apply it to the whole mixture. So comes along, however, you may ask a question, he doesn't agree with this understanding. That in the Mishnah, he said, but when Chachamim argued in the Mishnah, they said that even if the last one, right, with a single one remaining, it can't be brought up. But doesn't that seem to imply that according to another, you would be able to bring up that last one? And that last one is obviously one, not a pair. So it seems the way the Mishnah is formulated, it does not seem to work with our understanding that it's only if you bring them up 2 by 2. It comes one, the answer, might afford. So we can answer, we say, no, you're right. It does say you can bring up the last one, but what does it mean by the last one? It doesn't mean individual, it means the last pair. So we could understand the Mishnah either way, and we can have a kind of which way we actually finally go by, but either way, the big point of my focus is, do we say that once we have this mixture and we have one problematic item, and then something was accidentally brought in the back, are we able to go ahead and say, assume the problematic one is the one that was brought by accident, now everything is good, or do we say the opposite and say everyone that's brought up 13 is one of the good ones, because again, they're the majority in this case, or the lovely majority, and we have to wait until the very last one, and even then, that one must be the one that was problematic, and that one has to be burned. And I actually forgot to look up. I don't know exactly how it popped here, but we'll get back to the chat if I can look it up later. We'll stop there, because I'm sure it's coming up, so I'll leave a little bit for the rough to do tomorrow.
Not poetry, metaphysical play. The temple anchors covenantal reality. What happened when it was destroyed? When the Romans under Titus destroyed the Second Temple, rabbinic Judaism pivoted, prayer
Good morning. Let's begin by taking all of our sponsors. Today, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Rabbi Legal Tova. Hosting at the time of Mami Rabbi grandfather Sheldon Stanislav, Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben Ben Shimon Zichron Libracha, Shlomo Malka Estesim, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leah Berna, Cohen Sarah Rachel Bas Farah Inda Bas Chayim, in memory of their dear friend Staff Sergeant Napoleona Gord, Natalie Dora Gordon Shimon Kondomo, Felon Barrel Gazet Eric Hanukkah 2023, Orange Happy College, dedicating all the Shimon Russell this month in memory of Paul's family, Leah Bas Shmuel, Safini Bas Shulamis, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Learning sponsors, Baruch Meir Arena Zubin, in honor of the wedding of their daughter Sophie, presented in Mazel Tov, the Binging Hadjet Ad, and I've got the only sponsors, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, for dedicating the Shir and the Scripture to continue the Gua for Shulamis Hannah Bas Susha. We have the American Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Tavna, we have the families in the Chama, all those who need the Full Shach, and the Kol Chol Yisrael, all the Chassanim and Kalas, Merit Hashem Shvizio, because it goes about his name, all who have given their lives for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael, Shevalitchi, and Eden, should be Melitzi Yosher, for Am, how that should just be Zor for Merit Hashem. So us for our people, for our land, for many years to come. And let's see, with that, let us begin with a lot to do today, a really great daf and a half. Right, for our purposes today. So today's daf is Ayin Hay 75. We are picking up on Ayin Dalet on the days 74b. I believe we left off by Amar Elazar Chavish Truma. Is that correct? Where's that? Oh, 4 lines before. No, we did that. Amar Rabba. No, we did that. Elohita Rishash Elochavis the Minko and the Filo. We did that. No, we did it. Amar Rabba. You're right. All right. Sorry. Okay, good point. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 line down from the top. Good. Amar Rabba. Well, here the Rishash Elochavis the Minko and the Filosa. Aval Te'imalo. So let's just remember again. Rabbi said it's Rish Lakish, who was the case that we just had at the beginning of Ayin Dalet, the case in the beginning of 74b. But that was the case of the barrels of Truma, which were mixed together, and then one of the barrels fell in. Rish Lakish said we could assume ultimately that it was a barrel of Truma that fell in, and therefore the rest of the mix is going to be permitted. So Rabbi says Rish Lakish only permitted a barrel. Why? Because by a barrel, ultimately again, it is recognizable when there is a barrel that is lost. About Te'ina Lo, but in the case of the pigs, which was the case of Rav Nachman, right, he was not permitted. But you'll say Rayot, because again, it's not recognizable. This goes back to the end of yesterday's daf, our end of yesterday's daf. Remember, again, the idea is we're concerned that if something is not recognizable, people may think that our Zara is proper. That's what our concern is. Yosef says no. Yosef says no. The same concept that applies by the barrel also applies by the state. Namely, the same thing that it fell in, ultimately, is considered that it permitted. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yosef just makes no distinction whether the item in question is a barrel or the item in question is the state. Okay, incredible. Next case. Interesting case here. It says we have a barrel of Truma that got mixed in with 100 other barrels. It wasn't obvious to you again, so remember, the idea here is to talk about sealed barrels. In general, sealed barrels are considered to be something that is kosher, that is important, and therefore are not bottled. Right? A sealed barrel is not bottled. So the other advances what appears to be a very interesting piece of advice. Open up one of the barrels, but no telling you take out one of the barrels, remove the corresponding amount of truma, and throw it out, and discard it. Discard it, right? Go out in order to discard it. Take care of it, give it to a Kohen, do whatever you have to do, and that allows the rest of the mixture to go ahead and be permitted. So yesterday, so Amy was sitting before me, he said over this ruling. Nachman said, literally translated, the person who gave this ruling must have been partaking of the wine already, right? Which is another way of saying that doesn't make any sense. Because they don't say what it's true, that words of Allah is saying. The Lord is actually saying that halakha l'maisa, you can actively open up a barrel, take out the corresponding amount of food. That doesn't make any sense. And as you will say, this seems to be